Chapter 1361. One person, one sword, kill the Blood Demon Branch Hall. A sword wiped out the branch hall of the Blood Demon Hall. Jiang Chen didn't stay at all, his figure disappeared into the sky in a flash. Jiang Chen descended in the eastern region of the Zhongzhou mainland, a huge city called Bawang City. This Bawang City, originally a majestic city built by the Bawangmen of the Samsung forces, is home to tens of millions of people. Since the advent of the Blood Demon Palace, the Bawang City has been occupied by the Blood Demon Palace, where the killings were carried out. Tens of millions of people in the Bawang City flee from the dead, and the huge bluestone wall was stained crimson with blood. The smell of rotting corpses radiated from the city. Many people in the Blood Demon Palace sat between the corpses, absorbing blood unscrupulously. In the center of the city wall, a young man with censored eyebrows sat cross-legged in the center of a pile of dead bodies. Around him, blood lines were inserted into the body of the whole body like blood vessels, absorbing the blood on the body frantically. Hundreds of corpses all around dried up quickly. Tisk tusk. It feels so good to be born. With these fresh blood, I should be able to break through the fourfold of the womb soon. After absorbing the blood of hundreds of corpses, the young man added his dry lips, and a look of unsatisfactory expression appeared on his face. This city is almost abolished, and I don't know when my father made the shot at the Bawangmen. The blood of those geniuses in the Bawangmen should be more delicious. The young man murmured to himself. The young man suddenly sensed something, and those twinkling, censored eyes couldn't help looking at a part of the sky, as if he had found a prey, showing an extremely fiery expression. Under the gaze of the young man, a black shadow rushed towards the direction of Bawang City. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. I was worried that there was no delicious blood to enjoy. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to bring it to the door. Boy, your blood tastes good. Give your blood to me to enjoy. The young man looked at the oncoming black-clothed youth with fiery eyes, and couldn't help laughing wildly in his mouth. The black-clothed youth gave the young man a cold glance, and the cyan long sword in his hand suddenly drew a slight arc in the air, and slashed out with a volley. No, father, save me. The young man was shocked, only feeling a shadow of death instantly filled his heart. There was a scream in his mouth, without hesitation in his figure, he turned and fled towards the center of the city. It's just that although his speed is fast, Jiang Chen's sword light is faster, and he almost slashed on the young man's body in the blink of an eye, slashing his body and spirit together. At the same time that Jiang Chen killed the young man in a room, a monstrous censored storm swept from the center of the Bawang City. In the censored storm, a middle-aged man stepped into the air with a terrible anger. This middle-aged man is also a strong man who has reached the 7th stage of the divine birth. Boy, dare to be the son of the blood slaughter, I want you to die without a place to be buried. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Chen angrily, his eyes burst with cold blood, and he shot towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not afraid of the slightest, lightly tapped the cyan long sword in his hand, thousands of cyan volleys flew in the sky, and instantly smashed all the blood on the face. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. I just killed your son and you deserve to die. Then if you lead someone to slaughter the Bawang City, shouldn't it be more punishable? Ha ha. It's just a city, slaughtered, but what can you do? Shuitu laughed wildly and said, from now on, this Shenwu continent is the world of my blood demon temple. Anyone who dares to resist my blood demon temple should die. Daydreaming. Back then, none of your blood demon temple was able to dominate the Shenwu continent. Now that I am here, Jiang Chen, your only result is destruction. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and he directly raised his hand and slashed out at Shuitu. The ants in the 6th stage of the divine fetus dared to run wild in front of the emperor and die for me. Shuitu waved his hands, and the monstrous blood chi carried an extremely hot force, causing the nearby void to burn. The terrifying aura, as if to burn all the world into nothingness. Looking at the monstrous blood in the sky, Jiang Chen looked indifferent. He was holding the meteorite sword, his figure did not retreat but moved forward, and the human sword merged into one, instantly piercing the burning blood chi of Shuitu's body, and slashed at Shuitu's body. A beam of blood spewed out, and Shuitu's entire body was cut off at the waist, turning into 2 halves and falling down from midair. An illusory blood shadow flees from the fallen corpse in panic, and a roar of fright is also issued in his mouth. Ah! Bastard, you wait for the emperor, kill my offspring, destroy my body, the emperor will definitely not let you go." Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the Dacheng sword realm condensed in an instant. Thousands of sharp sword auras slowly emerged from the void, completely strangling the soul of the blood massacre dry and quiet. Killing the blood slaughter in an understatement, Jiang Chen stepped on the sky above the Bawang city like a god, and the sword energy in the Dacheng sword domain fell from the sky like sword rain. Wherever he went, almost all the people in the Blood Demon Palace were reduced to ashes under the sword rain. After clearing the Blood Demon Temple in the 8th Desolate City, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and went straight to the branch hall of the Blood Demon Temple in the eastern region. Jiang Chen once again completely destroyed the second punishment hall of the Blood Demon Palace. And while Jiang Chen slaughtered the powerful Blood Demon Palace in the 8th Desolate City with one sword, and destroyed the second branch of the Blood Demon Palace, the Northern Territory's 3-star overlord level force Bawangman obviously felt the same. The master of Bawangman quickly sent spies to Bawang City to find out. When the spies from Bawangman arrived in Bawang City, the whole person was stunned. "I saw that in the Bawang City, the corpses of the strong Blood Demon Palace were all over the ground, and even the 7th level emperor of the divine fetus, who was almost invincible in the eyes of Bawangman, his body was cut into 2 parts by a sword. These powerful Blood Demon Palaces who had captured the Bawang City were all annihilated." This Bawangman disciple hurriedly reported the situation of Bawangcheng back to Bawangman, and the whole Bawangman was a sensation. All the strong masters of the 8th Desolation sect, including the master of the 8th Desolation sect, couldn't help but take a breath. The leader of the Blood Demon Hall who captured the 8th Desolate City was a peerless emperor in the 7th stage of the Divine Womb. Although Bawangman is already regarded as the top 3-star power in the Zhongzhou continent, facing such a peerless emperor, it can only retreat. Who was it that slaughtered all the powerful Blood Demon Palaces in the 8th Desolate City? Chapter 1362, Megatron's Central State. Who did it? Could it be that the 5 great sacred cities are the human sovereign hall did not succeed? A Bawangman elder muttered authentically. The 5 holy cities fought against the palace of humans half a year ago, and their vitality was greatly injured. Now they are all huddled in their own turf to protect themselves. How can they send people to help the 8th Desolation Gate? As for the human emperor palace, it is far away in the northern coastal area, and there is also a Blood Demon branch hall in the northern coastal area. The human emperor palace is probably too busy to take care of it, let alone sending people. Could it be the 8 great hidden holy lands made the move? The other elder analyzed excitedly. The powerhouses of the 8 great hidden sacred grounds are all confined in the land of annihilation. If they were able to make a move, they would have made a move. How could they wait until now? The master of the Bawang sect shook his head, and his eyes flashed. If I guess right, someone in the hidden world should have made the move. Immediately send someone to investigate the matter with all their strength, and be sure to find out who made the move. Identity. No matter who made the move, this is a great happy event for Bawang sect. Perhaps their Bawangman can take this opportunity to use the power of that mysterious powerhouse to completely eradicate the Blood Demon branch of the eastern region in one fell swoop. As a hegemonic power that has been passed down for thousands of years, the Bawangman had absolute control over the eastern region of Zhongzhou before the Blood Demon Palace was born. It didn't take long for the master of Bawang sect to issue the order, and soon news came back. In the Blood Demon branch hall that came out in the eastern region, several of the Blood Demon Temple Divine Embryo Realm Emperors turned into cold corpses. Even the entire Blood Demon branch hall was directly turned into a ruin. What? The Blood Demon branch hall of the eastern region has been destroyed. Many high-level Bawangmen couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, and an incredible shock appeared in the depths of their eyes. It was only an hour since the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Hall in the 8th Desolate City was destroyed. Just an hour's time, the mysterious powerhouse directly killed the Blood Demon branch hall, and destroyed the Blood Demon branch hall in the east of the Blood Demon Hall. This is too shocking. At this moment, another news came back to Bawangman. The mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Blood Demon branch hall of the Eastern Territory was Jiang Chen, the lord of the Human Emperor Palace. After hearing this news, many Bawangman high-level officials have been unable to recover from the horror for a long time. Jiang Chen turned out to be the founder of the Imperial Palace, and slashed the ancestors of the 5 holy cities, and became the supreme Tianzhou on the top of the list of the Tianzhou emperors. Although they also knew that the lord of the Human Emperor Palace Jiang Chen was very evil, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so evil. Came to the eastern region alone, and destroyed the Eastern Blood Demon Hall with one sword. What a domineering existence is this! Door. Master, there is news from the northern coastal area. A few days ago, Jiang Chen was in the palace of the Emperor of the Blood, slaying the 9 emperors, and destroyed the Blood Demon branch in the northern coastal area. At this moment, a Bawangman elder suddenly raised his head and said with horror on his face. As the Bawangman elder's voice fell, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. In just a few days, Jiang Chen destroyed the 2 main halls of the Blood Demon Palace one after another. This guy, isn't it possible to suppress the Blood Demon Temple with his own power? Ha ha, it seems that the heavens really won't perish my Shenwu continent. The order goes on. Bawangman fully cooperates with Palace Master Jiang Chen to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. After a moment of astonishment, the master of Bawang sect, his face also couldn't help showing an expression of ecstasy. The Hall of Blood Demon rages on the mainland of Zhongzhou, and the 8 hidden holy places are held in the land of annihilation. The 5 holy cities only seek self-protection and avoid the Hall of Blood Demon. Seeing that the Zhongzhou continent was in danger, Jiang Chen used his own power to destroy the 2 branch halls of the Blood Demon Palace, and it was the epitome of Zhongzhou. Such a character can be called a master of the world. With the leadership of Jiang Chen, a peerless figure, they might really hope to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. The news of Jiang Chen destroying the 2 branches of the Blood Demon Palace, like a hurricane, quickly spread throughout the entire Zhongzhou mainland. After receiving the whole news, countless people were shocked by it. Have you heard? The Lord of the Human Emperor Palace, Jiang Chen, destroyed the 2 branch halls of the Blood Demon Palace in just a few days. It is said that even a Blood Emperor in the 9th stage of the Divine Fetus was beheaded by him. What? There is such a thing? Really? The faces of many warriors in the Zhongzhou continent were filled with incredible expressions. It is true. The news not only came from the Palace of Human Emperors, but the Bawang Gate of the Eastern region also spoke out to prove it. The owner of a 2-star family looked excited and authentic. The sky is a lesson. Someone finally stepped up to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. After everyone confirmed this, their expressions instantly became extremely excited. And just when countless people were shocked because of Jiang Chen's 2 sub-temples of the Blood Demon Hall, Jiang Chen came to a branch hall of the Blood Demon Temple in the south of the Zhongzhou continent, and then raised his hand to a cyan sword light that pierced through the world, splitting the Blood Demon Temple in front of him into 2. The giant hall collapsed, and countless blood-glowing figures flew out of the giant hall in anger. Boy, dare to destroy my Blood Demon Branch Hall, you are looking for death. Looking at Jiang Chen in the void, the first divine fetus of the 7th Realm Emperor, his eyes burst out with a monster of blood, evolving into a mountain of blood, and coming toward Jiang Chen with a censored evil spirit. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm and unmoved. He suddenly grasped the meteorite sword in his hand, and pointed out the sword at the Blood Mountain. There was a loud noise, Beizong Zushan collapsed instantly, and Jiang Chen pierced through it with a sword. The Blood Demon Palace expert screamed, and his body exploded directly in the air. This kid killed the leader, everyone go together to avenge the leader. It was seen that the 7th layer Emperor of the Divine Fetus was instantly beheaded by Jiang Chen, and the expressions of the remaining emperors of the Divine Fetus were greatly changed. Before these blood shadows had time to move, thousands of red sword auras spooked out of the air, forming a dense sword net in the void with a radius of several hundred feet. The moment those blood shadows touched Jian Wang, they were completely strangled by Jian Wang. Flesh and blood flew across the sky, and it rained one after another. In just a moment, everyone including those few divine embryo realm emperors were all killed by Jian Wang. At the same time that Jiang Chen killed a group of Blood Demon Palace remnants, the giant palace that was destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword exploded, and 100 meters of blood rose into the sky. A shout of anger also resounded instantly across the world. Boy, you destroy this emperor's palace and slaughter this emperor's people. This emperor wants you to die. Chapter 1363. Kill the Blood Emperor, destroy another palace. With this angry shout, it resounded throughout the world. A blood-clothed young man with long hair flying, also slowly condensed from that 100 feet of blood. Staring at the blood-clothed youth in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a strange look appeared in his eyes. The blood-clothed youth in front of him had extremely strong aura, and he was obviously also a pinnacle emperor whose strength had reached the 9th stage of the divine birth. Jiang Chen clearly felt that the body and soul of the blood-clothed youth did not seem to be completely integrated, and there were even vague signs of rejection between each other. The blood-clothed youth in front of him should have been born from the spirit of a strong blood demon palace. Looking at your situation, I must have just borrowed weight to give birth soon. I don't know who you are among the top 10 blood emperors. Jiang Chen looked at the blood-clothed youth faintly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight arc. Boy, you have some eyesight. This emperor is the blood emperor, the blood emperor, the blood emperor, the blood emperor in the blood demon palace. The blood-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen murderously. You destroy the emperor's palace and kill the emperor's people, and even disturb the emperor's cultivation, the emperor will grant you a death. Blood promise, the third place among the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace. Not long after he was born, the soul and the body have not yet fully integrated, and he has been practicing in retreat deep in the branch hall of the blood demon hall. Originally, it only took half a month at most, and the blood was leveless to complete the last step and return to the world. Who knew that at this critical time, this kid actually came to the door? This kid was nothing more than destroying the branch hall of the blood demon hall, and unexpectedly awakened him from his cultivation, so that he had to be born early. In this way, after this battle, he might have to spend at least a few years or even 10 years of work to let the spirit and the body merge. Even accidentally, the integration may fail, and his soul will have to disappear from this world. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance almost destroyed him by the technique of regenerating himself. How could this make Shui Wuji not angry? Shui Wuji's voice fell, and the whole person instantly transformed into a blood-colored giant with a height of hundreds of meters. In the void, two huge blood-colored eyes with a diameter of 10 meters, indifferently looked down at Jiang Chen below, like the eyes of a demon, bursting with bloodthirsty rays. I saw a mysterious, censored energy fluctuation in the bloodthirsty light, pouring toward Jiang Chen like a tide. This mysterious blood energy fluctuation, as if it could lose the mind and devour the soul. Even the emperor of the ordinary divine embryo realm would be completely obliterated by this mysterious blood energy in the blink of an eye. Very powerful soul blood technique, even if the emperor of the 9th realm of the ordinary divine fetus, I am afraid that he will retreat from this trick of you, but it is a pity that you met me, this thing is useless to me. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and immediately flipped over his palm, and a soul-killing seal in his palm instantly turned into a huge black mountain, like a meteor falling to the ground, moving towards the suppression of blood promise. The soul destruction, seal suppresses the world, the surrounding space, together with the censored energy pouring down from Shui Wuji's eyes, instantly shattered into nothingness. The space shattered, and I saw the figure of Shui Wuji, who shrank in an instant, and turned into a normal person. You. How could you crack my blood pupil technique? Shui Wuji raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, with incredible horror in his eyes. The blood pupil technique he mastered originated from the blood spirit race of the profound spirit continent, and it was a powerful secret technique of the blood spirit race. Back then, by virtue of this blood pupil technique, there were few opponents in the Shenwu continent, and almost no one could crack it. Shui Wuji never thought of it. Thousands of years later, in the Shenwu continent, a hairy boy who looked less than 20 years old was able to break his blood pupil technique so easily. It's just a mere soul blood technique, it's not worth mentioning to me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately stretched out 3 fingers at Shui Wuji, and said faintly, the 4th. Shui Wuji's eyes were cold. Boy, what do you mean? A river of blood that was cleaned up by me before I was born again, a blood-drinking knife that was killed by me in the starry sky and ancient land is nowhere to return, and a blood-swallowing river blood Yudian that I destroyed not long ago. When Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help grinning at Shui Wuji. Congratulations, you have become the 4th top 10 blood emperor who fell in my hands in the blood demon palace. When Shui Wuji heard Jiang Chen's words, he only felt an inexplicable chill spread all over his body instantly, and his heart was astonished to the extreme. He did not hesitate at all, his figure turned into a censored glow, and he fled away in a panic. Heaven swallowing blood emperor blood. Both of these two are the top 10 blood emperors who have completely integrated their bodies and reborn. Especially the blood-swallowing Emperor Blood Yudian, even if compared to him, his combat power would not have the slightest blood. If even Shui Yudian had been beheaded by this kid, with his current state as an enemy, it would be no different from looking for death. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, the Dacheng sword domain and Shaocheng time domain condensed in this space at the same time. The figure of Shui Wuji that had just rushed out suddenly changed from extremely fast to still. Although Shui Wuji broke through the shackles of the time domain in the blink of an eye, a bright sword light suddenly fell from the void in the blink of an eye. Shui Wuji let out a scream, and his entire body was shattered under that sword. Boy, you forced me, even if the emperor dies today, he will drag you to bury you with me. The body was shattered, and the illusory soul of Shui Wuji could not help but let out a resentful roar, and immediately, like an inflated balloon, shot straight towards Jiang Chen. Soul seal, town. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and another soul-killing mark was suppressed towards the soul of Shui Wuji. I saw that the soul of Shui Wuji had not had time to explode, it was already completely annihilated in the void under the suppression of the soul destruction seal. After killing Shui Wuji, Jiang Chen disappeared into the void in a flash, and went straight to the next branch of the Blood Demon Hall. And not long after Jiang Chen left, some warriors who had been attracted by the battle soon discovered that the branch hall of the Blood Demon Hall had also been destroyed. Shortly after, the news that Jiang Chen killed Shui Wuji and destroyed the third branch of the Blood Demon Hall spread throughout Zhongzhou once again. Jiang Chen, the lord of the Human Emperor Palace, really wants to suppress the Blood Demon Palace with his own power. Some young martial artists with strong vitality were even more excited. In their eyes, there is also a high war spirit, which is surging crazily. Chapter 1364, He has surpassed everything alone. Star City. This is a giant city built by the 3-star power Tianxingzong. The Sky Star sect is the top 3-star power in the Zhongzhou mainland. Before Jiang Chen established the Palace of Human Emperor, the Heavenly Star sect was always known as the first 3-star power under the 5 holy cities. Now the 5 holy cities are shrouded in the holy cities, and they don't even care about the Blood Demon Palace raging on the central state continent. Many warriors on the Zhongzhou mainland fled to the Star City to seek shelter from the Star sect. In the recent period of time, the lord of the Palace of Human Emperor Jiang Chen took action to suppress the Hall of the Blood Demon, and even the deeds of destroying the branch of the Hall of the Blood Demon naturally spread in Star City. After receiving the news, many young martial artists in Star City were very excited. Everyone, Jiang Chen, the Palace of the Human Emperor, is now suppressing the Palace of the Blood Demon with his own power. Although my power is low, I may not be able to use my meager efforts. Who would follow me to follow the Palace Master Jiang and suppress the Palace of the Blood Demon? In Star City, a young man stood in the crowd and shouted, so that the eyes of many people around him gathered. This xianxia is right, the Blood Demon Palace will not be removed, and it will be hard for the central state continent. Let's go and help Palace Master Jiang. At this moment, another young man stood up. Haha. Count me, it's worth death to be able to chase and kill Palace Master Jiang, such as the heroes of the world in the Blood Demon Palace. A rugged man laughed boldly and dryly. The crowd was excited, and a raging fire burned in the hearts of one young warrior after another. They soon formed a team of thousands of people, and left the Star City in a mighty manner, following Jiang Chen's steps. These people are not just ordinary people with no background, but even young disciples of 2-star and 3-star forces, who directly violated the wishes of their elders and joined the Blood Team. Not only the Star City, but also the warriors from countless cities in the central state continent, all responded and joined the army against the Blood Demon Palace. In the hearts of these warriors, there is no lack of blood, nor the courage to resist the Blood Demon Palace. What they lack is just a leader who can raise the banner of suppressing the Blood Demon Palace. Now that Jiang Chen stood up and raised this big banner, the warriors of the Zhongzhou mainland broke out one after another. The 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, Yandi City. The disciples of Yandi City, headed by Xiao Bai, were also excited when they learned that Jiang Chen had suppressed the Blood Demon Hall with his own power, which attracted countless warriors on the mainland to respond. He directly assembled a group of Yandi City disciples, and wanted to leave the city to follow Jiang Chen's steps and suppress the Blood Demon Palace. It's just that Xiao Bai's movement was so loud that even the ancestor Xiao Yangwu of Yandi City was shocked. Xiao Bai, what do you mean? Xiao Yangwu was furious when he saw that Xiao Bai had assembled a third of the elite disciples from Yandi City to leave the city. Xiao Bai said, neither overbearing nor overbearing. Old ancestor, Jiang Chen took the initiative to suppress the Blood Demon Palace, and now many warriors in Zhongzhou mainland have responded. As disciples of Yandi City, we should do our part. It's nonsense. Xiao Yangwu snorted coldly. I said, no one can act without my order. If you dare to take a step out of Yandi City today, then never want to come back. Now the Blood Demon Palace is raging on the mainland of Zhongzhou. Yandi City, as the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, has become a tortoise with a shrunken head. Such Yandi City, no matter if you don't come back. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, he immediately ignored Xiao Yangwu, and resolutely led everyone to the outside of Yandi City. Seeing that Xiao Bai dared to ignore his existence, Xiao Yangwu's whole body instantly became murderous, and he stretched out a big hand and prepared to kill Xiao Bai with a palm. Ancestor, stop. If you take this palm and anger Jiang Chen again, Yandi City's 10,000-year heritage may really be destroyed. At this moment, Xiao Tianan's figure also appeared ghostly. Xiao Yangwu's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, but in the end he didn't do anything, letting Xiao Bai and his party leave Yandi City. Ancestor, I know you always like to seek stability and preserve the strength of Yandi City. But this time the Blood Demon Palace came out. If it can't be suppressed, there will only be one final result of Yandi City, and that is destruction. Xiao Tianan said solemnly. Now that Jiang Chen has destroyed the 3 major sub-halls of the Blood Demon Hall by himself, it is the perfect time to take advantage of the victory and suppress the Blood Demon Hall. What are you hesitating? Let's wait for the news of the 8 great hidden holy lands. Xiao Yangwu's eyes flickered slightly. The relationship between Jiang Chen and Haoshan Holy Land is not good. I don't want Yandi City to get too close to him. When is it all? I didn't expect that ancestor you would have such concerns. At the beginning you read Jiang Chen wrong once, but you didn't expect that until now. You still don't understand how terrifying Jiang Chen is. What about the Haoshan Holy Land? He has surpassed everything alone. Xiao Tianan shook his head, a look of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Although Xiao Yangwu had always focused on Yandi City, his eyes were too short. Originally, Yandi City had a good chance of rising, but Xiao Yangwu's life was obliterated time and time again. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't know what happened in the Zhongzhou mainland. He directly followed the information given to him by Yi Chengjun and flew towards the 4th branch hall of the Blood Demon Palace. When he reached the branch hall of the Blood Demon Hall, he discovered that the Blood Demon branch hall was already empty. The news that Jiang Chen destroyed the 3 Blood Demon temples one after another not only spread on the Zhongzhou continent, but even the Blood Demon Temple trembled. The people in the branch of the Blood Demon Temple should have evacuated early even after getting the news. When he left this Blood Demon Temple and was about to go to the 5th branch of the Blood Demon Temple, he met a group of people who followed his footsteps. Grandmaster Jiang, I am willing to join the Human Palace, follow you, and suppress the Blood Demon Palace. Everyone was half kneeling in front of Jiang Chen. The sound was loud as thunder, the sound rang into the sky, and the sound waves were like tidal water, wave after wave, spreading in all directions. You can have such a mind. This hall master is very happy. Now that the Blood Demon Palace has been banned from the 3 major sub-halls, the remaining Blood Demon Palace seems to have been hidden. For the time being, you should not dare to act rashly. You should disperse first. Hall Master Jiang Chen, the Blood Demon Palace did not hide, but gathered all the power together so as not to be broken one by you. I am willing to follow Palace Master Jiang and fight the Blood Demon Palace to the death. At this moment, an emperor of the 1st stage of the womb suddenly said. The remaining branch halls of the Blood Demon Hall are all gathered together. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly, which also saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 1365. The 3 Blood Emperors gather. Where are the people from the Blood Demon Temple gathering now? Jiang Chen directly asked the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. Jiang Chen originally thought that after the Blood Demon Palace received the news that he had destroyed the 3 major branch halls, the remaining 3 major branch halls would disappear for a while. However, he did not expect that the Blood Demon Palace seemed to be determined to sweep the Zhongzhou continent this time, and had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, it gathered the power of the other 3 sub-temples of the Blood Demon Palace together. In such a situation, Jiang Chen was very happy to comment. He was sorrowing Blood Demon Hall scattered in the central state continent, and it was very troublesome to suppress it. Now that the Blood Demon Hall took the initiative to gather together, he took this opportunity to annihilate the remaining 3 major branches of the Blood Demon Hall in one fell swoop. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the branch hall of the Blood Demon Palace that came out in the central state continent was always a minor problem. And the changes in the ancient emperor's tombs in the land of annihilation, as well as the Shenwu Jiatian formation that is about to dissipate in the buried emperor's abyss, these are the confidants that can destroy the Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste too much time on the Blood Demon Palace. Just not far from the 5 holy cities, this is also the largest part of the Blood Demon Hall. It is said that there have been thousands of powerful blood demon hall gathered here. The powerhouse of the divine lair realm quickly replied, Grandmaster Jiang's prestige in the Zhongzhou continent is soaring. As long as you call from the heights, there will be countless powerful people who will respond to help you suppress the Blood Demon Palace in one fell swoop. Now Jiang Chen has one person and one sword, and even the three major sub-halls of the Blood Demon Hall, the prestige can be said to have reached the culmination, and it is not an exaggeration to be called the first person in the world. Although the Blood Demon Palace is coming aggressively, and the strength is extremely strong. But if they can condense the many forces in the central state continent, they may not be able to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. There is no need to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. I alone is enough. If you are willing to go with me, then come with me. Although the central state continent has many powers, the hearts of the people are not uniform. Even the 5 holy cities have chosen to protect themselves and preserve their strength after the advent of the Blood Demon Palace. Even if he can bring these forces together, everyone will have their own ghosts. Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste this time. Jiang Chen also had a thorough view of the chaos in the Blood Demon Palace. In terms of strength, a small Blood Demon Palace, in fact, is far from being comparable to the many forces in the Zhongzhou mainland. The reason why the Blood Demon Palace was able to wreak havoc on the Zhongzhou continent in a short time was nothing more than the peak powerhouses in the Blood Demon Palace. Especially the 10 Blood Emperors who were born on the basis of weight, with the 8 hidden sacred grounds restrained, there was no one to stop them. As the saying goes, capture the thief first and capture the king. As long as he kills the top powerhouses in the Blood Demon Palace, it is more than enough to suppress the Blood Demon Palace by those who are willing to follow him. Jiang Chen took a group of followers and went straight to the Blood Demon Palace. Along the way, more warriors from the Zhongzhou continent have volunteered to join the army to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. Including Xiao Bai who came out of Yandi City, Xiao Jingyan who was shocked by the 3-star power and the others, all joined the team. Tens of thousands of warriors gathered around Jiang Chen. These martial artists are all above the Divine Sea Realm. Among them, there are nearly 1,000 of Divine Soul Realm kings, and even Divine Fetal Realm kings have no fewer than dozens. Such a terrifying force, even Haoshan Holy Land, is far from being able to match. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, tens of thousands of warriors smashed toward the gathering place of the Blood Demon Palace. The small Blood Demon Palace powers encountered along the way were crushed by the team almost without Jiang Chen's action. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, an army of tens of thousands of people directly smashed into the branch hall where the Blood Demon Hall gathered, and firmly surrounded the Blood Demon Hall in the center. Grandmaster Jiang, be careful. According to ancient records, in the battle between the Central State Continent and the Blood Demon Palace, there seem to be only 3 of the top 10 Blood Emperors who have completely fallen from the Blood Demon Palace. Xiao Jingyan looked at the hall in front of him and couldn't help but said solemnly. Although Jiang Chen's current strength is extremely terrifying, he has the ability to kill the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, but there is probably more than one rebirth of the 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. Only 3 of the top 10 Blood Emperors have truly fallen, so there are 7 Blood Emperors who have the possibility of rebirth. Excluding the 4 Blood Emperors he solved, only 3 were left. In other words, in this Hall of Blood Demon, it is very possible to gather 3 powerhouses with the 9th womb. 3 divine wombs of the 9 realms. Such power is undoubtedly extremely terrifying to many forces in Shenwu continent. I am afraid that even among the 8 hidden holy places, apart from the Haoshan Holy Land, there is no other holy land, with the strength to suppress 3 divine wombs and 9 layer emperors. As Jiang Chen and the other 2 were talking, the 3 mysterious rays of blood, with a terrifying coercion that shook the world, suddenly filled the hall in front of them. The 3 blood shadows shrouded in the censored light of the monsters, like 3 rounds of blood-colored sun, stepped on the sky and the earth side by side. Each of them exudes a powerful aura of looking over the world. The 3 of them stepped into the sky, and their gazes filled with blood and energy were locked on Jiang Chen's body. Yes, it's me. Looking at the 3 blood shadows in front of him, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile faintly. The 3 are all the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. Don't you introduce yourself? Huatian Blood Emperor Blood Cloud. Sky Poison Blood Emperor Blood Crow. 9 layers of blood of the Immortal Blood Emperor. The 3 censored eyes stared at Jiang Chen indifferently, and the icy voice that contained terrifying blood sounded instantly through the world. As these 3 voices fell, many of the emperors of the divine birth realm behind Jiang Chen changed their colors, and even Xiao Jingyan's face showed a solemn look. The Blood Demon Hall's 10 Blood Emperors ranked the 9th-ranked Huatian Blood Emperor Blood Cloud, the 8th-ranked Heavenly Poison Blood Emperor Blood Crow, and the 2nd-ranked Immortal Blood Emperor's Blood 9 Layer. The 3 resurrected Blood Emperors gathered here. Can Jiang Chen really be able to stop him alone? Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to really dare to come here. The blood gleams in the eyes of Shui Zhouzhang, like the light of destruction, firmly locked Jiang Chen. Since it's here, let me die. With the last dead word of Shui Zhouzhang fell. The air in the void seemed to be torn apart by the sound of Shui Zhouzhang, making a piercing sound, a monstrous emperor's coercion, and it was also suppressed against Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. Under the coercion of the Blood 9-layer emperor, the figures of the many divine birth realm emperors beside Jiang Chen were shocked to retreat. Even Xiao Jingyan, who had broken through the 4th stage of the divine fetus, had an extremely pale expression on his face. Chapter 1366. The Emperor is Invincible. Blood 9 Layers, the second terrifying existence of the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. At the peak of the Blood 9 layer, he was definitely the peak emperor standing at the top of the Shenwu continent pyramid. Even looking at the entire Shenwu continent, few people can compare with it. Even after he was reborn, he was far from the peak, but he was at least comparable to the top 20 strongest in the Supreme Emperor's list. How could the coercion of such a pinnacle powerhouse be able to withstand the ordinary emperor of the divine embryo realm? Almost all of the dozens of divine birth realm emperors behind Jiang Chen were shocked by the pressure of the Blood 9-layer emperor. Except for Xiao Jingyan and the other 2 divine tier quadruple realm emperors who had resisted this coercion with difficulty, the other divine fetus realm emperors all retreated to 100 meters away in the void. This Blood 9 layer is too strong. He didn't make any move at all. With just one shout, he shook back dozens of divine embryo realm emperors. The top 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace are indeed the existences who once stood at the peak of the Shenwu continent. Everyone looked at Shui Zhouzhang, and there was an inconceivable shock in their eyes. One Blood 9 layer is already so perverted, if you add the other 2 blood emperors, how terrifying would it be? Facing the Blood 9 layers exuding monstrous power, Jiang Chen's expression remained unmoved. Ha, Blood 9 layers, if you want to kill me, I am afraid that you are not enough. Of the 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, 7 of them have survived to this day. 1 of them was subdued by me, and the remaining 3 wanted to kill me, but I killed them all. Today I will kill the 3 of you and let the 10 blood emperors of the Blood Demon Palace disappear forever in Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen glanced at Shui Zhouzhang lightly, and his proud voice instantly resounded through the world. The kid is arrogant, die for the emperor. As Jiang Chen's proud voice fell, the blood cloud of the Huatian blood emperor was furious. He saw his hands, a giant, censored palm wrapped in an endless cloud of blood, suddenly suppressed from the void. Under the pressure of this palm, the sky fell apart. The space of hundreds of meters in a radius was transformed into nothingness under the huge, censored palm, as if even the world was shot with a huge hole by this palm. Jiang Chen, expressionless, raised his hand and pointed out with a burning heaven sword. The censored giant palm collided with the burning sky sword fingers. I saw that the blood-colored giant palm was pierced by the finger of the burning Tianjian in an instant, and then shattered from the middle like a mirror hit. One after another, dense and dense, like cracks in a spider web, spread and open on the blood-colored giant palm. At the end of the day, the entire scarlet palm burst apart in the void. And at the moment when the blood-colored giant palm shattered, Shui Yun felt a crisis instinctively in his heart. As soon as his face changed, he was about to retreat. Jiang Chen, who was still a kilometer away, appeared directly in front of him ghostly, and the fist of the golden fist slammed on the chest of Shuiyan in an instant. The blood on the blood cloud's chest was shining and golden glow was flying. He only heard a creaking sound, and countless bones and muscles broke on the chest of Shuiyan. The whole person was like a kite with a broken line crashing down from the air, and a huge pit was smashed with a bang. Hi, is this the power of Palace Master Jiang? It's really too strong. Whether it is the dozens of divine birth realm emperors in midair, or the tens of thousands of warriors below, they are all excited. Jiang Chen's strength is too strong. Even Blood Cloud, the reborn blood emperor of the Blood Demon Palace, was defeated by Jiang Chen's simple and neat move. Jiang Chen can really lead them to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. Ah, Jiang Chen, I want you to die. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from the ground. I saw the blood cloud turned into a censored glow and rose to the sky, and the blood cloud all over his body kept rolling like waves. Although he was embarrassed and blood still overflowed from the corner of his mouth, his aura became more and more terrifying. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the blood cloud at all. The meteorite sword flashed directly out of the sky in his palm, and then raised his hand to cover the blood cloud with a move. Feeling the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's sword, Shui Yun was instantly frightened. He exploded with full blood cloud, trying to smash the surrounding space-time sword domain. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the 6th stage of the divine womb, the time and space sword domain is almost completely mastered, and the power of this sword with the God Soldier's falling sky sword can be described as terrifying. Even the blood cloud, such as the 9th layer emperor of the divine fetus, could hardly shake the barrier of the time and space sword domain easily. Seeing that the blood cloud was trapped by Jiang Chen's weird time sword domain, the censored face of the heavenly poison blood emperor changed slightly, and a terrible, censored wave suddenly bloomed from his body. A huge blood dragon exuding an insidious aura emerged from the back of the blood black and above its head. This blood dragon, as if formed by the blood poison from the yin to the cold of the world, exudes an extremely terrifying breath. Even if it is a distance of kilometers, it makes people feel that blood is about to coagulate. Under the control of the blood crow, the blood-colored dragon came to suppress Jiang Chen. 1,000 meters of void, all in front of this blood-colored dragon, Kacha turned into nothingness. Facing the terrifying blow of the heavenly poison blood emperor, Jiang Chen's bloodline magical powers instantly condensed, burning Tianjinyan like a destructive light that penetrates the heavens and the earth, burning all the oncoming blood dragons. Jiang Chen stepped on the soles of his feet in the void, and his whole person instantly rushed towards the heavenly poison blood emperor. In the kilometer-square meter space, except for Jiang Chen's violent figure, everything seemed to be still. Even the world's poisonous blood emperor and blood crow would feel that his body was bound by an inexplicable force at this moment, and he could hardly move at all. The blood-black expression changed drastically. He was just about to break free from the shackles of this mysterious power, but a bright sword light rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and then under his horrified gaze, it passed through the center of his eyebrows. The body of the blood crow burst open instantly, and even the soul was completely annihilated under this sword. This scene immediately caused the world to fall into deathly silence. All of them were Jiang Chen staring at the proud void with dull eyes, and it was a long time to recover from the shock. Defeat the blood cloud of Huatian blood emperor with one move. Destroy the heavenly poison blood emperor blood crow with one sword. What a powerful and domineering existence this is. The emperor is invincible. Tens of thousands of warriors are excited at this moment, and many people can't help but yell. Chapter 1367, Flatten the Blood Demon Hall. Tens of thousands of years of warrior looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the void, with a look of reverence, and shouted excitedly. The continuous and terrible sound made the entire void tremble. This time, when the Blood Demon Palace came out, the Shenwu continent was instantly plunged into chaos, and even the 5 great holy cities retreated and abandoned the Zhongzhou continent. At this critical juncture, Jiang Chen stood up and relied on his own power to kill the Blood Emperor resurrected from the Blood Demon Hall, to subdivide the Blood Demon Hall, and suppress the Blood Demon Hall. Such a great achievement, it is no exaggeration to be called the first person in the world. As Jiang Chen is the lord of the Human Emperor Palace, everyone is naturally named Jiang Chen the Human Emperor at this moment. The Emperor of Man, the Emperor of Man. In the eyes of everyone, today's Jiang Chen is undoubtedly the Emperor among the people in their Shenwu continent. No, 9 major brothers, help me. When everyone was excited, the blood cloud trapped by Jiang Chen time and space sword domain also screamed in horror. At this time, the enchantment of the sword domain was too strong. Even if the blood cloud shot with all its strength, it would be difficult to break it for a while. What frightened the blood cloud even more? The power in this sword domain is too weird. In just a few moments, Shui Yun felt that 1/10 of his own essence and blood had flowed away. If this continues, I am afraid that it will not take long before he will be consumed by the mysterious sword realm in front of him. Where did Shui Yun dare to hesitate, and hurriedly asked Shui Zhouzhang for help? Shui Zhouzhang stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, his expression extremely frightened. In just a moment, Jiang Chen killed and wounded the 2 blood emperors of Blood Cloud and Blood Crow. Rao Shui Zhouzhang knew that Jiang Chen had the power to kill the god-born 9th blood emperor, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the first genius in the Shenwu continent, able to block the existence of my blood demon palace by your own strength. But, even though your evildoer is shaking the sky, in front of my blood 9 layers, the only result is destruction. Shui Zhouzhang roared, censored handprints appeared between his palms. And along with the change of his handprint, a monstrous blood burst of destruction, also slowly diffused from the body of the blood 9. As the blood glow in the blood 9 layers of destruction filled the void, the complexion of most warriors below changed. Under the shroud of the ruining blood of Shui Zhouzhang, they felt that the entire world was going to be destroyed in their hearts, and an extremely desperate mood spread in their hearts. What martial skill is this? It's too terrifying. Numerous warriors felt the weird aura from Shui 9 layers, and the cold snort on their foreheads couldn't help but brush up. Even if they are separated by 1,000 feet of space, under the influence of the breath of the blood 9 layers, they have produced endless negative emotions in their hearts, and they almost can't help feeling like suicide. Jiang Chen, this emperor has been in the divine martial continent for many years. This extinction technique has killed countless divine wombs in 9-level emperors. Today I will use this technique to exterminate you, the so-called first genius in the world. Shui Zhouzhang smiled coldly, and then slowly pressed down at Jiang Chen with a finger. Facing Jiang Chen, who could easily kill the emperor of the 9th stage of the divine baby, the blood 9 stage did not retain the slightest, and directly used his strongest blood technique to destroy the sky. As the blood 9-fold finger fell, the entire world seemed to be the end of the day, and a censored storm of destruction swept out from the blood 9-fold finger like a hurricane. The censored storm was filled with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, as if all the vitality would turn into powder under this censored storm. Where the scarlet storm passed, the space along the way cracked open, and a space crack with a distance of thousands of meters appeared directly. Looking at the censored destruction storm that swept across the sky, Jiang Chen also had a solemn look on his face. This 9-fold blood is worthy of being the second-ranked existence of the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace, and its strength can be described as extremely powerful. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he vaguely felt a trace of danger from the censored storm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and the Dian cloud swallowing technique was used instantly, and the 5-color light beam formed by the superposition of the 5 domains directly collided with the censored storm. The terrifying impact, like a meteorite colliding, erupted in the void with a loud noise. A blast of energy that destroyed the world instantly swept across the entire sky centered on the confrontation between the two. And Xiao Jingyan and others were all forced to retreat hundreds of feet away in embarrassment by this devastating storm. Is this the battle of the 9th stage emperor of the divine fetus? It is really terrifying. Everyone looked at the space of destruction that swept thousands of feet, and there was an inconceivable shock in their eyes. Including Xiao Jingyan and the others, the gazes looking at the destruction space couldn't help showing an extremely nervous look. This battle is almost related to the fate of the entire Zhongzhou mainland. If they win, they can suppress the blood demon palace in one fell swoop. If you lose, I'm afraid that the entire Zhongzhou will be lost. The terrifying storm of destruction remained stalemate in midair for a while, and finally slowly dissipated. A thin young man in black finally slowly emerged from the void. Except for the black-clothed youth, there was no second figure around. Whether it was the blood cloud trapped in the time and space sword domain, or the 9 layers of the indestructible blood emperor's blood, they were completely reduced to ashes under the terrifying storm of destruction. It was our king who won. At the moment when the black-clothed youth appeared, the many warriors below couldn't help cheering loudly with excitement. Everyone, follow me on the blood demon temple in front of the plane. Jiang Chen's faint words sounded all over the world, and immediately took the lead, rushing towards the blood demon temple in front of him. Order of the emperor. Everyone answered in unison, and the sound was so loud that the clouds between the sky and the earth were washed away. Including Xiao Jingyan and dozens of emperors of the divine embryo realm, all of them started together, and followed Jiang Chen towards the blood demon palace in front of him to kill. Stepping on the blood demon hall, tens of thousands of warriors smashed towards the blood demon palace in a monstrous manner. After the 3 blood emperors gathered here in the blood demon palace were beheaded by Jiang Chen, they had no resistance at all. After Jiang Chen undertook to deal with several powerful blood demon halls above the 5th stage of the divine birth, Xiao Jingyan and the others quickly took tens of thousands of warriors to completely level the blood demon hall in front of them. The 6 major branch halls of the Blood Demon Hall that came out in the Zhongzhou continent had been flattened by Jiang Chen in less than half a month. Chapter 1368, News from the Land of Destruction. The Blood Demon Palace was suppressed. The Emperor Jiang Chen was born. In less than half a month, even the Blood Emperors of the Blood Demon Hall had beaten the 6 branches of the Blood Demon Hall. As soon as the news came out, the entire Zhongzhou mainland was shaken by it. No one could think that Jiang Chen really did it. And in just half a month, all the 6 branches of the Blood Demon Hall were destroyed. At this moment, countless warriors from the Zhongzhou mainland are celebrating. All the forces in the central state, including the 5 holy cities, have begun to act one after another to clean up the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. The Blood Demon Palace that had swept across the entire Zhongzhou continent with a thunderous force was completely suppressed. And when many forces in the Zhongzhou continent suppressed the remaining Blood Demon Palace forces, Jiang Chen directly led tens of thousands of warriors towards the palace of the emperor. These tens of thousands of warriors are all warriors without any influence background. They are all willing to continue to follow Jiang Chen and join the palace of human emperor. Regarding this, Jiang Chen did not refuse. Although the Blood Demon Palace had been easily suppressed by him, the troubles of the Shenwu continent were far more than that of the Blood Demon Palace. It is undoubtedly a good thing to be able to gather these forces and increase the strength of the human emperor palace. Taking tens of thousands of warriors all the way back to the human palace, Jiang Chen handed these people over to the elders of the human palace to settle down. And after Jiang Chen returned to the palace of human emperor, the entire northern coastal area of the central state mainland has become more lively than ever before. After this battle, the name of the emperor Jiang Chen shocked the world, and the palace of the emperor also had a great reputation in the Zhongzhou mainland, even far surpassing the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. Countless forces in the central state continent are scrambling to come to the palace of the people to pay respect to Jiang Chen. There are even many 2-star and 3-star forces who decided to move to the northern coastal areas, and since then respect the palace of humans. The northern coastal area, which was originally the most desolate in the central state continent, also became prosperous. With the addition of many 2-star and 3-star forces, the northern coastal areas, both in terms of strength and prosperity, are even better than the areas where the 5 holy cities of Zhongzhou are located. Regarding these matters, Jiang Chen did not pay attention. After returning to the palace of human emperor, Jiang Chen handed everything over to Yi Chengjun and others. And Jiang Chen only slightly paid attention to the layout of the human emperor palace and the northern wilderness teleportation array, and then put most of his thoughts on his cultivation. Although Jiang Chen's current combat power is fully capable of fighting against the top divine embryo realm emperor in the Zhongzhou continent, Jiang Chen does not dare to slack off. The 10,000-year period is coming. The power of the Shenwu Jishan formation in the burial emperor abyss may dissipate at any time. The channel between the Shenwu continent and the Xuanling continent opens, and Li Juyu, the 9yu king of the Blood Spirit clan, will also be born. Once these things happen, they are far from what Jiang Chen can handle now. The only thing Jiang Chen can do now is to seize the time to improve his strength and strive to break through and return to the market as soon as possible. After completely controlling the Xuanming Pagoda, Jiang Chen was also on the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, and obtained the so-called secret of breaking through the Emperor realm left by the Holy Master Xuanming. This so-called mystery of breaking through the Emperor realm is of no use to these warriors in the Shenwu continent today. Because breaking through the Emperor realm requires the power of the origin of the Shenwu continent. The origin of the plane contains the origin law of the world. In the Shenwu continent, after reaching a certain level, the peak emperor of the divine embryo realm could establish contact with the origin of the plane, and then trigger the disaster of heaven and earth. This calamity of heaven and earth is also called the emperor robbery by the warriors of Shenwu continent. Once the peak emperor of the divine embryo realm passes the emperor's calamity, whether it is the physique, bloodline, soul, or the martial arts power he has mastered, he will get the ultimate sublimation and reach a new realm. This realm is called the Guishu realm, and it is also called the Emperor realm powerhouse in the Shenwu continent. Now that the Shenwu continent's original power is intercepted by the Shenwu intercepting heaven array, the warriors of the Shenwu continent can't sense the existence of the original power at all, let alone trigger the disaster of heaven and earth. Since the Battle of Wannian, the Shenwu continent has never been born a strong emperor. Jiang Chen is different from the warriors of Shenwu continent. He has a system in his body, so he won't be subject to any restrictions on breaking through. As long as he has enough experience, Jiang Chen has the confidence to become the only imperial realm powerhouse in the Shenwu continent before the Shenwu Jishan formation dissipates. It's just that as Jiang Chen's cultivation base increases, he now needs to reach a terrifying level with every level of experience he needs. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had obtained the Xuanming Pagoda at the Zun Emperor ruins, and had all the training resources of a quasi-emperor strong in his bag. Especially in the Xuanming Pagoda, there is also a regenerable Yuan Ling vein, which can greatly speed up Jiang Chen's acquisition of cultivation experience. Jiang Chen's state of using the resources in his hands to practice wildly did not last long. On the 10th day when Jiang Chen returned to the palace of Human Emperor, a news from the City of Silence came suddenly. There was a battle between the 8 hidden holy places and the strong men of the ancient emperor's mausoleum. Among them, a divine womb 9th realm emperor fell, and the situation was extremely severe. After Jiang Chen got the news, he definitely went to the land of silence to help the 8 great hidden holy lands. The danger of the ancient imperial mausoleum to the Shenwu continent is 10 times more dangerous than the Blood Demon Palace. Once the 8 great hidden holy lands retreat, the consequences will be unimaginable. To break through the ruins realm, not only does his cultivation base reach the peak of the divine birth realm, but the domain power must also reach the perfect realm. Now Jiang Chen's strongest sword domain has just reached the realm of Dacheng, and there is still a long way to go to the realm of consummation. And the divine embryo realm energy body in the ancient emperor mausoleum can not only increase the cultivation base, but also enhance the domain strength, which is undoubtedly a huge attraction for Jiang Chen. If possible, Jiang Chen also wants to find an opportunity to enter the ancient imperial mausoleum again to see if he can hunt down some high-level divine fetal energy bodies. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even the energy body of the 9th stage of the ordinary divine fetus can be easily hunted. If he can obtain enough divine fetal realm energy body, whether his cultivation level or domain realm is improved, he will definitely be much faster than practicing in the human palace retreat. With a decision in his heart, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He left the palace of Human Emperor alone, and headed straight for the land of silence. Chapter 1369. Either surrender or die. A place of silence. Ever since Yi Chengjun joined the palace of Human Emperor with the forces of Nirvana City, the land of Nirvana has fallen into chaos. Countless forces in the land of Nirvana all want to enter the city of Nirvana and become the new master of the land of Nirvana. The strong man in the ancient imperial mausoleum was born suddenly, taking control of the land of annihilation with the momentum of thunder, and has a tendency to expand rapidly. After receiving the news, the 8 great hidden holy lands also quickly sent strong people to suppress. The powerful man born in the ancient emperor's mausoleum has a strength beyond the imagination of the 8 holy places. Even if the world's 8 great holy places are strong, they have no ability to suppress these strong. In the end, they can only guard the entrance of the land of silence and confront the strong ones who were born in the ancient emperor's mausoleum. There will be some confrontations from time to time between the two sides, but everyone seems to have scruples about each other, and there has never been a violent battle. Just 2 days ago, the ancient imperial mausoleum launched a fierce attack on the 8 holy places, and an unprecedented tragic battle broke out between the two sides. Although the 8 great hidden sacred lands killed many of the divine embryo realm powerhouses and repelled the attacks of the ancient imperial tombs, they also paid a lot of money. There are more than 10 divine embryo realm emperors sacrificed in the 8 hidden holy lands, including a powerful man of the divine embryo 9 stage. After this war, both sides have a tacit understanding of truce here. The ancient imperial mausoleum sent envoys to come, hoping to negotiate with the 8 hidden holy sites. The ancient emperor mausoleum is powerful, and the 8 hidden holy places are obviously not far from the ancient emperor mausoleum. Now that the blood demon palace of Shenwu continent is raging, the situation is extremely severe, and the 8 hidden world saints are not here to stand in a stalemate with the ancient emperor's tomb. After deliberation, the 8 hidden holy sites decided to negotiate with the ancient imperial mausoleum. Entrance to the land of annihilation, above 1,000 feet of void. More than a dozen imposing figures stand in the air, clearly divided into 2 camps. One of them is the Holy Master of the 8 hidden holy lands headed by the Holy Master Hoshan. Opposite them, there are a dozen mysterious strong men wearing simple silver robes. The leader is a silver-haired young man with extraordinary bearing. He seems to be only 20 or 30 years old, but the aura on his body has reached the level of the 7th layer of a divine fetus, no less inferior to some of the holy masters in the 8 hidden holy places. Holy Master Hoshan, although your 8 great sacred grounds are strong, our ancient Kunsu sect is not weak either. If you and me continue, it will only hurt both sides. I am afraid it will not benefit anyone. As long as you promise this emperor a condition, the ancient Kun Shujong is also happy to make peace with you. The silver-haired youth looked at the Holy Master Haoshan and couldn't help but smile faintly. The Holy Master Haoshan stared at the silver-haired youth on the opposite side, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Shu Ming, talk about your conditions. The silver-haired youth said indifferently, the conditions are very simple. Our Kunsu sect occupies half of the Shenwu continent, and we will coexist with you. I think you are just wishful thinking. The ancient Kunsu sect was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Now you are just a group of people who don't look like humans, and ghosts are not like ghosts. As long as my 8 great sacred sites are here, you don't want to take a step into the martial arts. The Lord of the 8 Holy Lands was furious when he heard the silver-haired young man's words. Holy Master Haoshan also said with a gloomy expression, your appetite is too big, right? If this Holy Master disagrees. No, let's continue. Now the Shenwu continent is raged by the Blood Demon Hall. If your 8 hidden holy sites are confined here, the Shenwu continent will also be occupied by the Blood Demon Hall. The silver-haired young man smiled confidently and said, the Emperor wants to see, who are we to consume the first? With the words of the silver-haired youth, the faces of Haoshan's Saint Master and others became extremely difficult to look. The Blood Demon Palace teamed up with these guys in the ancient Emperor's mausoleum, undoubtedly caught them by surprise. Now the 10 Blood Emperors of the Blood Demon Palace have been resurrected severally, and their 8 hidden holy places are completely controlled by the ancient Emperor tombs. Although they still don't know what is going on in the mainland of central China, they can imagine how severe the situation will be. Without their 8 great hidden holy places, no one in central Zhou could stop the resurrected Blood Kings in the Blood Demon Palace. Your conditions are too much. The Haoshan Lord said in a deep voice, let you leave the land of silence and find a place to live in the Shenwu continent. This is my biggest bottom line. The mutated resurgence of the ancient Kunsu sect are too weird. Once they appear in the Shenwu continent, they will have endless troubles. If it weren't for the severe situation in the Zhongzhou continent today, Holy Master Haoshan would never let these mutant resurrectors step into the Shenwu continent. The vast Sky Saint Lord had to choose a compromise, intending to stabilize these mutant resurgence first, and then make plans after the matter of the Blood Demon Palace was resolved. Since the Haoshan Lord is so insincere, I don't think there is any need to continue the negotiation. The silver-haired young man sneered coldly, when the Blood Demon Palace sweeps across the central state continent, my ancient Kunsu sect will be able to divide the world equally with the Blood Demon Palace. How can this emperor look at a small habitat? Hearing the words of the silver-haired young man, Haoshan Saint Master's face became more and more difficult to look. The current situation is undoubtedly very unfavorable for their 8 hidden holy places. The silver-haired youth wants to dominate half of the central state continent. Such a condition is impossible to agree to the 8 great reclusive holy lands. But once they rejected the conditions of the silver-haired youth, they would have to continue to stand in a stalemate with these mutant resurgents, and had no time to take care of the Blood Demon Temple on the central state continent. Once the Blood Demon Palace became a climate, it would attack the mutant resurgence like the ancient Emperor Mausoleum. Even their 8 hidden holy places may not be able to stop them. Just when the Haoshan Saint Master and the others were in a dilemma, not knowing how to choose gang, a chuckle of disdain, but abruptly resounded in the air. A group of guys who have been dead for tens of thousands of years are just alien creatures reborn with the help of secret methods, and they are also delusional to dominate the Shenwu continent. You only have 2 ways to go now, either surrender or die, choose for yourself. The sudden chuckle of disdain came from the void, which made everyone present slightly startled. They all looked at somewhere in the void in unison. There was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the void, and a thin young man in black clothes also slowly walked out of the void of space. Chapter 1370. If you don't accept it, then hit you. Seeing the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, Holy Master Haoshan and others were also taken aback. Jiang Chen, the number 1 arrogant of the Emperor of Tianzhou, would suddenly come to the land of Nirvana. Where's the hairy boy? What a big tone. The silver-haired youth looked at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but smile coldly. Even the 8 great holy places can't help my ancient Kunsu sect. What are you? You want me to surrender to the ancient Kunsu sect? Jiang Chen, Why did you come to the land of silence? What's the situation in the mainland of Zhongzhou now? The Holy Master Haoshan was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered and asked quickly. I heard that you were frustrated during the battle with the fellows of the ancient emperor's mausoleum, so come here and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, Zhongzhou continent is no problem. All the blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, and the 6 major branch halls that came out, have been suppressed by me. What? The Blood Demon Palace has been suppressed by Jiang Chen. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the holy masters of the 8 great sacred grounds couldn't help taking a breath. It is said that the Blood Demon Palace came out this time, but several blood emperors were reborn. These blood emperors are undoubtedly not the powerhouses of the 9th stage of the divine birth. Even if it is their 8 great sacred places, only the elders of the 9th stage of the divine birth can handle it. Jiang Chen relied on his own strength to suppress the Blood Demon Palace. Holy Master Haoshan and the others were shocked, and their faces were full of incredulous expressions. But they also knew very well that Jiang Chen shouldn't be able to deceive them by speaking out on this matter. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Jiang Chen already has the terrifying power to kill the 9 emperors? Although the Heavenly Jiao event, the Holy Master of the 8 great hidden holy lands, had already seen Jiang Chen's wicked talent. But they still did not expect that Jiang Chen could grow to such a point after the starry sky city ahead. Haha, I really don't want to lose my Zhongzhou mainland. Xu Ming, I'm afraid you would never have thought that the Blood Demon Palace has been suppressed. It seems that there is nothing to talk about between us. As long as there are my 8 hidden holy places here, you will never want to take a half step out of this place. Haoshan Saint Lord laughed boldly and dryly. Since the Blood Demon Palace has been suppressed by Jiang Chen, their 8 hidden holy places have no worries about them, and there is no need to negotiate. Now they can not only fight against the mutant resurrection of the ancient emperor's mausoleum with all their strength, but also have the pinnacle existence of Jiang Chen who can kill the 9-layered emperor. Why compromise? The Blood Demon Hall has several divine wombs and the 9 blood emperors. All the powerhouses of your 8 hidden holy sites are guarded in the land of annihilation. It is impossible for the central state continent to suppress the Blood Demon Hall. The silver-haired young man sneered with disdain. Do you think that arranging this kid to bluff can scare the emperor? I don't have the heart to scare you here. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said lightly, I'm giving you a chance. If your ancient emperor mausoleum is willing to surrender, I can consider forgiving you not to die. The variants of the ancient imperial mausoleums were able to fight against the 8 hidden sacred places of Shenwu continent without falling to the wind. They were extremely powerful. If possible, Jiang Chen also wants to try to subdue these guys. If you can control this power, it will definitely be a great help to deal with the Shenwu continent disaster in the future. The silver-haired young man stared at Jiang Chen sternly. The emperor wants to see, what is your ability to make our ancient Kunsu sect surrender to you? If you don't accept it, then I will fight until you are willing to accept it. Jiang Chen's voice fell, his feet slammed into the void, and a monstrous fist was directly on his fist, and he slammed the silver-haired young man's head directly. The silver-haired young man snorted coldly, his face sinking slightly, and then he also blasted out a sharp punch. A shocking explosion sounded through the world, and the terrifying force trembled the space of 1,000 meters. Ding ding ding. Under this blow, Jiang Chen stood still, but the silver-haired young man stepped back dozens of steps in the void. He forced down the turbulent qi and blood inside his body, and a look of irritation flashed across his eyes. An extremely terrifying aura also spread over the silver-haired youth in an instant. The silver-haired young man was named Xu Ming. He was the emperor of Kun Zuzong, the true direct descendant of the great emperor. Even in the era of genius-like clouds tens of thousands of years ago, the silver-haired youth was also the arrogance of the proud peers. Now it was just a face-to-face encounter, but was repelled by a boy like Jiang Chen. How could this make him not angry? Boy Jiang Chen, this silver-haired young man is the emperor of the ancient Kunsu sect, with a terrifying combat power that is not inferior to that of the emperor of the 9th stage of the divine fetus. At this moment, Holy Master Haoshan couldn't help but remind Jiang Chen quickly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and said with a disdainful face, "What emperor? In my eyes, it is just an ant. I have to say, you successfully angered the emperor. The emperor will kill you personally today to vent my hatred." The silver-haired youth was furious, and his expression instantly turned gloomy. I saw his whole body surging with energy, turning into endless silver divine light, which was extremely bright and filled the void. As this silver divine light filled the sky, the surrounding void was rapidly annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chi-chi. Those silver divine light annihilated void, in a trance, unexpectedly condensed and reorganized, evolved into an independent space, and came towards Jiang Chen's suppression. Kun Zuji, give me the town. Looking at the mysterious space that came from the suppression, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. This silver-haired young man is indeed the emperor of the ancient Kun Zuzong. He really has a bit of strength, and he turned out to be such a powerful martial arts. With Jiang Chen's current eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see the extraordinary ability of the silver-haired youth. This is an imperial martial skill that contains the laws of the emperor, and it contains the laws of space, and its power is probably not inferior to his time and space sword domain. Boy, this Kunsu realm is the strongest knack of my ancient Kunsu sect. Back then, I didn't know how many geniuses of the same generation were suppressed by my Kunsu realm. You can be proud of being able to die under this trick. The silver-haired young man looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his face could not help but sneered. It's just an imperial martial skill that contains the laws of space, so you want to suppress me by this? I want to break your so-called Kunsu realm, but it's just a punch. Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully, and a bright golden light burst out from his body. Chapter 1371, Under the World, There is no one I dare not kill. Jiang Chen urged the immortal golden body of imperial martial arts, and the golden body of Beizong stood proudly like a giant pillar. Jiang Chen screamed, and the fist with golden light, like a huge golden meteorite, with a terrifying bloodline power, a punch exploded toward the suppressed silver space. The golden fist fell on the silver space, and there was a sudden explosion. The clouds in the void are annihilated, and the space is shattered, as if the end is coming. I saw that the silver space from Emperor Kun Shuzuming's suppression was almost shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. Immortal golden body, this imperial-grade martial art from God's domain is extremely powerful and domineering. With Jiang Chen's physical cultivation at the peak of the mid-8th heaven, coupled with the bloodline power of the indestructible golden body and the true dragon body, even if it is an ordinary divine womb, it is difficult to block his punch. Although the emperor of the ancient Kunsu sect in front of him was very strong, he was still far behind Jiang Chen. How can this be? Seeing that his Kunsu realm was broken by Jiang Chen with a punch, Xu Ming's face also showed an incredible shock. In the age of Kun Zuzong, the genius of Shenwu continent was like a cloud, and the martial arts were extremely prosperous. But even at that time, Xu Ming was able to rely on this trick to arrogantly respect the young talents of his peers in Kunsu realm and become one of the few infinite geniuses in Shenwu continent. But now, the martial art of the Shenwu continent has withered, and even the strongest of the emperor realm of the ruins have disappeared. In such a situation, how could the Shenwu continent be born with a fist and crush him? Ha ha! The ancient emperor Kunzuzong, it seems that it is nothing more than that. With a fist smashing the Zuming Kunshu world, Jiang Chen arrogantly laughed, and the Beizong golden body rushed away at Zuming like a censored of war. He pulled the mountain out, and golden fists fell from his huge fist, smashing the space of Zuming's body around 100 meters into nothingness. The space was shattered, and Emperor Kunzu's Zuming figure was like a kite with a broken line, falling hundreds of feet away in the void. Everyone looked up. I saw Xu Ming's entire chest burst open, dripping with blood, and even the beating heart clearly appeared in everyone's sight. This scene immediately made Haoshan Saint Master and others couldn't help taking a breath. This ancient Kun Zuzong disciple, whose combat power is comparable to the emperor of the 9th stage of the divine fetus, was almost beaten. Damn it, if it wasn't for this emperor's son who was resurrected by a secret method, and lost the blood of the emperor and the supernatural powers of the blood, how could this guy be arrogant? Xu Ming was frightened in his heart. Tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Kunsu, the lord of the Kunsu sect, had a foreboding of Kunzu's catastrophe in advance, so he arranged the formation of ancient gods to form a special area. After the collapse of Kunzuzong, all the Kun Zuzong disciples who fell in the formation have survived in the form of an energy body. Especially the strong above the divine lair stage, not only retains the consciousness and memories of the past, but even has a secret method that can be reborn by weight and resurrect in another way. After a long period of tens of thousands of years, the ancient Kunsu sect gradually resurrected some strong men. Especially not long ago, several powerful people in the Blood Demon Palace came to the door, wanting to join forces with Xu Ming to dominate the Shenwu continent. Shu Ming naturally hit it off and agreed to cooperate with the Blood Demon Palace. With the help of several Blood Demon Palace powerhouses, the ancient Kun Zuzong gave birth to a large number of resurrected in a short period of time. These resurgents, although they have mastered the martial skills and power in front of them, after all, they are the mutant resurrected bodies reborn with the help of secret methods, and they still have lost powerful powers such as the blood of the great emperor. Shu Ming, the son of Emperor Kun Zuzong, was the son of Emperor Kun Shu, possessing the purest blood of the great emperor, and the power of his blood was extremely powerful. Now that there is no bloodline power, and Zhu Ming's combat power is at least 30% weaker than the peak state, how can it compete with Jiang Chen? The emperor, seeing that Zhu Ming was hit hard by Jiang Chen, the complexions of the ancient Kun Zuzong's many powerful men changed drastically, and they quickly shot at the same time, without any hesitation, and moved towards Jiang Chen's siege. Stop them! A cold light flashed in the Haoshan Saint Master's eyes, and immediately erupted at the same time as the Saint Masters of the 8 great hidden holy lands, cutting off all the powerful people of the ancient Kunsu sect. And when the Haoshan Saint Master and others were fighting against those ancient Kunzuzong strong, Jiang Chen looked down at Shu Ming condescendingly, and said lightly, "Finally, I will give you a chance to lead you guys like ancient Kun Zuzong to surrender to me. I will spare you not to die. Humph, what are you, wanting this emperor to submit to you as a dream?" Shu Ming smiled coldly, his eyes looked extremely disdainful. Their ancient Kunsu sect was a great emperor sect. At their peak, they had more than one strong emperor, no less than 10 strong quasi-emperors, and hundreds of emperors in the divine birth realm. As the ancient emperor of Kunzuzong, how could he succumb like Jiang Chen? Even if it is lost today, it is a big deal to return to the ancient emperor's tomb and wait for some time. As long as their ancient Kun Zuzong's power is fully restored, it will be easy to dominate the current Shenwu continent. Since you don't want to surrender, let me die. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the golden body of Beizong directly stepped into the sky, and the huge golden souls directly brought a force of smashing the void, and stepped towards Zhu Ming's head. "Boy, you, stop it!" Seeing Jiang Chen stepping towards him without hesitation, Shu Ming finally passed a flustered expression in his eyes. He immediately shouted at Jiang Chen with a look of anger, "I am the emperor of the ancient Kunsu sect. If you dare to kill me, I will not let go of my Kunzuzong quasi-emperor and the emperor realm resurrect your." The ancient emperor Kunzuzong, is it amazing? In this world, there is no one whom Jiang Chen dare not kill. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and he ignored the threat of Zhu Ming. The huge golden soul stomped directly through Beizong void, and appeared above Shu Ming's head in the blink of an eye. "No, Elder Pro, save me." Shu Ming looked at the golden souls that were rapidly enlarged in his eyes, and suddenly only felt a shadow of death filled his heart, and finally couldn't help but screamed out in horror. And just as the scream of Shu Ming sounded, an angry shout containing the breath of the weather suddenly came from the land of silence. "If you dare to hurt my Emperor Kun Zuzong's hair, this emperor will definitely break your body into thousands of pieces." Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, he didn't pay attention to the angry shout at all, and he stomped down on Shu Ming's head. Chapter 1372, The War Broke Out. The golden souls slammed on Shu Ming's head. How could Jiang Chen's imaginary sound that had already been hit hard by Jiang Chen? I saw that his whole body was shattered by Jiang Chen's foot, then turned into a cloud of blood and scattered down in the air. And at the place where Shu Ming's body collapsed, a strange crystal the size of a fist also appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. Huh! It turned out to be the essence of the soul. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, and immediately stretched out his hand to put the essence into the bag, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Obviously he hadn't expected that these resurrected ancient Kunsu sect powerhouses also contained the essence of the soul. It seems that this essence of the soul is the core of these ancient Kunzuzong powerhouses preserved in the ancient imperial mausoleum. Their so-called borrowing of the body to regenerate is also through the secret method. The essence of the essence is implanted into the human body, essentially no longer considered human. These resurrected persons still possess the essence of the soul, which is undoubtedly great news for Jiang Chen. These resurrected people should have no essence of the soul, and killing them would be a waste. Therefore, Jiang Chen is still considering conquering the ancient Kun Zuzong's power to cope with the great calamity that Shenwu continent will face next. Now it seems that this is completely unnecessary. These ancient Kun Zuzong guys are extremely weird and extremely powerful, and it is undoubtedly very troublesome to conquer. Since these guys have the essence of the essence in their bodies, instead of conquering these guys, it is better to kill the essence of the essence directly, and to improve their strength is simple and rude. Boy, you dare to kill my Emperor Kun Zuzong and die for me. Just as Jiang Chen received the essence of the soul that burst from Zuming's body, a voice containing monstrous anger swept the sky and the earth. A huge black palm covering the world, like a huge sky-swallowing behemoth, came crashing toward Jiang Chen to suppress it. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes rose sharply, and his huge fists rushed up into the air, as if the sky were in the sky, and violently collided with the black giant palm from suppression. A terrifying explosion of energy instantly shattered the void within a radius of 1,000 meters. Under the impact of that terrifying energy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stepped on the ground and stepped back again and again. I saw, the light on his Beizongjin body became dimmer, and finally collapsed completely. At the same time that Jiang Chen's immortal golden body collapsed, in the sky thousands of feet away in front of him, more than 10 figures slowly emerged from the void space, and the monstrous aura instantly swept the world. Looking at the more than 10 figures that appeared in the void, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly condensed. In front of these 10 figures, the breath of each of them is extremely powerful, almost reaching the 9th level of the divine womb, far surpassing the holy masters of the 8 hidden holy places. A total of 11 divine wombs and 9 emperors. The ancient Kunsu sect is worthy of being the great emperor's sect tens of thousands of years ago, and its strength is indeed extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the strong of the ancient Kunsu sect did not fully resurrect, otherwise, with the current strength of Shenwu continent, it would be really hard to stop. Boy, you kill my Emperor Kun Zuzong, today I will kill you. The first burly man stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and directly approached Jiang Chen with a murderous expression on his face. Ha, Shu Hengtian, your ancient Kun Zuzong first sent someone to negotiate, but now you openly take action during the negotiation. Are you really looking like our 8 hidden sacred places to bully? At this moment, Void suddenly heard a faint snort. The powerful figure of 9 Dao appeared from Jiang Chen's side in an instant. The first white-haired old man moved his body and directly blocked the burly man opposite. The 9 figures that suddenly appeared were also the emperors of the 9 realm of divine embryo. Among them was a figure that Jiang Chen made Jiang Chen more familiar with, and it was the Supreme Elder Wanyu Empress of Kangyu Holy Land. The 9 powerhouses in front of them should be the elders of the 9th stage of the divine fetus of the 8 great hidden holy lands. Sha Yunchang, your 8 hidden sacred places took the lead to kill my Emperor Kun Zuzong, so you are ashamed to say that we will do it first. Since you are going to fight, my Kun Zuzong will accompany you. Today, I want all of you to bury our emperor. The burly man shouted angrily, then waved his hand, kill me. Following Shu Hengtian's order, the 10 powerhouses of the divine embryo realm almost all exploded at the same time, aggressively rushing towards Jiang Chen and the others. Sha Yunchang and others are also unwilling to show weakness, and the battle between the two sides is about to start. You two, go and kill that kid for me. Shu Hengtian greeted Sha Yunchang and the others with 8 people, and shouted harshly to the remaining 2. The 2 divine wombs of the 9th stage realm heard this and rushed directly towards Jiang Chen. It's no wonder that the 8 great hidden sacred sites have no energy to suppress the blood demon temple. It seems that they are a little reluctant to hold these guys from the ancient emperor's tomb here. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. In the ancient emperor's mausoleum, there are a total of 11 divine wombs and 9 level emperors. As for the 8 hidden holy places, plus the one who fell, there were only 10 people in total. If he hadn't appeared, if the 8 great hidden holy lands would fight these guys, I'm afraid it might not be able to stop them. The powerhouse of the ancient Kunsu sect is far more than that. If the delay is longer, there will be more and more powerhouses in the resurrection of ancient Kunzuzong. It seems that they can really solve the matter of the ancient imperial mausoleum quickly. Holy Master, Jiang Chen, it is not easy for Jiang Chen to deal with the 2 divine wombs and 9 slaves alone. Let us hear, and you can help him. Saint Master Tianwen saw the battle on the other side, and could not help but hurriedly confronted Haoshan's Saint Master. The vast Sky Sage possesses the cultivation base of the Eightfold Peak of the Divine Womb. Of their 8 great Sage Masters, only vast Sky Sage can barely control a Kunsu sect powerhouse of the Ninefold Divine Womb realm. Before the Haoshan Holy Master could speak, a faint chuckle sounded from their ears. Don't worry about me, you take care of yourself. There are just 2 divine wombs of the 9th realm emperor, they are not worth mentioning to me. The resurrection powerhouses of the ancient Kunsu sect were even weaker than the human powerhouses of the same realm. And the two divine wombs in the ninth stage in front of them were not too strong at first, and they were far inferior to the Blood Emperor in the Blood Demon Palace. Such merchandise was just a prey to give him the essence of the soul. Die me. Just as Jiang Chen's voice just fell, the two divine wombs of the ninth stage realm emperor rushed to Jiang Chen's face with monstrous energy almost at the same time. Chapter 1373, Kill the 9 Emperors of the Divine Baby. Looking at the two great wombs of the ninth stage emperor who had jointly attacked, Jiang Chen's expression seemed indifferent. He just stood with his hands in his hands, standing still on the spot. Until the two figures appeared less than 100 feet away from him, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly dissipated in place without warning. The face of the middle-aged man on the left changed drastically. Before he could react, a sky-piercing sword light pierced the Beizong void behind him, slashing straight at it. The middle-aged man didn't have time to dodge. He directly urged the energy in his body, and patted the sky-breaking sword light with his backhand. Jian Guang easily smashed the middle-aged man's huge palm, and the aftermath of the sword aura was wasted by the middle-aged man and flew a distance of tens of feet. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and with a wave of the falling sky sword in his hand, a sword aura condensed by flames directly penetrated the void and appeared in front of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man suddenly lost his soul, and quickly gathered the energy of his whole body, forming a thick energy cover all over his body. The flame sword chi slashed on the middle-aged man's energy shield, and it completely shattered the energy shield in just an instant. The middle-aged man screamed, and the whole person was burned into nothingness by the terrifying force of the flame sword aura. After the sword domain reached the realm of Dacheng, Jiang Chen's attainments in Kendo became more arbitrary. As long as he is in a space of 600 feet around him, he can fuse the power of the Great Sword Realm with a single blow. This kind of power, even the 9th Realm Emperor of the ordinary Divine Womb, is simply hard to stop. A sword killed the middle-aged man. Jiang Chen looked at the essence that was falling down, and with a slight move in his palm, he instantly collected the essence of the 9-layer Emperor of the Divine Fetus. After receiving the essence of the soul, Jiang Chen grinned at the remaining man in black, and once again disappeared without warning. Seeing that Jiang Chen's figure disappeared again, the man in black was already extremely frightened. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and fled hurriedly towards the land of silence. Kill the 9th Realm Emperor with one sword. The strength of this kid in front of him is too terrifying. It is simply not what he can handle. Just as the black-clothed man had just escaped less than 100 feet away, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Want to escape? It's a pity. The prey I was eyeing Jiang Chen couldn't escape. As this cold voice fell, the surrounding time seemed to have stopped for an instant, and the figure of the black-clothed man who had fled in panic was also instantly frozen in the void. And at the moment when the figure of the man in black freezes, a cyan sword light slammed from the top of the black-clothed man's head, and instantly strangled the black-clothed man's body to pieces. Jiang Chen's figure also appeared in the place where the black-clothed man dissipated. He stretched out his hand and pocketed the second essence of the soul. The two Divine Womb 9th Stage Emperors who were arranged by Xianxia to kill Jiang Chen had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Holy Master Haoshan and the others couldn't help taking a breath. This kid is really evil, and the growth rate is too terrifying. A few months ago, the ancient Starry Sky Road opened. Although Jiang Chen overpowered Sha Yuanao at the Tianzhou event, showing an incomparable strength and talent, his combat power was still much worse than that of the Emperor of the 9th stage of the Divine Fetus. In less than a few months, Jiang Chen would grow to such a terrifying level after returning from Star City. Although they already knew that Jiang Chen suppressed the Blood Demon Hall and killed the 9th stage Emperor of the Blood Demon Hall's Divine Womb, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so against the sky. It only took a few breaths to kill two Divine Womb 9th Realm Emperors. Killing the Emperor of the 9th stage of the Divine Baby is like slaughtering a dog. This scene is really shocking. Today's Jiang Chen, I am afraid that he is already standing at the top of Shenwu continent. Haha, Shu Hengtian, it seems that your ancient Kunsu sect will be defeated in this battle. Seeing Jiang Chen beheading two Divine Wombs of the 9th stage Emperor one after another, Sha Yunchang, the Supreme Elder of the Haoshan Holy Land, couldn't help laughing out loud. For a long time, the 8 hidden sacred land and the ancient Kun Zuzong have been at a disadvantage. Even in that battle not long ago, they lost a divine womb 9 realm emperor, and finally had to choose a compromise. And now that Jiang Chen turned out to be born, he instantly killed the enemy's 2 divine fetuses of the 9th realm. Perhaps they have the ability to completely suppress these ancient Kunsu sect guys. Sha Yunchang, you don't want to be proud, this emperor will suppress you today. Shu Hengtian roared, and a more majestic energy suddenly surged out of his body, heading towards Sha Yunchang to suppress it. Dianju Zhang, please help me. Just when Jiang Chen collected the essence of the soul, a voice asking for help suddenly came from Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen followed the voice and found that it was the Empress Wanyu, the supreme elder of Kangyu Holy Land, who was asking for help. Although the Empress of the Moon is also the emperor of the 9th stage of the divine fetus, it is obviously the weakest existence among the emperors of the 9th stage of the divine fetus in the 8 hidden holy lands. The Kunzuzong powerhouse who was fighting against her was obviously stronger than that. Under the attack of a Kunzuzong powerhouse, the Queen of Moonlight was already embarrassed and dangerous. If Kangyu Holy Land had a very powerful defensive emperor martial arts, I am afraid she would have been severely injured by the Kunsu sect expert. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, but with a flash of figure, he rushed towards the place where the Empress of Moonlight was fighting. The skinny man who fought with the Empress of Fantasy Moon saw Jiang Chen killing him. His complexion changed slightly. He quickly gave up his plan to continue attacking the Moon Empress, and the sky full of energy palm prints instantly enveloped the Beizong void, directly rushing towards it. Jiang Chen swept out with a sword, and the sky full of palm prints were instantly shattered, and a domineering sword aura spurted out of the meteorite sword, blasting the thin man 100 meters away. After personally confronting Jiang Chen, the thin man finally felt Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. Just as he was shocked in his heart, Jiang Chen's figure burst into him again. At this moment, the thin man only felt that his whole person was covered by a shadow of death, and he turned around and left in a panic. A fiery red sword field suddenly descended from the top of the thin man's head, covering the 600 meters of space around the thin man. Before the thin man could react, the sky full of sword aura had already gathered towards him from all directions. Chapter 1374, Hunting All the Way, A Good Harvest. With a look of despair and horror on his face, the thin man hurriedly exploded out the energy in the Shaochengfeng Dao domain in his body, trying to block Jiang Chen's terrible blow. In front of Jiang Chen's fusion of Shaocheng Time domain and Dacheng Sword domain, all the obstacles of the skinny man were devastated and destroyed. Thousands of sword chi instantly penetrated the thin man's body, leaving dense blood-colored holes in him. I saw the skinny man burst open in midair with a bang. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and slammed the place where the thin man's body burst. The third essence of the 9th stage of the divine fetus was once again taken into the bag by Jiang Chen. Dianju Zhang, thank you for your help. Seeing that Jiang Chen was another trick to kill the thin man, the Empress of Moonlight couldn't help but said with gratitude. When she was speaking, there was also an unconcealable shock in her eyes. At the beginning, because of Meng Qingshui's affairs, Jiang Chen smashed into the Kangyu Holy Land alone, defeating the Kangyu Holy Lord with his own strength, forcing her to appear as the supreme elder of the Kangyu Holy Land. Although Jiang Chen was already powerful at the time, Saint Lord Kangyu was confident to suppress Jiang Chen. At that time, she allowed Jiang Chen to take Meng Qingshui to leave the Kangyu Holy Land, but she was afraid of the silent city behind it. Jiang Chen has already left her far behind. Even the thin man who was able to completely suppress her before was beheaded by Jiang Chen with an understatement. The Queen of Moonlight didn't think of it anyway. Jiang Chen was able to grow to such a terrible point on a trip to the ancient starry sky. The Queen of Moonlight was also grateful for her decision. Fortunately, she chose to leave Jiang Chen and the others to leave the Kangyu Holy Land. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen could not be resolved, I am afraid that their Kangyu Holy Land would be destroyed. Everyone is fighting for the Shenwu continent. You are welcome. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately continued to look around the battlefield. The battle of more than a dozen emperors of the 9th stage of divine birth was truly earth-shattering, and the space around 100 li was trembling. Especially where Sha Yunchang and Shu Hengtian were fighting, the energy storm seemed extremely terrifying. The strength of these two people is at the pinnacle of the divine birth, and their understanding of the martial arts field has reached the realm of Dacheng, and their combat power is extremely powerful. Even with Jiang Chen's current combat power, it is not easy to defeat these two people. It seems that the peak emperor of Shenwu continent is much stronger than I thought. Looking at Sha Yunchang, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Xianxia, the Supreme Elder of the Haoshan Holy Land, only ranked 13th in the Supreme Emperor's list. Even the 13th ranked Xianxia has such a combat power. What kind of horror will the strength of the top 10 Supreme Emperor? Jiang Chen even had some doubts that among the top 10 old monsters on the Supreme Emperor's list, there might not be those who have reached the quasi-emperor realm. Although the Shenwu continent has no plain origin now, the peak emperor of the divine embryo realm cannot provoke the emperor's calamity, and then uses the emperor's calamity to cast the emperor's body, condense the emperor's soul, and become a true imperial realm powerhouse. Some talented and enchanting divine birth peak emperors, after their domain power reached the perfect state, they were still able to break the limit and comprehend a trace of legal power. Those who are able to master the laws of the emperor realm before entering the emperor realm are called quasi-emperors. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen threw his happy thoughts away and rushed towards a battle violently on the front left. Seeing another strong man in the divine fetal stage fell into Jiang Chen's hands, the expression of the Zhengtian who was fighting against Xianxia was also hard to see the extreme. He forced Xianxia back with one move and directly issued the order to retreat. Xianxia is equal to his strength, and he can't defeat it at all for a while. But the 8 great reclusive holy lands is a monster like Jiang Chen. Killing them in the ancient kunsu of the 9th stage of the divine birth is as simple as cutting melons and vegetables. In less than a moment, 3 of the 9 strength divine womb fell into his hands. If this continues, I'm afraid they will really be wiped out today. Xianxia was frightened in his heart and forced Xianxia back with a palm. The other ancient Kungsasong powerhouses also got rid of the opponent in front of them, and then quickly retreated towards the land of silence. Want to go? Now that I'm here, leave the essence of the essence in my body to me. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, his figure also accelerated in vain, and the 5-color beam of light formed by the superposition of the 5 domains fell directly at the nearest strong ancient Kunsu sect. The ancient Kun Zuzong expert hadn't even reacted yet, and his whole person had been bombarded by the 5-color beam of light into scum. Taking the essence of the ancient Kun Zuzong strongman into the bag, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate in his figure, and directly pursued and killed the next one. The essence of these ancient Kunsu sect powerhouses, in Jiang Chen's eyes, was like the fat on his lips. How could he just let these guys leave like this? When Xianxia saw this, he also gave an order, leading the powerhouse of the 8 great hidden holy lands into the land of silence. In today's battle, the ancient Kun Zuzong was severely injured by Jiang Chen's slaying of 4 powerhouses in the 9 stages of divine fetus. Now is their best chance to destroy this group of guys, and Xianxia will naturally not be polite. After Jiang Chen and the 8 great hidden holy lands chased them all the way, the ancient Kun Zuzong quickly fell into their hands. In the end, almost only Shu Hengtian was left with 2 ancient Kun Zuzong powerhouses, and fled back to the ancient emperor mausoleum in embarrassment. From the time Jiang Chen descended to the land of silence, in just half a day, these ancient Kungsasong powerhouses who had stalemate with the 8 great hidden holy lands for several months were completely resolved. After Zhengtian fled back to the ancient emperor's mausoleum in embarrassment, the 8 hidden holy places were also the ancient Kunzuzong powerhouses in the land of annihilation. At the invitation of Xianxia, Jiang Chen stayed in Silence City temporarily. Jiang Chen's demonstrated strength has already received Xianxia's attention, and Xianxia also plans to invite Jiang Chen to discuss the next thing. After staying in Silence City, Jiang Chen began to count his harvest. This battle was undoubtedly a bumper harvest for Jiang Chen. Before and after, Jiang Chen received a total of 15 Yuan spirit essences, each of which is of extremely high grade. Among them, the 9-layered essence of the divine fetus has reached 6. Looking at the more than a dozen Yuan Ling essences in front of him, Jiang Chen also showed a rare smile on his face. With these more than 10 high-grade essences, he will definitely be able to raise his strength to a new level again. Chapter 1375, Yuanling Reincarnation Formation. Looking at the essence in front of him, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and began to swallow the essence to increase his strength. Ding! You swallow the essence of the 8th rank and 7th rank fire attribute, and gain the experience of 14,700,000 * 100. Ding! You swallow the essence of the 8th rank and 7th level fire attribute elementary spirit, and you have 1,470,000 * 100 fire field experience. Ding! Your fire domain has reached the Shaocheng realm. The experience provided by the 8th rank high rank Yuan Ling essence for Jiang Chen can be said to have reached an extremely terrifying point. The cultivation experience provided by an 8th rank 7th rank Yuan Ling essence is almost equal to the 2 cups of the 9th rank Haoshan Divine Brew on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. More than 10 Yuan Spirit Essence Group, almost equivalent to dozens of cups of 9-grade Haoshan Divine Brew. Even if Jiang Chen's current level of experience is extremely huge, his cultivation base is still growing at a terrifying speed. The middle stage of the 6th stage of the fetus, the late stage of the 6th stage of the fetus, the 7th stage of the fetus. After Jiang Chen swallowed more than a dozen Yuan spirit essences, his cultivation level reached the 8th peak of the divine fetus in one breath, only one step away from the 9th divine fetus. Among them, 4 of the essence of the wind attribute, let Jiang Chen's wind channel domain into the realm of great achievement. The 5 elements of the essence of the soul of thunder have made Jiang Chen's thunder realm also reach the realm of achievement. Of the 5 areas that Jiang Chen has mastered, 3 of them are great, and the remaining 2 areas are small, which can be said to have reached an extremely terrifying point. Jiang Chen didn't even know the extent of his combat power. But there is one thing Jiang Chen can be sure, that as long as he doesn't meet a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, he has the confidence to fight any divine birth realm peak emperor on the Shenwu continent. After swallowing the essence of the soul to improve the cultivation base, Jiang Chen, who had nothing to do, did not end his cultivation, but took out the seal of the emperor to continue to comprehend the seals of the second seal. Human Emperor Seal is the sacred weapon of the Xuanling mainland human race. After fighting against the top 10 blood emperors of the Blood Demon Palace during this period, Jiang Chen also discovered that the Human Emperor Seal also had a great restraint effect on the secret arts of the Blood Demon Palace inherited from the Blood Spirit race. Jiang Chen next planned to spend more time to master the remaining 2 seals of the Emperor's Seal. At that time, the Shenwu intercepting heaven array dissipated, and if he used the Human Emperor Seal to deal with the Juyu King Li Juyu, perhaps it should have an unexpected effect. Ding! Your comprehension of the first seal of the Human Emperor Seal, the Soul Seal, the first seal, has increased by 1/300,000th. And when Jiang Chen was in retreat and enlightened the Emperor's Seal, the 8 great reclusive holy lands spent a few days in Nirvana City. Sha Yunchang finally sent someone to find Jiang Chen and asked him to go to the hall for discussion. When Jiang Chen came to the hall, Sha Yunchang and other 8 hidden powers had already gathered here. When they felt the aura of Jiang Chen that was stronger than that of a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder slightly. It seems that Jiang Chen's strength has improved a lot in the past few days after receiving a lot of essence of the essence. Grandmaster Jiang, although the mutant resurgence of the ancient Kunsu sect have been repelled by us, the danger of the ancient imperial mausoleum has not been eliminated. We are discussing this matter. What is your opinion? Seeing Jiang Chen coming, Sha Yunchang asked politely. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The ancient Kunsu sect was a great emperor's sect tens of thousands of years ago, with countless powerful people. If I expected it well, I am afraid that there is a quasi-emperor in the ancient emperor's tomb. Once these energy bodies regenerate, the consequences may be unimaginable. Jiang Chen said directly without thinking about it. We all understand this truth, but we now have no good solution except passively guarding the place of silence. Sha Yunchang smiled bitterly. Can we still enter the ancient emperor's tomb? In the ancient imperial mausoleum, those energy bodies of Kun Zuzong can exert extremely powerful combat power. Once the quasi-emperor and even the energy body of the imperial realm were encountered in the ancient emperor's tomb, their 8 hidden holy sites would be completely wiped out. If I'm right, the ancient imperial mausoleum should be a special area formed by a mysterious formation. If you want to solve the troubles of the ancient emperor's tomb once and for all, the best way is to crack the formation and make the ancient emperor's tomb completely disappear from the Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. Let's do it. You still stay in the land of silence and stop the resurgents who want to come out of the ancient imperial mausoleum. I will go to the ancient imperial mausoleum alone to see if I can find a solution. Well, if you have any needs, you can just ask them. Sha Yunchang nodded, and then thought for a while. We also have an 8-rank peak formation mage in Haoshan Holy Land. Do we need to call him? There is no better way for their 8 hidden sacred places. Since Jiang Chen is willing to give it a try, Sha Yunchang naturally supports it unconditionally. No, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time for me to go here, just keep the place of dying. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the formation of the ancient emperor's mausoleum is probably at least the same level as Shenwu Jiatian formation. Not to mention the 8th rank pinnacle formation mage, even the 9th rank formation mage, I am afraid that they can't do anything about the formation of the ancient imperial mausoleum. Only Jiang Chen could use the power of the system to forcibly comprehend the magic formation of the ancient emperor's mausoleum. After turning over and discussing, Jiang Chen left Silent City alone and headed straight for the ancient emperor's mausoleum. The matter of the ancient imperial mausoleum, the more it was delayed, the more disadvantaged it was for Shenwu continent. Now that the ancient Kun Zuzong's energy body is accelerating its resurrection, no one knows when a quasi-emperor level powerhouse will emerge. Even if Jiang Chen is currently unparalleled in combat strength, facing a quasi-emperor powerhouse who has mastered a trace of the emperor realm law, he is not sure that he can handle it. All the way to the outside of the ancient emperor's tomb, because it is not the time for the ancient emperor's tomb to open every month, these outsiders cannot enter the ancient emperor's tomb for the time being. Jiang Chen could only wander around the ancient imperial tomb, trying to see if he could comprehend the formation of the ancient imperial tomb. After Jiang Chen wandered around, there was still no gain. Jiang Chen groaned for a moment, and finally flashed over 1,000 feet above the ancient imperial mausoleum, overlooking the ancient imperial mausoleum below, and brought the huge ancient imperial mausoleum into his sight. At this moment, a familiar system prompt finally resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Watching the Yuanling reincarnation array of the divine rank formation will trigger a hundredfold understanding. Ding! You comprehend the essence of the formation of the 110,000 yuan soul reincarnation formation. Chapter 1376. Show me the way, spare you not to die. Divine rank formation method Yuanling reincarnation formation, finally triggered. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as the 100 times comprehension is triggered, it is only a matter of time for Jiang Chen to comprehend the Yuanling reincarnation formation of the divine rank formation. Jiang Chen had already discovered that the speed of enlightenment of this Yuanling reincarnation formation seemed to be a bit more difficult than the last time he enlightened Shenwu Jiatian formation in Emperor Buried Emperor Yuan. Although every time he enlightened him, he could still comprehend the essence of 1/10,000th of the formation. But the time required to comprehend once is twice as long as that of Shenwu Jiatian formation. It took Jiang Chen 12 days to comprehend the Shenwu Jiatian formation in Emperor Funeral Yuan. This also meant that it would take him at least 20 days to comprehend this Yuanling reincarnation formation. As long as this Yuanling reincarnation formation can be understood and the trouble of the ancient emperor's tomb can be solved, it will not be a problem at all in a mere 20 days. In order to prevent external factors from affecting his understanding of the Yuanling reincarnation formation, Jiang Chen directly placed a hidden breath formation in the surrounding space, completely concealing his breath. Even the pinnacle emperor of the 9th stage of the divine womb, as long as it is not close to the range of kilometers, it should be difficult to detect his existence. After arranging the concealment formation, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the sky above the ancient emperor's mausoleum, constantly comprehending the Yuanling reincarnation formation in front of him. Jiang Chen's comprehension of Yuanling's reincarnation formation is almost 2/3. During this period, Jiang Chen also vaguely sensed a few tyrannical auras and stepped out of the ancient imperial mausoleum. However, there was Sha Yunchang who guarded the land of dying. Jiang Chen ignored this, and remained motionless in the void to comprehend the Yuanling reincarnation formation. 5 more days passed. There was finally a pleasant reminder in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You succeeded in comprehending the divine rank formation Yuanling reincarnation formation. After comprehending the Yuanling reincarnation formation, Jiang Chen finally had a deeper understanding of the formation of the ancient imperial mausoleum. This ancient imperial mausoleum, just as Jiang Chen had expected, was a special space formed entirely by the reincarnation formation of the Yuanling of the divine rank formation. All those who fall in the Yuanling reincarnation array will condense the essence of the Yuanling and transform into a special energy body that can only survive in the Yuanling reincarnation array. After being transformed into an energy body, the lower-level energy bodies below the divine emblem will lose all consciousness and abilities. Only energy bodies above the divine embryo realm can preserve the consciousness in front of them and the martial arts power they have mastered. Some powerful divine fetal realm energy bodies can even save complete memories. After understanding the situation of the Yuanling reincarnation formation, Jiang Chen also vaguely had some guesses. The formation of this ancient emperor's mausoleum was probably secretly laid down by the great emperor of the ancient Kunzuzong. The ancient Kunsu sect, the Kunsu great emperor, should know that Kunsu sect will face an inevitable catastrophe, so this Yuanling reincarnation array was arranged in advance in order to let the ancient Kunsu sect use another way to reproduce the world. The core of the Yuanling reincarnation array is located inside the Yuanling reincarnation array. It seems that if you want to crack this Yuanling reincarnation array, you have to go to the ancient emperor's mausoleum. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately stood up and slowly stepped down from the sky. The primordial essence of the divine fetal realm of the ancient emperor's mausoleum was Jiang Chen's superb divine object that could quickly increase his strength, and came faster than any spiritual pill. Jiang Chen originally planned to take some time to enter the ancient emperor's mausoleum again to hunt down a batch of the essence of the soul, raise the cultivation base to the peak of the 9th layer of the divine birth, and even seek the opportunity to break through and return to the market. Since breaking the Yuanling reincarnation formation would also enter the ancient emperor's tomb, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and went straight towards the ancient emperor's tomb. Because he had mastered the complete Yuanling reincarnation formation, although Jiang Chen couldn't break the formation outside, he was able to find the weakness of the formation and directly enter the ancient imperial mausoleum without waiting for the opening of the ancient imperial mausoleum every month. Just as Jiang Chen descended from the void and was about to enter the ancient imperial tomb, there was a wave of energy fluctuations in the ancient imperial tomb in vain. I saw a majestic middle-aged man in a red robe, also violently looting from the ancient emperor's tomb. A shocking laugh is also slowly resounding between heaven and earth. Ha ha. How many years, my Shu Tianyong finally got rid of the shackles of this world and saw the sky outside again. Just when Shu Tianyong's laughter fell, a faint voice suddenly came from his ears. You got rid of the shackles of the Yuanling reincarnation formation, but unfortunately, you didn't have much luck. As soon as you came out, you met me. It seems that you can only see the outside world. The sudden sound also surprised that Shu Tianyong. He suddenly looked up and saw a black-clothed young man slowly stepping into the air from above the ancient emperor's tomb. Shu Tianyong suddenly sneered with disdain. Hey, a little boy who dares to speak up in front of the emperor. Since you took the initiative to send you to the door to find death, the emperor will send you to censored to report. Shu Tianyong's sorrowful laughter fell, and immediately raised his hand to be a terrifying energy, which condensed into a huge flame palm in the void, and slammed it towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he squeezed out a sword finger, easily defeating Shu Tianyong's giant flame palm. Standing with his hand, he looked down at Shu Tianyong from a high condescending position, and said lightly, I want to enter the ancient emperor's tomb, and I just lack a guide. Give you a chance, surrender to me, and then take me into the ancient Kunsu sect site. I will spare you not dying. The core of the Yuanling reincarnation array is located at the ancient Kunzuzong site. Jiang Chen entered the ancient emperor's mausoleum alone, and it was not easy to find the site of Kunsu sect. The Shu Tianyong in front of him is extremely strong, and his position in the ancient Kunzuzong is not low. If this guy leads the way, it would save him a lot of trouble. What are you? What qualifications do you have to make this emperor submit to you? Shu Tianyong burst into anger with a burst of anger, and the powerful aura of the 9th peak of the divine fetus also burst out of him in an instant. Chapter 1377, Re-enter the ancient imperial mausoleum. Shu Tianyong rose up into the sky with a breath of gazing at the world, and stepped directly towards Jiang Chen. There was a loud noise in the air, and the 1,000-meter void instantly shattered. I saw the red light surging on the soles of Shu Tianyong's feet, directly turning into huge feet, like a censer descending to the world, stepping down from the top of Jiang Chen's head with the breath of crushing everything. And just as the soles of Shu Tianyong's feet fell, a blazing sword light soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption, and crashed into the soles of Shu Tianyong's feet. The earth-shattering explosion sounded all over the world. I saw Shu Tianyong's huge feet of 100 feet, instantly smashed to pieces by the Fen Tian Jian Qi. Shu Tianyong screamed, his figure retreated violently, and the rosy blood instantly filled the void. Jiang Chen stood proudly and said indifferently, I said, if you want to survive, you will honestly take me to the ancient Kunsu sect site. Boy, I didn't expect you to comprehend the Dacheng sword realm. Just now, the emperor was only careless. You should not be arrogant in front of the emperor. Shu Tianyong's voice fell, and a flame field with a burning weather also instantly enveloped a space of 600 meters in radius. Dachang Fire Road Field. This Shu Tianyong is obviously also a pinnacle emperor who has understood the realm of Dachang. Boy, you are not the only one in this world who can comprehend the realm of martial arts. Shu Tianyong smiled coldly. The burning flames in the space instantly turned into a 100-foot fire dragon, with a trembling breath of burning weather, coming towards Jiang Chen to suppress. What about the Dachang Fire Realm? It's just a fearless struggle. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the Dachang Sword Domain and Dachang Thunder Dao Domain instantly superimposed, and then turned into an open sky giant sword with a flash of thunder and rose into the sky. The fire dragon and the giant sword collided in the void, like two ancient gods fighting each other, and the earth-shaking aura made the surrounding world tremble. The stalemate between the two did not last long. The fire dragon was directly smashed by the open sky great sword with a single sword, and even the Dachang Fire Dao Domain condensed by the Shu Tianyong was instantly shattered into nothingness in midair. Shu Tianyong's whole body was struck by lightning, and a blood spurted out from his mouth, and he flew upside down in midair into a distance of hundreds of feet in embarrassment. Dachang Sword Realm and Dachang Thunder Realm, you actually understand the two Dachang realms? Shu Tianyong stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and there was an unprecedented shock in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The boy in front of him is only in his 20s, not only has his cultivation base reached the 8th level of the divine womb, he has also mastered 2 powers in the Dachang domain. The existence of such evildoers, even in their time, was unique. Your strength is good, and it will not be inferior to that Zhangtian. Like you, the essence of the ninefold peak of the divine fetus, I am very interested. Since you are not willing to surrender, then take the inside hand over the essence of Yuan Ling. Jiang Chen looked at Shu Tianyong faintly, and there was also an impatient look in his eyes. When Shu Tianyong heard Jiang Chen's words, he thought of something in an instant, and his expression suddenly changed. You are the kid who killed me, the 9th-level powerhouse of Kun Zuzong's divine fetus, who forced Shu Hengtian to escape back in embarrassment. Shu Tianyong had just successfully resurrected in the last few days, and he couldn't wait to come out and see the outside world after his resurrection. When Shu Tianyong came out, Shu Hengtian had warned him that he had better not go out. Shu Tianyong relied on his strength and did not take Shu Hengtian's words into his heart. But at this moment, Shu Tianyong felt a little regretful. He never expected that as soon as he left the area where the ancient Kunsu sect was located, he would encounter such a current evildoer. With this strength, coupled with 2-3 major domain powers, even if he was at his peak tens of thousands of years ago, he may not be able to stop him, let alone this resurrection body now. Just as Shu Tianyong was frightened and furious, an unusually terrifying force in the surrounding void suddenly wafted across the sky and the earth. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to make another shot, Shu Tianyong's heart suddenly burst into death. He quickly called out to Jiang Chen with a look of horror, "Wait! I surrender, I am willing to take you to the Kunsu sect site." Since the ancient Kun Zuzong collapsed, Shu Tianyong has been imprisoned in the ancient imperial mausoleum for tens of thousands of years in the form of an energy body. Now that Shu Tianyong finally resurrected, freed from the shackles of the ancient imperial mausoleum, before he had time to take a good look at the outside world, he didn't want to fall into Jiang Chen's hands like this. Seeing that Shu Tianyong surrendered, Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He drew a strange seal in the void with his hands, and then directly penetrated into Shu Tianyong's body. Ancient royal beast art. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these resurrected bodies of the ancient Kunsu sect were actually equivalent to mutant monsters. The essence of the soul in their bodies is similar to the monster pill of the monster beast. As long as he was able to control the essence of Shu Tianyong by the ancient royal beast art, Shu Tianyong wouldn't want to make waves in front of him. Feeling Jiang Chen's prohibition on the essence of his own soul, Shu Tianyong's expression could not help changing slightly. But under the eaves of human eyes, I had to bow my head. Although Shu Tianyong was unwilling, he could only give his life to Jiang Chen's control. After controlling the Shu Tianyong, Jiang Chen did not talk nonsense, and directly asked, "You ancient Kun Zuzong, how many divine birth realm powerhouses have been resurrected?" The ancient Kun Zuzong site, there are quasi-emperors and imperial realm energy bodies, not much. Last time, Shu Hengtian, at the instigation of the Blood Demon Palace, brought out almost all the resurrected powerhouses, but most of them fell. Outside, tens of thousands of years ago, the Kunsu sect destroyed the door. The Emperor realm was located in the central area of the battle. Almost all the gods were destroyed in an instant, and there was no chance to transform into an energy body. At least I have never been in Kunsu sect. I have seen the Imperial Realm energy body. As for the Quasi-Emperor Strong, there are a few who have transformed into energy bodies. However, it is even more troublesome for the Quasi-Emperor energy bodies to resurrect. Those few have been planning to resurrect for hundreds of years, and have been in a state of sleep until now. Come back to life and wake up. The essence of Shu Tian Yang Yuan Ling was controlled by Jiang Chen, so he naturally did not dare to conceal the slightest bit of information. He told the situation of the ancient Kun Shu sect one-to-one. When Jiang Chen heard this, he was also slightly relieved. Without the Emperor Realm energy body, the Quasi-Emperor energy body has not yet revived in the resurrection state. In this way, it was much easier for him to go to the ancient Kunzuzong ruins to crack the Yuanling reincarnation formation. After knowing the situation of Kun Zuzong, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and directly walked into the ancient imperial mausoleum with Shu Tianyang. Chapter 1378, Ancient Kunzuzong Site. Kunzuzong is located at the main peak of the Kunsu mountain range in the center of the ancient imperial mausoleum. In the ancient imperial mausoleum, where the perception range is greatly compressed, it is naturally not an easy task for Jiang Chen to find the Kunsu sect site alone. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Chen chose to conquer Shu Tianyang outside the ancient emperor's mausoleum. Now that Shu Tianyang, an ancient Kun Zuzong elder-level figure, leads the way, things have undoubtedly become much easier. Less than half a day after entering the ancient imperial mausoleum, Jiang Chen was led by Shu Tianyang to the Kunsu mountain range. From a distance, Jiang Chen saw a Tongtian mountain peak. The mountain peak is like a huge pillar, extremely steep, towering into the sky. After entering the Kunsu mountain range, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen pretended to be captured by Shu Tianyang, and Shu Tianyang took him towards the Kunsu sect site. The resurrection of these energy bodies of Kun Zuzong must rely on the human body as the carrier. During this time, there are often resurrected warriors who have captured some humans and returned to Kunsu sect. Although Jiang Chen and the others also encountered a lot of energy bodies of the divine fetal stage along the way, they all greeted Shu Tianyang respectfully, and did not even bother Jiang Chen, who was captured by Shu Tianyang. Not long after, the two climbed to the main peak of Kunsu mountain range. The main peak of the Kunsu mountain range is relatively flat, about the size of 1,000 miles. The magnificent buildings on the mountain have been broken by several people, giving people of vicissitudes of life. Master, this is the Kunzuzong site, where are we going next? Shu Tianyang didn't know what Jiang Chen wanted to do when he came to Kunzuzong site, so he asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen looked carefully at the Kunzuzong site for a while. Jiang Chen's gaze was directly locked on a broken palace in the center of Kunzuzong. Although this hall looks extremely dilapidated on the surface, it is still very conspicuous among the numerous buildings of Kunzuzong. After Jiang Chen's rough observation, the core of the Yuanling reincarnation formation should be hidden in that hall. Take me to the central hall. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly ordered Shu Tianyang. Shu Tianyang's expression suddenly changed when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Master, you can't go to that place. That central hall is the former imperial palace of our Kunsu sect sovereign, Kunsu, and it is a forbidden place that no one can approach to Kunsu sect. After the collapse of Kunsu sect, the two emperor servants of the ninth fold peak of Kunsu Great Emperor's divine womb were also transformed into energy bodies. They guarded the gate of the imperial palace. Relentlessly stop killing. Although he and Jiang Chen are not weak in strength, they are not afraid of the two emperor servants in front of the imperial palace. But once fighting with those two emperor servants, it is bound to alarm the entire Kun Zuzong energy body. At that time, I am afraid that they will really be hard to fly. Jiang Chen snorted faintly. I'll let you take me there, you can just take me there, where is so much nonsense? The Yuanling reincarnation array of the ancient emperor's mausoleum was arranged by the Kunsu Great Emperor of Kunzuzong in all likelihood. Since this central hall is the imperial palace of Emperor Kun Shu, Jiang Chen is almost certain that the core of the Yuanling reincarnation array is in this palace. He wants to crack the Yuanling reincarnation formation and enter the central hall as imperative. As for the two divine wombs of the ninefold Daipu, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. With his current strength, as long as Shu Tianyang takes him over, he will directly superimpose the power of the 5 domains, and even the emperor of the 9th peak of the divine fetus can instantly kill unexpectedly. Although Shu Tianyong didn't want to approach the imperial palace at all in his heart, his life and death were completely controlled by Jiang Chen at this moment, and he could only bite his head and led Jiang Chen towards the central hall. In a short while, Shu Tianyong took Jiang Chen to the central hall of Kun Zuzong. Shu Tianyong, what do you want to do? No one is allowed to approach within 1 kilometer of the Kunsu Emperor's palace. As the elder of the Kunsu sect, this must be clear. Don't go back quickly. If you dare to take a step forward, don't blame me for being rude to you. At this moment, 2 energy bodies exuding fierce sword power also emerged out of thin air at the gate of Kunsu Emperor's palace. The 2 of them looked at Shu Tianyong, who appeared in front of the imperial palace, their eyes flashed with icy chill. Shu Tianyong looked at the 2 emperor servants who appeared at the gate of the imperial palace, his heart tightened slightly. Before Shu Tianyong could speak, Jiang Chen's figure burst out at the 2 emperor servants. Dacheng Sword Domain, Dacheng Thunder Road, Dacheng Fengdao Field, Shaocheng Fire Road Field. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's 5 domain powers instantly superimposed, covering all the hundreds of meters in front of the imperial palace. The 5-color storm formed by the fusion of the power of the 5 domains also swept out against the 2 emperor servants in an instant. Shu Tianyong, you dare to lead people to the Kunsu imperial palace. Jiang Chen's vain shot also made the expressions of the 2 emperor servants instantly frightened. Feeling the horror of Jiang Chen's attack, where did the 2 dare to be the slightest sneer? They urged the energy in their bodies to resist the 5-color storm that swept across. Jiang Chen has merged the 3 types of Dacheng domains, and 2 of the Shaocheng domains made a full blow. How could the 2 of them be able to resist in haste? In just a few breaths, the 5-color storm shattered the defensive energy of the 2. I saw the 2 emperor servants, also under the impact of the 5-color storm, instantly turned to ashes. The 2 emperor servants of the 9-fold peak of the divine fetus are gone. Shu Tianyong looked at the shocking scene in front of him, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. The 2 emperor servants at the entrance of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, but the 9-fold pinnacle emperor of the divine womb with the same strength as him. Such 2 powerhouses of the 9th layer of the divine fetus were actually killed by Jiang Chen's easy move. Although Shu Tianyong had already felt Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power when he fought Jiang Chen outside the ancient emperor's mausoleum. But he never expected that the strength that Jiang Chen showed at the beginning was far from the limit he could reach. One person masters the 5 fields of power, and each field is extremely strong. The strength of the 5 domains is superimposed, and the powerhouse of the 9th peak of the womb can't stop it at all. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen put the 2 emperor servants' essences into his bag, and then gave Shu Tianyong a faint look. What are you going to do in a daze? If you don't want to die, just follow me into the imperial palace. After speaking, Jiang Chen didn't bother about Shu Tianyong, and entered the gate of the imperial palace in a flash. Shu Tianyong also knew that the power that Jiang Chen had just exploded had already attracted the attention of Kun Zuzong's energy bodies. He took a deep breath, and finally had to gritted his teeth and quickly swept towards the gate of the imperial palace. Chapter 1379, Kunsu Palace. Jiang Chen suddenly exploded with 5 domain forces to instantly kill 2 emperor servants, which also attracted the attention of Kun Zuzong's many divine fetal realm energy bodies. Including Shu Hengtian, who had been resurrected, he also felt the existence of this breath instantly. His figure flickered, and he shot out from the closed hall. Just now there was an extremely powerful breath coming from the Kunsu Emperor's palace. What is going on? Shu Hengtian raised his head to look at the direction of Emperor Kunsu Palace, and couldn't help but directly ask some energy bodies emerging around him. I saw Elder Tianyong just now, and seemed to be heading in the direction of Emperor Kunsu Palace. An energy body in the early stage of the fetus tremblingly said. Shu Tianyong, is he back? Shu Hengtian frowned suddenly. Didn't the old guy have to go out and see the outside world? How could he come back so soon? And as soon as this guy came back, he actually ran to the Kunsu Imperial Palace. Didn't he know that Emperor Kunsu Palace was not a place where they could set foot? Yes, it is, the divine fetal realm energy body hurriedly said. Elder Tianyong has returned, and he also brought back a human youth, and then went directly to the Kunsu Emperor's palace. Zhuangxian's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Less than a moment after Shu Tianyong left the ancient emperor's mausoleum, he returned with a human youth, and then went straight to the Kunsu Emperor's palace. I am afraid this must be strange. Why don't you report such an important matter to me immediately? Shu Hengtian looked cold and indifferent, and a horrible aura burst out all over his body, causing the divine fetal realm energy body to kneel to the ground, trembling all over. Elder Hengtian calmed down his anger. I thought that the human youth was the vehicle for Elder Tianyong to capture and vouch for the resurrection of my strong sect, but I didn't expect that Elder Tianyong went directly to the Kunsu Imperial Palace, and then this breath burst out suddenly. Shu Hengtian took a deep breath, and flashed out in the direction of Emperor Kunsu Palace. When he came to the gate of the Kunsu Emperor Palace, he could still vaguely feel an aura of destruction in the air that had not yet completely dissipated. Shu Hengtian's eyes swept around, but he didn't find Shu Tianyong at all. What shocked Shu Hengtian most was, when he was close to the Kunsu Imperial Palace, the two emperor servants who were in charge of guarding the Imperial Palace had never appeared. What happened here just now? Could it be that Shu Tianyong took the human youth into the Imperial Palace forcibly, and failed in a battle with the two emperor servants? Zhuangxian's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was extremely gloomy. He obviously didn't expect that Shu Tianyong would come back with a human youth and forcibly enter the Kunsu Emperor's palace less than a moment after he went out. Although he didn't know what happened to Shu Tianyong, the Kunsu Imperial Palace was the core of their Kunsu sect. Even the secret that their Kunsu Zong powerhouse can survive with the energy body situation is hidden in the Kunsu Emperor Palace in front of them. Now that a human youth broke into the Kunsu Emperor Palace, this was not a good thing for them. Come on, give me guard Kunsu Palace for 24 hours. If something happens to Kunsu Palace, report it to me immediately. Shu Hengtian's face was green and instructed. Kunsu Imperial Palace, Shu Hengtian naturally did not dare to rush into it. Shu Hengtian also has no way of knowing what is going on in the Kunsu Emperor's palace. He could only send someone to guard the Emperor Kunsu Palace and watch it change. Stepping into the Kunsu Emperor's palace, Jiang Chen felt as if he had crossed the space and came to an extremely vast hall. The main hall has gone through tens of thousands of years. Although it looks dilapidated for a long time, it still exudes a majestic breath that is unsightly. Jiang Chen carefully looked at the surrounding situation, then his eyes flickered slightly, and he headed directly towards the central main hall. Shu Tianyong followed Jiang Chen cautiously, not even daring to make a sound. Kunsu Palace. This is the residence of Emperor Kun Shu, the founder of Kun Shu sect. Since Shu Tianyong was born in Kunsu Zong, the Kunsu Emperor Palace has always been an awesome and sacred place in his eyes. Even after tens of thousands of years, Shu Tianyong still has an instinctive awe of the Kunsu Emperor's palace. As Shu Tianyong, he naturally knew that the Emperor Kunsu Palace in front of him was not simple at all. They rushed into it today. I'm afraid they will have to stay here forever if they are careless. Walking in the imperial palace of a great emperor, Jiang Chen naturally did not dare to be careless. Every step he took, he appeared extremely careful. Even after tens of thousands, there are still many killing formations portrayed by Emperor Kunsu in the imperial palace. However, Jiang Chen has a system in place. Once he finds a killing array, the system will remind him, so that he can easily avoid these killing arrays. After wandering in the imperial palace for 2 hours, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the central hall of the imperial palace. At this moment, in the central hall in front, a large piece of black light covered the sky and the sun rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion suddenly changed. The bloodline supernatural power destroying the world dragon flame was instantly activated. The golden Beizong Longyan with the aura of burning everything, instantly burned the black glow of his complexion. And at the same time Chen defeated Haimeng, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the hall. A huge black shadow exuding a frightening atmosphere also burst out from the hall in an instant. The black shadow's body is more than 100 feet tall, with dragon horns on his head, and his eyes are like 2 black holes with a diameter of several meters. The whole body is covered with a layer of black scales, shining with strange black ons. Long. This is a real dragon with pure blood of the dragon. But this real dragon is not a living creature, but a dragon corpse. Even after a lapse of tens of thousands of years, this dragon corpse will still survive for thousands of years, immortal, and guarded for generations. Be careful, master, this is the horned dragon once mounted by the Kunsu Great Emperor. It was revered as the Dragon Emperor in Kunsu sect. At its peak, it used to be comparable to the existence of a powerful emperor. Seeing this huge dragon corpse in front of him, Shu Tianyong's expression could not help but change drastically, and he said with horror, Shu Tianyong, as the elder of Kunzuzong, naturally knows the situation of Kunzuzong very well. When he looked at this dragon corpse, he thought of the origin of this guy almost instantly. Although this dragon emperor has fallen for tens of thousands of years, his body is still exceptionally strong, even more powerful than those in the realm of ordinary emperors. Even if it is a dragon corpse, it can't be handled by ordinary divine fetus emperors. Didn't you say that in that battle, Emperor Kunsu and Kunzuzong's imperial realm powerhouses were completely destroyed, and there was no opportunity to transform energy bodies? How could this dragon corpse still appear in the Kunsu Emperor Palace? Jiang Chen looked at the dragon corpse in front of him, and his face instantly became unsightly. Chapter 1380, Conquer the Dragon Corpse of the Emperor Realm. Emperor Kunshu brought the other three powerful emperors of Kunshuzong to fight with that powerful enemy in the void. We don't know the specific situation of the battle, and the fighting time didn't last long before it ended, and then a palm print in the void suppressed it, turning the area where Kunzuzong was located into ruins. Shu Tianyong said with a horrified expression. Hearing Shu Tianyong's words, Jiang Chen's expression instantly became extremely solemn. The Emperor Kunshu and others fought against a powerful enemy in the sky, and the collapse of Kunshu sect did not appear as an energy body. Shu Tianyong speculated that they were all destroyed in that battle, but there was no problem. Now the corpse of the Emperor Realm Horned Dragon appeared in the Kunsu Emperor Palace, which is really incredible. Since this Imperial Realm Dragon corpse appeared in the Kunsu Emperor Palace, and was guarded in the central main hall of the Kunsu Emperor Palace, it is very likely that the corpse of the Kunsu Emperor would also exist in this hall in front of him. The great Emperor Kunsu was able to arrange the Yuanling reincarnation array, so that the ancient Kunsu sect powerhouse could reappear in the world, and he must be a thoughtful person. How could such a character not leave a way for himself? It seems that the battle at the beginning was not as simple as Shu Tianyong imagined. At this moment, the black-horned dragon roared and slaughtered Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly sacrificed the meteorite sword, a red sword glow containing the power of the triple Ape sword domain, and with a terrifying sword aura that cut the void, a sword slashed at the black-horned dragon. Sword chi slashed on the horned dragon's body covered with black scales, and sparks suddenly splashed, and a harsh metal impact echoed in the air. The defense of this Emperor Realm Dragon corpse is really not as powerful as usual. Seeing that his sword, which was enough to easily kill the 9-layered Emperor of the ordinary divine womb, failed to injure the dragon corpse, Jiang Chen's eyes shrank slightly. Master, it's useless, let's run away. The dragon clan is already known for defense. The defense of this dragon corpse is stronger than the Emperor body of the General Emperor Realm, unless the quasi-emperor who has mastered the power of the Emperor Realm, even the peak emperor of the divine fetus cannot break his defense at all. Shu Tianyong's figure trembled, and his expression looked alarmed. The 9th-rank horned dragon, this was the mount of the Kunsu Great Emperor, and was revered as the Dragon Emperor in Kunsu sect. Even if it is just a corpse now, the combat power is not even 30% of the peak period, but it is not something they can contend with. Jiang Chen didn't bother to care about Shu Tianyong at all. He came to the Kunzuzong site to crack the Yuanling reincarnation formation and completely solve the danger of the ancient emperor's tomb. The situation in the Kunsu Imperial Palace now exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. If he guessed correctly, in the battle of Kunsu sect's destruction, Emperor Kunsu didn't know what imitation method he used and saved his body in Kunsu Emperor Palace. It was nothing more than seeking one chance of resurrection. If you don't enter the hall in front of you and unlock the secrets in the hall, once the great Emperor Kunshu comes back to life, the danger to the Shenwu continent is probably no less than the birth of the 9 Nether King of the Blood Spirit race. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, thinking quickly about countermeasures in his mind. This giant dragon corpse had better defense than the Emperor body of the Emperor realm. Even if Jiang Chen made a full move, it would be difficult to defeat it. It was obviously impossible to fight hard. The dragon corpse can guard the central hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace and actively attack the outsiders approaching the hall. In all likelihood, the Kunsu Emperor did it. The corpse control technique and the beast taming technique are almost the same in accomplishing their goals by leaving a soul mark in the target body. In this dragon corpse, there is probably an imprint of Kunshu's spirit or soul, which gave the dragon corpse an order to guard the hall. If this is the case, Jiang Chen might be able to use the human emperor seal to obliterate the imprint left by Emperor Kunshu in the dragon's corpse. He might even subdue the dragon corpse in front of him. An imperial dragon corpse is at least as powerful as a quasi-emperor. If you can conquer the dragon corpse, this will definitely help you deal with King Juyu and the blood spirit race in the future. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, the dragon corpse struck again. He lifted a jet-black dragon claw and slammed it at Jiang Chen. The surrounding sky was shattered, and terrifying power swept across Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen quickly swung the meteorite sword in his hand, and a cyan sword field descended, instantly enshrouding the dragon corpse. The black dragon claws of the dragon corpse landed on the barrier of the time and space sword domain, and suddenly burst into a loud noise. Jiang Chen was enough to easily trap the time and space sword domain of the Emperor of the 9th stage of the divine fetus. After only a few breaths, he was torn apart by the dragon claws of the dragon corpse. Although the time and space sword domain only blocked the dragon corpse for a moment, it was enough for Jiang Chen. When he flipped his palm, the soul-killing seal was rapidly enlarged in midair, moving towards the suppression of the dragon corpse. The dragon corpse that was submerged by the soul-killing seal suddenly uttered a terrifying roar, and the huge body was constantly struggling with the energy of the soul-killing seal. Although the energy of the soul-destruction seal did not cause any substantial damage to the dragon corpse, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the dragon corpse's eyes, which originally flashed with monstrous anger and great anger, had gradually become hollow. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen knew that the soul-extinguishing seal had an effect, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He quickly formed an ancient imperial beast seal and penetrated into the body of the dragon corpse. Jiang Chen felt that the ancient imperial beast seal was hindered by a trace of mysterious soul imprint, and he failed to control the dragon corpse. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and once again patted the dragon corpse with a soul-killing mark. After repeating this cycle 3 times, Jiang Chen finally wiped out the original soul mark in the dragon's corpse, and then imprinted his soul mark on the dragon's corpse with the ancient imperial beast mark. This dragon corpse doesn't even move. Seeing that after Jiang Chen fought the dragon corpse, he immediately made the dragon corpse completely quiet, and Shu Tianyang's eyes could not help showing a look of shock. It's not that it won't move. Now only if I let it move, it will move. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, beckoned to the dragon corpse, and ordered, "Return." As Jiang Chen's order came down, the huge body of the dragon corpse moved instantly and came to Jiang Chen's side obediently. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyang couldn't help but breathe a cold breath in his heart, and there was an inconceivable shock in his eyes. Jiang Chen actually conquered this dragon corpse. Chapter 1381. With the coffin, the 5 elements reincarnation coffin. Shu Tianyang looked at the dragon corpse standing beside Jiang Chen with a dull expression, almost unable to believe his eyes. This dragon corpse was once the mount of Emperor Kun Shu, a genuine horned dragon. The horned dragon in its peak period is comparable to the existence of a strong emperor. Even if it is just a corpse now, it is definitely not something ordinary people can get involved. How Shu Tianyang always thought of it. Jiang Chen easily subdued the dragon corpse of the emperor realm. "Let's go, look inside the hall." Jiang Chen ignored Shu Tianyang's shock, and said lightly, then walked towards the hall with the dragon corpse. Now that this dragon corpse is subdued, Jiang Chen's safety in the Kunsu Emperor's palace is undoubtedly greatly guaranteed. Unless the real Imperial Realm powerhouse recovers, there should be nothing that can pose a threat to him. Entering the central main hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, Jiang Chen discovered that the main hall was much larger than he wanted. This is a huge palace with the size of 1,000 meters. Although the main hall is large, it is extremely empty inside. Jiang Chen glanced at it and got a clear view of the whole hall. There was almost nothing in the hall, only 6 identical bronze coffins were placed in the center of the hall. Among them, 5 bronze coffins are arranged in a ring with 5 elements. The remaining coffin is surrounded by the 5 coffins in the center. These bronze coffins are engraved with some strange patterns, which look unpretentious but magnificent. They are covered in patina, modeled with ancient meaning, and exudes a breath of timelessness. The 5-element reincarnation coffin, with the coffin as the foundation, arranges the formation. What a subtle layout. Jiang Chen stared at the 5 bronze coffins in the center of the main hall, and there was a shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. The core of the Yuanling reincarnation array is to gather the power of the heavens and the earth and the 5 elements to form a special area, allowing the dead to gather the essence of the essence and transform it into a special energy body. The arrangement of the Yuanling reincarnation array requires the 5 ultimate powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then use these 5 ultimate gods as the base to gather the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. And the 5-element reincarnation coffin in front of him is one of the most extreme methods for arranging the Yuanling reincarnation formation. If he guessed correctly, there should be an emperor corpse inside the 5 coffins arranged in 5 elements. Moreover, the power held in front of the 5 emperor corpses in the coffin corresponded to the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus forming the 5-element reincarnation coffin. These 5-element reincarnation coffins are almost equivalent to 5 corpse refining furnaces, and the emperor corpses inside can be refined into 5 different emperor bone relics, thus supporting the entire Yuanling reincarnation formation. As for the coffin in the middle, in all likelihood, it is Emperor Kunsu. The great Emperor Kunshu placed his corpse in the center of the Yuanling reincarnation formation, clearly using the power of the formation to store his corpse to achieve a certain purpose. Lay down the 5-element reincarnation coffin with 5 emperor corpses, arrange the Yuanling reincarnation array, and then use the entire Yuanling reincarnation array to store his own corpse. Such a handwriting is extremely huge. Jiang Chen took a deep breath in his heart. This great Emperor Kunshu was really a remarkable person. It seems that the battle of Kunsu sect's extermination has not yet arrived, and the great Emperor Kunsu used some means to hide his body from the sky and store his body in the Kunsu Emperor's palace. The Emperor Kunsu kept the body of the Emperor here. Is there really no way to resurrect? This is the main hall of the Kunsu Emperor Palace. How come there are so many coffins? At this moment, Shu Tianyang, who followed Jiang Chen into the hall, was also instantly stunned by the situation in the hall. In Shu Tianyang's heart, the main hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace should be the place where Emperor Kunsu lived all year round, and it should be a sacred existence. He didn't expect that the main hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace was like a tomb, with 6 mysterious bronze coffins. Who was buried in these 6 bronze coffins, and how could they appear in the main hall of the Kunsu palace? Rao Shu Tianyang, the elder of the Kunsu sect, was also stunned by the situation of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Jiang Chen ignored Shu Tianyang and directly ordered the dragon corpse beside him to open the coffin. Now that he is here today, he has to destroy the magnificent situation laid down by Emperor Kunshu anyway. And this 5-element reincarnation coffin is the core of Kunzu's layout. As long as the 5-element reincarnation coffin is destroyed, the Yuanling reincarnation formation will not attack itself, and Emperor Kunshu will no longer be able to use the Yuanling reincarnation formation to accumulate the body of the Emperor and achieve his goal. The 5-element reincarnation coffin refining the Emperor's corpse, the Emperor bone relic formed, is definitely the supreme treasure that is more than 10 times more powerful than the essence of the soul. If he could collect the 5 Emperor bone relics of the 5-element reincarnation coffin, it would be easy for him to reach the 9-fold peak of the divine fetus in one breath. Under Jiang Chen's order, the dragon corpse moved directly towards the nearest coffin, and then stretched out the huge dragon claws to grab the coffin. Just when the dragon's claw was about 2 or 3 feet away from the coffin, a golden enchantment actually resisted the dragon's claws. Even if the dragon corpse has the terrifying power to smash the quasi-emperor, it is difficult to get close to the coffin. Jiang Chen's eyes shrank suddenly, his gaze locked tightly on the golden enchantment. After a while, a system prompt sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Watching the God-level Forbidden Emperor Origin God Forbidden, trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend 1 in 10,000 of the Emperor Source, censored, forbidden. Jiang Chen heard the prompt sound in his mind, and he felt very emotional. This Emperor Kunshu is worthy of being the pinnacle of the Shenwu continent tens of thousands of years ago. Not only did he master the Yuanling reincarnation formation, he was also able to place God-level prohibitions around these coffins. Since with the power of the dragon corpse, he couldn't break through the Emperor Source God's forbidden, he had to first comprehend this God-level forbidden before he could open the 5-element reincarnation coffin in front of him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly ordered the dragon corpse to return to his side to protect the law, and then fully comprehend the imperial origin in front of him. Ding! You understand 1/10 of the Emperor Source, censored, forbidden. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the God-level Forbidden Emperor Origin God Forbidden. It took more than 10 days for Jiang Chen to comprehend the Emperor Source, censored, banned smoothly. Chapter 1382, The Emperor Bone Relic in the 5 Elements Reincarnation Coffin. After comprehending the ban of Emperor Yuan Shen, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time either. He directly pinched the ban on breaking tactics in midair with both hands, and began to break the Emperor Source divine ban on the 5 Elements Reincarnation Coffin. As a god-level ban, the Diwan God Forbidden is undoubtedly very cumbersome to break. Even if Jiang Chen mastered the complete Emperor Origin God Forbidden, it was still not an easy task to crack. Hundreds of methods for breaking the ban were condensed in succession, and it took a whole day before Jiang Chen completely broke the Emperor Source Divine ban on the 5 Elements Reincarnation Coffin. After breaking the Emperor Yuanshan's ban, Jiang Chen meditated for 2 hours before he ordered the dragon corpse to open the coffin again. This time, without the existence of Diwan God Forbidden, the dragon corpse hardly encountered any obstacles, and easily opened the first coffin. As the coffin was opened, countless golden rays of light burst out suddenly, and the entire Chenjiang Hall was rendered golden by the golden rays of the coffin. A stream of pure and strong energy also floated out from the coffin. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he went directly to the coffin, and he found a fist-sized golden bead in the coffin. The metallic Emperor Bone Relic. Looking at the golden beads in the coffin, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing an expression of excitement. The 5-element reincarnation coffin, as he expected, was refined into 5 Emperor Bone Relics from 5 Emperor corpses, forming the foundation of the Yuanling reincarnation formation. Metallicity represents the most indestructible power. If Jiang Chen expected it to be right, this metallic Emperor relic should be an Emperor realm powerhouse who proves the Emperor with physical cultivation. Just relying on this Emperor Bone Relic is enough to improve his body cultivation by a lot. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and directly took out the metallic Emperor Bone Relics from the coffin. Taking the metallic Emperor Bone Relic, Jiang Chen took the dragon corpse directly and walked towards the second coffin. And at the same time Jiang Chen took out the metallic Emperor Bone Relics from the 5 Elements Reincarnation coffin. The entire space of the ancient imperial mausoleum trembled fiercely like an earthquake. The countless divine fetal realm energy bodies of the ancient Kunsu sect all clearly felt that the energy in the essence of one's own essence was gradually fading away at a slow speed. What is going on? Countless divine fetal realm energy bodies are terrified. Since the ancient Kunsu sect was destroyed, they were born in the ancient emperor's mausoleum for tens of thousands of years, and the energy in the essence in the body has not passed by inexplicably as it is now. Although the speed of this passing is very slow, but there is also a time when it passes. Once the energy of the essence has passed, even if they don't leave the ancient imperial mausoleum, they will probably be completely dissipated from this world. The sudden trembling of the ancient imperial mausoleum also attracted Xu Hengtian's attention. His figure flashed out of the main hall, and when he was about to check it out, he found a lot of divine fetal realm energy bodies surrounding him in panic. Elder Hengtian, the matter is not good. Just now, the space of the ancient emperor's mausoleum suddenly trembled, and then we felt the essence of our body began to flow away. The ancient imperial mausoleum has existed for tens of thousands of years. The energy bodies of the Kunsu sect have stayed here for tens of thousands of years. There has never been an accident. Why is this happening now? Could it be? What happened to the Kunsu Emperor Palace? Thinking of this, Xu Hengtian suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Emperor Kunsu Palace. Ever since Xu Tianyong took the human youth into the Kunsu Emperor's palace, he had not come out. Now that the ancient imperial mausoleum has undergone such a change, it is difficult for Xu Hengtian not to link these two things together. This censored Xu Tianyong, what exactly does he want to do? Zhuangxian's complexion was extremely gloomy. If this matter was really caused by Xu Tianyong and the human youth, then their ancient emperor mausoleum might be really in trouble. Just as Xu Hengtian's heart was frightened, the ancient imperial mausoleum trembled once again. This time of tremor, the time of the first tremor is much longer. It seemed that the entire space of the ancient imperial mausoleum felt about to be broken at this moment. Elder Hengtian, the fading speed of the essence of my body seems to have become faster. At this moment, a divine fetal realm energy body screamed in horror. As the scream of this divine fetal realm energy body fell, other divine fetal realm energy bodies also looked desperate and horrified. If this continues, I am afraid they will really be over. And when these divine fetal realm energy bodies were desperate, in the surrounding halls, a few auras far surpassed the energy body of the 9th layer of the divine womb, instantly rising into the sky. Rows of angry shouts also came from their mouths. It's really hateful. The deity is only the last step to complete the resurrection, but the energy in the essence of the soul is suddenly reduced, which makes the deity ultimately fall short. Xu Hengtian, tell the deity what is going on. Looking at these energy bodies that suddenly appeared, Shu Hengtian's complexion also became more and more ugly. These few people in front of them are surprisingly quasi-emperor energy bodies that have been planning to revive for hundreds of years. Shu Hengtian did not expect that the sudden changes in the ancient emperor's tomb would affect even these few. Several venerables, things are like this. Shu Hengtian took a deep breath and couldn't help but quickly explain to the quasi-emperor energy bodies. What are you talking about? Shu Tianyong took a human youth into the Kunsu Emperor's palace. The changes to the ancient emperor's tomb are probably caused by them. The expressions of those quasi-emperor energy bodies suddenly changed. Immediately summon all the energy bodies of Kunsu sect, enter the Kunsu Emperor Palace, and pull out Shu Tianyong and the human youth. Shu Hengtian hesitated and said, Venerable, the Kunsu Imperial Palace has always been a forbidden place for Kunsu sect. We stop talking nonsense, immediately summon all the energy bodies of Kunsu sect, and enter the Kunsu Emperor Palace as I wait. Before Shu Hengtian finished speaking, one of the quasi-emperor energy bodies directly interrupted his words, and then quickly killed him with several other quasi-emperor energy bodies towards the Kunsu Emperor Palace. As one of the few quasi-emperor experts in Kunsu sect, they naturally understand the situation of the Kunsu Emperor's palace better than Shu Hengtian and others. They clearly knew that the core of the formation that maintained the ancient emperor's mausoleum was located in the Kunsu Emperor Palace. Now that this happened to the ancient imperial mausoleum, in all likelihood, the core of the formation was destroyed. If they don't stop them, I'm afraid the entire ancient imperial mausoleum will be completely finished. Chapter 1383. The corpse of the emperor broke out of the coffin. The central main hall of Kunsu Palace. After taking the metal emperor bone relic of the first coffin, Jiang Chen quickly took the fire emperor bone relic of the second coffin. And just as Jiang Chen was about to continue taking the emperor relics from the third coffin, tyrannical ores rushed in from the door of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, toward the main hall of Kunsu Emperor's palace. Not good. It's the breath of the quasi-emperor realm energy body. Feeling the breath coming from the entrance of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, Shu Tianyong's expression instantly became horrified. Haven't the quasi-emperor energy bodies of Kunzuzong been sleeping all the time? How did they break through and be alarmed, and led the team to enter the Kunsu Emperor's palace? If a few quasi-emperor energy bodies came to this main hall, wouldn't they be dead? Jiang Chen was expressionless. He ignored Shu Tianyong's horrified look, let alone the energy bodies that had entered the Kunsu Emperor's palace, and walked directly toward the third five-element reincarnation coffin. Once the five-element reincarnation coffin is destroyed, the entire space of the ancient imperial mausoleum will change. Moreover, this change can also directly affect the survival of these energy bodies of Kun Zuzong. The energy bodies of the quasi-emperor realm were shocked because they were affected. These quasi-emperor energy bodies are not low in the Kunsu Emperor's position. They must have some understanding of the situation in the Kunsu Emperor's palace. I am afraid that they have already guessed that the Kunsu Emperor's palace has changed. At this critical juncture of life and death, these energy bodies directly entered the Kunsu Imperial Palace, which was completely in Jiang Chen's expectation. Jiang Chen was not too worried about this. Every time he opens the five-element reincarnation coffin and takes away an emperor bone relic, a gap will appear in the Yuanling reincarnation formation, and it will become more difficult for these energy bodies to survive. As long as the five-element reincarnation coffin is completely broken, the Yuanling reincarnation formation of the ancient emperor's mausoleum will instantly collapse. Once lost the Yuanling reincarnation formation, even the quasi-emperor energy body cannot continue to survive at all. Jiang Chen went straight to the third five-element reincarnation coffin and quickly took out the wooden emperor bone relic in the third coffin. But when Jiang Chen was about to follow the law to open the fourth coffin, he keenly caught a faint wave of life. Jiang Chen paused, his eyes suddenly turned towards the coffin in the center. After a while, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. The sound of beating heart. At that moment, Jiang Chen clearly felt that a heartbeat came from the coffin. At this moment, a sense of horror suddenly filled Jiang Chen's heart. Could it be that the ancient Kunsu sect was destroyed, and the great Emperor Kunsu used this Yuanling reincarnation formation to hide from the sky and cross the sea, so that he could survive? The ancient Kunsu sect's time in Shenwu continent was at least 30,000 years ago. The general imperial realm powerhouse only has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Even the great emperor, his lifespan would never reach 30,000 years. Hurry up and leave the hall. Although Jiang Chen couldn't believe that Emperor Kun Shu was still alive, the sound of heartbeat from the coffin made Jiang Chen feel an inexplicable chill. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and rushed out toward the entrance of the hall. And at the moment Jiang Chen just turned around, the bronze coffin in the center of the five elements reincarnation coffin trembled in vain and burst open immediately. A man in a golden robe flew out from the coffin. The man in the golden robe is tall and straight, his face is like a crown jade, and his whole body exudes an aura of looking at the world. Except for the slightly hollow eyes, the man in the golden robe is almost the same as a normal person. Kun Shu the Great. Shu Tianyong looked at the man in the golden robe who broke out of the coffin, and suddenly felt that his scalp was about to explode, and an unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. The corpse of Emperor Kun Shu was also in the palace of Emperor Kun Shu. And this corpse, which has been stored in the Kunsu Emperor Palace for tens of thousands of years, has come alive. Shu Tianyong suppressed the panic in his heart, and quickly followed Jiang Chen, turning around and fleeing towards the outside of the hall in panic. But at this moment, a somewhat vague low and hoarse voice resounded in the hall in vain as if from those ancient years. "Ah! You, bad emperor! Big thing, censored it!" The hoarse and ancient thing spread in vain in the hall, and suddenly Jiang Chen's entire body was suddenly erected. A feeling of extreme danger was also in Jiang Chen's heart instantly. At this critical juncture of life and death, Jiang Chen quickly ordered the dragon corpse to block the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu and rushed towards the entrance of the hall without looking back. And just when Jiang Chen's figure was about to reach the gate of the hall, a substantial sound wave, like a storm of destruction, instantly swept the entire Chenjiang Hall. Shu Tianyong's figure was instantly hit by that terrifying sound wave, and then the whole person was like a balloon that was hit, bursting with a bang, turning into blood mist, and spreading. Even the dragon corpse left behind by Jiang Chen to resist the attack of Emperor Kun Shu, the hard black dragon scales on his body, were cracked inch by inch under the attack of the sonic storm. Even the corpse of this imperial horned dragon was completely transformed into nothingness. Taking advantage of the moment when the dragon corpse resisted the sonic storm, Jiang Chen finally escaped from the hall. But even so, Jiang Chen was still affected by the storm spilling from the hall. He didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly exploded the true dragon bloodline and the 5 domain powers. Even if it was only a trace of sonic energy escaping from the entrance of the hall, it still caused a burst of blood in Jiang Chen's body to roll, and a low muffled sound rang in his throat. Jiang Chen suppressed the churning breath of his heart, his eyes locked tightly at the door of the hall. Seeing that the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu hadn't come out of the hall, Jiang Chen was suddenly relieved. Fortunately, the great Emperor Kunsu did not really resurrect, but there was an emperor's mind activated on the corpse, and he could only issue this blow with the great's mind. I'm afraid he will really fall in this Kunsu emperor's palace today. It's just a pity that the imperial dragon corpse, and the 2 imperial bone relics that we didn't have time to get. Jiang Chen shook his head, and a look of regret appeared on his face. The imperial dragon corpse, this is equivalent to a bodyguard of the quasi-emperor realm. There are also the 2 emperor bone relics condensed from the body of the strong emperor realm, which are also the supreme treasures that the warriors dream of. Now because of Emperor Kun Shu's blow, it was completely wiped out. Although the dragon corpse and the remaining emperor bone relics are gone, there is still something in the hall that makes Jiang Chen's heart fascinating, that is the emperor corpse of Emperor Kun Shu. Chapter 1384, The Ancient Kunsu Sect is Destroyed, Emperor Corpse, and it's still the corpse of the great emperor. Jiang Chen naturally caught the attention of Emperor Kun Shu's corpse. The devastating blow that the great Emperor Kun Shu just issued with the idea of the great emperor has turned everything in the hall into nothingness, but it should not even destroy his great emperor's body. If it can be controlled, the combat power it exerts is probably not weaker than the previous imperial dragon corpse. Now Jiang Chen didn't dare to be completely sure that the great emperor's thoughts remaining on the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu would completely dissipate after the blow just now. The great Emperor Kunsu used the 5-element reincarnation coffin to nourish his body, which originally had some unknown purpose. Although the 5-element reincarnation coffin has been destroyed by Jiang Chen, it is difficult to guarantee what secrets are still hidden in the emperor's corpse. If the great Emperor Kun Shu takes such a blow after entering, he will really explain here today. And just as Jiang Chen was hesitating in his heart whether to enter the hall again, a loud roar suddenly came from behind him. "Boy! You break into the Kunsu Emperor's palace and ruin my Kunsu sect's tens of thousands of years, I will kill you." Jiang Chen turned around and looked around, and saw a few figures carrying a terrible anger, killing him directly. The aura they exude is much stronger than Shu Tianyang and other powerhouses like the 9 peaks of the divine fetus. These few who were the first to enter the Kunsu Emperor Palace are naturally the only quasi-emperor energy bodies of Kunsu sect. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the energy in these quasi-emperor energy bodies was dissipating at a terrifying speed. With the destruction of the 5-element reincarnation coffin of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, the Yuanling reincarnation formation that enveloped the ancient imperial mausoleum must have collapsed. These energy bodies have lost the protection of the Yuanling reincarnation formation, and cannot survive in this world at all. Even these quasi-emperor energy bodies would dissipate completely in a short time. As Jiang Chen looked at these quasi-emperor energy bodies, the first quasi-emperor energy body quickly rushed to a distance of less than kilometers from Jiang Chen. He raised his hand to Jiang Chen's claw, and a majestic energy giant claw condensed instantly. The giant claw instantly tore through the kilometer void and grabbed Jiang Chen's head. The golden light exploded in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the bloodline supernatural power. Extinguishing dragon flame instantly penetrated the sky and the earth, colliding with the oncoming energy giant. A shocking explosion spread across the entire Kunsu Palace in an instant. The quasi-emperor energy body is indeed very strong. If the formation of the ancient imperial mausoleum is not broken, I might still be afraid of you by 3 points. But now that you can't protect yourself, how can you kill me? Jiang Chen retreated several feet in a row. He looked at the quasi-emperor energy body opposite, and suddenly smiled disdainfully. The Yuanling reincarnation array of the ancient imperial mausoleum collapsed, and the energy in these energy bodies dissipated very quickly. From the collapse of the formation to the present, the power of this quasi-emperor energy body, I am afraid that at least 30% has passed. And as time goes by, these guys will only become weaker and weaker, and they can no longer pose too much threat to Jiang Chen. Boy, even if I wait for death today, I will definitely drag you to be buried with us. The quasi-emperor energy body stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, and immediately roared at the other 3 quasi-emperor energy bodies beside him. This kid is not weak, everyone will kill him together. As the quasi-emperor energy body's voice fell, the energy of the other 3 also exploded with full force. The 4 attacks contained monstrous energy, and they came towards Jiang Chen at almost the same time. Jiang Chen even vaguely felt a trace of the power of the Emperor Realm Law from the 4 people's attacks. The blood of the real dragon, censored body. 5 domains superimposed. Although the 4 quasi-emperors in front of them were already less than 70% of their usual combat power, they had reached the quasi-emperor realm after all, possessing a weak imperial realm law power. Facing the 4 people's full blow, Jiang Chen didn't dare to underestimate the slightest, and quickly exploded out several kinds of power. The 5 terrifying forces collided in midair, like a meteorite impact, and a storm broke out, sweeping towards the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, even the space seemed to be transformed into nothingness under this storm. Under the impact of the devastating storm, Jiang Chen's figure also stepped on the ground and retreated. Every time he took a step back, the hard bluestone floor under his feet would explode a huge hole in the distance. After retreating several dozen steps in a row, Jiang Chen stabilized his figure embarrassedly, and couldn't help but squirt out a mouthful of blood in his mouth. As expected, he is a quasi-emperor who has a trace of the power of the emperor realm. It is really powerful. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and he was shocked. The quasi-emperor was stronger than Jiang Chen had imagined. Even if the 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies in front of him are far from their peak, the blow that the 4 broke out just now still poses a big threat to him. Especially the power of the Emperor realm contained in it. If it were not for his dual cultivation of physical and martial arts, I am afraid that the whole person would be torn apart by the eruption of the Emperor realm power by the 4. Fortunately, after these 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies exploded with this blow, the energy in their bodies once again consumed 20%. Coupled with the fact that their energy has been fading away, now there are less than 30% left, and there is almost no much combat power. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The meteorite sword slashed several sword lights in succession, beheading all the 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies in front of him that had lost the power of resistance. It seems that if you encounter a quasi-emperor in the future, you have to be careful. After solving the 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. If this is to meet a quasi-emperor who is truly at its peak, with his current combat power, I am afraid that he will be hated on the spot. It's a pity, as the Yuanling reincarnation formation is shattered, these 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies have already consumed little energy in the essence of the essence, otherwise it will definitely increase my strength. Looking at the 4 dim essence of the essence, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head with some regret. Now that the Yuanling reincarnation formation is broken, even these quasi-emperor energy bodies can't hold on for too long. The divine fetal realm energy bodies outside are probably even more unbearable, and they are probably completely dissipated in the world. The alternative Kunsu sect, created by Emperor Kun Shu with the Yuanling reincarnation array, was completely destroyed at this moment. The ancient Kunsu sect's threat to the Shenwu continent was perfectly solved by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1385, The Ninth Peak of the Womb. And just when Jiang Chen fled the central hall and fought against the 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies. Outside the Kunsu palace, Xu Hengtian also quickly gathered nearly 100 energy bodies of the Kunsu sect, preparing to enter the Kunsu emperor's palace. There were 2 loud bangs in the void, and the whole person's ancient emperor's tomb was half cracked, and the earth began to shake. Xu Hengtian was a shocking discovery, and the gray mist that persisted in the ancient emperor's mausoleum quickly dissipated at this moment. He also clearly felt that the energy in these energy bodies around him was fading like a deflated balloon. In some of the energy bodies in the early stage of the divine fetus, more than half of the energy of the primordial essence in the body has already passed. These energy bodies looked desperate and horrified, and hurriedly rushed around in Kunsu sect. It's just that no matter how they struggle, they can't stop the energy dissipation in the body. It didn't take long for an energy body to completely dissipate between heaven and earth. 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen energy bodies completely disappeared in front of Xu Hengtian. Damn it, the space of the ancient imperial mausoleum was really destroyed by that kid. Xu Hengtian was frightened and angry, and his expression was instantly gloomy to the extreme. Just facing the situation in front of him, Xu Hengtian was also helpless, and could only watch these divine fetal realm energy bodies dissipate in front of him. Xu Hengtian took a deep breath, and was about to enter the Kunsu imperial palace to find out, but several censored figures flashed out in front of him. Zhangtian, the ancient emperor's tomb has been destroyed. Even if you enter the Kunsu emperor's palace now, it will not help. One of the blood-clothed men looked at Xu Hengtian and said solemnly, "Take the rest of the resurrected ones, and leave this place with me." Xu Hengtian gritted his teeth and said, "Xu Tianyong and that human kid destroyed my Kun Shu sect, I must have them pay a heavy price for this. That human youth is able to break the divine rank formation of the ancient emperor mausoleum is obviously extraordinary. If the 4 quasi-emperor energy bodies that entered just now can't solve it, it won't help you go now." The blood-clothed man said lightly, "The changes in the ancient emperor's mausoleum will soon attract the attention of the 8 hidden holy places. If you don't leave, I'm afraid it will be too late." "What about leaving?" Xu Hengtian said with a sneer. "The 6 branches of your blood demon temple were slaughtered, and now the ancient Kunsu sect has also been destroyed. Can you still compete with the 8 hidden holy sites?" Xu Hengtian obviously did not give these people in the Blood Demon Palace any good expressions. If these people hadn't come to the ancient emperor's tomb and instigated them to become enemies of the Shenwu continent, how would their Kunsu sect be destroyed? Of course there is a chance. Our blood demon temple originated from a blood spirit race in another world. The Wanian blood spirit race attacked the Shenwu continent, and was eventually blocked by a great emperor of the Shenwu continent. Blood Spirit King, a blood spirit king comparable to the great emperor, is now suppressed somewhere in Shenwu continent. The blood-clothed man slowly said, "As long as we find the place where the blood spirit king is suppressed and help him to be born, who can stop Shenwu continent?" "Okay, I will go with you and help you find the blood spirit king of the blood spirit race." An icy glow suddenly flashed across Xu Hengtian's eyes. Even at all costs, he will let the entire Shenwu continent be buried for them. Kun Zuzong. Kunsu Palace, outside the central hall. After Jiang Chen meditated and adjusted his breath for 2 hours, he finally returned to his peak state. He looked at the main hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace, and he caught the attention of the corpse of the Kunsu Emperor in the main hall. The corpse of a great emperor that has been kept in the 5-element reincarnation coffin for tens of thousands of years is extremely powerful. If it can be subdued, even the quasi-emperor might have to avoid its edge. Facing a corpse of the great emperor close at hand, Jiang Chen obviously didn't want to give up so easily. Now that the Blood Demon Palace has been suppressed, the danger of the ancient Kunsu sect has been lifted, and I am not in a hurry to leave. It is better to improve your strength here first, and then go to the hall to find out. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and soon made a decision in his heart. He now possesses 2 divine fetal 9-layer essences and 3 emperor bone relics, which should raise his strength to a new level. When you enter the hall again, even if you encounter danger, your ability to protect yourself can be greatly enhanced. The attention was set in his mind. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and began to improve his strength. He first took out the essence of the 2 emperor servants at the gate of the Kunsu Emperor's palace and swallowed it directly. Ding! You swallow the essence of the 8th rank pinnacle swordsmanship and get 20 million * 100 cultivation experience. Ding! You swallow the essence of the 8th rank peak sword doctrine and gain 20 million * 100 sword domain experience. Ding! You successfully broke through the 9th layer of the womb. After swallowing the 2 pieces of the 8th rank pinnacle essence of swordsmanship, it directly caused Jiang Chen's cultivation to break through the 9th level of the divine womb. But this is not over yet. Jiang Chen quickly took out the metallic emperor bone relic and swallowed it down, gaining a lot of physical Dao cultivation experience, and soon raised his physique cultivation to the 8th rank peak. Jiang Chen swallowed the fire attribute emperor bone relic again, and in one breath lifted the cultivation base and even the 9 peaks of the divine fetus. And his fire Dao domain also went further, reaching the realm of Dacheng. After swallowing the fire attribute emperor bone relic, Jiang Chen also felt that his cultivation experience seemed to have reached a limit, so he did not rush to swallow the last emperor bone relic. He first took out a piece of Yuanling mine and tried to cultivate. Only after he had absorbed the energy of the Yuanling mine, there was still no system prompt. It seems that my guess is correct. Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself. Sure enough, he can no longer gain any cultivation experience now. This fire attribute emperor bone relic has raised Jiang Chen's cultivation to the limit of the 9-fold peak of the divine fetus. Now that Jiang Chen wants to gain cultivation experience again, it is only possible for the martial arts domain to reach the perfect state, and then he can understand the power of the law and be promoted to the Ruins Emperor realm. Since he could no longer obtain the cultivation base experience, Jiang Chen did not intend to waste the last wood attribute emperor bone relic. He stood up and looked directly at the central hall. Jiang Chen's current state has truly reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the womb. Moreover, his combat power is extraordinary, far surpassing the ordinary 9-fold peak emperor of the divine womb. Even facing the emperor, it may not be impossible to fight. Now, it is time to enter the central hall to find out. Chapter 1386. Take control of the emperor's body. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then carefully entered the main hall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace again. The situation in the main hall was generally the same as Jiang Chen expected. The remaining 2 5-element reincarnation coffins had obviously been destroyed by Emperor Kun Shu's previous blow. In the entire hall, only the body of Emperor Kun Shu stood proudly there motionless. Jiang Chen stared at the corpse of the great Emperor Kun Shu for a long time, but did not find anything unusual. Only then did the ancient beast control art form a soul mark and press the corpse of the emperor before him. At the moment when Jiang Chen's soul mark was submerged in the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. No, the divine sense of the great emperor in the body has not completely dissipated. This scene suddenly changed Jiang Chen's expression. Before he could make any movement, great Emperor Kun Shu's corpse's hollow eyes suddenly exploded with a cold fierce glow, staring at Jiang Chen firmly. Jiang Chen only felt a flower in front of him. When he came back to his senses again, he was already in an extremely strange space. There was darkness all around here, and Jiang Chen only felt that his whole person seemed to be in an endless crack in the dark space. A cold voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. Stupid ants, how can this emperor's body be tempted by the rats? As this icy voice fell, the surrounding gusts roared, and when an illusory golden shadow came, slowly walked out of the dark space, looking down at Jiang Chen below like a god. Jiang Chen's gaze couldn't help but stare at the golden phantom in midair. He already understood in his heart that the world formed by the divine mind of Emperor Kun Shu here. After the great Emperor Kunzu's spiritual mind issued that blow, although he was unable to continue to control the body, it did not completely dissipate. Now that Jiang Chen wants to control the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu with his soul imprint, he is undoubtedly sending out the trace of the emperor's remnant that has not yet dissipated again, and his soul has also been brought into this world. Today he wants to leave here. The only way is to destroy the last trace of Emperor Kunsu. Emperor Kunsu, your great emperor's divine sense has already consumed 7 or 88 with the previous blow. Now just with this residual trace of divine sense, how can you help me? Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind, a sneer of contempt also appeared on his face. As a supreme emperor on the Shenwu continent tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Kunsu was indeed extremely powerful. The power exploded from the previous divine mind. Even the existence of the horned dragon's corpse could easily obliterate the existence of the quasi-emperor realm. If the Emperor Kunsu was facing a complete divine sense of the great emperor at this moment, even if Jiang Chen had reached the extreme of the ninth-fold peak of the divine fetus, he might not have any resistance at all. The great Emperor Canyon who appeared in front of Jiang Chen now had less than 1/12 strength. And he has the power to restrain the soul's divine mind like the soul destruction seal, and it is not impossible to destroy this remnant thought of the emperor. The canyon of the great Emperor Kunsu heard Jiang Chen's contemptuous voice, and suddenly he let out a cold anger. In the endless dark space, the wind was violent, waves of destruction storms, like a tsunami, rushed towards Jiang Chen. Facing the crazy offensive of the great Emperor Kunsu Canyon, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. He raised his palm, and a black square seal was also condensed in his palm instantly. Except for some specialized soul martial arts, even the top imperial martial arts cannot be displayed in the soul state. However, as a sacred weapon of the human race of the Xuanling continent, the human emperor seal had no such restrictions. Even the soul state can be easily displayed, especially the first seal of the soul seal. If it is displayed solely with soul power, it will be even more powerful. Looking at the surging black storm, Jiang Chen's illusory palm suddenly flipped, and a huge black square seal was directly smashed out. The black storm and Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal collided in midair. I saw Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal, directly annihilating the surging black storm with a force of destruction. The soul extinguishing seal had already destroyed all the black storms within a kilometer, and then crashed down at the great Emperor Kunsu's canyon. The great Emperor Kunsu was hit by the soul destruction seal, and he couldn't help but hear a slight muffled groan, and his figure also burst back 100 feet away. His originally illusory golden need has become even more dim and illusory at this moment. Human Emperor Seal, you. Who are you? How can you have the Emperor Seal of the human race divine martial artist of the profound spirit continent? The canyon eyes of the great Emperor Kunsu stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was also an incredible shock in his eyes. This guy actually knows the Emperor's Seal. It seems that before the battle 10,000 years ago, the relationship between Shenwu continent and Xuanling continent should be very close. This Emperor Kunsu was able to recognize the Emperor at a glance. While his thoughts flickered, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate in the movement of his hands, and another imprint of soul extinguishing suppressed the remnant thought of Emperor Kunsu. Facing Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal, the few remaining great Emperor Kunsu's remnants were hard to stop. After displaying the soul extinguishing seal 3 times in a row, Emperor Kunsu's remnant thoughts were finally completely wiped out by Jiang Chen. And as the remnant thoughts of the great Emperor Jiang Chen Kunsu dissipated, the dark space around him also began to fluctuate violently at this moment. The sound of a broken mirror slowly resounded in the void, and the endless dark space around him instantly turned into countless small space fragments, bursting open. The moment it burst in this space, in the central hall of Kunsu Emperor's palace, Jiang Chen, who had been standing still, finally slowly opened his eyes. Finally, this trace of the Emperor's remnant was obliterated. Without any hesitation, he once again condensed a soul mark and struck the body of Emperor Kunsu. Jiang Chen's soul imprint was naturally unobstructed, and he easily left his own soul imprint on the Emperor's corpse, successfully controlling this Emperor's corpse. Looking at the corpse of the Emperor in front of him, a rare smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This corpse of the great Emperor was a bit stronger than the previous dragon corpse. Unless the real Imperial Realm powerhouse appears, this great Emperor's body is almost an invincible existence on the Shenwu continent. Chapter 1387, 4 Ancient World. After conquering the Emperor's body, Jiang Chen rested in the hall for a while, and then was about to leave the Kunsu Emperor's palace. Jiang Chen glanced over the stone wall on the side of the hall inadvertently, but found some incomplete handwriting on the stone wall. Jiang Chen couldn't help stopping, and carefully scanned the writing on the stone wall. Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the content on the stone wall. This stone wall recorded the life and deeds of Emperor Kun Shu. It records how Emperor Kun Shu changed his fate from an ordinary warrior, and finally became the supreme emperor of the famous Shenwu continent. Emperor Kun Shu was indeed a very accomplished character. This guy has mediocre talent, but with great perseverance, in the era of genius like clouds, 3,000 years have become a great emperor. After achieving the great emperor, Emperor Kun Shu was not satisfied with this, and has been seeking to break through the realm above the emperor. Emperor Kun Shu went to a place called the ancient world of Thunder God to seek a way to break the realm. In that place, although the great Emperor Kun Shu had obtained the treasure that broke the realm, he also offended an ancient powerhouse above the great emperor. After he fled back to Kun Shu sect, he knew that the ancient strong would not let him go, so he placed the 5-element reincarnation tube in the Kun Shu Emperor's palace and arranged the Yuanling reincarnation formation to nurture the emperor's body with the power of the world and the 5 elements. As long as there is enough time, his emperor's body will give birth to a new spiritual wisdom, thus giving him a new life. The plan of Emperor Kun Shu failed to come true in the end and was destroyed by Jiang Chen. There is such a place in the ancient world of Thunder God unexpectedly in Shenwu continent. Why have I never heard of it? Looking at the record on the stone wall, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. According to the records of Emperor Kun Shu, after he obtained the treasure, he did not bring it back to Kun Zuzong, but found a place to hide it in the ancient world of Thunder God. A treasure capable of making the great Emperor Guishu realm breakthrough. Such a heaven-defying treasure, even Jiang Chen was tempted. If this can be obtained, wouldn't it be easy for him to break through the realm of Emperor Guishu? Although the ancient world of Thunder God was mentioned on the stone wall, there was no information about the ancient world of Thunder God at all. Jiang Chen didn't know the whereabouts of the ancient world of Thunder God, so he had to record the matter in his mind for the time being. It seems that after going out, you have to inquire about the news of the Thunder God ancient realm. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, then he turned and left the hall. After leaving the central main hall, Jiang Chen did not rush to leave either. Now that he is in control of the emperor's body, the killing formations that have existed for tens of thousands of years in the Kun Shu Emperor's palace almost pose no threat to Jiang Chen. He took a look at the Kun Shu Emperor's palace again, and found that there was really nothing in the Kun Shu Emperor's palace, before leaving the Kun Shu Emperor's palace. When Jiang Chen left the Kun Shu Emperor's palace, he saw that the 8 hidden holy sites had already occupied the ancient Kun Shu sect site under the leadership of Xianxia, scraping resources everywhere. Grandmaster Jiang, are you okay? Thanks to your help this time about the ancient emperor's tomb. Looking at Jiang Chen coming out of the Kun Shu Emperor's palace, Xianxia's old face couldn't help showing a grateful look. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen's help this time, their 8 hidden sacred sites would have to keep up with the ancient Kun Zuzong's mutant resurrection body, which has been consumed in the land of silence. With the gradual increase in the resurrection body of the ancient Kun Shu sect, not to mention the settlement of the ancient emperor's tomb, I am afraid that their entire 8 hidden holy places will have to be consumed by the ancient Kun Shu here. What can I do? Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, the formation here has been broken, all the energy bodies of Kun Shu sect have completely dissipated, and the ancient emperor's mausoleum no longer exists, so I will leave first. Although the Blood Demon Palace has been suppressed and the ancient imperial mausoleum has been perfectly resolved, the Shenwu continent is still facing an unprecedented huge crisis. Now Jiang Chen has a body of a great emperor in his hands that is not inferior to the quasi-emperor, but it is obviously far from enough to face the blood spirit race and the 9 Yu King Li Juyu. Jiang Chen didn't plan to continue wasting time here. He must be ready at any time for the Shenwu intercepting heaven array to dissipate, and by the way inquire about the news of the Thunder God ancient realm. In the ancient world of Thunder God, Emperor Kun Shu hid a peerless treasure that was very against the sky. If he could get that treasure, Jiang Chen might be able to break through and return to the ruins realm in one fell swoop and become an emperor realm powerhouse on the mainland. Only by becoming a strong emperor, he will have the qualifications to compete with Juyu King Li Juyu. Grandmaster Jiang, wait a minute. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly called Jiang Chen. The old man still has things to do. I want to discuss it with Palace Master Jiang. Can it be convenient? Jiang Chen groaned slightly, then nodded and said, okay, I also have something to tell Elder Sha. The catastrophe tens of thousands of years ago was about to come again, and Jiang Chen also happened to inform Xianxia of the situation of the buried Emperor Yuan, so that their 8 hidden holy places had a psychological preparation. The 8 hidden sacred sites have been passed down in the Shenwu continent for thousands of years, especially the Haoshan Holy Land, which can be said to be the real master of the Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago. Jiang Chen also wanted to ask Xianxia to see if they knew the existence of the Thunder God Ancient Realm. The two came to a large hall, and the guest and the host sat down. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and asked straightforwardly, "Elder Sha, I don't know what you are looking for." Xianxia slowly took a deep breath and said, "Grandmaster Jiang, it's true. I'm actually here to work with you this time. I hope I can go to a place with you in a team." Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a surprised look. "I don't know where Elder Sha is going." Xianxia is a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th stage of the womb, and a supreme emperor on the top 10 list. What is there in the Shenwu continent that can make this person so jealous? Grandmaster Jiang does not know that there is another very mysterious place in our Shenwu continent. This place is opened almost every 1,000 years, and it has great opportunities that are not available in other places in Shenwu continent. The quasi-emperor powerhouses that have appeared in the Shenwu continent in the last 10,000 years are almost all born from that place. It is said that there are still heaven-defying treasures that can directly break through the emperor realm in that place. Xianxia said astonishingly authentic. Shenwu continent, is there such a magical place? When Jiang Chen heard Xianxia's words, there was also an incredible shock on his face. Yes, Shenwu continent does have such a magical place. Even in ancient times, many emperor realm powerhouses in Shenwu continent were born there. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, "This place is called the Ancient World of Thunder God." Chapter 1388, Go to the Ancient World of Thor. Following Xianxia's words, Jiang Chen was startled slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Thor Ancient World, isn't this the place recorded on the stone wall of the Kunsu Emperor's palace? Jiang Chen never expected that there would be such a coincidence in the world. He was about to ask Xianxia about the Ancient World of Thunder God, but Xianxia brought it up to him, and invited him to go to the Ancient World of Thunder God. As the saying goes, no coincidence is not a book. It seems that even God wants him to go to the Ancient World of Thunder God for a while. "Elder Sha, tell me about the situation in the Thunder God Ancient Realm." After being shocked for a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled at Xianxia. He wanted to inquire about the Ancient World of Thunder God, and then went to the Ancient World of Thunder God. Nowadays, there is Xianxia who knows better about the Ancient World of Thunder God and actively invites him to the Ancient World of Thunder God. How can Jiang Chen refuse? Xianxia nodded, and then introduced the information of the Thunder God Ancient Realm to Jiang Chen. The Ancient Thunder God Realm is an independent space on the Shenwu continent, which is said to have been opened up by an ancient power above the Great Emperor. This space has been in Shenwu continent for a long time, and it is no longer known how many years it has existed. For the warriors of the Shenwu continent, the Ancient World of Thunder God is definitely a treasured land that they dream of. In this place, there are countless opportunities that make the Emperor of the Divine Fetus realm extremely eye-catching. Especially after the battle 10,000 years ago, the world on the Shenwu continent changed drastically, and countless emperors at the peak of the Divine Fetal stage were completely stuck at this step, and they could no longer improve themselves. The Thunder God Ancient Realm, however, has many opportunities for the Divine Embryo Realm Emperor to break through, and it has almost become the only place for all Divine Embryo Peak Emperors to break through. Over the past 10,000 years, the quasi-emperor realm powerhouses that have appeared on the mainland have almost always sought opportunities to break through in the Thunder God Ancient Realm. The Thunder God Ancient Realm opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it is turned on, even the hidden old monsters on the Shenwu continent will be born one after another, going to the ancient world of Thunder God to seek breakthrough opportunities. The Thunder God Ancient Realm has almost gathered more than 90% of the top emperors on the Shenwu continent. The ancient world of Thunder God is also a very cruel place. Even the emperor at the peak of the fetus is at risk of falling in it. Even with Xianxia's strength, he did not dare to get involved easily. Xianxia will invite Jiang Chen to go with him. Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable now, he is only stronger than him. As long as the two of them work together, unless they encounter a strong person in the quasi-emperor realm, nothing can pose a threat to them. How long will the Thunder God Ancient Realm open? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Since this ancient world of Thunder God is so magical, even if he doesn't talk about the treasure obtained by Emperor Kun Shu, he has to go to the ancient world of Thunder God to see it. I'm not sure when, but it must be in the last few days. Xianxia shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Dianju Jiang, you just said you have something to tell me. I don't know what it is. The 10,000-year period is coming, and Shenwu continent may once again face the disaster of that year. When Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help but raised his head and glanced at Xianxia, and said in a deep voice, Elder Sha, as the supreme elder of the Haoshan Holy Land, must be very familiar with this matter, right? When Xianxia heard Jiang Chen mention this, his expression instantly changed color and became extremely solemn. According to the records of the vast sky Holy Land, our ancestor Vast Sky the Great gathered the power of the emperors and suppressed the plain channel of the starry sky city in a powerful blood spirit race somewhere in the Shenwu continent. But, even if the Vast Sky Great Emperor gathers the power of the emperors, it can only suppress 10,000 years. Once 10,000 years have passed, the blood spirit race may make a comeback. Xianxia smiled bitterly. For thousands of years, the 8 hidden holy places have been trying to find this place to remove hidden dangers for Shenwu continent, but there has been no news. In that battle, the world of Shenwu continent changed drastically and fell apart. The great emperor Vast Sky opened Starry Sky City with a single sword, and the other half of Starry Sky City fell into the northern wilderness, smashing into an endless abyss called Emperor Burial Abyss. It is naturally impossible for you to find this place in the mainland of central China. When Xianxia heard the words, an excited expression appeared on his face. Master Jiang, you actually know where the other half of Star City is? Not only do I know, but I have been there. Jiang Chen said indifferently. A few years ago, there was a problem with the formation that suppressed that place. There were people from the blood spirit race who crossed the border. I suppressed and repaired the formation. My 8 hidden holy places have been searching for the other half of Star City for nearly 10,000 years, and now I finally have news. Xianxia said with excitement. When the trip to the ancient world of Thunder God is over, I will lead the 8 great hidden holy lands to the northern wilderness with you to completely resolve the matter. Jiang Chen nodded without speaking. After the matter of Thunder God ancient realm was over, Jiang Chen's next goal was naturally to solve the matter in the burial abyss. Although he is not as optimistic as Xianxia, the 8 hidden holy places are strong, and the pressure on Jiang Chen to act with them is undoubtedly much smaller. Especially the Vast Sky Holy Land, they should have a better understanding of some of the methods that Vast Sky Great Emperor arranged back then than ordinary people. Xianxia is so confident, maybe Haoshan Holy Land has any solution. The most important thing for Jiang Chen is to go to the ancient world of Thunder God. Since the ancient Thunder God realm is a strange place in the Shenwu continent, there is a great opportunity to break through the Emperor realm inside, so he must seize the opportunity to break through the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Although Juyu King Li Juyu is a great emperor comparable to Emperor Haoshan, he has been suppressed for thousands of years, and he must have been at his peak long ago. As long as he can break through the Emperor realm and rely on many methods, even if Li Juyu really broke his seal, he may not be without the power to fight. All discussions have been finalized, and Jiang Chen has no plans to leave. A large part of the reason why he hurried to leave was because he wanted to find the ancient world of Thunder God. Now that he not only knew the news of the Thunder God ancient realm, but also that the Thunder God ancient realm could open at any time, Jiang Chen decided to stay with Xianxia and prepare to enter the Thunder God ancient realm. The group returned to Nirvana City, while Jiang Chen was in the Nirvana City to comprehend the mark of Zhu Shen, while waiting for the opening of the ancient world of Thunder God. Unconsciously, 3 days passed in a flash. Until the 4th day, Xianxia finally found Jiang Chen again. Dianju Jiang, there has been a change in the entrance of the Thunder God ancient realm, and it must be opened soon. It is time for us to set off. When Jiang Chen heard the words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. If this is the case, let's go. Chapter 1389, Raytheon Stream, the Supreme Emperors Gather. All the way out of Silent City, Jiang Chen soon discovered that the ninefold elders of the other sacred wombs were all gathered at the gate of Nirvana City. They also want to go to the ancient world of Thunder God. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and couldn't help but transmit the voice to Xianxia. Jiang Chen has always liked to come and go alone. This time he went to the Thunder God ancient realm, and it was enough to have Xianxia. He didn't want to bring these old guys from the 8 great reclusive holy lands. Don't worry, it's just going to the ancient world of Thunder God together. After entering the ancient world of Thunder God, we don't need to worry about them. Xianxia explained. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he didn't say much. As long as it doesn't affect him after entering the Thunder God Ancient Realm, there is no problem. The Ancient Thunder God Realm, a wild mountain range located in the northwestern part of the Central State Continent, is very far away from the place of dying Jiang Chen and the others. Even at the speed of Jiang Chen and the others, it took 2 or 3 days to reach the destination. Jiang Chen and the others also saw a lot of people rushing towards the wild mountains. The breath radiating from these people is extremely strong, almost at least all of them are powerful people with a womb of 7 or more. There are even a lot of people's auras. Compared to the supreme elders of the 8 great hidden holy lands, they are not in the slightest inferior. Obviously, the goal of these people is the ancient world of Thor. Seeing the hidden old monsters appearing in the wild mountains, Jiang Chen was also amazed. The attraction of the Thunder God Ancient Realm is really terrifying, and all these supreme emperors who are rarely seen in Shenwu continent on weekdays have all come here. Although many strong people gathered, everyone had a tacit understanding and there was no conflict at this time. These people came to the wild mountains for only one purpose, and that was to enter the ancient world of Thunder God. Although the barren mountain range is one of the oldest mountains in Shenwu continent, fierce beasts are rampant in it, and the environment is very harsh. But for Jiang Chen and the group of 9-fold divine womb emperors, it didn't pose much threat. In the slightly gloomy ancient mountain forest, Jiang Chen and the others went all the way without encountering too many obstacles. Even if occasionally encountering some fierce beasts blocking the way, they were easily resolved by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the others came to the depths of the wild mountain range as soon as they reached the huge mountain stream shrouded by thunder lightning. The entire mountain stream under the cover of thunder power exudes a heart-palpitating breath. Before the mountain stream, there is a rather spacious open land. Here, there are already a lot of people sitting or standing, all exuding an extremely powerful aura. Most of them are scattered separately, watching each other vigilantly, and only a few people have just got together in 2s and 3s. Jiang Chen scanned it roughly and found that there were hundreds of strong people gathered here. Most of them have at least reached the level of the Holy Master of the 8 sacred sites, and the aura exuding from a few people is almost comparable to xianxia, the 13th strongest in the Supreme Emperor's list. Here is the Thunder God stream and the entrance to the ancient world of Thunder God. Thunder Shenjian is always shrouded by this terrifying thunder power. It is said that the thunder force contains extremely terrifying thunder rules. Even those who are quasi-emperor and strong dare not easily get involved. Only when the Thunder God Ancient Realm opens every 1,000 years and the thunder law of Thunder God stream dissipates, we can enter it. Xianxia looked at the thunderous mountain stream ahead, and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen beside him. Even without Xianxia's explanation, he could feel the terrifying power of the thunder over Thunder God Jian. Even with his current strength, I am afraid that he would be instantly bombarded with the power of that terrible thunder into scum. Jiang Chen and the others found a place outside the Thunder God stream to sit down, ignored the gazes of everyone around them, and quietly waited for the opening of the ancient world of Thunder God. With such waiting, more and more powerful players of Raytheon Jian's foreign exchange are gathering. Unexpectedly, apart from your 8 hidden sacred places, there are so many powerful people hidden in the Zhongzhou continent. Seeing no fewer than 100 super emperors gathered outside Thunder God stream, Jiang Chen couldn't help passing a look of astonishment in his eyes. There are so many super kings, compared to the 8 hidden holy places combined, they are more than equal. Back then, the Blood Demon Palace swept the mainland. If these guys were willing to take action and suppress the Blood Demon Palace in a small area, wouldn't it be a matter of grasping it? Most of these old guys are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. They don't have much lifespan. How can they waste their energy to manage these messy things on the mainland? If it hadn't been for the opening of the Thunder God Ancient Realm this time, and there would be a chance for them to break the mirror, these guys wouldn't be born easily. As if he understood what Jiang Chen was thinking, Xianxia couldn't help but shook his head. Although there are a lot of strong people here, it seems that there are no top 10 figures in the Supreme Emperor's list, right? Jiang Chen's eyes swept over these powerful men, and a strange expression could not help appearing on his face. In Jiang Chen's perception, of all the strongest here, the strongest is almost at the same level as Xianxia. Could it be that those stronger existences in Shenwu continent are not interested in this Thunder God Ancient Realm? The Ancient Thunder God Realm even possesses the great opportunity to break through the Emperor Realm. The existences of the top 10 ranks of the Supreme Emperor's list are powerful people an era earlier than us. They were almost the supreme emperors of the famous mainland 1,000 years ago. These people have entered the ancient thunder god realm as early as 1,000 years ago. Some have fallen into it, and some of them, in order to get the opportunity to break the mirror, would rather be sealed by the ancient thunder god for 1,000 years before coming out. Xianxia said slowly. In the 8 hidden holy places, including our previous generation of ancestors of the Haoshan Holy Land, they all entered the ancient world of thunder god thousands of years ago. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. So, in the ancient world of thunder god, is it not the top powerhouse that gathers Shenwu continent? Maybe there are even quasi-emperor powerhouses. Although the thunder god ancient realm has the opportunity to break through the quasi-emperor and even the emperor realm, it is not easy to get the opportunity. Every time there are many emperors of the divine feather realm who enter the ancient world of thunder god, there are only a handful of them who can really break through. Those who choose to stay in the ancient world of thunder god are just because they don't have many lifespans and want to give it a go. Most of them eventually fell into it. I am afraid that most of the old monsters gathered here came with this purpose. Xianxia glanced at the powerhouses around him, and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Haoshan's sacred ground to be green and yellow, I'm afraid I would not come out easily if I entered the thunder god ancient realm this time. Chapter 1390, Emperor Yongguo. Hearing what Xianxia said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel silent for a while. In Shenwu continent, the life of the strong in the emperor realm is extremely long, reaching tens of thousands of years. The ordinary emperor of the divine embryo realm has a lifespan of only 1,000 years. Even the emperor of the 9th peak of the divine womb is only 2,000 years old. Many of the hidden world powerhouses present are almost all old monsters who have lived for more than 1,000 years. Now that the plain origin of Shenwu continent is intercepted, it is almost impossible for them to break through in such an environment. The thunder god ancient realm is their only opportunity. If they can't break through the thunder god ancient realm, they will return to the Zhongzhou continent, and eventually they will only fall because of the exhaustion of their lifespan. Instead of returning to the Shenwu continent and waiting for death, it would be better to give it a go in the thunder god ancient realm. Once they can break through the quasi-emperor, their lifespan can be increased to 5,000 years, and they will have more time to attack the emperor realm. Outside Thor's stream, with hundreds of top emperors quietly waiting, 2 days passed in a flash. The third day, when the first rays of Chenhui fell from the sky, an extremely special energy, like a wave, suddenly swept away from the sky in the sky above thunder god stream. With the spread of this energy, I saw the perennial thunder in the sky above Thunder River, and disappeared without a trace at this moment. A huge distorted space door with a size of hundreds of feet, also directly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. The countless powerhouses outside of Thunder God's stream showed incredibly hot expressions in their gazes toward the space gate. The Thunder God ancient realm is open. Many powerhouses did not hesitate, they all rushed towards the space gate violently. Let's go in too. When Xianxia saw this, he didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately flashed towards the entrance of the Thunder God ancient realm. Jiang Chen also quickly followed, and the figures of the two quickly disappeared into the space gate above Thunder God stream. This is a quiet and desolate plain. The earth is full of yellowish colors, and occasionally there are a few green shades, releasing a little bit of vitality. Over the quiet plain, a crack in the dark space of 100 meters in size suddenly appeared, and a group of figures flashed out of the void. These figures are naturally the powerhouses who entered the ancient realm of Thunder God from Thunder God stream. After entering the ancient world of Thunder God, they did not stay too much in this plane, and went directly to all sides of the ancient world of Thunder God, and quickly disappeared in this plane. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the Thunder God ancient realm, the supreme elders of other holy places also bid farewell to Xianxia and the two, and then left in 2s and 3s. How much do you know about the ancient world of Thunder God? Where are we going now? Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding situation and couldn't help but face Xianxia beside him. Our ancestors of the 8 hidden holy lands did leave some experience in exploring the ancient world of Thunder God. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and slowly said, according to the message left by an ancestor of the Haoshan Holy Land, there is a tree of Emperor Yun in the Thunder God ancient realm. Let's go there and take a look. Emperor Yun Divine Tree. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the function of this Emperor accumulation tree, how could it be something ordinary that could be named after the Emperor? The Emperor Yun Sacred Tree is a sacred tree in the ancient world of Thunder God, and it contains the laws of the Emperor Tao itself. It is said that some savvy and enchanted generations can comprehend the laws of the Emperor realm by sitting under the Emperor's sacred tree, and become a quasi-emperor strong after breaking through the realm. Furthermore, the Emperor Yun's sacred tree can breed an Emperor Yun fruit every few hundred years. Back then, one of my ancestors of the Haoshan Holy Land relied on the Emperor Yun fruit to break through and become a quasi-emperor. When Sha Yunchang said this, there was a fiery look in his old eyes. As the Emperor Yun Shen tree, when Jiang Chen heard the words, there was a touch of excitement that could not be concealed in his heart. This Emperor Yun divine tree is undoubtedly the treasure that Jiang Chen has always dreamed of. Not to mention the Emperor Yun fruit that could only be bred for hundreds of years, the effect of that Emperor Yun censored tree alone was enough to make Jiang Chen's heart move. He has a system in his body. Once he triggers 100 times comprehension, he is definitely not comparable to any evil genius in Shenwu continent. Maybe he only needs to use the Emperor Yun divine tree to make himself comprehend the laws of the Emperor realm and break through the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Let's go, the ancient world of Thor is only open for half a year. We must return here and leave within half a year, otherwise we will really stay in the ancient world of thunder. Sha Yunchang's voice fell, and he took Jiang Chen directly to the southeast. The two passed through many obstacles and came to a valley that looked strange. The environment in the valley is elegant, with exotic flowers and plants blooming everywhere, like a fairyland. In the center of the valley, there is a clear spring water covering an area of tens of square meters, flowing quietly. Tiny cyan smoke evaporates from the spiritual spring. Even at a distance of hundreds of feet, Jiang Chen could sense the aura emanating from the spring water. This spring is obviously also a rare spiritual spring. Compared with the profound spiritual sacred spring that Jiang Chen had obtained at the Zun Emperor's ruins, I am afraid it is even better. What shocked Jiang Chen most was the mysterious fruit tree behind the spring. This is a towering old tree that is 10 feet tall, and the entire fruit tree exudes a mysterious charm, almost covering the entire valley. On this huge ancient tree, there are still 3 mysterious fruits the size of a fist. Although the fruit looks simple and unpretentious, Jiang Chen can feel a mysterious power flowing from the fruit. Is this the Emperor Yun divine tree? Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Sha Yunchang looked at the divine Emperor aggregate tree in the valley, and his eyes sparkled with extremely excitement. I didn't expect that the divine Emperor aggregate tree has already bred 3 divine aggregate fruits. It seems we are lucky. Emperor Yungguo, this is the miraculous fruit of heaven and earth that contains the laws of Emperor Dao. If he could obtain an Emperor aggregate fruit, he would have great hopes to understand the laws of the Emperor realm, and thus break through the realm to become a quasi-Emperor powerhouse. Let's go, there are many dreams in the night, and I will take the Di-Yun fruit first. Jiang Chen also suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. Di-Yungguo's such treasures are definitely the treasures that most of the experts who have entered the ancient realm of Thunder God dream of. Once discovered by other powerhouses, they might be in trouble if they want to obtain the Emperor Yun fruit. Be careful, it's very possible that fierce beasts are entrenched in places like the Emperor's sacred tree, where heaven and earth spirits grow. After Sha Yunchang finished speaking, he and Jiang Chen cautiously leaned towards the Emperor Yun Shen tree. Chapter 1391, Time to get the Emperor Yungguo. The two of Jiang Chen suppressed their breath to the lowest point, and cautiously leaned towards the Emperor Yun divine tree in the valley. Just as they hit the valley, a cold anger suddenly came from their ears. This is the place of the Emperor, get out of here. As this icy voice fell, a black shadow burst out of the spirit spring pool in front of the divine tree of Emperor Yun. An extremely harsh snake sound resounded in the valley, and the black shadow instantly turned into a huge black python. Its black tail, tens of meters long, directly slapped Jiang Chen with terrifying power. Seeing that the black giant python started directly, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest politeness. The sole of his foot slammed on the ground, and bright golden light burst out of his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's figure directly swelled into a golden giant no less inferior to the black giant python. The immortal golden body was condensed, and Jiang Chen's huge palm, which was cast like a golden mountain, suddenly shook it, and directly collided with the tail of the black giant python without reservation. A violent storm of shattered world power surged away, and Jiang Chen's figure was shaken back 2 steps in succession. The black giant python's tail was also shaken back by Jiang Chensheng's punch, and even some of the black scales covering the python's tail were blown through by Jiang Chen's punch. The strength of this black giant python is not weak. Looking at the black giant python that was only retreated by himself, a look of difference also appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. His current physique cultivation base has reached the peak of the 8th heaven, and then displayed the immortal golden body, which has already reached a very terrifying level. Even a strong person at the realm of xianxia would have to retreat. This black python can easily block his punch. I am afraid that in the entire Shenwu continent, few people can help it. Roar. Boy, you dare to hurt the emperor, I want you to die. The black giant python suffered a small loss under Jiang Chen's fist, and suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Over the entire valley, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and terrifying black energy lightning condensed in it, looking like the end of the day. You are just a python with some thin dragon blood. You want me to die? I don't even fear the corpse of the imperial real dragon, let alone you or your little snake. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and directly brought a terrifying force from the broken void on his fist, and smashed it at the black giant python again. Jiang Chen punched one after another, and the power of each punch was almost enough to easily kill an ordinary divine fetal 9th stage powerhouse. After more than 10 punches in a row, even if it was a very powerful black python, the huge body was smashed by Jiang Chen, blood was splashing, and the huge body felt like it was about to break apart. Big, your lord is forgiving, I am willing to give everything here to the Lord, and hope that the Lord will go around me. The black giant python was horrified, and quickly turned into a censored man and knelt in front of Jiang Chen begging for mercy. The whole young man who suddenly broke into the valley in front of him was really terrifying. If it continues, I am afraid it will really be scummed by the guy in front of it. Give up resistance, surrender to me, I will spare you not to die. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and quickly condensed an ancient imperial beast seal, and pressed the black man's head. Although the black man was unwilling, he did not dare to resist, and could only let Jiang Chen leave a soul mark in his body that enslaved him. Xiao He, how long have you been in this valley? Why did you stay here and didn't take the Emperor Yun fruit from the tree? Jiang Chen conquered the black python, and a doubtful look appeared in his eyes. There are a total of 3 Emperor aggregate fruits on the divine tree of Emperor aggregation. Looking at the shape of these 3 Emperor aggregate fruits, 2 of them should be mature. This black python can take 2 mature Emperor Yun fruit and leave. Why should he stay here? It was precisely because of the strangeness that Jiang Chen didn't kill the black python, but chose to keep it. Master, I discovered the Emperor Yun divine tree together with my eldest brother 300 years ago. The eldest brother wanted to take the fruit of the Emperor accumulation, but he was strangled by the Emperor accumulation law on the tree of the Emperor accumulation, and his soul was destroyed. After that, I didn't dare to act rashly, so I had to guard the ancients and seek opportunities. The black python said directly. What do you mean? Is this Emperor Yun fruit too difficult to obtain? When Jiang Chen heard this, his brows couldn't help but frown. This shouldn't be. If extracting the Emperor aggregate fruit would be strangled by the Emperor aggregate law of the Emperor aggregate censored tree, how did the ancestor of the Haoshan Holy Land obtain the Emperor aggregate fruit? He couldn't help but turned his head to look at Sha Yunchang. Elder Sha, do you know how to pick the Emperor Yun fruit? Sha Yunchang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Our ancestor of the Haoshan Holy Land has not left a record of this. Master, this Emperor aggregate fruit is not unavailable. Based on my observations over the years, it should not be time to harvest the Emperor aggregate fruit. The black python hesitated slightly, and said, if I guess right, as long as the 3rd Emperor aggregate fruit matures, the Emperor aggregate law of the Emperor aggregate tree will change, and there may be a chance to receive the Emperor aggregate fruit. How long will the 3rd Emperor Yun fruit mature? Jiang Chen's brows were twisted together tightly. They only have 3 months in the Thunder God ancient realm. If it takes a long time for this Emperor Yun fruit to mature, wouldn't they have no chance? It should be soon. The black python looked up at the immature Emperor Yungwo and slowly said, according to my estimation, within a month, this 3rd Emperor Yungwo will mature. When the black python was speaking, a deep unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He has been waiting for the Emperor Yun sacred tree for 300 years, and he can put the Emperor Yun fruit in his pocket before his eyes, but now he has to hand over to Jiang Chen and the others. A month. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They spent a total of 3 months in the Thunder God ancient realm, and it was nothing to wait for a month for this Emperor Yungwo. Moreover, you can also comprehend the laws of the Emperor realm under the Emperor Cloud censored tree. Jiang Chen could also take this opportunity to try to comprehend the laws of the Emperor Realm under the Emperor Yun tree. If he can directly comprehend the laws of the Emperor Realm, he can easily break through even if there is no Emperor aggregate fruit. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Sha Yunchang. Elder Sha, if that's the case, then we will stay under this Imperial Accumulation tree for a month. What do you think? Chapter 1392, Enlightenment under the Emperor Yun Shen tree. Sha Yunchang nodded. Naturally, Sha Yunchang didn't have any opinion on Jiang Chen's decision. There is a lot of space in the Thunder God Ancient Realm, and it is not easy to find a chance here. Even if they leave here, they may not be able to find an opportunity comparable to the Emperor Yungguo elsewhere, and they will face many dangers. This Emperor Sacred Tree was a chance for them. If they can comprehend something under the Imperial Aggregate Sacred Tree, even if they do not get the Imperial Aggregate Fruit in the end, it will be enough to benefit them infinitely. Jiang Chen ordered the Black Python to guard Taniguchi, and then went directly to the Emperor Yun Shen tree with Sha Yunchang. Looking at the Emperor Yun Divine Tree up close, both Jiang Chen were once again shocked by the vision. This is a towering old tree that has not known how many years it has existed. The torso is 2 to 3 feet in diameter and tens of meters in height, like an Optimus Prime connecting the world. The entire Emperor Yun sacred tree exudes an ancient aura. A puff of extremely strong fresh air permeated from the Imperial Accumulation sacred tree, rippling in the heavens and the earth, causing the space around the Imperial Accumulation sacred tree to change all kinds of magical scenes from time to time. Jiang Chen could feel the extremely mysterious power from these magical scenes. Sha Yunchang felt the mysterious power of the Emperor Yun sacred tree, and immediately sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend with the mysterious power of the surrounding space. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, he was also sinking his heart to feel the mysterious power emanating from the Emperor Yun divine tree. Jiang Chen felt for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no system prompt in his mind. No, isn't it possible that this time the system can't trigger 100 times comprehension, and the power of the Emperor Yun divine tree is not successful? Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of astonishment in his heart. This is the first time this has happened since Jiang Chen had the system. Since someone once comprehended the laws of the Emperor realm under the tree of the Emperor Yun, he had a systemic understanding of a hundredfold, and he could not comprehend anything without any reason. Although the system hasn't responded, Jiang Chen didn't give up either. He still felt the power of the Emperor Yun divine tree with all his strength. After this full hour, a familiar system prompt finally sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! You feel the power of the Emperor sacred tree, trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! Your sword domain has gained 1,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You gain 1,000,000*100 experience in the field of fire. Ding! You gain 1,000,000*100 experience in the minefield field. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he had to sigh how difficult it was for this Emperor's accumulation tree to comprehend. Even with a hundredfold comprehension of the system, it took Jiang Chen a whole hour to successfully gain an experience. From this, we can imagine how difficult it is for ordinary people to use the Emperor Yun Shen tree to enlighten. Although it takes an hour to comprehend the Emperor Yun Shen tree at a time, it will allow him to gain 1,000,000 experience for all his martial arts powers each time. In one day, every kind of martial arts power can gain 12 million experience points, and the effect is undoubtedly very huge. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore at the moment, and began to comprehend under the Emperor Yun Shen tree with all his strength. Under Jiang Chen's constant insight, Jiang Chen's time domain also quickly reached the realm of Dacheng from childhood. The real meaning of time and space that he mastered in Xingkangcheng was also promoted to the 6th domain power, time and space domain, and reached the realm of Shaocheng in one breath. There is no time in the mountains. Before they knew it, Jiang Chen and the others had already stayed for 7 or 8 days under the Emperor Yun Shen tree. On this day, Jiang Chen, who had been comprehending the power of the martial arts domain, was finally awakened by a violent explosion from Taniguchi. He opened his eyes violently and looked towards Taniguchi, and saw that the black python guarding Taniguchi had already revealed its body. Under the attack of several powerful 9-layered divine wombs, Dahua fell into it in embarrassment. The Emperor Yun sacred tree is really the Emperor Yun sacred tree, and it has bred 3 Emperor Yun fruits. Those powerhouses repelled the black python and stepped into the valley, directly ignoring the 2 Jiang Chen under the Emperor Yun divine tree, with extremely enthusiastic expressions in their eyes. At this time, Xianxia also quickly woke up. He looked at these powerhouses who suddenly broke into Shanggu, with a slightly unsightly expression. I didn't expect that the Emperor Yun divine tree was discovered so soon. Master, it's not that they found the divine Emperor Yun tree, but the Emperor Yun God tree attracted them. As the third imperial aggregate fruit is about to mature, the aura from the imperial aggregate sacred tree has become wider and wider. Once the Emperor Yun fruit is truly mature, I am afraid that there will be a breath of the Emperor Yun censored tree for thousands of miles. The black python turned into a silhouette, and the pale emperor retreated to Jiang Chen's side, and said in a deep voice, "We all underestimated that censored tree of Emperor Yun." Hearing what the black python said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look up, and he quickly felt the changes around him. I remember that when they first came here, the aura of the Emperor Yun divine tree could not cover 100 meters of space, and now it has spread far into the valley. These powerhouses in front of them were undoubtedly attracted by the aura radiating from the Emperor Yun divine tree. If this continues, I am afraid that when the Emperor Yunguo is truly mature, more and more powerful people will be attracted here. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were looking at the few people in front of them, a fierce middle-aged person from the opposite side rushed forward, and their eyes were full of cold killing intent. "You two, just get out of here if you don't want to die. The Emperor Yun fruit here belongs to us." I think it should be you guys." Xianxia looked at the brutal middle-aged who came straight forward, and could not help but snorted, then slammed out with a violent palm. As the Supreme Elder of the Haoshan Holy Land and the 13th Supreme Emperor on the list of Supreme Emperors, Xianxia is naturally not a fuel-efficient lamp. He slapped this palm, and there was a sound of landslides in the world. The fierce palm strength was like a tsunami, surging directly towards the fierce middle-aged. The vast expansive palm strength, surging madly, made the fierce middle-aged face suddenly change. He hurriedly exploded with all his strength, and the powerful punch directly burst out like lightning. Fists and palms collided in midair. The brutal middle-aged stepped back on the ground in embarrassment for more than 10 steps. He raised his head to look at Xianxia, and there was also an unconcealable horror in his eyes. "Haoshan Poyan Palm, are you from the Haoshan Holy Land?" Chapter 1393, Kill One with One Sword. People of Haoshan Holy Land. At this moment, even the eyes of the remaining two old men looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. The Haoshan Holy Land, the place of inheritance left by the first emperor of the Shenwu continent thousands of years ago, the first of the 8 hidden holy places in the Shenwu continent. Even these hidden old monsters are all terrified of Haoshan Holy Land. Yes, this emperor is Haoshan Holy Land Xianxia. Xianxia snorted faintly. "We discovered this Emperor Yunguo first, so why should we let it to you?" Xianxia, Haoshan Holy Land Supreme Elder, the 13th strongest in the Supreme Emperor's list, is indeed a rare strong in this world. But what about that? I'm going to decide on the Emperor Yun fruit today. Even if you are the Supreme Elder of the Haoshan Holy Land, if you want to stop me, I can't kill it. At this moment, a skinny black-clothed old man laughed and burst out from behind the Yan Han middle-aged. With a move of his palm, the sky was dark and the sky turned into a black dragon of hundreds of feet. With the sky full of black light, it stretched its teeth and claws towards Xianxia. Xianxia's complexion changed, and immediately fought with the black-clothed old man with all his strength. After the two blasted a dozen moves in a row, Xianxia finally lost slightly, and was shocked by the black-clothed old man to withdraw from a distance of more than 10 feet. He looked at the black-clothed old man in front of him, and then looked at another black-clothed old man who looked a bit similar to him, and finally thought of something. His face suddenly changed. "Brother Black Fiend Emperor Grandson, it turned out to be you." The black-clothed old man who repelled Xianxia with that palm could not help but smiled. Yes, the Emperor's behavior does not change, and he does not change his surname. So does the Black Evil Emperor Sun Liang. Xianxia's heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect that the first person who was attracted to the divine tree of Emperor Yun would be Brother Black Fiend Emperor Grandson. This was a little troublesome. "These two guys are not weak, let me handle them." At this moment, Jiang Chen came forward from behind Xianxia. "Be careful, Brother Black Fiend Emperor Grandson, these two are twins, I'm afraid they are not below me." Because the two are good at combining attacks and can play several times their combat power, Heavenly Mystery Sacred Land ranks them 9th in the Supreme Emperor's list. These two guys are among the top 10 powerhouses on the Supreme Emperor's list, and everyone knows of them. Xianxia said solemnly. Don't worry, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and did not take Sha Yunchang's words to heart. With his current strength, as long as he is not a strong person above the quasi-emperor realm, no one can pose any threat to him. In Jiang Chen's storage ring, there was still a corpse of the great emperor. Even if these two guys really reached the quasi-emperor realm, and dared to hit his Emperor Yongguo's attention, he still had to let these two guys go back and forth. Jiang Chen stepped out and looked directly at Gongsun Liang and said indifferently, "Give you 10 breaths of time, get out of this upper valley immediately. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Where is the hairy boy? He is not afraid of his tongue when he speaks big words. Even the old fellow Sha Yunchang is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me, so what are you? When Gongsun Liang heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but ecstatic with a look of disdain. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he started to count himself, 10, 9, 8. Seeing that Jiang Chen was so despised of him, Gongsun Liang's eyes could not help flashing a cold light of anger. I saw that his body was full of monstrous demon qi, directly condensing 100 Jiang demon phantom on top of his head. The devil ghost looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his expression indifferent. His giant hand containing the magic light of destruction directly penetrated the Beizong void and grabbed Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and directly raised his hand to point out. The wind and thunder surging in the void, the 5 powers of different colors merged together in an instant, and finally turned into a great sword exuding 5-color brilliance and fell from the sky. Be careful. Seeing Jiang Chen's blow, the Black Evil Emperor's elder Gongsun Wu's complexion suddenly changed, and he could not help but remind Gongsun Liang quickly. Gongsun Wu's reminder was obviously too late. With unstoppable power, the 5-color sword light smashed the magic light giant hand like a broken bamboo, and finally, together with the demon phantom above Gongsun Liang's head, it was directly split into 2 with a sword. Jian Guang directly penetrated Gongsun Liang's head again. That Gongsun Liang hadn't even reacted yet, his whole body had already exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist scattered down in the air. Seeing the shocking scene in front of him, Sha Yunchang couldn't help taking a breath. Gongsun Liang, among the brothers of the Black Evil Emperor grandson, was already in Jiang Chen's hands. Rao knew that Jiang Chen was very strong now, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. This son is invincible, let's go. Seeing that Gongsun Liang was killed by Jiang Chen with one move, Gongsun Wu felt an inexplicable chill that instantly spread all over his body. As for Gongsun Liang's strength, he naturally knows better than anyone. In terms of strength alone, he and Gongsun Liang are just half a caddy, almost the same. This son has the terrifying power to kill Gongsun Liang with one move, and he definitely can't handle it alone. Gongsun Wu didn't hesitate at all, turned around and fled out of the valley. Want to escape? Since it's here, leave it to me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and a sword formed by the superposition of the 5 Dacheng domains once again penetrated the void. That Gongsun Wu didn't have any resistance at all, so he turned into nothingness directly under Jiang Chen. After resolving Gongsun Wu, Jiang Chen pointed out a random sword, and in the end the fierce young man quickly fell into a pool of blood. Let's go. Continue to go back to the Emperor Yun Shen tree to comprehend. After solving the 3 invading enemies lightly, Jiang Chen said one lightly, and then went back to the Emperor Yun Shen tree to understand the martial arts power. Sha Yunchang and the Black Python saw this scene, and it has been a long time for them to recover from their horror. Such 3 emperors of the ninefold peak of the divine fetus fell into Jiang Chen's hands in less than a few breaths. Kill one with one sword. Killing the emperor of the 9 peaks of the womb is like a silly dog slaughtering a chicken. What kind of overbearing and powerful method is this? Especially the Black Python, at this moment, couldn't help but tremble. This kid is really evil. Fortunately, it chose to surrender proactively that day, otherwise I am afraid I don't know how it really died. Chapter 1394. Those who cross this line, die. After solving the brothers of the emperor and grandson of the Black Evil Demon, Jiang Chen and the others quietly spent 2 days under the Emperor Yun Shen tree. As the time for the maturity of the Emperor Yun fruit is getting closer and closer, Jiang Chen and the others want to continue quietly enlightening under the Emperor Yun censored tree, which has become a luxury. Starting from the 3rd day, the powerhouse was attracted by the breath of the Emperor Yun divine tree almost every day. Jiang Chen killed no less than 10 emperors of the divine fetal realm. Especially when one of the emperors of the divine fetal realm mastered a secret technique, Jiang Chen, in a moment of care, told that guy to pass the news of the Emperor Yun Divine Tree directly before he died. Soon, the news of the Emperor Yun Divine Tree spread to most of the ancient world of Thunder God. Countless strong people who learned the news came one after another. These people obviously already knew that there was a person in the valley who could easily slay the 9th layer of the divine fetus and occupies the Imperial Accumulation Sacred Tree, so they did not rush into the valley. It was not until nearly 20 strong people gathered here that they joined the Shanggu. Looking at the 20 or so powerful men who had rushed in from outside the valley together, Jiang Chen couldn't help standing up from under the Emperor Yun's sacred tree. His faint voice resounded instantly in the valley. "Everyone, this valley is now my territory, not where you can go wild. If you turn around right now, maybe it's still too late. Otherwise, you can blame me for being rude." Hearing Jiang Chen's overbearing words, one of the white-haired old women couldn't help but smiled coldly. "Boy, this Imperial Accumulation Tree is not yours. You want to occupy the Imperial Accumulation Tree and swallow the Emperor Accumulation Fruit. It's too unkind." Although they had also heard that Jiang Chen's strength was unfathomable, they had already killed several divine wombs of the 9th realm. But now they have gathered more than 20 powerful people here. Among them, the 9th-fold Emperor of the divine womb has reached 10, and naturally they have the confidence to compete with Jiang Chen. Unless the quasi-imperial realm powerhouse comes, these 20 of them will join hands, almost invincible. How can this kid contend with them no matter how enchanting his combat power is? It casually drew out with a finger, an invisible sword aura cut through the space, and flew directly at the 20 strong opponents. The 20 powerhouses saw that Jiang Chen dared to attack them directly, and his expression changed slightly. Just when they were about to fight back, they discovered that Jiang Chen's sword was not aimed at them. I saw that Jiang Chen's sword light fell directly on the place 10 feet away in front of them, and a long sword mark was drawn on the ground, separating them like Chuhei Hanji. Many powerhouses saw this scene and they were all taken aback. The white-haired old woman stared straight at Jiang Chen. "Boy, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and said lightly, "Those who cross this line, die." Many powerful people heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, and their expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. This kid, it seems that they really didn't take them seriously. "Boy, you don't want to be arrogant here. This Emperor's aggregate fruit is not something you can swallow alone. Even if I cross your sword mark, what can you do?" At this moment, a tall, muscular, middle-aged man stepped out and walked directly over the sword mark made by Jiang Chen. Stone Golden Demon ranked 17th on the Supreme Emperor's list. Seeing that the Shi Jinmo stepped over the sword marks that Jiang Chen had drawn, the eyes of many powerful men couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen with a sad expression. This Stone Golden Demon is the 17th Supreme Emperor on the list of the Supreme Emperors, and is also a peak physical emperor, with extremely strong defense power. Even among the 20 powerhouses present, few of them could help him. They wanted to see what Jiang Chen would do next. Jiang Chen stared at Shi Jinmo with indifference, and then flipped his palm, and a black square mark instantly condensed in his palm. With a cold word from his mouth, Jiang Chen rolled his palm and pressed it down, and a loud noise in the sky spread throughout the sky, as if the giant spirit censored picked up the mountain and smashed it down. The invisible huge grinding disc is spinning in the void. A mysterious black square seal with a huge size of hundreds of feet instantly descended from the sky, covering the sky and the sun and suppressing it down towards the Stone Golden Demon. Shi Jinmo yelled, and his entire body exploded with magic light, and his figure was in vain. He hit the black square mark on the top of his head with a fist. Shi Jinmo's punch was enough to shake the sky, but it only caused the black square to be printed in the air for a while, and then continued to suppress him. "A mere black square seal is like suppressing me. Give me another shot." Shi Jinmo let out a low growl in his throat, kicked his feet on the ground, and his muscles burst like molten iron. And his figure is once again 3 feet tall, looking like the same ancient demon, censored descending, exuding a powerful force that looks over the world. No matter how the Shi Jinmo roared furiously, activated the secret technique, and even burned the blood, it was impossible to shake the black square seal on the top of his head. Shi Jinmo's body, which was 10 feet tall, was crushed into the ground by the black square. With a burst of cracking bones resounding, when the black square seal dissipated, there was no longer a figure of the Stone Golden Demon around, only a vague blood stain remained on the ground. The 17th in the Supreme Emperor ranking, and Shi Jinmo, who is also known for his defense, was obliterated by Jiang Chen Yian. There was a sound of cold breath in Kamiya. The audience was silent. Who is this kid? How could Shenwu continent exist such a wicked existence? Countless powerhouses came back to their senses, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen showed unconcealable panic. I know who he is. He is Jiang Chen from the Palace of Humans. At this moment, a strong man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The Palace of Human Emperor Jiang Chen. Hearing this strong man's exclamation, many people quickly recovered. Yes, a young man in his 20s was able to kill the stone golden demon who was ranked 17th in the Supreme Emperor's list. Such a heaven-defying figure, besides Jiang Chen, the number one arrogant of the Shenwu continent, who suppressed the Blood Demon shop and killed the Blood Emperors of the Blood Demon Palace alone, who else? Although many people present had heard of Jiang Chen's name, they had never taken it too seriously. Now it seems that the first genius of the Shenwu continent is far more terrifying than they thought. When everyone was shocked, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice resounded in their ears again. I'll say it last time, those who cross this line, die. Chapter 1395, 10 Emperors in Yiyu Town. Hearing the sound resounding in Kamiya again, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The hearts of the many powerful players present were full of fear, and almost no one dared to provoke Jiang Chen. The combat power of this kid in front of him is really too bad. Yiyan obliterated the 17th ranked Shijin demon on the Supreme Emperor's list. Even if it looked at the entire Shenwu continent, few people could do it. Although everyone was horrified by Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, no one left willingly. The divine Emperor Yun Tree in front of him, even in the ancient world of Thunder God, was already a very rare opportunity. Especially the Emperor Yungguo, this is the supreme treasure that they dream of for the warriors at the pinnacle of their divine birth. If they can get an Emperor aggregate fruit, at least they can comprehend the laws of the Emperor realm and break through the realm to become a quasi-Emperor powerhouse by more than 50%. As long as they get the Emperor Yun fruit, they almost have more than half of the chance to become the quasi-Emperor powerhouse. For many old monsters with few lifespans left, the Emperor Yungguo in front of them is almost a chance for them to break through the mirror and get a new life. How could they easily give up the Emperor Yungguo? After this silence lasted for a while, the old white-haired woman standing in the forefront couldn't help it. Everyone rushed over. I don't believe that he alone can stop so many of us. The old white-haired woman's turbid eyes flashed with precision, and the 3 or 4 powerful men beside him rushed across the boundary line drawn by Jiang Chen. The white-haired old woman has less than 100 years of life, and she is very eager to obtain an Emperor fruit to break through the quasi-Emperor realm. Even if she knew that Jiang Chen was strong, the old white-haired woman couldn't help but directly do it. The news of Emperor Yungguo has spread in the Thunder God ancient realm, and if it continues to be delayed, more powerful people may be attracted. Now her strength is one of the best among the many powerhouses in the valley. As long as she is close to Jiang Chen, she has full confidence in winning an Emperor Yun fruit. But once it drags on and waits for more extremely old monsters to gather here, even if Jiang Chen is resolved, she may not be an easy task to obtain an Emperor Yun fruit. Instigated by the white-haired old woman, the top 5 or 6 soon followed. In just the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful men had crossed the boundary line drawn by Jiang Chen. Among these 10 people, there are 4 of them above the 9th weight of the womb. The remaining 6 people, at least, are all powerhouses above the 7th layer of the womb. In addition to these 10 people, the remaining few people chose to continue to wait and see. 10 old white-haired women have joined forces to be extremely powerful. Especially the white-haired old woman, although not the strong on the Supreme Emperor's list, it is almost comparable to the top 10 emperors on the Supreme Emperor's list. If none of the 10 of them were Jiang Chen's opponents, it would be of no avail to add them. Jiang Chen, although you are strong, you can't get Di Yungguo alone. The white-haired old woman's eyes flickered slightly. It's better to sit down and discuss what to do. I really want to cheer up. I'm afraid it's not good for you and me. Out of fear of Jiang Chen, the old white-haired woman did not directly choose to do it. Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable. If she had to be forced, she really didn't want to start with Jiang Chen. Behind her, there are still many strong people standing by and watching, and the old white-haired woman doesn't want to fight Jiang Chen's own defeat and let the people behind him reap the benefits of the fisherman. Jiang Chen glanced at the 10 white-haired old women slightly, and said lightly, "You have crossed the boundary. Within 3 breaths, you will die if you don't roll." Hearing Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, the white-haired old woman's face instantly became extremely difficult to look. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. I gave you a chance to survive. Since you insist on looking for death, you can blame me for being polite. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. 5 domains of different colors instantly superimposed in the void, turning into a dazzling 5-color domain, covering all 10 white-haired old women in it. Let's take action together and break his domain barrier. Feeling the horror of Jiang Chen's 5-color realm, the white-haired old woman's complexion suddenly changed, and the power of the 9th-fold peak of the divine fetus burst out of her body instantly. The other 9 powerhouses naturally felt a dangerous aura from the 5-color realm. They didn't keep the slightest hand, and the monstrous energy exploded from them. Of the 10 emperors of the divine embryo realm, the weakest of them is comparable to the holy masters of the 8 hidden holy lands. How powerful is they to make a full shot? In the sky, colorful, Wagwang headed for the bullfight. All kinds of powerful martial arts, secret techniques, and domain powers overwhelmed Jiang Chen's 5-color domain. 10 horrendous attacks came out with unmatched power, and the power was so powerful that the world was discolored. The full blow of the 10 great divine birth realm emperors almost simultaneously blasted on the barrier of Jiang Chen's 5-color domain, and the sound of earth-shaking explosions continued to echo in the sky above Shanggu. Jiang Chen is now all 5 domains. How powerful is the domain barrier formed by the superposition of the 5 great domains? Unless the quasi-emperor powerhouse controls the power of the emperor realm, almost no one can shake it. No matter how the attacks of the 10 great emperors such as the white-haired old woman raged, Jiang Chen's 5-color realm was as solid as a rock. From beginning to end, the attacks of the 10 white-haired old women failed to shake Jiang Chen's 5-color domain. The old white-haired woman looked at this scene, and finally there was an incredible horror in her eyes. The light of rice grains, dare to compete with Haoyu. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. A 5-color beam of light condensed in an instant above the void shrouded in the 5-color domain, and then crashed down like a world-destroying divine light. The white-haired old woman and the others looked desperate and horrified, and hurriedly resisted the 5-color light that swept across the entire domain. All their struggles are in vain. One of the 7-fold emperors of the divine womb could hardly resist the power of the 5-color divine light, and was directly strangled by the 5-color divine light into nothingness. In the end, the 10 emperors of the divine embryo realm, including the white-haired old woman, were all killed by the 5-color Shengguang town to the point that there was no scum left. Seeing this shocking scene before him, Shanggu fell into a dead silence again. All of them looked dull, and it was difficult to recover for a long time. The old white-haired woman and other top 10 emperors of the divine birth realm joined forces, and they all died in Jiang Chen's hands. In a field, instantly killed 10 super kings. What a domineering and terrifying existence is this? Chapter 1396. The person closest to the Emperor Zun 1,000 years ago. This kid is too enchanting. Seeing that the 10 white-haired old women instantly turned to ashes under Jiang Chen's 5-color domain, the remaining strong men were panicked. Fortunately, they didn't cross the boundary line drawn by Jiang Chen with the old white-haired woman and others just now, otherwise, I'm afraid they will really end up utterly devastated. Strong. It's so strong. Sha Yunchang's heart was also shocked to the extreme. Although he had looked at Jiang Chen again and again in his heart, he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to reach such a terrifying point. Of the 10 emperors of the divine embryo realm, the weakest of them all reached the 7th level of the divine embryo, and the strongest reached the peak of the divine embryo. Such a powerful force was wiped out by Jiang Chen's understatement. Even with the experience of Sha Yunchang, he has never seen that the emperor of the divine embryo realm can be so powerful. Such strength, even if it is called the first person under the current quasi-emperor, I am afraid it will not be overpowered. Let's go. With this son, I am afraid that we can't get involved with Emperor Yongguo. An old man in black couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Jiang Chen's combat power is probably infinitely close to the quasi-emperor realm powerhouse. These so-called peak emperors of the divine fetal realm were almost the same as the ants in front of Jiang Chen. Although Di Yongguo has a great temptation to these people, they would naturally not be foolishly sent to the door to die if they knew they could not get the Di Yongguo. Just when the black-clothed old man and the others were terrified by Jiang Chen's terrifying strength and prepared to give up fighting for the Emperor Yongguo, the entire valley trembled in vain. An unimaginable horror black light swept over the valley in an instant. The black ons obscured the sky and the sun, making the light of the entire valley suddenly dimmed. The terrifying aura made Sha Yunchang, another realm of the god-born pinnacle powerhouse, could not help but frightened. The crowd was horrified and couldn't help but looked at the black light in the air. I saw a black-robed old man with a rickety figure, slowly emerging from the black glow. The black-robed old man was shrouded in black robe, even his head was covered, only a pair of old eyes that were as deep as a black hole were exposed. He was surrounded by death and black energy, like a ghost coming across the sticks. Hey, Di Youngguo, it seems that the old man is lucky, I should have this opportunity. The black-robed old man swept his gaze slightly on the Emperor Yun's sacred tree, and the faint voice spread slowly across the world. The 3 Emperor Yun fruits on the Emperor Yun tree belong to my nether. Taoist, if you don't want to die, immediately disappear from me. Every time the black-robed old man uttered a word, it was as if it were coming from the Juyu hell, causing the many powerful people below to shiver, as if falling into the boundless region. Nether Taoist, the Nether Taoist named Jiang Chen Wu continent 1,000 years ago, is he still alive? With the words of the black-robe old man, the expressions of the powerful men present couldn't help but change drastically. Jiang Chen, be careful, this netherworld Taoist is one of the 10 strongest people on the Shenwu continent 1,000 years ago, and is hailed as the closest person to the quasi-emperor 1,000 years ago. As far as I know, when this guy entered the Thunder God ancient realm 1,000 years ago, he was already over 1,500 years old. I didn't expect him to live to this day. Sha Yunchang took a deep breath, and an unprecedented horror appeared in his eyes. The longest lifespan of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo realm is no more than 2,000 years. How could this guy not break through the quasi-emperor realm so long? Jiang Chen stared closely at the Nether Taoist in the sky, and a strange expression could not help appearing in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo realm does not exceed 2,000 years. But there are still some exceptions in this world. It is said that a person who masters the power of life and death will live longer than the average Emperor of the Divine Embryo realm. Sha Yunchang said with a solemn expression. The Nether Taoist in front of him almost always grasps the true meaning of death and the power of the death domain, so he can live to the present. Jiang Chen, this netherworld Taoist was known as the closest existence to the quasi-emperor thousands of years ago, and his strength is probably even more unfathomable now. What should we do now? Sha Yunchang's complexion was hard to see the extreme. He originally thought that this time, with the information left by the ancestors of the Haoshan Holy Land, he would be able to ascend first and obtain the Emperor Yun fruit. But I didn't expect that the time to obtain the Emperor Yun fruit had not arrived, and the Emperor Yun divine tree would attract so many powerful people. Now even netherworld Taoist, a peerless old monster who has lived for 2,000 to 3,000 years, has been attracted. Relax, my Jiang Chen's things can't be robbed by anyone who wants to. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but his expression was extremely calm. Although this Nether Taoist is strong, he still hasn't comprehended the rules of the Emperor realm and breaks through the quasi-emperor realm. As long as it is not a quasi-emperor, it will not pose any threat to him. Even if the real quasi-emperor is coming, even if he loses, he still has the corpse of the great emperor as his trump card. What's the fear? Netherworld Taoist, I discovered this Emperor Yun fruit first, and this place is now my territory. I think the person who should leave should be you. Jiang Chen looked up at the Taoist netherworld in midair, and couldn't help but let out a faint hum. The few strong men heard Jiang Chen's words, and the eyes looking at Jiang Chen also showed an incredible shock. This kid actually has to compete with Nether Taoist for the Emperor Yun fruit. That is the Nether Taoist, the most terrifying existence on the Shenwu continent that was close to the quasi-emperor 1,000 years ago. The profound eyes of the Taoist Nether looked at Jiang Chen, and the overwhelming meaning of killing enveloped the entire sky. Yellow Spring Field. 4 icy words suddenly protruded from the Taoist netherworld, and he saw that the vast area of his body was instantly transformed into a river of yellow springs behind him. The crashing yellow river water flows between heaven and earth, and a breath of death also spreads instantly. Sure enough, it's the realm of death, and it's the realm of death of the consummation realm. Jiang Chen looked at the river of yellow springs in the sky, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the vast world, martial arts power is ever changing, and every martial artist can understand different martial arts powers. Whether it is common avenues such as water, fire, wind, and thunder, or forces such as time and space, they can all be controlled by warriors. Everything in the world can be enlightened. Even piano, Chess, calligraphy and painting contain the power of martial arts. A chess emperor was born in Shenwu continent, mastering the realm of chess, and evolving heaven and earth into a chessboard. Even the emperor at the pinnacle of the gods will be trapped in it. Chapter 1397, Fight against Ghost Taoists. Such powers as the chess field are undoubtedly very rare. Even in the Shenwu continent, one might not be born in thousands of years. And the death power that the Nether Taoist masters in front of him is also an extremely rare domain power, and it is unpredictable. Wow! In the void, the river of yellow springs billowed and flowed, like a 9-day Milky Way pouring straight down towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion remained unchanged, and the 5-color divine light condensed from the 5 Dacheng realms rose into the sky, directly colliding with the water of the yellow spring pouring down by the Taoist netherworld. Two terrifying realm forces collided in midair, and there was a loud noise. Terrifying energy swept away from midair in an instant. Even Sha Yuanchong and the others, under the impact of this energy storm, burst away in embarrassment. Sha Yuanchong and others were shocked. The strength of these two people is really terrifying. The Taoist nether saw Jiang Chen so lightly blocking his Wangquan domain, and a look of surprise passed in his old eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen slowly and said, "Boy, you are quite capable, and you can master the 5 great domain powers." Master Nether, known as the person closest to the quasi-emperor 1,000 years ago, but unfortunately nothing more than that. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. "Old guy, with your strength, you are not yet qualified to compete with me for the Emperor Yongguo. I see how far you can go. Boy, don't think that if you are a little talented, you can run wild in front of me. Very old-fashioned. Even when I was in the Shenwu continent, it seemed like you were such a genius to kill it." The Taoist nether snorted coldly, and the whole Wangquan realm was trembling constantly. "Wangquan Ghost General, give me condensate." With a soft drink from the Taoist netherworld, the river of Wangquan was tossing in the void like a tsunami, and a monstrous roar suddenly came from the river of Wangquan. A huge phantom exuding a frightening atmosphere also emerged from the river of yellow springs. This is a black phantom that is 100 feet tall. It is draped in a layer of black iron armor. Its pupils are like lanterns. It has a blood basin with its mouth wide open. Its fangs are densely covered. It holds a handle made of Stygian iron. The sharp steel fork exudes a terrifying breath of death. Boy, my Wangquan domain can communicate with other worlds and summon ghosts and gods from other worlds to help fight. Now let you use the power of this Wangquan Ghost General. The Taoist nether summoned the Ghost General of Wangquan, and a grim smile appeared in his dark eyes. What Wangquan Ghost General is just a strand of divine thought from a strong man in another world. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his palm turned over, and a soul-killing seal unceremoniously moved towards the suppression of the Wangquan Ghost General. The soul-extinguishing seal instantly collided with the yellow spring Ghost General, and countless black air currents instantly spread across the sky. The Nether Taoist summons the condensed Wangquan Ghost Generals, and in just the blink of an eye, they become nothingness under Jiang Chen's soul-killing seal. "Ha ha. Old guy, what you call the Ghost General of Wangquan seems to be nothing more than that." Jiang Chen laughed, and the last space-time domain was also used, directly superimposing the 6 domains to the extreme, and the heavenly destruction divine light blasted toward the Nether Taoist Wangquan domain. Kill. The Taoist nether was furious, and quickly urged the power of Wangquan domain with all his strength, and slammed Jiang Chen fiercely together. The two have fought no less than 10 times. Every time there is a fight, there will be a sound like Hong Zhang Dalu, shaking the sky and the earth, and the mountains and rivers collapse. Sha Yunchong and the others, who had already withdrawn from a distance of 100 meters, were somewhat unable to bear the terrifying aura, and they couldn't help but retreat again and again. Too strong. Are these two guys really just the pinnacle of the divine fetal stage? Everyone was horrified. Whether it is Jiang Chen or the Nether Taoist, the power displayed has far surpassed the General Emperor of the Peak of the Gods. The combat power of these two guys has truly reached the extreme of the divine emblem. Even if you are away from the quasi-emperor realm, I am afraid it is only half a step away. It was another terrifying confrontation. In midair, I saw that both Jiang Chen's figures had retreated 100 feet away in the void. This old guy deserves to be close to the Emperor Zun 1,000 years ago. He is really strong. Looking at the Nether Taoist opposite, Jiang Chen's pale face also showed a solemn look. The Taoist Nether reached the extreme of the divine embryo realm thousands of years ago, and mastered the strange and unpredictable power of the death realm. This guy has extremely high attainments in the realm of death, and he has almost reached the realm of consummation. Only the last step is to comprehend the laws of the Emperor, thus breaking through the realm of quasi-Emperor in one fell swoop. Even if the power of Jiang Chen's 6 domains is superimposed, it can only slightly outperform the Taoist netherworld. This child is less than 30 years old, how can he master such terrifying power? On the other side, Taoist Nether gasped heavily, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. Because of the power of death, Nether Taoist is older than the average divine birth realm emperor, and is now more than 2,500 years old. As early as 1,000 years ago, the Taoist netherworld was the first person under the quasi-emperor of Shenwu continent. When he entered the ancient world of Thunder God, Nether Taoist had a chance to break through the quasi-emperor realm in one fell swoop. But who knew that at a critical time, he was sneak attacked by an enemy, severely wounded him, and took the opportunity that originally belonged to him. Nether Taoist can only hide in the ancient world of Thunder God, retreat and recover. Because the power of death is extremely difficult to comprehend, the Taoist Nether has not been able to grasp the law of death and break through the quasi-emperor realm for thousands of years. This 1,000 years of time, the Taoist netherworld is not in vain, he is still reaching the peak of the divine fetus in almost every aspect, and only needs an opportunity to break through the quasi-emperor realm in one fell swoop. The appearance of Emperor Yongguo is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Taoist netherworld. Taoist Nether has lived 2,500 years old, even if he holds the power of death, he has slowed the passage of life to the greatest extent, and there is still little life left. After receiving the news of Emperor Yongguo, Taoist Nether rushed over immediately. Originally Nether Taoist thought, with his current strength, as long as the quasi-emperor realm powerhouses in the Thunder God ancient realm did not show up, it would be easy for him to seize the Emperor Yongguo. Taoist Nether didn't expect that he was actually blocked by a boy who was less than 30 years old. Chapter 1398, The Quasi-Emperor is here. The Taoist Nether looked ugly at the moment. He didn't expect that he had been in the Thunder God ancient realm for thousands of years, and the Shenwu continent would have borne a demon like Jiang Chen. Even with his current strength, Jiang Chen couldn't ask for any advantage at all. Boy, the Emperor Yun sacred tree has bred a total of 3 Emperor Yun fruits. I only take 1, how about the remaining 2 belong to you? The Taoist Nether flickered his eyes slightly, and finally chose to compromise. Not only did this kid reach the pinnacle of his divine birth, he also mastered too many domains, and all 5 domains reached the realm of Dacheng. Even if his death domain reaches the perfect state, it is still suppressed by the superimposed power of Jiang Chen's several domains. He has lived 2,500 years old, and the blood in his body is almost exhausted, far from being able to compare with Jiang Chen who is full of blood. If he continues to fight Jiang Chen, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for him. Even with the best result, I am afraid he can only fight Jiang Chen and lose both. In his current state, once he is wounded, he might even be affected if he breaks through the quasi-emperor realm. Facing the extremely enchanting youth in front of him, Taoist Nether had no choice but to retreat. He only needs 1 of the 3 Emperor Yun fruits, so this kid probably wouldn't fight him for this, right? Sorry, I said, this is my place now, and the 3 Emperor Yongguo naturally belong to me. Why should I give you 1? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and directly rejected the Taoist netherworld. This old guy is not a good thing. When he came here just now, he just started to do it, trying to kill them to swallow the Emperor Yongguo. Now that he can't help but want to share the Emperor Yongguo with him, how can there be such good things in this world? Boy, I can make concessions for the veteran, it's already a great deal of face for you, don't make an inch. Taoist Nether's complexion suddenly sank. You should know that if we continue to fight, we will only lose both sides, and it will not benefit anyone. Hee, old stuff, even if I can make an inch, what can you do? Jiang Chen sneered coldly. If you want to fight with me and hurt both sides, it depends on whether you have the ability. The Taoist Nether grinned with anger, a hideous expression flashed in his eyes. Boy, since you have to force me, then go to death for me. The Senran voice fell, and the dry palm of Taoist Nether slammed, and a volume of mysterious jade slips flashing with thunder light directly emerged from his palm. And with the appearance of the mysterious jade slip, a terrifying thunder power covering the world slowly spread in the void. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. The mysterious jade slip that Nether Taoist took out was somewhat similar to the jade slip that Yi Chengjun gave him back then. The aura on the mysterious jade slip in front of me is many times Stronger. Space jade slips containing the laws of the Emperor realm. When everyone looked at the mysterious jade slip in the hands of Taoist Netherworld, they all changed color in amazement, and they couldn't help but yell out. A space jade slip containing the laws of the Emperor realm can be produced by at least the quasi-emperor strong. Taoist Nether is trying to summon a quasi-emperor to come and help out. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the Taoist Nether shook his palm suddenly, and the Lei Guangyu Jane in his palm shattered. The unimaginable light of thunder erupted from the mysterious jade slip, forming a thunderous gleam in the sky. A mysterious silver-robed man surrounded by thunder and lightning appeared like a thunder censer descending thousands of feet in the sky. With the appearance of this mysterious silver-robed man, a powerful power that overwhelms all beings slowly spread over the valley. Face this terrifying power. Even the ninth-layer emperor of the divine fetus in the valley, at this moment, can't help but feel a sense of wanting to worship. Everyone looked at the silver-robed man in midair, and there was an inconceivable horror in their eyes. The quasi-emperor is here. Nether Taoist really summoned a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The silver-robed man descended from the void, his indifferent gaze fell directly on the Taoist Nether. Nether, you used the space jade slip to call the emperor to come to help. It seems that you agreed to the emperor's condition. Master Lei Di, I am willing to accept your terms, and also ask Master Lei Di to take action to help me capture the fruit of the Emperor Yun. Nether Taoist directly looked respectful and authentic. Many years ago, Nether Taoist met the Thunder Emperor in front of the Thunder God Ancient Realm. At the beginning, the Lei Di expelled the conditions, which could help him break through the quasi-emperor realm. It's just that Taoist Nether felt that Lei Di's conditions were too harsh, so he never agreed. Now that he has little lifespan left, this time he was blocked by Jiang Chen from capturing the Emperor Yungguo, so he had to contact Lei Di. Taoist Nether is very clear about his physical condition. If he can't break through the quasi-emperor realm, he really won't have any chance. Although Lei Di's conditions were extremely harsh, Taoist Nether had no choice. No matter how much he paid, this time he had to break through the quasi-emperor realm. As long as you are willing to accept the terms, this emperor will help you. The silver-robed man said lightly, and the twinkle of silver thunder's eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen's body. Boy, the Emperor Yun fruit on the Emperor Yun sacred tree belongs to Taoist Netherworld, are you okay? Following the Yinpao man's words, everyone's eyes were all looking towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, give up, it seems that Emperor Yungguo is destined to miss us. Sha Yunchong looked at the silver-robed man in the void, and a wry smile appeared on his old face. For the sake of Emperor Yungguo, the Netherworld Taoists even summoned the quasi-emperor. How can they compete with a quasi-emperor? Jiang Chen did not answer Sha Yunchong. He stared at the silver-robed man closely, and slowly said, what if? I say that I have an opinion. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the silver-robed man's eyes suddenly burst out with fierce lightning. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and a fierce killing intent swept out towards Jiang Chen. Boy, you dare to violate this emperor's will. You are just a quasi-emperor who masters a trace of the law of thunder. You are more than 108,000 miles away from the real emperor. You dare to call yourself emperor here? Don't say that you are just a quasi-emperor, even if the real emperor realm comes, you are not qualified to take away my Jiang Chen's things. Jiang Chen looked at the silver-robed man faintly, and the disdainful laughter slowly echoed over the valley. Chapter 1399, Hard to shake the rules of the emperor. Following Jiang Chen's words, everyone below couldn't help taking a breath. Their gazes toward Jiang Chen also showed incredible horror. In the face of a genuine quasi-emperor, even Jiang Chen, who is powerful in combat, would have to bow his head. Not only did Jiang Chen not choose to bow his head, but he also provokes the quasi-emperor powerhouse without taking it to heart. This guy, how dare he? Even if this guy's combat power is overwhelming, how can he compete with a true quasi-emperor? If you dare to be disrespectful to this emperor will grant you a death. The cold voice of the silver-robed man fell, and countless thunder and lightning flashes crazily surging in the space around him. The sky-shaking thunder resounded in the sky, and a huge word death condensed from the silver thunder also appeared in the sky instantly. The silver word death ran across the sky, as if it represented Thor's will, exuding a terror that suppressed the sky. It seems that everything around you must surrender under this word, communicating the power of heaven and earth. Using the power of heaven and earth, one word indeed can suppress everything, far from being the enemy of the emperor of the divine birth realm. This is the law of the Emperor realm. Is this the law of the Emperor realm? It is really scary. Everyone looked at the silver death in the sky, and their expressions were shocked. They just feel the breath of the word death, and they have a feeling of trembling. This kind of power is simply not something that the Emperor of the Divine Embryo realm can resist. While everyone was frightened, their eyes towards Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. This time, Jiang Chen was afraid that he was completely planted. The word, death, of thunder, with the terrifying power of destroying everything, suppressed from the void, and the void continued to explode wherever it passed. The power of the laws of the Emperor realm is truly extraordinary. Today, I, Jiang Chen, will teach you this law of thunder. Looking at the law of thunder that was suppressing in midair, Jiang Chen didn't seem to panic at all. I saw him laugh arrogantly and dryly, his whole body strength also burst out without reservation. Bloodline supernatural power destroys the dragon flame. 6 domains superimposed. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reservations, all his trump cards were used together, and the law of thunder that was suppressed fiercely blasted together. This kid actually has so many magical powers of the whole cards. Seeing Jiang Chen exploding with all his strength, everyone below couldn't help being dumbfounded. Each of these methods Jiang Chen displayed is not inferior to the top imperial martial arts of Shenwu continent. It is hard for them to imagine that so many terrorist methods will actually be concentrated on a 20-year-old boy. This kid, where did the evildoer come from? Jiang Chen exploded with all his strength, all kinds of magical powers were used, and the death word condensed by the law of thunder slammed together. The space within 100 li's radius collapsed suddenly and turned into a dark world of nothingness. Only a silver thunder's flashing were death, and a terrifying energy collided fiercely in the void. The power of terror is intertwined in the dark world of nothingness. Under the continuous bombardment of Jiang Chen's trump card magical powers, the silver thunder brilliance on the word, death, in the sky also became more and more bleak. Jiang Chen's eyes burst out, and another soul-killing mark smashed in the past. Only a loud bang was heard, and the word death that was already on the verge of collapse finally burst completely under the seal of Jiang Chen. Haha. It seems that your Emperor Realm law is nothing more than this. Yian broke through the law of thunder in the sky. Jiang Chen laughed like thunder, and his whole body exuded an aura of jealousy. Seeing the shocking scene before them, everyone couldn't help taking a breath, blocked. Jiang Chen actually relied on his monstrous combat power and the power of the divine embryo to block the imperial rule of the quasi-emperor. In the Shenwu continent, the laws of the Emperor Realm override all power. Even for the emperor at the pinnacle of the womb, the laws of the Emperor Realm are like the will of the gods, and they are simply unmatched. But Jiang Chen used human power to shake the divine power, forcibly blocking the Emperor Realm law of the quasi-emperor strong. This son is really not an ordinary evildoer. The Taoist Nether looked at the scene in front of him, and an incredible shock also appeared in his eyes. The rule of the imperial realm of the quasi-emperor strong, even he has to retreat, but Jiang Chen is the law of thunder that smashes Lord Lei Di and is unharmed. Such combat power can be described as terrifying. Fortunately, he directly summoned Lord Lei Di, otherwise he would fight Jiang Chen with his own power, and he would really fall into Jiang Chen's hands. It's a bit interesting. I didn't expect that Shenwu continent would still be able to give birth to you, a peerless arrogant who uses the divine embryo realm to harden the rules of the Emperor realm. It is really surprising. Your talent is not weak. It would be a pity to kill like this. As long as you are willing to submit to this emperor can consider giving you a chance to survive. In the void, a strange look also appeared in the silver-robed man's gaze looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. I'm just a quasi-emperor, you want me to surrender? I think you surrender to me almost. You really think that if you can block the emperor's blow, you are really qualified to be arrogant in front of the emperor. The emperor gave you a chance. Since you have to die, let you see the true power of the quasi-emperor. The silver-robed man's complexion turned cold, and the monstrous thunder and lightning glow all over his body was surging again. The quasi-emperor is strong, and he deserves to be associated with the Emperor realm. It is really strong. Seeing the silver-robed man who had made another shot, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. He is now fully exploding, and he is barely able to contend with the quasi-emperor. It is almost impossible to defeat the quasi-emperor. Fortunately, he conquered the corpse of Emperor Kun Shu in the ancient emperor mausoleum. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen wants to solve the quasi-emperor powerhouse in front of him today, I am afraid it is really a bit of trouble. Just when Emperor Zun Zhang summoned the corpse of the great emperor to fight, a contemptuous sneer came from the sky suddenly. Hey, Lei Yin Kuang, you are really going back more and more alive. A quasi-emperor powerhouse, even embarrassed to take a shot at a junior in the divine embryo realm. Chapter 1400. As the Lord of Nirvana City, every day is silent. The sudden chuckle from Tian Tian also made everyone in the valley stunned. Everyone suddenly looked up, and saw a middle-aged man in a golden robe slowly stepping into the air from outside the valley. The middle-aged Jinpao looked very ordinary, he looked just like an ordinary person, but anyone present did not dare to treat the middle-aged Jinpao as an ordinary person. Intuition tells them that this middle-aged golden robe is very likely to be a quasi-emperor. For a time, everyone felt awe-inspiring. The Thunder God Ancient Realm is indeed a gathering place for the top powerhouses of Shenwu continent. These quasi-emperor powerhouses who are rarely seen in the outside world unexpectedly appeared too. This guy, is it him? How could he be in the Thunder God Ancient Realm? Jiang Chen looked at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged Jinpao in front of him, and a look of uncertainty passed across his eyes. From the golden robe middle-aged body in front of him, Jiang Chen felt an extremely familiar breath. This breath is exactly the same as the aura in the space jade slip that Yi Chengjun gave him. The middle-aged man in the golden robe in front of him is very likely to be the last lord of Nirvana City, Yi Tianji. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that Yi Chengjun told him that Yi Tianji had only left Silent City 500 years ago. And the ancient world of Thor is only open once every 1,000 years. How could Yi Tianji, who left the city of Nirvana 500 years ago, appear in the ancient world of Thor? Yi Tianji, the emperor and you have always kept the water in the river. You'd better not interfere with the emperor's affairs. Lei Yin Kuang looked at the sudden appearance of Yi Tianji, his complexion changed slightly. He obviously didn't expect that Yi Tianji would appear here at this time. It really is him. Hearing Lei Yinkang's address to the middle-aged Jinpao, Jiang Chen also showed an unbelievable look in his eyes. Yi Tianji, who only disappeared from Shenwu continent 500 years ago, actually came to the ancient world of Thunder God. The previous lord of Nirvana City, Yi Tianji. Sha Yunchong looked at the silence of the night in the sky, and a look of surprise also appeared in his old eyes. Naturally, Sha Yunchong was no stranger to the last lord of Nirvana City. It's just that he didn't expect that this one would also appear in the ancient Thunder God realm, and looking at this situation, it seemed that he had already broken through the quasi-emperor realm. Jiang Chen has always been closely related to Nirvana City to conquer Nirvana City and build the palace of human emperor. If there is this person to help, they may have hope to compete for the Emperor Yongguo. Yi Tianji didn't bother to interfere with your messy things. Yi Tianji curled his lips, and immediately pointed at Jiang Chen with his finger, and said lightly, but you can't move him. If anyone dares to hurt his hair, that's my enemy. Yi Tianji, what do you mean? When Lei Yin Kuang heard Yi Tianji's words, his face instantly became extremely difficult to look. It means it literally. Yi Tian asked faintly, why, is it difficult for me to understand this? Lei Yingkuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately snorted, okay, this emperor can give you face and let him go. But the emperor must take away the emperor's fruit on the emperor's tree. Although Yi Tianji entered the quasi-emperor realm not long ago, his combat power was extremely strong, and even he had to be afraid of 3 points. Without being forced, Lei Yingquan did not want to conflict with Yi Tianji. Yi Tianji smiled and said, okay, as long as you don't do anything to him. As for Emperor Yongguo, you can take it away if you have the ability. Lei Yin snorted violently, and immediately stepped directly on the void, towards the Emperor Yun divine tree. Now that the third Emperor Yun fruit is about to mature, the power of the Emperor Yun divine tree has not caused much obstacle to them who understand the laws of the Emperor realm. Lei Yin Kuang didn't hesitate at all, and flew directly in front of him, wanting to forcibly pluck the Emperor Yun fruit. Excuse me, I said, Di Yongguo is mine, no one wants to censor them from me. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's figure flickered and stood in front of Lei Yingquan. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to step forward to stop him, Lei Yin Kuang's eyes suddenly burst into an icy chill. At the moment when Lei Yin Kuang's breath broke out, Yi Tianji's figure appeared ghostly in front of Jiang Chen, resisting all the Lei Yin Kuang's breath. HMPH. Lei Yingquan, I said that if anyone dares to move him, he is an enemy of Yi Tianji. Do you really treat me like a display? Seeing Yi Tianji standing in front of Jiang Chen, Lei Yingquan became furious all at once. Yi Tianji, how dare you, censored, fool me? Lei Yingquan stared at Yi Tianji with sorrowful eyes, and his whole body exuded an icy chill. Lei Yingkang finally realized that he was being played by Yi Tianji. Although Yi Tianji said on the surface that he would not interfere in taking the Emperor Yun fruit, he let Jiang Chen stop him. Once he did something to Jiang Chen, this guy would jump out without hesitation to stand up for Jiang Chen. Isn't this a disguised way of not allowing himself to obtain the Emperor Yun fruit? I'm just fooling you, so what can you do? Yi Tianji raised his head and glanced at Lei Yingquan, and said faintly, if you don't accept it, just do it. I also want to see, you, the so-called Thunder Emperor, the law of thunder is a bit hot. Lei Yingquan's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, but finally he didn't choose to do it. The night and sky in front of him were silent, and his strength was unfathomable. At the beginning, Yi Tianji had just broken through the quasi-emperor, and once beat an old quasi-emperor in the ancient world of Thunder God with no power to fight back. Facing such an existence, Lei Yingquan naturally didn't dare to do anything with him easily. Yi Tianji, the emperor remembers today's matter, let's go. Lei Yingquan glanced at Yi Tianji and Jiang Chen coldly, and immediately disappeared into the sky after patrolling with Yu Ming Taoist. Little guy, I just sensed that a power that is very familiar to me broke out here. If I guessed correctly, you should have exerted that power. After Yi Tianji watched Lei Yingquan and Netherworld Taoist leave, then he set his gaze on Jiang Chen and said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Tianji in front of him, with an inconceivable expression on his face. Yi Chengjun once told me that the previous lord of Nirvana City only left Nirvana City 500 years ago. How come you appeared in the ancient world of Thor? Oh, I didn't expect Yi Chengjun even told you about this. A strange expression flashed in Yi Tianji's eyes. Little guy, you are not from Silent City, but you have a close relationship with me Silent City, and you also have power similar to ours. Who are you? Chapter 1401. The Law of Kendo, Break Through the Quasi-Emperor. This is a long story. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he just said everything to Yi Tianji. When I heard that Jiang Chen turned out to be the son of the emperor of the Xuanling continent and merged with the Emperor Palace, the founder of Nirvana City, a look of consternation appeared in Yi Tianji's eyes. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Are you really the blood of His Majesty the Emperor Human in the Shenwu continent? As soon as Jiang Chen moved his palm, the soul destruction seal was directly condensed in his palm. Sure enough, it is the seal of the human divine warrior. Yi Tianji's eyes suddenly shrank. At this moment, he had almost no doubt about Jiang Chen's identity. Senior Yi, the 10,000-year period is coming. I am afraid that the blood spirit race will return to the Shenwu continent soon. This time I hope you can return to the human palace with me to suppress the blood spirit race. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, Yi Tianji has now broken through the quasi-emperor realm, and if he returns to the human palace, it will definitely become a great help to deal with the blood spirit race. Yi Tianji nodded. Don't worry, I came to Thunder God Ancient Realm 500 years ago to find a chance to break through, just to cope with this day. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, the Thunder God Ancient Realm only opened once in 1,000 years. How did Senior Yi enter here 500 years ago? 100 human races in the Xuanling continent are respected by Jiang, Ji, and Yi. The three tribes have some special abilities. Because I inherited some of the abilities of the Yi clan, this Thunder God Ancient Realm can naturally come and go freely. Yi Tianji explained with a smile. Just as the two were talking, a strange power between heaven and earth suddenly radiated from the Emperor's accumulation sacred tree. Jiang Chen and the others suddenly looked up and saw that the immature Emperor Yun fruit on the Emperor Yun divine tree suddenly burst out with 1,000 rays of light. Thousands of rays of light circulated slowly on the Emperor Yun fruit for a week, and finally returned to peace in an instant. And that Emperor aggregate fruit, like the other two mature Emperor aggregate fruits, turned into an ordinary fruit that looked inconspicuous. Yi Tianji raised his head and looked at the situation on the divine tree of Emperor Yun, could not help but smiled and said to Jiang Chen, the third Emperor Yun fruit is also mature. Take the Emperor Yun fruit first. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately his figure flickered, and directly collected all the three Emperor Yun fruits from the Emperor Yun divine tree. Once the Emperor Yungwo leaves the Emperor Yun's sacred tree, if there is no special preservation equipment, the power inside will quickly pass away. And this thing can only be used to its fullest effect when taken under the Emperor Yun tree. You are here to swallow the Emperor Yungwo, and I will protect the law for you. At this moment, Yi Tianji's voice came from behind Jiang Chen again. Can't the Emperor Yungwo be preserved? Jiang Chen looked at the 3 Emperor Yungwo in his hand, and then distributed one of them to Sha Yunchang. If it hadn't been for Sha Yunchang to lead the way, even if he entered the ancient world of Thunder God, he would not know the whereabouts of the Emperor Yun's sacred tree for the first time, and it would be understandable to give one to Sha Yunchang. As for the other Emperor Yungwo, Jiang Chen thought about it, and finally gave it to the Black Python. There were 3 Emperor Yun fruits, one for Sha Yunchang, one for himself, and the remaining one that Jiang Chen planned to keep for Meng Qingshe. Once Meng Qingshe awakens the Taiyan destiny body and accepts the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu, her strength will definitely grow to a terrifying level. With Meng Qingshui's talent, if he could obtain the fruit of the Emperor, breaking through the quasi-Emperor would be a sure thing. Jiang Chen couldn't save the Emperor Yun at all, so he could only give the Emperor Yun fruit to the Black Python who was subdued by him. This Black Python was also an 8th-ranked pinnacle beast whose strength was not inferior to Sha Yunchang, and had a high chance of breaking through. If he could add a quasi-Emperor realm demon cultivator to the human Emperor Palace, it would not be a waste of this Emperor accumulation fruit. Seeing that he could actually obtain an Emperor Yun fruit, the Black Python couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy on his face. This time the Emperor's accumulation is mature, not only attracting many peak Emperors, but even quasi-Emperor level powerhouses have appeared. The Black Python knew very well, even without Jiang Chen and the others, it would be almost impossible for it to obtain the Emperor Yun fruit. Now because it surrendered to Jiang Chen, it was a blessing in disguise and got an Emperor Yun fruit. At this moment, the Black Python truly recognized the Master Jiang Chen in his heart. It doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing to mix with such an enchanting master. Di Yungwo has been allocated. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged directly under the Emperor Yun's sacred tree, and then ate the Emperor Yun fruit in his hand. Ding! You swallow the Emperor Yungwo, and the sword domain will gain 100 million * 100 experience. Ding! You swallow the Emperor Yungwo, and you will gain 100 million * 100 experience in the field of fire. Ding! Your sword domain has successfully reached the consummation realm, triggering a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You succeeded in comprehending the 1% law of Kendo. With the continuous ringing of system prompts, Jiang Chen's Kendo domain finally took the lead in consummation, and successfully comprehended the 1% Kendo law. Is this the power of the law of Kendo? Feeling the law of Kendo that he had understood, Jiang Chen also had a deeper understanding of the power of the law of the Emperor realm. After the martial artist has reached the perfect state of domain power, if he has enough opportunity and understanding, he can derive the power of law from the domain power. Once the power of law is derived from the domain, such a warrior can be called a quasi-emperor. However, the quasi-emperor is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. The more laws born in the domain, the stronger the strength. Once the martial arts realm is completely transformed into the martial arts laws, under normal circumstances, it can trigger the tribulation of heaven and earth, and cross the tribulation to become a real powerhouse in the Emperor realm. Since the battle 10,000 years ago, the great Emperor Haoshan intercepted the origin of the plane with the Shenwu interception formation. The warriors of Shenwu continent could not provoke the Emperor to cross the robbery and prove the Emperor. The limit that can be reached is the quasi-emperor who has mastered the complete martial law. Such a quasi-emperor, almost half of his foot has stepped into the Emperor realm, and he can also be called a half-emperor. And when Jiang Chen swallowed the Emperor Yungwo and instantly understood the law of Kendo to break through the quasi-emperor, an invisible Kendo coercion also radiated directly from Jiang Chen, filling the void with a radius of thousands of feet. I'm going. This kid has already understood the laws of Kendo. Feeling the changes in Jiang Chen's body, Yi Tianji's eyes were almost staring out of shock. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen had just swallowed the Emperor Yungwo, and immediately understood the laws of Kendo, and became a quasi-emperor in one fell swoop. Such a talent is really a monster. This kid is indeed in existence with the blood of the Emperor. Chapter 1402, The Rule of the Imperial Realm of Crazy Growth. Now that I understand the laws of Kendo, it is equivalent to being promoted to the quasi-emperor realm, and I don't know if I can gain experience in cultivation now. After swallowing Emperor Yongguo and comprehending the law of Kendo, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. He took out a piece of Yuan Ling mine to try to cultivate, and found that no system prompt sound appeared for a long time. Is it still impossible to gain experience in cultivation? Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. It seems that the only difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the peak of the divine birth realm is that the power of the law has been born in the martial arts realm, and the cultivation level still cannot be improved. If he guessed right, then I am afraid that he will have to practice law strength with all his strength. Only by mastering the complete laws of swordsmanship and reaching the so-called half-emperor can he continue to gain experience in cultivation and become a powerful emperor in one fell swoop. After breaking through the quasi-emperor, Jiang Chen did not rush to end his cultivation, but continued to start to comprehend under the emperor's sacred tree. Ding! You understand the 1000th law of Kendo. An hour later, the system reminder sounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Now you can still gain 1 million experience points in other martial arts domains at the time of enlightenment in the Emperor Yun Shen tree. Only the law of Kendo has become a 1000th understanding. Jiang Chen can only comprehend the divine tree of Emperor Yun once an hour, and can only comprehend it 12 times a day. It would take at least 70 or 80 days for him to use the Emperor Yun Shen tree to comprehend the complete Kendo law. Although it is not easy to comprehend, Jiang Chen did not give up. The power of the laws of the imperial realm is extremely difficult to comprehend, and now it is very good to be able to use the divine tree of the emperor to continuously improve the laws of Kendo. If he left the ancient world of Thunder God, it would be even more difficult for him to continue to improve the power of the law. The next half-month, Jiang Chen was almost motionless to improve his martial arts power under the Emperor Yun divine tree. The law of thunder was born in Jiang Chen's Thunder Dao domain. 7 days later, Jiang Chen's air channel domain also gave birth to the law of air channel. It can be seen that after Jiang Chen swallowed an emperor's aggregate fruit, comprehending the power of the law is as simple as eating and drinking water. Even Yi Tianji, the previous city lord of Nirvana City, was shocked at the moment, and it was a little troublesome. This guy is so enchanting that you can't describe it in words. Yi Tianji shook his head, and couldn't help but burst into a strange look in his eyes. The son of the emperor in front of him, his enchanting degree was beyond his imagination. This time Jiang Chen might really be able to lead them through the next catastrophe and return them to Nirvana City, to the profound spirit continent. With such crazy comprehension as Jiang Chen, time passed quickly. In the past half-month, Jiang Chen's 4 major fields, namely, the air channel domain, the thunder channel domain, the fire domain, and the time domain, have all reached the perfect state one after another, and the power of law was born. Even the weakest space domain has reached the realm of Dacheng, and the comprehension of the law of Kendo has reached 1/5. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly very satisfied with the harvest in just half a month. Now he has mastered the 5 powers of the law, although each power is not too strong, even the strongest Kendo law only understands 1/5. But if these forces are added together, it will definitely not be inferior to many quasi-emperor powerhouses who have broken through for many years. The overall improvement of martial arts power undoubtedly made Jiang Chen taste the sweetness. Just when he was about to continue to use the Emperor Yun's sacred tree to ascend, Yi Tianji suddenly interrupted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but looked confused and said, "Senior Yi, what's wrong? Don't practice for now, then there will be real big things happening in the Thunder God Ancient Realm." Yi Tianji took a deep breath, and looked directly at the east of the Thunder God Ancient Realm. "Look at there, can you feel anything?" Jiang Chen looked at Yi Tianji's eyes. "I saw the distant sky in the east, a bizarre 5-color beam of light, standing like a huge pillar of heaven and earth." Above the heavenly, censored pillar, Jiang Chen also felt an extremely majestic momentum of the vast world. Even if Jiang Chen has now broken through the quasi-emperor realm, he seems to have a sense of insignificance under the power of the heaven and the earth through the censored pillar. What exactly is this? Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly divine light in the sky, and there was also a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yi Tianji stared at the heavenly divine light, and slowly said, "If I guess it is right, it should be the real treasure of the Thunder God Ancient Realm, the peerless treasure that all the quasi-emperors in the Thunder God realm dream of." When Jiang Chen heard Yi Tianji's words, he couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. The treasure that all quasi-emperor powers dream of, is it possible that there is a heaven-defying treasure in the heavenly divine light that enables the quasi-emperor to break through the emperor realm? You guessed right, that heavenly divine light is indeed a heaven-defying treasure that will be born soon. It is said that if you can have that thing, not only will you break through the emperor realm, but even if you surpass the Guishu emperor realm, it is not impossible to reach the virtual, censored realm above the emperor realm. Yetian quietly, when he was speaking, there was also an extremely hot light in his eyes. If it were before the change, he was alone and weak, and it was almost impossible to compete for that treasure. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the quasi-emperor realm, and has mastered several laws and powers, his combat power is far stronger than the general quasi-emperor powerhouse who has just entered the quasi-emperor realm. He and Jiang Chen joined forces, but he might not be unqualified to fight for that treasure. Breaking through the emperor realm is not a problem, and even reaching above the emperor realm. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky-reaching beam of light. His eyes also showed unprecedented shock. If it is true as Yi Tianji said, then this treasure in the heavenly divine light is really a bit terrifying against the sky. He suppressed the horror in his heart, tilted his head to look at Yi Tianji beside him, took a deep breath and said, "Senior Yi, what is hidden in the heavenly divine light?" As far as I know, the Thunder God Ancient Realm used to be a god-level sect that surpassed the 5-star Emperor sect long ago, and was called the Thunder God sect. Yi Tianji said in an astonishing manner, "In that heavenly divine light, it is very likely that it is the most inherited treasure of the Thunder God sect. That treasure is about to come out." Chapter 1403, Shenpin Zongmin inherits the most treasure, transforms the gods. The god-level sect that surpasses the 5th stage Emperor sect. The inheritance treasure of Shenpin Zongmin. After hearing Yi Tianji's words, Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly shrank. Although Yi Tianji still didn't say what treasure was hidden in the divine light, but only from the information revealed by Yi Tianji, Jiang Chen could already imagine how extraordinary it was. "I have been in the Thunder God realm for 500 years, and I have learned a lot about the Thunder God sect." Yi Tianji said in a deep voice, "If I guess it is right, the 5-color sacred light, in all likelihood, is emitted by the god-shaped, censored cauldron, the legacy of the Thunder God sect." Sacred tool. Jiang Chen looked incredibly authentic. Can this thing help people make breakthroughs? Although Jiang Chen had to admit that an artifact that surpassed the Emperor's soldiers was indeed a very heavenly existence. But even if a weapon goes against the sky, how can it not help others to break through the Emperor realm or even above the Emperor? If it's an ordinary divine tool, it really can't help people break through. But the inheritance divine tool of the Thunder God sect, the Divine Cauldron, is not an ordinary divine tool. The censored transformation cauldron, as the name suggests, is a divine tool that is enough to transform a strong emperor into a god. It is said that there is a certain mysterious power in that censored transformation cauldron, which can allow the half-emperor to overcome the emperor's calamity, and temper the body and soul of the half-emperor to the emperor realm. Speaking of this, Yi Tianji also burst out with a burst of bright light. When Jiang Chen heard Yi Tianji's words, he suddenly thought of the previous Thunder Silver Madness, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "As the Thunder Silver Madness who claimed to be the Thunder Emperor just now, isn't it related to the Thunder God sect?" "Yes, Lei Yin Kuang is the Thunder, censored, sect master of this generation." Yi Tianji smiled slightly, and immediately explained some of the Thunder God sect's past to Jiang Chen. The Thunder God sect is one of the few gods in the Shenwu continent that has ever been recorded. As the sect of the gods, the Thunder God sect is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very long history, dating back at least 100,000 years. It is said that 30,000 years ago, the Thunder God sect still had a virtual, censored realm powerhouse above the Great Emperor. Later, there was a Great Emperor on the Shenwu continent who entered the Thunder God sect and stole the treasure of the Thunder God sect. Without the Washan Cauldron, even if it is the Thunder God sect, it is difficult to give birth to a strong person above the Great Emperor, and it gradually declined. These 30,000 years, the Thunder God sect has also been looking for the whereabouts of the inherited divine tool, the censored of transformation, but there has been no trace of the censored of transformation. It wasn't until 100 years ago that the breath of the Washan Cauldron suddenly appeared in the ancient world of Thunder God, and Lei Yin Kuang finally discovered the whereabouts of the Washan Cauldron. The Washan Cauldron was sealed in one place by the stolen Supreme Emperor. Over the past 100 years, Lei Yin Kuang has been thinking of ways to break the seal of the Great Emperor. Now that 100 years have passed, Lei Yin Kuang has finally gradually broken the seal of that supreme great emperor, and the Hua Shen cauldron has been reborn. After hearing Yi Tianji's narration, Jiang Chen immediately froze there. 30,000 years ago, wasn't this the time when the ancient Kunsu sect's Kunsu Great went to the Thunder God ancient realm to seek breakthroughs from the great emperor? When the great emperor Kunsu entered the ancient realm of Thunder God and obtained a treasure that was against the sky, he was chased and killed by a strong man above the great. Isn't this consistent with what Yi Tianji said? Emperor Kun Shu. Jiang Chen is almost certain that the supreme emperor who came to the Thunder God sect to steal the inherited divine artifact, the great emperor Kun Shu of Kun Shu sect in Yi Tianji's mouth. The person who destroyed the ancient Kunsu sect with one hand should be the strong man above the emperor of Thunder God sect. And the censored sect inheritance divine tool, undoubtedly the treasure that Emperor Kun Shu hid secretly in the ancient world of Thunder God. It turns out that the treasure that Emperor Kun Shu hid in the ancient world of Thunder God is the inheritance divine instrument of Thunder God sect. Jiang Chen shook his head, his heart was also shocked. Unexpectedly, there would be such a coincidence in the world. But after thinking about it, Jiang Chen quickly became relieved. It seems that these kinds of treasures that can break through the Emperor realm and even above the Emperor realm, even if it is a censored grade sect such as the Thunder God sect, it is good to have one. The hidden treasure of the great Emperor Kun Shu is the inheritance divine instrument of the Thunder God sect, which is not too unexpected. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, even if it is placed in the profound spirit continent, it is a rare and peerless treasure, even if it is placed in the profound spirit continent. At first, it was almost impossible for me to compete for the gods, so I didn't have much idea. But now you have also broken through the quasi-emperor realm. Together, we may be able to compete. If we can get the censored transforming cauldron, we will destroy the 9 Yu King Li Juyu and guard the plain channel and return to the profound spirit continent. It will undoubtedly be much easier. Just as Jiang Chen's mind was full of thoughts, Yi Tianji's voice directly pulled Jiang Chen back to reality. Well, now that we have met, we will naturally fight for this god-shaped tripod. Jiang Chen nodded, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. A divine tool that can break through the Emperor realm and even above the Emperor realm, Jiang Chen could not think of a reason to give up fighting. His original purpose of coming to the ancient Thunder God realm was to come to the heaven-defying treasure left by Emperor Kun Shu in the ancient Thunder God realm. Now that this treasure is in front of him, how can Jiang Chen sit back and ignore it? Now that he has broken through the quasi-emperor realm, there is another quasi-emperor powerhouse next to him. With the addition of the corpse of the emperor in the storage ring, there are 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses. The 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses, even if they are placed in the ancient world of Thunder God, are definitely one of the best powers. As long as they work hard, they may not be able to take this shending into the bag. With a decision in his heart, Jiang Chen directly awakened the 2 of Sha Yunchang who had been under the Emperor Yun Shen tree. After the 2 of them swallowed the Emperor Yungguo, the martial arts realm also reached the perfect state, and they were only one step away from realizing the laws of the Emperor and breaking through the quasi-Emperor. Master, what happened? The Black Python awoke and couldn't help but quickly asked. I still have things to do with the Lord Yecheng. It is not safe for you to continue practicing here. Jiang Chen said, then looked directly at Sha Yunchang and said, Elder Sha, do you want to stay with us next? No, I haven't fully digested the power of the Emperor Yungguo. I plan to leave the Thunder God ancient realm directly and return to the Haoshan Holy Land to continue enlightenment, and strive to break through the quasi-emperor realm in one effort. Sha Yunchang shook his head and said, in that case, Xiao He, you also leave the ancient Thunder God realm with Elder Sha, go and guard the Imperial Palace for me. Jiang Chen groaned slightly and said directly to the Black Python. The Black Python has not broken through the quasi-emperor realm, and staying there will not help them to fight for the gods. In addition to him, there is no top powerhouse in the Palace of Humans. If there is this Demon King Guardian Palace that is infinitely close to the quasi-emperor, it will undoubtedly make him feel relieved. Chapter 1404, 8 Quasi-Emperors. Leaving the valley where the Emperor Yun's sacred tree was located, Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji headed towards the heavenly divine light in the east of the Thunder God ancient realm. The 2 came to a place less than 10,000 meters away from the heavenly divine light. From a distance, I saw a huge mountain peak, shrouded in infinite 5-color light. The mountain peaks are full of glorious rays of light, and the 5-color divine light permeates the 4 directions, and the mountains and plains are all rare heaven and earth elixir from the outside world, which looks like a fairyland on earth. What a treasure! Jiang Chen looked at the mountain in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but show an unconcealable exclamation. This is the power of the Thunder God sect to inherit the divine instrument and the censored cauldron. Yi Tianji said slowly, since the Wuxian cauldron has the terrifying power to make the great Emperor Guishu realm break through the void god realm. Now, it is not difficult to nurture such a treasure in this 30,000 years. After only 30,000 years of Hua Shending, it has created such a fairyland mountain. It seems that this god-changing cauldron really has the terrifying ability to change fate against the sky. Haha, it's a rare event in 1,000 years. Many old guys from the Thunder God ancient realm have already appeared here. Let's go over. As Yi Tianji said, he went directly through the 10,000-meter void with Jiang Chen, and came outside the mountain covered by the 5-color light. I saw 6 figures standing in the void outside the mountain. The 6 figures are divided into 3 different camps, standing proudly in the air as a 3-legged powerhouse. Among them, the most powerful party has 3 people, and they are the Thunder Silver Kuang and the Nether Taoist, as well as a cold-faced old man in thunder robe. Of the 3 remaining, one of the silver-robed old men and the green-robed old man belong to the same camp. The other gray-robed old man was there alone. These 6 people, each of them exudes an overwhelming power. Including the old Netherworld who had fought Jiang Chen half a month ago, the aura on his body was much stronger. Although the Taoist Nether did not get the fruit of the Emperor Yun, but with the help of the Thunder God sect master, Lei Yin Kuang, he still broke through the quasi-emperor realm in this half a month. The 6 people who appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others were all extremely powerful men who reached the realm of quasi-emperor. 6 quasi-emperors. Rao had seen Jiang Chen with many winds and waves, and he was surprised at this moment. In addition to him and Yi Tianji, 8 quasi-emperors gathered here. 8 quasi-emperors gathered here. It seems that the Wuxian cauldron really has a great temptation for these quasi-emperor powerhouses. The arrival of Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji naturally attracted the attention of the 6 quasi-emperors in the void. Lei Yin Kuang saw the 2 of Jiang Chen, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. The 2 old men on the other side just glanced at Yi Tianji lightly, and didn't say much. Only the gray-robed old man standing alone had a flash of light in his eyes, and he smiled and greeted, "Tisk tisk. Yi Tianji, I didn't expect you to come too." The gray-robed old man knew very well in his heart that he was alone and weak, and it was not easy for him to seize the censored transformation cauldron. Now, only if you choose to cooperate with Yi Tianji, I am afraid that you have the opportunity to compete for the gods. As for Jiang Chen next to Yi Tianji, the gray-robed old man completely ignored him and didn't take him to heart. Yi Tianji smiled faintly. The magical instrument has come out. Such a sight is rare in thousands of years. I will naturally come to see Yi Tianji. Okay, since all are here, let's discuss how to enter the mountain in front of us. At this moment, Lei Yingkuang suddenly coldly snorted. The divine transformation cauldron is their inheritance artifact of the Thunder God sect. For these guys who came to transform the divine cauldron, Lei Yingkuang was naturally extremely unhappy. It's just that the Wuxian cauldron was sealed here by the great Emperor Kun Shu 30,000 years ago. With the current strength of the Thunder God sect, it is simply not enough to break the seal and take out the God transformation cauldron, and the Thunder Silver Madness can only rely on the power of the quasi-emperor powerhouses in the Thunder God ancient realm. Yi Tianji ignored Lei Yingkuang, but secretly introduced Jiang Chen to these quasi-emperor powerhouses in front of him. In the Thunder Silver Kuang's side, in addition to the Thunder Silver Kuang and the Nether Taoist, the remaining Lei Robe Elder is called Lei Jun, a quasi-emperor elder of the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect is indeed the censored product sect of Shenwu continent tens of thousands of years ago. Even if the inheritance artifact was lost, the plane's origin was intercepted thousands of years ago, and now there are still 2 quasi-emperor level powerhouses in charge. Even the Haoshan Holy Land, the number 1 holy land in the mainland, is far from being comparable. The combination of the other 2 old men is an ancestor-level figure who entered the ancient world of Thunder God many years ago. Sha Zheng, the silver-robed old man, entered the ancient world of Thunder God 2,000 years ago, the upper elder Taisheng on the Haoshan Holy Land. The green-robe elder Qin Tianzheng is the elder of the previous generation of Tianwen Holy Land who entered the Thunder God ancient realm thousands of years ago. As for the last gray-robed old man, Wan Hang, a strong man in the world who has no discipline and no school. Sect Master Lei has been studying the seal here for hundreds of years, isn't it possible that he hasn't found a way to enter it? Sha Zheng's old eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but speak lightly. It is naturally not a fuel-efficient lamp that can fight for a chance to break through the quasi-emperor in this ancient world of Thunder God. How could Sha Zheng and others easily believe that the transformation of Lei Yin Kuang was used by Lei Yin Kuang? The seal here was laid by a great emperor 30,000 years ago. How can it be so easy to break? Although I have broken most of the power of the seal, there is still the last bloodline seal. Only the bloodline descendant of the great emperor cannot be hindered by the seal. We want to enter it, we can only gather the power of everyone to break this blood seal. Lei Yin snorted madly, the bloodline seal left by Emperor Kun Shu. When Jiang Chen heard Lei Yinquan's words, an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. Since the bloodline descendants of the great Emperor Kunsu can enter it without a vinless seal, then he holds the body of the great Emperor Kunsu, is it not easy to enter it? Sha Zheng pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Sect Master Lei, tell me about your approach. The solution is simple, Lei Yin Kuang said indifferently. In my Thunder God sect, there is a series of combined strikes that are close to the gods. The strength of all of us is enough to explode a blow comparable to the power of the Emperor. It should be able to break this last blood seal. Yes, just do what you said. Sha Zheng nodded slightly, apparently agreeing to Lei Yin's method. Now Lei Yin Kuang obviously has to use their power to break the seal, and he will not play any tricks at this time. Lei Yinquang didn't talk nonsense, and directly looked at Jiang Chen and the three of them, and said coldly, where are the three of you? Do you want to cooperate or leave? Choose by yourself. Chapter 1405. Break the seal, we are enough. Lei Yin stared madly at the three Jiang Chen, and there was also an icy chill in his eyes. Now they have three quasi-emperors on their side. With their Thunder God sect's combined attack formation method, only the two quasi-emperors Sha Zheng were combined. It was enough to explode a blow comparable to the powerhouse of the Emperor realm, breaking the blood seal in front of them. Lei Yin Kuang hoped that Jiang Chen and the three would not agree. In this way, he can join forces with Sha Zheng and get rid of Jiang Chen and them first. At that time, only they and Sha Zheng are left to compete for the transformation of the gods. They beat 2 by 3, wouldn't they still be able to compete with Sha Zheng? Wan Hang shook his head and said, he naturally knew very well that Lei Yin Kuang would never allow him to watch a play behind him at this time. If you want to go in and compete for the Washan Cauldron, you must make a contribution now. Seeing the current situation, Yi Tianji knew that they couldn't refuse. Just as Yi Tianji was about to speak, Jiang Chen's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Senior Yi, don't promise them, I can get in here. Yi Tianji was shocked in his heart, and quickly spoke to Jiang Chen. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, what are you saying is true? Senior Yi should have a very good understanding of the ancient emperor's tomb in the land of Nirvana. The great emperor who stole the Washan Cauldron from the Thunder God sect 30,000 years ago is actually the Kunsu great emperor from the ancient emperor's mausoleum Kun Zuzong. Not long ago, I took control of the corpse of Emperor Kunsu at the ancient Kunzuzong site. He should be able to take us through the bloodline seal of Emperor Kunsu. Jiang Chen didn't hide it either, and said directly to Yi Tianji. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice transmission, Yi Tianji couldn't help taking a breath. As the previous lord of Nirvana City, Yi Tianji was naturally very clear about the situation of the ancient emperor's tomb. There are countless energy bodies in the ancient imperial mausoleum. In particular, the Kunzuzong site has a quasi-emperor level energy body. Even if it was Yi Tianji 500 years ago, he did not dare to set foot in that place easily. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen went to the ancient Kunzuzong site, and also got the body of an ancient emperor. What made Yi Tianji unexpected even more? The corpse of the great emperor Jiang Chen obtained was exactly the one who stole the Washan Cauldron from the Thunder God ancient realm 30,000 years ago. With this corpse of the great emperor, they could pass the bloodline seal in front of them unimpededly, and get the censored transformation cauldron one step ahead. The corpse of a great emperor is at least comparable to the existence of a quasi-emperor. They are now equivalent to 3 quasi-emperors. Yi Tianji felt in his heart too. Jiang Chen is worthy of being the son of the emperor of the profound spirit continent, and he is indeed a heaven-defying existence with great fortune. Like today's right place and people, almost all have been on their side. They will undoubtedly greatly increase their chances of getting the gods. Yi Tianji, why don't you speak? It seems that you don't plan to cooperate. Just as the two of Jiang Chen communicated with each other, Lei Yin's mad and indifferent voice came over again. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Lei Yinkang, then smiled faintly. Isn't it just breaking the blood seal in front of me? Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. I and Senior Yi are enough. When Jiang Chen said this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fell on Jiang Chen's body. Sha Zheng's gaze swept across Jiang Chen's body, and a strange look passed in his old eyes. This little friend, this matter is not the same thing. Are you sure to break the blood seal in front of you? Ha, a mere little boy who dares to speak up here. Lei Yin Kuang sneered disdainfully. Boy, since you say you have a way, you have the ability to go forward and try. I want to see how you can break the blood seal in front of you. As an ancient, censored sect, the Thunder God sect is still very deep even if it is now in decline. But even so, Lei Yin Kuang could not break the blood seal in front of him. There are only two possibilities to break this blood seal. Either an Emperor Realm powerhouse, or a descendant of the bloodline of the great Emperor who arranged a seal. And the boy in front of him, obviously did not meet any of the conditions. How could he break the seal of the great Emperor's bloodline? Okay, let us try. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and then under the gaze of everyone, he leaned against Yi Tianji toward the mountain covered by the heavenly divine light. The two came to a place less than 3 feet away from the heavenly divine light. Senior Yi, get ready, I will now summon the body of the great emperor and take us into it. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately with a movement of his palm, the corpse of the great emperor Kun Shu appeared directly in front of them out of thin air. Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji each grabbed an arm of the emperor's body, and then let the emperor's body slam into the light curtain in front of them. Under the leadership of the emperor's body, Jiang Chen quickly sank into the heavenly divine light. In this scene, all the 6 quasi-emperors in the rear were stunned. Jiang Chen and the others, just so easily passed through the blood seal left by the great emperor. How the censored is this possible? Although this bloodline seal has existed for 30,000 years, it is far less powerful than the peak, but it can't be easily passed through by the quasi-emperor, right? I am afraid that Lei Yin Kuang has already entered it, so why wait for them outside the seal? Lei Yingquan, didn't you say that there is still a bloodline seal here, and it is impossible to pass under the emperor realm? What is going on? Seeing that Jiang Chen and the other two entered the mountain so easily, Sha Zheng's face suddenly became unsightly. Damn, we were tricked by that kid. It's the corpse. The corpse that the kid summoned just now definitely has something to do with the great emperor who sealed the bloodline here. Lei Yin was furious, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. When fighting for the divine fruit of the Emperor Yun, he was put together by Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji. Unexpectedly, this time in the land sealed by the Washan Cauldron, he would be fooled by Jiang Chen again. Sha Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. It shouldn't be too late, just follow your method to break the seal. Regarding the Washan Cauldron, Sha Zheng also had the potential to win it, so how could Jiang Chen and the others take it away from under his eyelids? Lei Yin Kuang took a deep breath and nodded quickly. At this moment, Lei Yin Kuang naturally didn't waste time, and directly took out the combined attack formation of Thunder God Sect. Now Jiang Chen and the others have taken the lead in entering it. If they can't quickly break the blood seal in front of them, I am afraid that the censored of transformation cauldron will really be boarded by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1406. Real Dragon Magic Medicine, Transforming the Gods into the Pot. When Lei Yin Kuang and others were about to use a combined attack to break the seal, Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji are carefully looking at the situation in front of the mountain peaks shrouded by the heavenly divine light. The entire mountain peak was shrouded in the magical light of the Washan Ding, forming a small world that looked very peaceful. Except for some heaven and earth elixir that exudes rich spiritual energy, there is almost nothing in the surroundings, just like a pure land without any disputes. This divine light came from the top of the mountain. It seems that the Washan Sao should be hidden there. Yi Tianji's eyes swept slightly, and he locked onto a certain place on the top of the mountain. Let's go directly to the top of the mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then flashed straight towards the top of the mountain. Although there are many valuable heaven and earth elixir growing around them, Jiang Chen didn't even look at it at the moment. The most important thing at the moment is to go to the top of the mountain to get the legendary artifact of the Thunder God Sect. In front of the heaven-defying treasures such as the Wuxian cauldron that could break through the Emperor realm or even above the Emperor realm, these so-called heaven and earth elixir were not worth mentioning. The peak is not big, and at the speed of the two Jiang Chen, they arrived at the top in less than a moment. What appeared in front of them was a huge lake. The water of the lake, like stars, shone with little stars, reflecting the stars in the sky. Above a void on the other side of the lake, there was a five-clawed golden dragon soaring freely in the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon is surrounded by golden glow, shrouded in chaotic clouds, like a king in the sky and underground, exuding an extremely rich spiritual aura. Here, how can there be a real dragon? Jiang Chen looked at the five-clawed golden dragon in the void, and his expression was astonished. That's not a real dragon, but a real dragon magic medicine. The Wuxian cauldron has been placed here for 30,000 years. With the help of the Wuxian cauldron, the elixir has evolved into a rare true dragon magic medicine in the world. Don't talk about the Wuxian cauldron, it is this true dragon magic medicine. I am afraid that the body and soul of a quasi-emperor will be able to achieve the ultimate sublimation, thus breaking through the emperor realm. Yi Tianji's eyes were extremely fiery. Regardless of the sacred cauldron, just being able to take this true dragon magic medicine into the bag is a worthwhile trip for them. Senior Yi, let's take the shot together. First take this true dragon magic medicine. Jiang Chen stared at the five-clawed golden dragon with fiery eyes. He didn't hesitate at all, the whole person rose up into the sky and flew out towards the real dragon magic medicine. Yi Tianji also flew up, and the two of them surrounded the true dragon magic medicine one after another, ready to accept this true dragon magic medicine in one fell swoop. The perception of the real dragon magic medicine is also very keen. The two powerful quasi-emperors shot at the same time, and the true dragon magic medicine obviously felt a strong crisis. It didn't pay attention to the two of Jiang Chen at all, and directly turned into a golden light, swept towards the giant cauldron below, and instantly sank into the giant cauldron. This is a giant bronze tripod with a height of 3 feet. Around the giant tripod, there are carved sky and round places, containing all things universe patterns. Although the relief on the giant cauldron looks a bit rough, when you feel it carefully, it seems that there is a kind of ancient clumsy and wild aura coming to your face. Jiang Chen even felt that what was carved on this giant cauldron was not a picture, but a real world. This is the inheritance divine instrument of the Thunder God sect. Jiang Chen looked at this giant bronze cauldron, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Yi Tianji stared at the giant bronze cauldron tightly, and slowly said, "It should be." The true dragon magic medicine was born from the cauldron of transformation, so it can be regarded as its home. Senior Yi, do you know how to take away this censored transformation? Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. It seems that if they want to get the true dragon magic medicine, they still have to subdue this magic cauldron first. As the censored of thunder censored sect inheritance artifact, they want to take it away. I am afraid it is not an easy task. Although there seemed to be no danger in the surroundings of the Shenhua cauldron, Jiang Chen vaguely felt an extremely dangerous aura from the Shenhua cauldron. I don't know much information about this celestial transformation. Anyway, let's try it first. Yi Tianji groaned slightly, and immediately released a divine fetal iron golem from the storage ring, and then controlled the iron puppet to move towards the Wuxian cauldron. Under the control of Yi Tianji, the iron-clad puppet slowly approached the Wuxian Sao. In the beginning, the iron-clad puppets were almost unobstructed. But when the iron-clad puppet was close to the 10-meter range of the Wuxian cauldron, an invisible force in the Wuxian cauldron waved away. I saw that the iron-clad puppet turned into a pile of ashes in midair strangely. Yi Tianji's eyes sank slightly. It seems that there is a very powerful restriction hidden on the Wuxian cauldron. I don't know if it is the powerhouse of the Thunder God sect or the Emperor Kun Shu. Forbidden. He has a system in his body, and he can fully understand the prohibition on the censored transformation cauldron, but it will take some time. They don't know how long it will take for Lei Yin Kuang to break the blood seal outside. If they hadn't been able to comprehend the restrictions on the censored of transformation before Lei Yin Kuang and the others, wouldn't the time for them to enter this place in advance be wasted? Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, Senior Yi, or I will try again with Emperor Kun Shu's body. If this restriction was set by Emperor Kun Shu, maybe his body can ignore the existence of the restriction. It's too risky. What if this restriction was set by a strong person above the Thunder God sect? Actually, Even if we get that censored transformation cauldron now, we can't avoid Lei Yinquang and the others, so let's wait for them to come in. Yi Tianji shook his head and laughed bitterly, and then said slightly in deep thought, the two of us and the corpse of the great emperor are only strong or not weaker than the three of Lei Yinquang, and we should also have great hopes of getting a censored transformation. Jiang Chen's move was too risky. If this bet is lost, the corpse of this great emperor probably has nothing to do with it. In this way, it will be detrimental to the fight for the gods behind them. Okay, wait a minute. Senior Yi, you protect me from the side, I will try to understand this restriction. Jiang Chen finally resisted the urge to try with the emperor's corpse, and directly sat down cross-legged, ready to begin to comprehend the prohibition on the censored of transformation. No matter how long it takes Lei Yinquang and the others to break the seal to come here, Jiang Chen decided to first understand the prohibition on the censored transformation cauldron. As long as this restriction can be understood, even if the Thunder Silver Crazy and the others are here, he will still be able to seize the opportunity in the Battle of the Gods. Chapter 1407. Give you two choices. Ding. You watch the God-level prohibition break the God's prohibition and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding. You comprehend the 1/10,000th shattered ban. Ding. You comprehend 1/10 of a violent ban. The prohibition on the Washan Cauldron, as expected, is the same as the prohibition on the 5-element reincarnation coffin of the Kunsu Emperor's palace. It is a very powerful God-level prohibition. He wanted to fully understand this shattered God's prohibition, and it would take at least 10 days. Although Jiang Chen knew that Lei Yinquan should not be able to give him 10 days, he still did not give up enlightenment. Jiang Chen was constantly enlightening, and soon grasped close to 1/3 of the shattered ban. Until the 4th day, Lei Yinquang and the others finally broke the blood seal outside the mountain and successfully reached the top of the mountain. Jiang Chen also had to suspend his understanding of breaking that censored ban. Washan Cauldron, my legacy artifact that has been missing for 30,000 years from the Thunder God sect, was finally found by me. Lei Yin stared wildly at the giant bronze cauldron on the other side of the lake, and his whole body was immediately excited, and his mouth couldn't help but laugh wildly. The Thunder God sect, the censored product sect that has been passed down for more than 100,000 years in the Shenwu continent. At the peak of the Thunder God sect, not only several imperial realm powerhouses were in charge, but also censored realm powerhouses above the Emperor realm. Since 30,000 years ago, the inherited divine vessel was stolen, and the Thunder God sect has never recovered. Especially after the last two imperial realm powerhouses of Thunder God sect disappeared thousands of years ago, the world of Shenwu continent changed drastically, and their Thunder God sect never gave birth to imperial realm powerhouses. The Thunder censored sect, the dignified divine product sect, has fallen so far that there are only 2 quasi-emperors left. Fortunately, he finally found the legacy artifact lost by the Thunder God sect. With the existence of the Washan Cauldron, he hopes to break through the Emperor realm and even above the Emperor realm, and lead the Thunder God sect to regain its former glory. Lei Yinquang, you are finally here. Jiang Chen looked at the oncoming Lei Yinquang and others, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. There are only you 4. Only Lei Yinquang and Wan Hang appeared in front of them. Sha Zheng and Qin Tianjiang, I am afraid they have already been tricked by Lei Yinquang. My Thunder God sect's inheritance artifact can't be tainted by others. Sha Zheng and Qin Tianjiang, the 2 old guys, are the big troubles that hinder me from getting the Washan Cauldron back. I naturally want to solve them first. Lei Yin sneered violently and gloomily. After breaking the blood seal with the help of the 2 of Sha Zheng, he directly united with Wan Hang secretly and severely injured the 2 of Sha Zheng. Now Sha Zheng and the 2 have fled in a panic, and are already unable to come forward to fight for the censored transformation. Even Sha Zheng and both of them were badly injured. Now he wants to solve Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji, isn't it a matter of grasping it? Jiang Chen glanced at Wan Hang blankly, and said lightly, I didn't expect you to cooperate with the people of the Thunder God sect. If you can work with them to solve the problem, I will be able to get the Washan Cauldron. It is too whimsical. The old man has self-knowledge and knows that the Washan Cauldron is not something I can own, so he chose to cooperate with Sect Master Lei. Sect Master Lei has agreed to help him regain the Washan Sao, and when I break through the Emperor realm in the future, he can borrow the Washan Sao from me. Wan Hang stared at Jiang Chen with a smile. Boy, if you leave now, maybe it will be too late. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Although he had learned from Lei Yin's mad mouth that Jiang Chen had extraordinary strength and was very likely to break through the quasi-emperor realm with the help of Emperor Yongguo, Wan Heng didn't care about it at all. What if this kid is a quasi-emperor strong? On their side, there are 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses, can't they solve Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji? Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Wan Heng. He looked directly at Lei Yin Kuang, and said indifferently, Lei Yin Kuang, I am here to wait for you for 3 days, not to talk nonsense with you, but to wait for you to break the prohibition on the censored transformation cauldron for me. Lei Yin Kuang was startled slightly, his gaze suddenly turned towards the Hua Shen cauldron. This is the god-level prohibition of my Thunder God sect broke the divine prohibition. Lei Yingquan's gaze swept across the censored transformation cauldron, and he suddenly sensed something and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha, God helped me, Jiang Chen, it seems that even if you are lucky enough to enter this place 3 days before me, you will eventually be doomed to be useless. Lei Yingquang was still wondering, why did Jiang Chen and the others enter this place 3 days in advance, why they haven't done anything to the censored of transformation. It turns out that they can't help breaking the ban on the censored of transformation. Breaking the gods, prohibition is a god-level prohibition of the Thunder God sect. Unless the warrior under the Emperor realm knows how to break the ban, once the ban is triggered, his soul will be destroyed under the power of the ban. It seems that after the great emperor stolen the Washan cauldron from the Thunder God sect 30,000 years ago, he didn't have time to unlock the shattered god's prohibition on the Washan cauldron and hid it here. With the existence of breaking the gods forbidden, Lei Yin Kuang had no fear in his heart that the Hua Shen cauldron would be snatched away. Except for him, the Thunder God sect master who knows how to break the gods, as long as there is no real emperor realm snatched and appeared, no one can get close to the Hua Shen cauldron. Futility, not necessarily. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Lei Yin Kuang, I now give you 2 choices. Either break the prohibition on the divine cauldron for me, or just take your people and disappear from me. Don't worry, I will break the ban and retrieve the Washan cauldron, but after I have solved you. Lei Yin smiled wildly, and immediately the whole person became murderous in an instant. Do it, kill them for me. As Lei Yin shouted down wildly, he directly killed the old man in thunder robe from the Thunder God sect towards Yi Tianji. The Nether Taoist and Wan Heng joined forces to kill Jiang Chen. Boy, since you have to find your own way, the old man will do it for you. Wan Heng smiled coldly, his figure instantly turned into a thin film of light and shadow and disappeared in place. From a weird angle, his figure appeared inconceivably behind Jiang Chen, with a powerful palm on his palm, turning into a giant python and smashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thought, and the emperor's body flew out from the storage ring, and then directly blasted Wan Heng behind him with a punch. The shocking explosion sounded all over the world, and I saw Wan Heng's monstrous fist strength, which was suddenly broken under the fist of the emperor's body. The shock of the terrifying force directly caused Wan Heng's figure to burst out of a distance of hundreds of feet. Wan Heng looked at the golden figure that was knocked back by this punch, his pupils suddenly shrank. Beside this guy, there is actually a powerful quasi-emperor. Chapter 1408. With one sword, Zhundi falls. No. This guy has no breath of life, it seems to be just a corpse. Wan Heng stared closely at the golden figure in front of him, and soon he also noticed the strangeness of the golden figure, and his mind was suddenly shaken. Be careful, Wanong, this should be the body of a strong emperor. At this moment, the old Netherworld Dao's complexion on the side could not help but suddenly change. The old Netherworld cultivating death power naturally saw through the golden figure at a glance. The corpse of a strong emperor is definitely comparable to the existence of a strong emperor. Old Netherworld was extremely frightened in his heart. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen still had this powerful whole card in his hand. Fortunately, when fighting for the Emperor Yongguo, this guy didn't use this Imperial Realm corpse puppet, otherwise he would have fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Sure enough, it was an Imperial corpse puppet. Wan Hengcheng suppressed the horror in his heart, and hurriedly shouted to the old Netherworld, Netherworld, I will contain this Imperial corpse puppet, you will kill Jiang Chen quickly. This Imperial corpse puppet was obviously controlled by Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen is resolved, the danger of Imperial corpse puppets will be eliminated. Old Netherworld has no nonsense, and his body is full of death devilish energy, directly facing Jiang Chen. At this moment, Chen Zhang's void was filled with death devilish energy. It seems that everything around will be completely reduced to ashes under the death devil gas of the old netherworld. Now that the old netherworld has broken through the quasi-emperor realm and mastered the law of death, the strength is already different from half a month ago. If Jiang Chen's strength still stayed half a month ago, netherworld old Wei might still make him 3 points jealous. In the past half month, he also broke through the quasi-emperor realm, and mastered several quasi-emperor laws in one breath. How could he put the old netherworld in his heart? Old netherworld, I already spared you half a month ago. Since you have to send it to your door to find death, I will do it for you today. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and he saw him turning his sword with his finger, raising his hand to point out a sword at the old netherworld. Death Shadow, Phantom. Seeing Jiang Chen's strike, old Nether Dao also let out a cold stern. Seeing that the old netherworld Dao's figure changed, 3 ghost images almost materialized in the air. The bodies of these 3 magical shadows in the old netherworld all condensed a dark beam of light containing the power of the law of death, and they besieged and killed Jiang Chen from the 4 directions of the southeast and northwest. The 4 figures came out together, as if 4 quasi-emperor and powerful men joined forces, and their power was earth-shattering. Jiang Chen, this is a strong secret technique that integrates the laws of the emperor realm after I have been promoted to the quasi-emperor. I want to see how you can resist it. In the void, the sneer sounds of the 4 ghostly old ways resounded almost at the same time. The shadow of death is a powerful secret technique obtained by the old netherworld in his early years in a secret realm. Only when he understands the law of death can he use it. If this secret technique is cultivated to its peak, it is said that 9 magic shadows can be transformed. Moreover, the magic shadow that has changed, every magic shadow can explode with a blow equivalent to the strength of the body. Although old Nether Taoist had been in contact with this strong secret technique not long ago, he could only transform 3 magic shadows, but it must be more than enough to clean up Jiang Chen who had just broken through the quasi-emperor realm. Humph, that's it. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his eyes were indifferent, and the 5 domains containing the power of the law were also superimposed in the void of 1,000 feet. I only heard 3 loud noises coming from the void, and the 3 magical shadows transformed from the old netherworld all exploded without warning. The 3 magic shadows burst in vain, which also caused the body of the old netherworld to stiffen slightly in midair. And at this moment, above Jiang Chen's palm, a bright 5-color sword light also penetrated the void in an instant and slashed on the body of old netherworld. Under the sword of Jiang Chen, old netherworld, his figure retreated violently, sprinkling a rain of blood in the air. I saw his hands that resisted the 5-color sword light bursting apart. Immediately afterwards, blood mist burst into the sky on his shoulders, chest, thighs, and arms. Now that Yi Tianji faces the siege of Lei Yingquang's 2 quasi-emperors, the situation is not optimistic, and Jiang Chen naturally does not want to waste time with the old netherworld. Although both he and old netherworld had only broken through the quasi-emperor realm not long ago, he had a system in his body, and his understanding of the law was far from comparable to old netherworld. His 5 laws of power, each of his comprehensions are much stronger than netherworld's law of death. Especially the laws of kendo, Jiang Chen has already understood close to 1/3 of the point. Even if the old ghost trick is very powerful, it is not worth mentioning in front of the power of Jiang Chen's integration of the 5 laws. Almost all of netherworld old Dao's body exploded under Jiang Chen's sword, turning into blood mist in the sky. How is it possible? Seeing this shocking scene in front of him, Wan Hang, who was forced to be embarrassed by the imperial corpse puppet, finally showed unconcealable panic in his eyes. Not only was Wan Hang horrified, but even the Thunder and Silver Quang, who were doing their best to deal with Yi Tian's silence, were also shocked by the scene before them. They never thought that old netherworld would be killed by Jiang Chen in a second. Although the old netherworld had just broken through the quasi-emperor, he was also a real quasi-emperor. With one sword, Zhundi falls. With one move to kill the old netherworld, Jiang Chen's eyes fell directly on Wan Hang, who was trembling with the emperor's corpse. I saw Jiang Chen stepping out in one step, thousands of feet empty, under his feet, as if not close at hand. He stared at Wan Hang indifferently, and the monstrous 5-color sword light once again crushed Wan Hang with his sword. Sect Master Lei, save me! Wan Hang was suddenly panicked, only to feel a shadow of death covering his whole body instantly, and his face instantly turned pale. An imperial corpse puppet had already made Wan Hang unbearable. If you add Jiang Chen, the devil who can kill the quasi-emperor in 1 second, I am afraid he will really be dead. Lei Jun, you go to help Wanong quickly. Lei Yin Kuang's complexion was suddenly hard to see the extreme. He originally thought that it would be easy to deal with Jiang Chen with the power of the four of them. Who knew that Jiang Chen not only had an Emperor Realm corpse puppet in his hand, but he also slayed the Netherworld Old Way that broke through the Quasi-Emperor with a single sword. Now that the situation is taking a turn for the worse, if anything happens to Wanjin, the two of them would definitely not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Chapter 1409. Cut the three Quasi-Emperors even. Lei Jun heard Lei Yingquan's command and turned around to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at Lei Jun, and directly ordered the Emperor's corpse puppet to stop Lei Jun who was looting. Jiang Chen didn't neglect the slightest movement in his hands, and the five-color sword light directly slashed down at the top of Wan Hang's head. Wan Hang roared wildly, his wrinkled old face instantly turned rosy, and even the long white hair began to turn from white to black. Wan Hang was transformed from a white-haired old man into a black-haired middle-aged man. The blood on his body also began to skyrocket at this moment. Facing Jiang Chen's blow that was enough to kill the Quasi-Emperor in a second, Wan Hang didn't dare to hesitate, and directly displayed the secret technique of burning blood, preparing to fight Jiang Chen desperately. The law of the wind road, the wind kills the soul finger. Old Wan Hang's hands changed quickly, and his fingertips carried a wave of extinction, and even a terrifying storm that was enough to cut off the soul spread out. One sword and one finger collided in midair, a terrifying storm of destruction swept across the world, and thousands of meters of space collapsed at this moment. Wan Hang let out a scream, and his whole person was like a kite with a broken line, flying upside down a distance of hundreds of feet in embarrassment. I saw that Wan Hang at this time had already lost half the majesty of a quasi-emperor. His face was pale, his body was covered with blood, and his black robe was turned into rags, and his breath became extremely sluggish. This little friend, I am willing to leave here, and promise not to participate in the fight for the gods, and hope that the little friend can lift up your precious hand and kill me. Wan Hang looked terrified and immediately begged Jiang Chen for mercy. This kid in front of him is really terrifying. With just one move, he was almost beaten to death by Jiang Chen. Where can Wan Hang take care of the agreement with Lei Yingquan? If he doesn't admit defeat and beg for mercy, I'm afraid he will really fall here today. I just gave the opportunity, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. Give it to me to die. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he gave an understatement. This finger, as if transcending time and space, penetrated Wan Hang's eyebrows almost in the blink of an eye. Wan Hang looked desperate and horrified, but the next moment, the light in his eyes suddenly disappeared and returned to nothingness. Immediately afterwards, I saw Wan Hang's entire body exploded in the air from head to toe, bursting into a cloud of blood. Even the earth immortal soul in his body did not escape, and Jiang Chen was beheaded and killed with a single finger. But at this moment, Na Lei Jun finally got rid of the entanglement of the puppet of the emperor's corpse and directly killed Jiang Chen. He saw Jiang Chen beheading Wan Hang again in just a few breaths, and his whole person was instantly frightened. Zhu Zi and Dare, Lei Jun's eyes were cold, and the sword chi on the silver long sword in his palm skyrocketed, and even the void showed sword marks, as if a heavenly gate was split. He stepped out, the long sword split the world, a thunder sword light, like a 9-day censored, of thunder, came across thousands of feet of void, shrouded in Jiang Chen from all directions. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and shot out a punch from far away, like the void bursting and the universe hanging upside down. 5 domains containing the power of the law enveloped the void of 1,000 square meters, and Jiang Chen could condense the 5 laws to explode a devastating blow. These forces are almost enough to crush most of the quasi-emperor powerhouses. I am afraid that only the half-emperor who masters the power of the complete law can compare with it. The mighty 5-color divine light filled the space of thousands of meters, instantly blasting Lei Jun's thunder sword light into nothingness. Seeing that his condensed kendo law was smashed so easily by Jiang Chen, Lei Jun's eyes shrank suddenly. He quickly pinched a sword tactic with both hands, and the silver long sword in his hand instantly turned into a huge sword of hundreds of feet. I saw in Lei Jun's body, a flickering shadow of thunder light directly turned into a stream of light, and merged with that 100 Jiang giant sword. Soul swordsmanship, cut. In the face of Jiang Chen's horrific power of fusion of multiple laws, Lei Jun also had to use his unique skills from the bottom of the box. Using the divine soul secret technique in front of me is just a humiliation. Jiang Chen shook his head and gave a sneer, and then his palm suddenly turned over, and a huge black square seal in the void directly suppressed the light of the thunder sword of the Lei Jun Divine Soul Royal Sword. Under the suppression of the black square seal, the sword light of thunder started to shatter from the tip of the sword like glass. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. I saw that the 100 Jiang great sword was all shattered in the void, turning into bits of silver light, scattered from the sky. The 100 Jiang giant sword and divine soul were all obliterated by Jiang Chen Yian. Lei Jun's figure trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person fell from a height of thousands of meters and slammed into the nearby mountain. The peaks with a radius of thousands of meters all made a loud noise like the shaking of the mountain at this moment. I saw that Lei Jun's body had directly smashed a hole the size of 100 meters in the mountain, and there was no breath of life anymore. Lei Jun, a strong quasi-emperor of the Thunder God sect, also completely fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Within a short period of time, Jiang Chen was invincible to slash the 3 quasi-emperors in succession, which was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the Lei Yin Kuang who was fighting Yi Tianji finally showed unconcealed panic in his eyes. Although he had seen Jiang Chen's evildoers a long time ago, he still didn't expect that after Jiang Chen broke through the quasi-emperor realm, he would reach such a world-defying level. If this kid only killed Old Netherworld, Lei Yin Kuang still reluctantly accepted it. Old Netherworld has just broken through the quasi-emperor realm less than a few days ago, and can't compare with Jiang Chen's breakthrough quasi-emperor realm evildoers. But Wan Heng and Lei Jun both have broken through the existence of quasi-emperor for many years. Especially Lei Jun, the great elder of the Thunder God sect, is not much inferior to him. But even such a quasi-emperor was easily beheaded by Jiang Chen like a chicken and a dog. Lei Yin Kuang's heart was frightened to the extreme. Originally, he thought that as long as the 2 of Sha Zheng were resolved, he would get the inheritance artifact of the Thunder God sect, but it would be easy. But Lei Yingquan only realized now that he looked down on that kid Jiang Chen. Now that their 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses have been cut 3 times by Jiang Chen, how can he compete with Jiang Chen and the others for the transformation of the gods? Just as Lei Yingquan was frightened and furious, a faint chuckle sounded abruptly in his ears. Hey, Lei Yingquan, you count as $1,000, I'm afraid it's not like this result. Chapter 14:10. The mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. Lei Yingquan's face changed drastically. He suddenly looked back and saw Sha Zheng and Qin Tianzheng slowly walking into the air. Sha Zheng, why are you here? Lei Yingkang suddenly screamed in disbelief. When the blood seal of this place was broken outside, he joined Wanong and the 4 people decisively to make a decisive move. Sha Zheng and Sha Zheng were clearly injured and fled. Why are they here now unscathed? Lei Yingquan, how can you escape the eyes of the old man if you think carefully? The old man is just tactical, deliberately pretending to be seriously injured. Do you really think that you can easily hurt me with the 4 of you? Sha Zheng couldn't help but smile. Since entering the ancient Thunder God realm 2,000 years ago, Sha Zheng has not known how many encounters with Lei Yin Kuang. Sha Zheng already knew the character of the Thunder God sect master very well. He had long expected that Lei Yin Kuang would attack them in all likelihood when the bloodline seal was broken. Only then did Sha Zheng make plans and fled with Qin Tianzheng pretending to be seriously injured, and then returned quietly, waiting for the benefit of the fisherman in the dark. Today's situation is completely beyond Sha Zheng's expectations. In fact, Sha Zheng had always regarded Lei Yingquan and others as the biggest rivals in the battle for the transformation of God, and did not take Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji in his heart. In Sha Zheng's plan, he originally wanted to use Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji to consume the power of Lei Yin Kuang and others, and then take action at a critical moment. But Sha Zheng never thought of it anyway. This kid named Jiang Chen hides so deeply. Not only does he hold an emperor realm corpse puppet comparable to a quasi-emperor, but his own strength is also a little terrifying. Even the ordinary quasi-emperor powerhouse is not Jiang Chen's enemy. Of the 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses on Lei Yin Kuang's side, 3 of them have been killed by Jiang Chen. These 2 old guys are really calm. Looking at the 2 of Sha Zheng who only appeared at this time, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lei Yin madly calculated that Sha Zheng failed to make the 2 of them. Instead, General Sha Zheng calculated that he wanted a mantis to catch the cicada, but the oriole was behind. These 2 old guys want to be the oriole behind him, which is obviously impossible. Although Jiang Chen broke through the quasi-emperor realm for only half a month, but with the help of the Emperor Yun fruit and the Emperor Yun divine tree, he mastered the 5 laws of power, and his combat power far surpassed ordinary quasi-emperor powerhouses. At the beginning, Jiang Chen didn't choose to do it directly outside, but he was afraid that the 6 great Zun emperors would join hands at the same time. Now that 6 quasi-emperors have been beheaded by him, 3 of them have been killed, and the 2 talents of Sha Zheng have been late. Even if the 3 of them work together, what fear does Jiang Chen have? Seeing that he was actually deceived by Sha Zheng, Lei Yinyan's complexion also turned not so good. If it were normal days, Lei Yin Kuang's heart would have been raging. The appearance of Sha Zheng and the others is not a bad thing for Lei Yin Kuang. He is now alone and unable to support it. If Sha Zheng and 2 of them do not show up, it is impossible for him to win the Hua Shen Sao from Jiang Chen and the others. Now if you join forces with Sha Zheng, you might still have a chance to give it a try. Sha Zheng, this censored transformation cauldron has a censored, forbidden by my ancestors of the Thunder God sect, and no one in this world can unlock it except me. Why don't we work together? As long as I get the Hua Shen Sao back, I promise that when you break through the Emperor realm, it can be provided to you for free. Lei Yin Kuang took a deep breath and directly offered a very tempting condition. The conditions are good, but I can't believe you. Sha Zheng said with a smile. Unless, you are willing to reach a contract with us. Sha Zheng's sole purpose in fighting for the God-transforming cauldron was to break through the Emperor's realm, but it was not necessary to control the God-transforming cauldron in his own hands. This censored transformation cauldron has a censored, forbidden by the strong Thunder God sect. If there is no Thunder Silver Kuang to break the restriction, even if he gets the censored transformation, it will be of no use. As long as Lei Yin Kuang can guarantee the use of the Hua Shen Cauldron, cooperation with Lei Yin Kuang will undoubtedly benefit both. Lei Yin gritted his teeth madly, and finally agreed to Sha Zheng's terms. It was hard for him to find that censored, of Thunder censored, sect inheritance artifact. No matter how much he paid, he had to bring that censored, of Thunder censored, back to Thunder censored sect. Seeing that Lei Yin Kuang had agreed to his terms, Sha Zheng couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side. Little friend Jiang Chen, the Hua Shen Cauldron is originally the inheritance of the Thunder God sect. There are restrictions on the Thunder God sect powerhouse. Even if you get it, it will be of no use. How about letting Lei Yin Kuang bring back Thunder God sect? If you want, you can also let Lei Yin Kuang sign the soul contract to ensure that you can use the Hua Shen Cauldron. Sha Zheng also saw the battle between Jiang Chen and Lei Yin Kuang in the dark. For the guy in front of him who has mastered several laws and powers and has the ability to kill the quasi-emperor in a flash, even Sha Zheng is in fear. Moreover, beside this kid, there was Yi Tianji, who was equally powerful in combat, and coupled with the corpse puppet of an Emperor realm powerhouse, the 3 of them probably wouldn't have any advantage. Before being forced, Sha Zheng obviously didn't want to start with Jiang Chen. Sha Zheng, it seems that you are planning to join forces with Lei Yin Kuang. Jiang Chen glanced at Sha Zheng calmly, and said lightly, now that the 10,000-year period is coming, I don't want to do anything to you because you are the people of the 8 hidden holy places. You may have time to leave now. Sha Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is your excellency? Who am I? When you leave the ancient world of Thunder God, you will naturally know. Jiang Chen said coldly, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you don't want to die, you'd better not be with Lei Yin mad. HMPH. What a big tone. Qin Tian is just going to see. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Tianzheng coldly snorted and shot Jiang Chen directly. He didn't use any magical powers, nor did he use any weapons, just volleyed and shot Jiang Chen with a palm. The heaven and earth energy in the sky of thousands of feet, like a tide, boiled surgingly, and instantly condensed into a white giant sword. Qin Tianzheng didn't use a trace of vitality. Just like this, the giant sword condensed out of thin air and slapped Jiang Chen. The power of this sword, as if the sword immortal came to the world, even the heaven and the earth would be cut in half. Strong Kendo law. This Qin Tianzheng's comprehension of the laws of Kendo has reached at least 70%. I am afraid that he is not far from mastering the laws of Kendo and becoming a half-emperor. Although he was a little surprised, Jiang Chen was not afraid. He gathered the power of the law, and a 5-color fist burst out. Chapter 14:11. Who has an opinion? With this punch, the world was tumbling, the sun and the moon hung upside down, and the sky-shaking noise continued to resound in the void. I saw the five-color boxing strength traversing the sky, slamming into Qin Tianjiang's vast sword, and then turning into a huge storm of destruction, which instantly swept across the void. Qin Tianjiang stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen standing still and proudly standing still, and there was an inconceivable horror in his eyes. Qin Tianjiang entered the ancient Thunder God realm 1,000 years ago, and broke through the quasi-emperor realm by coincidence 800 years ago, and now has 70% of his comprehension of the laws of Kendo. Even among the quasi-emperor, the strength is in the upper reaches. But now he is at a disadvantage when he fights the power of law against the boy in front of him. The sword is coming. Qin Tianjiang suppressed the horror in his heart, and a golden ancient sword instantly emerged from his palm. With the appearance of the golden ancient sword, Qin Tianjiang's entire body was full of a storm of sword aura. Qin Tianjiang drew out with a sword, and the mighty sword energy directly broke through the thousands of feet of the void, like a god-opening sword, and fell from the top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and the five-color brilliance surging above his fist, once again volleyed with a punch to the sword energy that traversed the world. The terrifying air waves swept through the 10,000-meter void again, and Jiang Chen still stood proudly in place. However, Qin Tianjiang's figure was once again beaten to fly hundreds of meters away, and a pale look appeared on his face. He has already made a full shot, and he can't even shake the opponent. Such a terrifying method, even if Sha Zheng, who entered the Thunder God ancient realm 1,000 years earlier, might not be able to do it. Didn't this kid only get the Emperor Yun fruit to break through the quasi-emperor realm half a month ago? How could he become so strong? Seeing that Qin Tianjiang was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen, Lei Yin's expression was utterly shocked. Even if Jiang Chen tried his best, he would barely be able to withstand his law power attack. Lei Yin Kuang did not expect that as soon as Jiang Chen broke through the quasi-emperor realm, his combat power could reach such a terrifying level. Qin Tianjiang was a quasi-emperor who practiced kendo. Even among all the quasi-emperors in the Thunder God ancient realm, his combat power was one of the best. Even if it were him, he would at best be tied with Qin Tianjiang. But Jiang Chen was born to suppress Qin Tianjiang without the power to fight back. Such a combat power is really a monster. Qin Tianjiang, it seems that you are the ancestor of the 8 great hidden holy lands. I didn't want to kill you. Since you must die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's words fell, and a violent killing intent burst out all over his body, surrounded by dazzling multicolored lights, setting him off like a god. Qin Tianjiang's pupils shrank suddenly. He did not wait for Jiang Chen to take the initiative, and directly attacked Jiang Chen first. He is a pure sword repairer. Sword repairer has always been known for attacking, not good at defense. Now he is already at a disadvantage. If Jiang Chen is allowed to take the lead, I am afraid the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for him. God asks the sword, Qin Tianjiang screamed, and directly exploded with all his strength, and used the Zijian that integrated the laws of his own kendo. A golden divine sword of hundreds of feet condensed on top of Qin Tianjiang's head, and then directly pierced through the void. Qing pulled out a golden arc of thousands of feet in the air, and slashed towards Jiang Chen with great might. Ha ha! Well done. Facing Qin Tianjiang's sword that could smash through the world, Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, then stretched out his palm with the 5-color light, and grasped the golden divine sword. The golden light in Qin Tianjiang's eyes skyrocketed, and his cold drink resounded throughout the world. I saw a golden sword on that golden sword that was enough to tear the void, and instantly turned into a golden dragon with teeth and claws, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's bondage. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, and the power of the 5 laws was superimposed to the extreme in an instant. The 5-color divine light on his palm, like a 5-color sacred mountain, suppressed the golden divine sword. The monstrous 5-color air wave filled the top of the mountain, soaring up to 1,000 meters high, tearing the clouds in a radius of 10 miles. When everything dissipated, everything in the field was exposed. I saw Jiang Chen carrying his hands on his back, standing high in the sky, with long hair fluttering, hunting in black, just like a god. And in an empty place under his feet, Qin Tian was lying in a big pit. His black hair was scattered, his face was blood-stained, and his breath seemed extremely wilting. Qin Tianjiang was defeated like this, how is this possible? Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, whether it is Lei Yin Kuang or Sha Zheng, it has been a long time to recover from the shock. Especially Sha Zheng, he has been with Qin Tianjiang for more than 500 years. As for Qin Tianjiang's strength, Sha Zheng can be said to know better than anyone. Although Qin Tianzheng's realm was not the strongest among all the quasi-emperors in the Thunder God ancient realm, his combat power was definitely at the first level. Even Sha Zheng, who understood the power of the 90% rule, couldn't say that he could easily defeat it. But the whole kid named Jiang Chen in front of him did it. This son's talent is really evil. Even if Sha Zheng has lived for more than 3,000 years, he has never seen such an enchanting existence. Tisk tusk. The current combat power of your highness is really terrifying. Yi Tianji looked at the situation in front of him, and his eyes also showed unconcealed exclamation. Although Yi Tianji witnessed Jiang Chen breaking through the quasi-emperor realm, then he mastered the 5 laws of power at an extremely terrifying speed. But Yi Tianji still didn't expect that the superimposed power of Jiang Chen's 5 laws could reach such a terrifying level. I am afraid that under the emperor realm, only the half-emperor who has the power of the complete law may be qualified to fight Jiang Chen. I will say it for the last time now, that censored of transformation belongs to me. Who of you has opinions? Just when everyone was shocked, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands under his hands, and his faint voice slowly resounded in everyone's ears. Sha Zheng shook his eyes and flickered slightly, and finally smiled bitterly. Your Excellency is powerful, I have no opinion. Although Jiang Chen didn't have a deep understanding of the power of the law, he still mastered 5 powers of the law. The power of these 5 laws is superimposed, and the power exerted can be described as terrifying. Even if Sha Zheng's understanding of the power of the laws reached 90%, he was not sure to defeat them. Now that Qin Tianzheng has almost lost his fighting power, even if he joins forces with Lei Yingquan, he is definitely not Jiang Chen and the others' opponents, and it is impossible to censor the Hua Shending. He took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with Qin Tianzheng, who was only half-life left. Chapter 14:12. Collect Hua Shending. Seeing the 2 of Sha Zheng disappearing quickly, Lei Yingquan's expression also instantly turned ugly. Sha Zheng was almost the strongest quasi-emperor in the Thunder God ancient realm. Lei Yingquan originally thought that as long as he used the power of Sha Zheng, he would be able to defeat Jiang Chen and the others and bring the Hua Shen Sao back to Thunder God sect. He didn't expect that even an existence as strong as Qin Tianzheng would be easily defeated by Jiang Chen. Even Sha Zheng was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength reduction, and chose to retreat. With his strength alone, even facing Jiang Chen is extremely difficult. Next to Jiang Chen, Yi Tianji and a puppet of the Emperor Realm corpse stared at him. Lei Yingquan's heart was unwilling to the extreme. He spent thousands of years looking for the Washan Cauldron, and spent 100 years of painstaking efforts to crack the seal here. Now that he has finally seen the Washan Cauldron, should he give it to Jiang Chen and the others? Lei Yingquan, you still don't want to go out. It seems that you have an opinion on turning the gods into me. Just when Lei Yingquan was frightened and angry, Jiang Chen's faint cold snort rang again. Jiang Chen, why are you doing this? This Shenhua Cauldron has the restriction of my Thunder God sect powerhouse. Not only will you not be able to take it, it is also impossible to break through with the power of the Shenhua Cauldron. It's better to let me break the ban and bring the Hua Shen Sao back to the Thunder God sect. Everyone will share the Hua Shen Sao. This will be good for you and me. Lei Yingquan took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. Now Lei Yingquan's only reliance is the breaking of the gods on the censored transformation cauldron. As long as Jiang Chen couldn't break the prohibition on the divine cauldron of civilization, even if he obtained the divine cauldron, it would be useless. And he is the only person in this world who can break the prohibition. Jiang Chen wants to gain the power of the censored transformation, it is impossible to throw him away. Jiang Chen glanced at Lei Yingquan blankly, and said coldly, you have one last chance. If you don't roll, you will die. Lei Yingquan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Jiang Chen. Before Lei Yingquan was halfway through, Jiang Chen's figure moved, and the 5-color light with a radius of thousands of feet instantly turned into a 5-color beam of light toward Lei Yingquan's suppression. Lei Yingquan's complexion changed drastically, and his body surged, colliding with the 5-colored beam of light. The sky-shattering energy surge resounded throughout the world, only to hear Lei Yingquan scream. The whole person flew upside down in the void hundreds of feet away in embarrassment. Before Lei Yingquan could stabilize his figure, a huge black seal in the void that made his soul tremble, directly suppressed from the top of his head in the air. Jiang Chen, wait, I am willing to help you break the prohibition on the Washan Cauldron. Looking at the terrifying black giant seal, Lei Yin-Kuang only felt that his souls were all gone, and quickly screamed to Jiang Chen with a look of horror. The strength of this kid is too strong, he can't resist it at all. It's not necessary, it's just a mere ban. It's not that, Jiang Chen, I haven't cracked it. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his palm suddenly pressed, and the black square seal instantly flooded the vast void where Lei Yin-Kuang was. His Royal Highness Shenwei Wushuang, I am afraid that no one is your opponent if you look at this Shenwu continent. Seeing that Jiang Chen once again wiped out Lei Yin-Kuang, Yi Tianji couldn't help but a look of wonder appeared in Yi Tianji's eyes. He was promoted to the emperor in his 20s, and he was invincible as soon as he entered the emperor. Such a talent is really not half of it. What about invincible in the world? Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, with our current strength, facing the Juyu King and the blood spirit race, it is still not enough. Yi Tianji heard the words, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. The suppressed Nine-Yu King Li Juyu thousands of years ago was not inferior to Emperor Vast Sky. Even if the strength has been greatly reduced after being suppressed for thousands of years, it is at least comparable to the existence of a strong emperor. Although the difference between the quasi-emperor and the emperor is only one word, the strength is worlds apart. In front of the real imperial realm powerhouse, the quasi-emperor powerhouse is not worth mentioning. His Royal Highness don't have to worry too much. With your Highness's talent, as long as you have the censored transformation cauldron and that true dragon magic medicine, breaking through the emperor realm is just a breeze. Yi Tianji hesitated slightly, and said, it's just that. His Royal Highness can really break the ban on the divine cauldron. Don't worry, since I dared to kill Lei Yin-Kuang, I am sure to break the prohibition on the cauldron of civilization. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, I can solve the impossibility of gods forbidden on the Hua Shen cauldron in up to 10 days. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, let Yi Tianji and the Emperor's corpse puppet guard the law on the side, and then continue to comprehend the shattered divine forbidden on the censored of transformation. Ding, you comprehend 1/10 of a thousandth of an impossibility forbidden. It took another 7 full days before Jiang Chen finally fully understood the shattered, censored, forbidden on the censored transformation cauldron. Jiang Chen spent another day and night to unlock the shattered ban on the Hua Shen cauldron and successfully put the Hua Shen cauldron into his bag. After receiving the Hua Shen cauldron, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled at Yi Tianji, Senior Yi, let's go. Now that the Hua Shen cauldron is in hand, it is time to return to Shenwu continent. Now it has been nearly 2 months since Jiang Chen entered the ancient Thunder God realm. This time in the Thunder God ancient realm, he not only broke through the quasi-emperor, but also obtained the treasure of the god-shaped cauldron hidden by Emperor Kunsu, and his goal has been successfully achieved. And the Shenwu Jishin formation in the burial Emperor Abyss could dissipate at any time, and Jiang Chen naturally did not want to continue wasting time in the Thunder God ancient realm. Okay, I have been in the Thunder God ancient realm for 500 years, and it is time to return to Shenwu continent. Yi Tianji nodded. I saw that Yi Tianji drew a mysterious rune with both hands in the void, and these runes were born in the void and tore a space door about 3 feet away. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. This is the realm-breaking magical power of the Yi family of the profound spirit continent. With the magical powers I have now, I can barely break through the space barrier created by the powerful void god realm. I was able to enter the ancient world of Thunder God 500 years ago, relying on this magical power. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up suddenly. In other words, even if the Thunder God ancient realm is closed, can we come in anytime in the future? If this is the case, wouldn't he be able to come to the ancient world of Thunder God again and use the Emperor Yun Shen tree to improve the martial law? His Royal Highness can come in at any time, let's go. Yi Tianji smiled and said, leading Jiang Chen directly to the space gate in the void. Chapter 14:13. The origin reappears, the catastrophe is coming. Outside the ancient world of Thor, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly spread from the void of space. 2 human figures also slowly emerged from the void space. These 2 people are naturally Jiang Chen and Yi Tianji from the ancient world of Thunder God. As soon as the 2 of them came out of the ancient world of Thunder God, they felt a strong heaven and earth vitality rushing toward their faces. The heaven and earth vitality of Shenwu continent is actually much stronger than it was 500 years ago. And I also feel that there seems to be a mysterious power in the world. Feeling the strong vitality of the world around him, Yi Tianji's eyes couldn't help showing an expression of surprise. He even vaguely felt that even without the help of external forces, the mysterious power between that day and the earth seemed to be able to help him break through the Emperor realm. No, the formation to suppress Li Juyu in the plain channel is afraid it will dissipate. Jiang Chen felt the changes in the world of Shenwu continent. His face suddenly changed. The situation in front of us is almost the same as when there was a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, and the great changes in the northern wilderness world. In this time, even the mainland of Zhongzhou was affected. It seems that the Shenwu Jiatian formation in Emperor Burial Abyss has already begun to dissipate. Yi Tianji's eyes narrowed suddenly. Your Highness's meaning, the changes in Shenwu continent have something to do with the formations laid down by Emperor Vast Sky thousands of years ago. 10,000 years ago, Emperor Vast Sky gathered the power of all emperors and arranged a magical formation called Shenwu Jiatian Formation. This formation has intercepted the origin of the Shenwu continent, so the Shenwu continent has not been able to give birth to a strong emperor for thousands of years. Now that the origin of the plane is reappearing, and the heaven and earth vitality is revived, this is the sign of the great catastrophe. Although Jiang Chen had known that the Shenwu Jiatian formation was about to dissipate, he still didn't expect this day to come so soon. Yi Tianji heard Jiang Chen's words, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. As a descendant of the Yi family, the former city lord of Nirvana City and one of the three major families of the Xuanling continent human race, Yi Tianji is naturally very aware of the power of the blood spirit race. Today's Shenwu continent is far from being compared to 10,000 years ago. It is probably not an easy task for them to block the blood spirit race's attack. Let's go back to the human palace first. The Shenwu Jiatian formation has begun to dissipate, and Jiang Chen is also eager to know the situation in Emperor Burial Abyss. He didn't stay with Yi Tianji the slightest, and quickly moved towards the human palace. At the current speed of the two Jiang Chen, within half a day, the two returned to the headquarters of the human Emperor Palace. Jiang Chen felt strange about Renwangdian. Since Jiang Chen defeated the 5 holy cities, conquered Nirvana City, and founded Renwangdian, Renwangdian has almost become the top power in Shenwu continent, and his popularity has been very high. But today's Palace of Human Emperor, it exudes a cold and solemn atmosphere. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that he didn't even feel the breath of a divine birth realm emperor in the human emperor palace. Yi Chengjun, Xiao Duli, Meng Qingshe. Even the black python that Jiang Chen conquered in the Thunder God ancient realm seemed to be no longer in the palace. Feeling the situation in the Palace of Human Emperor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sink slightly. His powerful soul instantly enveloped the real personal imperial palace, and finally sensed a breath, and immediately disappeared in place with a flash of his figure. The Palace of the People, a hall where elders live. A burly man sitting on the main seat was the xianxia that Jiang Chen conquered in the Land of Silence. Today's He evil spirit is powerful, and his whole body exudes a touch of emperor's might, as if he is already a god-born emperor. In front of xianxia, there was a middle-aged man who looked like a dusty man. Li Xian, what's the situation in Beiwang? xianxia looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and couldn't help asking in a deep voice. 2 powerful remnants of the Blood Demon Palace killed the Master's Palace. Fortunately, Meng Qingshe, who had been in retreat, broke through. Together with the help of the mysterious powerhouse sent by the Palace Lord from the ancient Thunder God realm, the 2 people repelled. Subsequently, the world of Shenwu continent suddenly changed. Especially the northern desolate burying Emperor Yuan, which the Palace Master made them pay attention to, frequently heard news, and the northern desolate also appeared many powerful blood emperors. The many powerhouses in the Palace of Human Beings were all led by Meng Qingshe to enter the northern wilderness and suppress the emperors of the Blood Demon Palace. The censored emperor who appeared in the northern wilderness was extremely powerful. In the end, the human emperor palace had almost dispatched all the power. Now the entire human emperor palace, only him, the emperor of the divine embryo realm who has recently broken through, sits in town. And the middle-aged man in front of him was the one he sent to find out about the news. xianxia obviously also wanted to know what was going on in the North Wild Continent. Elder Chu, the situation is not optimistic. The Blood Dao powerhouse who appeared in the northern wilderness is far more powerful than we thought, and even the quasi-emperor Hall Master of the Blood Demon Palace has appeared. Elder Yi asked me to inform you, immediately ask the 8 great hidden holy lands for help, and find a way to contact the Lord of the ancient Thunder God realm. The Lord of the Blood Demon Palace, the quasi-emperor Strong. Chu Haisha heard the middle-aged man's words, and there was an inconceivable horror in his eyes. It seems that the situation this time is much more severe than when the 6 branches of the Blood Demon Palace came out. I immediately sent someone to the Haoshan Holy Land. As for contacting the Lord, I can only do my best. Chu Haisha shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is not difficult to send someone to the Haoshan Holy Land for help, but it is not easy to contact the Howmaster in the Thunder God Ancient Realm. Just as Chu Haisha's voice just fell, a faint voice suddenly spread in the hall slowly. No need to find me, I'm already back. The sudden sound made the Chu Haisha duo dumbfounded. They suddenly looked up, and they saw Jiang Chen and a middle-aged figure in a golden robe, directly ghostly appearing in the hall. Hall Master, are you back? Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Chu Haisha's eyes couldn't help but. A look of ecstasy appeared. Jiang Chen nodded and asked directly, Elder Chu, Yi Chengjun and the others, is there something wrong with the Beiwang Burial Emperor Yuan? Emperor Burial Abyss does happen frequently, and there are also many censored experts in the northern desolate continent who want to get close to the Emperor Burying Abyss. Elder Yi and they went to the northern wilderness mainly because of these censored experts. Chu Haisha hurriedly said all the recent events. Hearing the appearance of a quasi-emperor in the Blood Demon Palace, Jiang Chen's expression could not help but change slightly. With the strength of the human Emperor Hall, even with the help of the 8th rank peak monster beast Black Python he first sent back, I am afraid it may not be the opponent of the quasi-emperor. Chapter 14:14. The Quasi-Emperor of the Blood Demon Palace, Censored Sky. In the northern desolate continent, the buried Emperor Yuan is thousands of miles away, in a secret censored hall. More than a dozen powerful blood emperors gathered here, including Shu Hengtian who escaped from the ancient emperor's mausoleum and other extremely ancient Kun Zuzong variants. They are all impressive. In the center of this group of people, the head is a mysterious blood shadow wrapped in blood mist, and his body exudes a horrible blood chi that makes one's heart palpitating. Many blood emperors looked at this mysterious blood shadow, all in awe. This mysterious blood shadow is exactly the censored cloud sky descendant of the blood spirit clan who founded the blood demon temple 10,000 years ago, and the quasi-emperor powerhouse who once shook the Shenwu continent. Blood Demon Hall Master, you call us this time, it seems that you are planning to storm Emperor Burial Yuan. Shu Hengtian looked at the mysterious blood shadow in the center, suddenly breaking the tranquility in the hall. Yes, we can't delay this battle. We must enter the Burial Emperor Abyss before the arrival of the 8 great hidden holy lands, break the seal, and rescue King Juyu. Shui Yuntian's eyes flickered slightly. As for the strength of the 8 hidden sacred places, Shui Yuntian naturally knew very well, especially the Haoshan sacred land inherited from the great Emperor Vast Sky, must have a quasi-emperor level existence. Once the 8 great hidden holy lands arrive, they probably won't have a chance to enter the burying Emperor Yuan. Hall Master, give an order. I am willing to swear to follow the Lord. Numerous blood path experts are gearing up, and bloodthirsty rays burst out in their eyes. Going out, even if we pay a high price today, we have to rush into the Emperor Burial Abyss. The words of the blood cloud fell, and immediately the whole person turned into a censored glow and rose into the sky. When Shu Hengtian saw many blood Dao powerhouses, he followed closely behind him and slammed toward Emperor Burial Yuan with a mighty momentum. In the fortress at the entrance of Emperor Funeral Yuan, Yi Chengjun and others from the Imperial Palace also gathered together, and the atmosphere seemed solemn. Everyone, the strength of the remnants of the northern wilderness Blood Demon Palace is beyond my imagination. What countermeasures do you have? Yi Chengjun's expression was heavy and authentic. Unexpectedly, the quasi-emperor who founded the Blood Demon Temple 10,000 years ago has been resurrected. Xiao Duli took a deep breath and said, we can only defend this fortress in the teleportation formation now, waiting for the help of the 8 hidden holy sites. I'm afraid the Blood Demon Temple won't give us too much time. Yi Chengjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but look at the beautiful white-clothed woman. Beside him, Miss Xianxia, can you and Senior Black block the quasi-emperor in the Blood Demon Palace? The quasi-emperor powerhouse has mastered some rules of the Emperor realm, which is fundamentally different from the Divine Birth realm. I'm afraid Senior Black and I have also blocked it for too long. Although she awakened the Taiyan Jume body, and got the Emperor Xuanyu's transmission, she broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Fetus in one fell swoop, and her combat power was not inferior to the powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Fetus. But the time for her to awaken was too short, and she still had a big gap compared to those in the quasi-emperor realm. Even with the addition of the peak emperor who Jiang Chen sent back to the human palace, it would not be easy to stop a quasi-emperor. When everyone was discussing, a series of monstrous blood suddenly surged from the distant sky, making the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. The people from the Blood Demon Palace are here, let's meet the enemy together. Yi Chengjun yelled, and immediately a group of figures rushed out of the fortress and stood directly in the void in front of the fortress. Yi Chengjun, this emperor gives you one last chance to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame the emperor for being polite. The head of the Blood Demon Palace, Shui Yuntian, stood proudly in front of him. His blood was overwhelming, and his monster eyes exuded cold killing intent. Yi Chengjun sneered coldly, Shui Yuntian, don't think I don't know what is in your mind. With my imperial palace here, you don't want to step into the burial emperor. HMPH, since you insist on seeking death, this emperor will fulfill you and kill me. Shui Yuntian's face changed slightly, and immediately led the many powerful men behind him to kill Yi Chengjun and the others. Yi Chengjun let out a deep roar, and his whole body exploded with full strength. No matter how much they paid, they must also guard the fortress to prevent Shui Yuntian and others from entering the burying emperor abyss. Dozens of divine fetal realm emperors on both sides collided instantly. The space of 1,000 li outside burial emperor Yuan was full of constant vibrations, and a terrifying energy storm swept through the world, as if the end had come. While Yi Chengjun led the crowd to fight against the emperor of the Blood Demon Palace, Meng Qingshe teamed up with the Black Python to kill towards the blood cloud sky. Of these two, one was the Taiyan Jume body inherited from the Great Emperor, and the other was the 8-rank peak monster beast with the blood of a true dragon, both of which had combat power surpassing the peak of ordinary divine births. The two joined hands, and even Shui Yuntian, a quasi-emperor, could not win the two for a while. Tisk tusk. The blood of the two of you is really good. If the emperor can absorb the blood power of the two of you, it will definitely restore me to the peak state of the year, and even hit the emperor realm. It is not impossible. Seeing that Meng Qingshe and two of them were blocking them with their super combat power, an extremely hot light flashed across the eyes of Shui Yuntian. Meng Qingshui's face was cold and icy. Humph. If you want my blood, it depends on whether you have that ability. With this emperor's current state, there is indeed nothing to do with you two for a while. But when your companions are finished, you two can't even escape from my palm. Shui Yuntian smiled overcastly. Meng Qingshe heard the words of the blood cloud sky, and couldn't help but look towards the surrounding battlefield. Her pretty face suddenly changed. I saw that in the Blood Demon Palace camp, there were a few more mysterious powerhouses who were not blood path practitioners, and one of them had reached the point where the 9th layer of the divine fetus was at its peak. Even Yi Chengjun, who has reached the 8th layer of the womb, and Xiao Duli, who has the 7th womb, are at a disadvantage. And without the existence of Yi Chengjun and Xiao Duli, the situation of the other emperors in the palace of human emperor is not optimistic. Including his master Yu Chenian, they were all surrounded by dangers under the siege of the two powerful blood demon palaces. Senior Black, go help them, I will deal with this alone. Meng Qingshe took a deep breath, and a decisive expression flashed across her beautiful eyes. The Black Python hesitated slightly and said, can you do it alone? Although he also knew that the woman in front of him was extraordinary, it was almost impossible to deal with a quasi-emperor alone. If he left, once Meng Qingshe was defeated by Shui Yuntian, none of them would be able to stop Shui Yuntian. At that time, I am afraid all of them will have to be buried here. Chapter 14-15. I am here to kill you. Senior, don't worry, even if you are a quasi-emperor, it is not easy to defeat me. Meng Qingshui's voice fell, and a mysterious stone emitting moonlight also emerged in Meng Qingshui's palm. This mysterious stone, it was Jiang Chen who brought back the Xuanian Divine Stone from Star City. The Xuanian Divine Stone was originally an Emperor Soldier formed by Emperor Xuanyu after polishing. After Meng Qingshe awakened the Taiyan Jume body with the help of the Xuanian Divine Stone, she gained the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu, and naturally also mastered the Emperor Xuanyu's army. Is it an Emperor weapon? The Black Python felt the power on the Taoshuan Yin Divine Stone, and he was shocked. Now that Meng Qingshe had the trump card to deal with the censored sky, the Black Python no longer hesitated at the moment, and rushed directly towards the place where the two Yi Chengjun were fighting. As long as Meng Qingshe can block the censored sky for a moment, he quickly helped Yi Chengjun and the two of them face the powerhouse of the 9th stage of the divine fetus, and the situation would be much better for them. Xuanian Divine Stone, the Emperor Soldier of Emperor Xuanyu thousands of years ago, it seems that you have received the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu, no wonder you dare to face this emperor alone. Shui Yuntian looked at the profound Yin Divine Stone in Meng Qingshui's hand, his eyes shrank suddenly. He was involved in the existence of the war 10,000 years ago. Back then, Emperor Xuanyu used this piece of Xuanian Divine Stone to smash countless powerful blood spirit tribes to death, and the sky of blood is vivid. Shui Yuntian obviously didn't expect that the woman in front of him had actually received the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu. Meng Qingshe said indifferently, "Blood Cloud Heaven, with me here today, you won't have the chance to step into the abyss of burying Emperor." "Ha. Do you really think that if you have the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu, you are qualified to be arrogant in front of this emperor? If you break through the quasi-emperor, this emperor may still be jealous of you, but now you are still not enough for me. Since you have to find death alone, this emperor will fulfill you." The censored sky smiled coldly, and the space of 1,000 square meters was instantly enveloped by a sea of blood. In that sea of blood, there seemed to be a weird blood law, as if to draw Meng Qingshui's blood out of the body. Facing the blood law of the sky, there was no change in Meng Qingshui's beautiful face. She urged her blood and vitality to the limit, and then manipulated the Xuanian Divine Stone to condense a dazzling moonflower enchantment all over her body. Under the guardianship of that Yuehua enchantment, no matter how the censored laws of Shui Yuntian impacted, Meng Qingshe was not affected at all. "Humph, I want to see how long your guardian barrier can last." Shui Yuntian let out a cold snort, and immediately urged the Blood Path Secret Technique and Blood Path Law to attack Meng Qingshe. The terrifying blood power fell madly on Meng Qingshui's Yuehua barrier. After enduring several attacks from the censored cloud days, the brilliance of the Moonhua barrier finally became much dim. The Yuehua barrier finally made a sound like a shattered mirror, which burst open in midair. The barrier shattered, Meng Qingshui's body trembled, her complexion instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. "Tisk tusk, give this emperor your blood risk." One move shattered the barriers around Meng Qingshui's body, and Shui Yuntian did not give Meng Qingshe any chance to breathe. The sea of blood containing the laws of the blood path emerged from the void again. "Oops, the little girl can't hold it anymore." Seeing this scene, the face of the black python who was fighting Xu Hengtian changed, and immediately thrown off Xu Hengtian, he was about to save Meng Qingshe. Where to go? The sight of Zhangtian, who had been embarrassed by the black python, would make it easy for the black python to get out, and quickly attack the black python with all his strength. The black python was furious, directly showing its body, and the monstrous power swept out against the Zhangtian. Although the black python hit Xu Hengtian with this blow, it was too late to rescue Meng Qingshe, who was enveloped in the blood sea, so she could only watch Meng Qingshui's figure drown in the blood sea. Meng Qingshe gritted her teeth in the censored laws of the censored sky, and her hands formed a weird handprint on her chest. The difference between the divine fetal state and the quasi-emperor state is indeed not a star and a half, not to mention that Meng Qingshe has not reached the peak of the divine fetal state. At this point, she could only use the forbidden technique in the inheritance of Emperor Xuanyu, and she took a desperate blow. Just when Meng Qingshe was about to urge the forbidden technique to desperately, 1,000 feet of sword light in the void fell like a 9-day immortal sword, instantly smashing the sea of blood around Meng Qingshe. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the sky. "If you dare to hurt her, I will kill you." Hearing this familiar voice, Meng Qingshui's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Is he finally here? The sudden change also caused Shui Yuntian's face to change drastically. He suddenly looked up, watching a black-clothed youth and a gold-robed middle-aged volley out of the fortress. Hall Master. Seeing the black-clothed youth who flew out of the fortress, the powerhouse of the many people was stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. The master finally came. The black python looked at Jiang Chen in the void, and the hanging heart was completely relaxed. At the beginning of the Thunder God Ancient Realm, after Jiang Chen swallowed the Emperor Yongguo, he broke through the quasi-emperor realm in one fell swoop. Coupled with Yi Tianji next to him, there are two quasi-emperor powerhouses on their side. They have to clean up a censored cloud sky. Isn't it a matter of grasping? Hall Lord, and Old City Lord, Yi Chengjun and other experts in Nirvana City looked at the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen and they couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Chen not only rushed here at this critical moment, but also brought back Yi Tianji, their previous lord of Nirvana City. They wiped out the city's previous lord, Yi Tianji, who was the supreme emperor of the ninefold divine womb 500 years ago. Now that 500 years have passed, Yi Tianji's strength must be even more terrifying. Coupled with them, the palace master who can easily torture and kill the ninefold emperor of the divine womb, even if the quasi-emperor is strong, it may not be impossible to fight. Who are you? Shui Yuntian stared closely at the two people who suddenly appeared before him, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Although the two people did not explode in front of them, Shui Yuntian instinctively felt a sense of danger from them. What can bring him such a sense of danger is simply not something an ordinary divine embryo realm emperor can do. Are these two people in front of them the powerhouses who have reached the quasi-emperor realm? Jiang Chen stared at Shui Yuntian with cold eyes, his murderous intent filled his body. I am here to kill you. Chapter 14:16. The Emperor is like an ant to me. The Lord of the Blood Demon Hall, he is just Jiang Chen who destroyed my ancient Kun Zuzong and the 6 branches of your Blood Demon Hall. Shu Hengtian looked at Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, his complexion changed suddenly. Shu Hengtian is naturally no stranger to this young man who slaughtered the many resurgents of his ancient Kun Zuzong and drove him back to the ancient imperial mausoleum with his own power. Shu Tianyong led a mysterious young man into the Kunsu Emperor's palace, leading to the destruction of their ancient Kunsu sect. Although Shu Hengtian had not seen this mysterious young man who broke into the Kunsu Emperor's palace, Shu Hengtian knew very well that this mysterious young man was Jiang Chen in front of him in all likelihood. Are you Jiang Chen who destroyed my Blood Demon Palace? Shui Yuntian heard what Shui Hengtian said, and his pupils suddenly shrank when he looked at Jiang Chen. Before Shui Yuntian regained his quasi-emperor's strength, he sensed that the 10,000-year period was coming, and ordered the birth of the Blood Demon Palace, disrupting the structure of the Zhongzhou mainland. Shui Yuntian didn't expect that the 6 branches of the Blood Demon Palace would be blocked by Jiang Chen shortly after they were born. Jiang Chen used thunder means to suppress the 6 major branches of the Blood Demon Palace, and even the Blood Emperors reborn in the Blood Demon Palace fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen stared coldly at Shui Yuntian. I didn't expect that you, the Blood Spirit clan who founded the Blood Demon Temple, is still alive. It seems that you people in the Blood Demon Temple are really 100-legged insects, dead but not stiff. What? Humph, how could this emperor kill the ants of your Shenwu continent? Shui Yuntian let out a cold snort, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. Boy, you destroy my Blood Demon Palace, this is a big event for the emperor, today the emperor will kill you here. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, the quasi-emperor is just an ant. You dare to claim the emperor in front of me? Even if this emperor has not reached the real emperor realm, it is enough to kill you. Shui Yuntian's voice fell, and he shot it directly in the sky. The monstrous blood gas instantly turned into a blood-colored waterfall running through the sky and the earth, like the Tianhe bursting its bank, pouring down from the sky, flooding towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. The censored waterfall with the censored blood flowed down 3,000 feet and appeared directly less than 100 meters from the top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm, just lightly pointed out with a sword, and the blood-colored waterfall collapsed suddenly, turning into a sky full of blood and dissipating in the void. The law of Kendo, you really broke through the quasi-emperor realm. Feeling the power contained in Jiang Chen's sword, Shui Yuntian's expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chen glanced at Shui Yuntian faintly, then sneered, why, do you really think that you are the only emperor in this world? Hall Master also broke through the quasi-emperor. Seeing this scene, the faces of many strong people in the Palace of People also showed ecstatic expressions. Although they knew that Jiang Chen's fighting power was shocking, and killing the ninefold emperor was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. But the censored cloud sky in front of him was the founder of the Blood Demon Temple, a quasi-emperor powerhouse who had already crossed the divine martial continent thousands of years ago. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen is, he may not be able to fight the emperor realm with the divine embryo realm. But now that Jiang Chen broke through the quasi-emperor realm, their hanging hearts were finally completely let go. At the level of their evil spirits, they have always been invincible in the same realm. Even Shui Yuntian, a quasi-emperor powerhouse 10,000 years ago, is definitely not the opponent of the Palace Master. Boy, don't think that if you break through the quasi-emperor realm, this emperor can't help you, and see how this emperor kills you. The blood glow in Shui Yuntian's eyes surged, and a strange, censored, sword aura was also condensed at his fingertips. Xianxia was a member of the blood spirit race who had survived the war 10,000 years ago. When he chased the 9 Yu kings into the Shenwu continent, he already had the power of a quasi-emperor. Later, the Blood Demon Palace was founded, and at the peak of the Blood Cloud Heaven, he reached the half-emperor who was only one step away from the emperor realm. Although Xianxia was born with weight, he still couldn't exert his peak power at all, but it was also better than most ordinary quasi-emperor powerhouses. And Jiang Chen in front of him was nothing more than a young boy who had just entered the quasi-emperor realm. Xianxia really didn't believe it, he couldn't deal with this kid by his means. As soon as the blood cloud sky pointed out, the blood cloud surged in the void, and the sword sounded and rose. A fascinating, censored, sword aura came out directly from the fingertips of Xianxia, and finally turned into a censored, sword aura that pierced through the world, slashing towards Jiang Chen in the sky. Weeping blood and sword energy. Xianxia had few rivals in the Shenwu continent back then, not only because he was a quasi-emperor but also a quasi-emperor who mastered the power of 2 laws. This move, Weeping Blood and Sword Energy, is the strongest blow of Xianxian fusion of the laws of blood and kendo. Back then, Xianxia used this sword to cross the Shenwu continent, and there was more than one quasi-emperor powerhouse who fell in his hands. Haha. There are only 2 kinds of law power, dare you show off in front of me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and a brilliant 5-color light also condensed from his palm. Jiang Chen slowly stretched out his palm wrapped in the 5-colored divine light, and lightly grabbed the censored sword aura that had been cut from the sky. Only heard a shocking explosion, the censored sword aura turned into powder under Jiang Chen's claws. The 5 laws of power. You actually have the 5 laws of power. Seeing that Jiang Chen condensed the 5 laws of power in an instant, and defeated his strongest blow in an understatement, there was also an unconcealable panic in Xianxia's eyes. The power of the laws of the imperial realm almost represents the combat power of the quasi-emperor to a certain extent. Those who are both quasi-emperor and powerful, the deeper the understanding of the power of the law, or the power of multiple laws, the stronger the combat power will naturally be. Even though the kid in front of him had entered the quasi-emperor realm for the first time, he had the power of 5 laws. The 5 powers of the law are combined, and the combat power is probably comparable to the half-emperor who has a complete law of power. In his current state, he is definitely not the opponent of this kid. Xianxia suppressed the panic in his heart, his figure did not hesitate at all, it turned into a censored light and turned away in panic. Can you escape? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, a 3-foot 5-color long sword in his palm instantly condensed. Jiang Chen lightly flicked his finger, and the 5-color long sword burst out from his palm. The power of this sword can hardly be described in words. When he first shot, it was still silent, but as soon as it got out of Jiang Chen's palm, it turned into a sky-reaching 5-color sword aura. The 5-color sword aura instantly penetrated the Chenjiang void, shaking thousands of meters of mountains and rivers, with the terrifying power of destroying everything, appeared above Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14:17. Retreat and practice, and enter the magic pot. Blood spirit escape technique. Xianxia's souls were all gone, and he spurted blood quickly, and his hands formed a handprint on his chest. A censored light containing mysterious energy also condensed in his body instantly. His blood spirit escape technique was only halfway through, and the 5-color sword energy had already crashed down, shattering all the blood that had just condensed all over his body, and then pierced through him. Xianxia suddenly lowered his head, only to see a faint bloodstain extending from his neck to his chest. Xianxia looked desperate and horrified. It's just that before he said a word, the 5-color sword light burst out of his body. The quasi-emperor who was once powerful in the Shenwu continent, his body was split into 2 pieces from the middle, and all the bones, flesh and blood, and even the spirits were all stirred into pieces by the 5-color sword aura. With a single sword, the quasi-emperor powerhouse died in blood. There was dead silence before the funeral of Emperor Yuan, and it was a long time for everyone to recover from the shock. Hall Master just died like this. Many experts in the Blood Demon Palace looked at this scene, and their faces instantly became extremely pale. The lord of their Blood Demon Palace, a quasi-emperor who was famous in the Shenwu continent thousands of years ago, was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. Their Blood Demon Palace is completely finished. The lord of the palace is dead, the Blood Demon Palace is gone, everyone, run away. At this moment, a strong blood demon palace exclaimed, and then turned into a censored light and rushed towards the sky. Other blood demon palace powerhouses, including the mutants of the ancient emperor's mausoleum in Xianxia, fled quickly in all directions. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and more than a dozen dazzling five-color sword lights shot out from his palm almost simultaneously. Leave it all to me. Now that the Shenwu intercepting heaven array is dissipating, Jiang Chen will let the remnants of the blood demon palace leave easily. The five-color sword light was like cutting melons and vegetables in half, and instantly hit the powerful blood demon palace, who fled in panic. More than a dozen powerful blood demon palaces and ancient emperor tomb variants such as Shu Hengtian were all strangled clean by the five-color sword light. After resolving the blood demon palace powerhouses like Shuyantian, Jiang Chen sent Meng Qingshe back to the fortress to heal his wounds, then rested in the fortress for a while before heading to Emperor Burying Abyss with Yi Tianji. The two soon came to the Chenjiang altar that was shrouded in five-colored divine light under the Emperor Funeral Yuan. I saw that on the altar of Chenjiang, the monstrous blood glow that had been completely suppressed after Jiang Chen repaired the Shenwu Jiatian formation, once again surging from below the altar. Jiang Chen even clearly felt that the five-color light on the altar was quickly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The monstrous blood glow below frantically impacted the five-color divine light, and there was a faint feeling that was ready to emerge. Is this the place to suppress the passage between Li Juyu and the plane? Looking at the situation in front of him, Yi Tianji couldn't help taking a breath. Yes, the five-color divine light on the altar is the divine martial arts formation formed by vast sky great emperor who gathered the power of all emperors. Jiang Chen stared at the altar closely, and slowly said, the power of the Shenwu interception formation has now dissipated at least one-third. The 9th King Li Juyu will probably be born soon. Yi Tianji's face solemnly said, could we just wait for the formation to dissipate? Is there any way to suppress him? 10,000 years ago, the great emperor Vast Sky gathered the power of all emperors, and only then used the divine martial intercepting array to intercept the origin of the plane to suppress it. Now that the power of the emperors has dissipated, even if I rearrange a Shenwu Jishan formation, it won't help. According to the dissipating speed of the Shenwu Jiatian formation, it should last about a month. If we act rashly at this time, it may only make the power of the Shenwu Jiatian formation dissipate faster. He looked at the plane teleportation formation on the altar, and chuckled lightly, but the divine Wu Tiantian formation has dissipated for such a long time, the profound spirit continent has not had any blood spirits descended. This is quite a thing for us. Good news. Yi Tianji's pupils shrank suddenly. His Royal Highness meant that people from the profound spirit continent can now teleport over. At that time, there was only a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, and several blood spirit races from the divine soul realm came across the boundary through the plane channel. Now that there are no people from the blood spirit clan appearing, it must be something happened in the profound spirit continent. When Jiang Chen spoke, he was also slightly relieved. As long as the blood spirit tribe army does not descend on Shenwu continent, it will undoubtedly be easier to deal with a suppressed Li Juyu. In that case, I will guard this place. Your Highness will go to retreat and practice quickly. Yi Tianji's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen has the true dragon magic medicine and the censored transformation cauldron. If they can use them to break through the Emperor realm within a month, they may have a chance to defeat Li Juyu. In front of a real Imperial realm powerhouse, the power of their Shenwu continent is simply not enough. Well, Senior Yi, be careful yourself. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately walked away from Emperor Buried Abyss. Returning to the fortress outside Burial Emperor Yuan, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He went directly to a cultivation secret room in the fortress, and then took out the Washen Cauldron. Wa Shen Ding, the inheritance artifact of Thunder God sect of Shenpin Zongmen. It is said that this censored transformation cauldron was built by the peerless powerhouse of the Thunder God sect. There is a mysterious world in it, with power similar to the origin of the continent. The reason why the Thunder God sect has endured for a long time in the Shenwu continent is that it has relied on this magic cauldron to create generations of imperial powers. Jiang Chen's eyes stayed on the Wa Shen cauldron for a while, and then took a deep breath. His figure turned into a golden light and plunged directly into the Wa Shen cauldron. Jiang Chen felt that he had come into a mysterious little world. The vitality of heaven and earth in this small world is almost 10 times stronger than that of Shenwu continent, and Jiang Chen can clearly feel a source of power. Even if he does not rely on any external force in this small world, but just cultivates his perception, he should be able to complete the law and power, and then induce the tribulation of heaven and earth to be promoted to the quasi-emperor realm. It is obviously impossible to break through the emperor realm within a month by relying solely on the small world in this transformation-censored cauldron. Fortunately, there is a true dragon magic medicine in this magic pot. If he can swallow the true dragon magic medicine, and then use the power of the censored transformation cauldron, he will undoubtedly break through the emperor realm more easily. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and his eyes quickly searched in the small world. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on a mountain 1,000 feet away from him. There is a 5-clawed golden dragon inhabiting. Chapter 14:18. The formation dissipated, and the 9th king was born. True dragon magic medicine. Jiang Chen looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon perching on the mountain peak, and his figure appeared above his head in a flash. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing in the Huashen cauldron, the true dragon magic medicine instantly became horrified, and his huge body instantly turned into a golden light and fled out. Although the true dragon magical medicine is psychic, it is not good at fighting, and its combat power is equivalent to the 9-fold emperor of the ordinary god. Facing Jiang Chen, the quasi-emperor, the true dragon magic medicine naturally knew that he was not an opponent, so he chose to escape without hesitation. Hee. You can't escape this time. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then he kicked the sole of his foot on the ground, and the whole person disappeared in place. I saw Jiang Chen's figure already appearing in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked at Jiang Chen who was in front of him, and immediately turned into a golden light, and headed in another direction. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the law of time and space instantly enveloped the void. The 5-clawed golden dragon that fled in panic instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and directly solidified in the void. Jiang Chen stepped out, facing the 5-clawed golden dragon claw directly. Following Jiang Chen's catch, he fell. The 5-clawed golden dragon raised up to the sky and let out a mournful groan. The huge body was also shattered, and finally turned into a golden grass and fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Received the true dragon magic medicine. Jiang Chen's figure flashed down from the sky, found a boulder on the mountain peak, and then began to meditate and practice. For a while, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You feel the original power of the sacred cauldron, and the law of Kendo gains 10,000*100 experience. Ding! You feel the original power of the sacred cauldron, and the law of thunder will gain 10,000*100 experience. Ding! You feel the original power of the sacred cauldron, and the law of wind will gain experience 10,000*100. Sure enough, in this magic cauldron, you can feel the original power and enhance the power of the martial law. Jiang Chen heard the system prompt in his mind, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. Use manpower to create such a complete small world with original power. The Thunder God sect's powerhouse who built the censored transformation cauldron is really amazing. Although this small world is not slow to gain the power of the law, it is still not an easy task to fully grasp the law of Kendo and break through the Emperor realm in a short time. At the beginning, Jiang Chen could gain 1 million experience under the divine tree of Emperor Yun, and it would take an hour for each experience. And in this magic cauldron, I get 10,000 experience points at a time, but it only takes about 10 minutes. When he was in this sacred cauldron, the experience he gained was almost the same as the experience he had under the Emperor's sacred tree. At first, Jiang Chen swallowed an Emperor Yun fruit, and then it took another half a month before he barely mastered 30% of the law of Kendo. It is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to master the complete law of Kendo within 1 month of practicing. It seems that if you want to quickly break through the Emperor Zun, you still have to rely on this true dragon magic medicine. Jiang Chen stared at the true dragon magic medicine in his palm for a while, then took a deep breath and swallowed the true dragon magic medicine in one gulp. Ding! You swallow the real dragon magic medicine, and you gain a lot of experience in the law of Kendo. Ding! You swallow the magical medicine of the real dragon, and the law of thunder will gain a lot of experience. Ding! You swallow the magical medicine of the real dragon, and you gain a lot of experience in the law of wind. Ding! You successfully mastered the complete Kendo law. Ding! You successfully broke through the returning market realm. With a series of prompt sounds resounding in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen also quickly felt that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The most obvious is the ultimate sublimation of the soul. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his spirit was more than 10 times stronger than before, and it faintly exudes an immortal breath. Jiang Chen knew that this was the immortal will born of the warrior breaking through the ruins of the market. In Shenwu continent, this force is also called the will of the emperor. It is precisely because of the existence of the will of the emperor that the strong in the emperor realm can exist in the world for thousands of years. A bloodline power was also born in Jiang Chen, which merged with the bloodline of the original true dragon divine body to form a new bloodline. These new bloodlines are the emperor blood born in Jiang Chen's body. The blood of the emperor is not only much stronger than the blood of the true dragon censored body before Jiang Chen, but it can also be passed on forever. Is this the power of the Guishu emperor realm? It is really strong. Feeling the strength in his body, Jiang Chen's eyes also showed an unconcealable exclamation. The quasi-emperor powerhouse, although with an emperor son, is almost indistinguishable from the ant when compared to the real powerhouse in the emperor realm. With his current strength, I am afraid that only a single thought is enough to severely damage a quasi-emperor. Tisk tusk. The hundredfold cultivation system on my body is really not an ordinary sky-defying, even the emperor calamity that breaks through the emperor realm has been omitted. Seeing that he swallowed the true dragon magical medicine and then successfully broke through the emperor realm, Jiang Chen had to sigh. Once again for the power of the system. After the ordinary quasi-imperial realm martial artist masters the complete law power, he will provoke the disaster of heaven and earth. Only after the baptism of the tribulation of heaven and earth, the quasi-emperor martial artist spirit and spirit can be sublimated, thus breaking through the quasi-emperor. This process may seem simple, but in reality it is extremely dangerous. Before the original power of the Shenwu continent plane was intercepted, there were also many warriors who fell under the emperor's robbery. The system on Jiang Chen saved the emperor's robbery, and directly allowed him to ascend to the realm of the quasi-emperor, which was extremely heaven-defying. After adapting to the power of the emperor realm, Jiang Chen did not rush to leave the Hua Shen Sao. He first took 2 days to consolidate his cultivation base, and then directly took out the human emperor seal, and understood the second seal of the human emperor seal. Over the past 6 months, although Jiang Chen had always been intermittently comprehending the mark of Zhu Shen, he also spent a lot of time on the mark of Zhu Shen. Now his comprehension of the mark of Zhu Shen has reached 70%. Since it didn't take much time to break through the emperor realm, Jiang Chen decided to fully comprehend Zhu Shen's seal, striving to comprehend it within a month. The human emperor seal is a sacred weapon of the Xuanling continent human race, and it has a great restraint effect on the blood spirit race. If he could comprehend the second seal of this man's imperial seal before the birth of Juyu King Li Juyu, he would surely be a great bargaining chip for him to kill Li Juyu. Jiang Chen concentrated directly and began to fully comprehend the second seal of the emperor's seal, Zhu Shen's seal. Chapter 14:19. The Blood Spirit Clan Powerhouse is here. Yetian quietly sat cross-legged in a place thousands of feet away from the altar. It's been more than 20 days, I'm afraid Shenwu Jiatian formation will not last a few days. Yi Tianji stared tightly at the altar in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. Since Jiang Chen left, Yi Tianji has been guarding the altar, observing the changes on the altar. In these 20-odd days, Yi Tianji almost witnessed the dissipation of Shenwu Jiatian formation. Today, there is not much left of the 5-color light on the altar. However, the blood glow below the altar became stronger and stronger. Even the only 5-color divine light on the altar has been surrounded by the blood glow spreading from below the altar. Especially in the last few days, Yi Tianji can almost sense a monstrous blood fluctuation from below the altar every once in a while, madly impacting the few 5-color lights on the altar. Li Juyu, the 9yu king of the blood spirit race, already felt that Shenwu Jiatian formation was about to be unable to suppress him, and wanted to forcibly defeat the last power of Shenwu Jiatian formation, and then broke the seal. I don't know how your highness is practicing. Yi Tianji couldn't do anything about the current situation. Now, he can only pray in his heart that Jiang Chen will be able to successfully break through the return to the ruins emperor realm. Just as Yi Tianji was groaning in his heart, the sky above Emperor Burial Yuan suddenly heard countless winds breaking through the air. Yi Tianji suddenly looked up and saw dozens of figures descending from the sky one after another. Among these dozens of people, not only were Yi Chengjun and others in the imperial palace strong, but there were also many strong in the 8 great reclusive holy lands. Including Sha Zheng and Qin Tianjiang, the 2 quasi-emperors who came out of the ancient world of Thunder God, are Also impressively listed. Yi Tianji's brows couldn't help but frown. Chengjun, why are you down? The old man let them down. Before Yi Chengjun could speak, Sha Zheng stood up. Yi Tianji, 10,000 years ago in the Battle of Star City, our ancestor Vast Sky gathered the power of the emperors to destroy the Blood Spirit tribe army, but failed to kill the 9yu king Li Juyu. In the end, they can only suppress Li Juyu in the plain channel. But the ancestors also knew that the formation method could only suppress Li Juyu for thousands of years, so leaving a secret method in the Haoshan Holy Land can help us kill Li Juyu. Yi Tianji frowned slightly and said, His Royal Highness is still in retreat, so let's wait for His Highness to leave the gate. At this time, Yi Tianji didn't want Sha Zheng and the others to toss about. The bloodline of the Blood Spirit clan powerhouse is extremely mysterious, and they have mastered many strange blood path secret techniques. Not to mention anything else, even the emperors of the divine embryo realm who mastered some Blood Spirit clan secret arts in the Blood Demon Palace were unkillable. Xiaoqiang. And Juyu King Li Juyu is the most powerful emperor of the Blood Spirit clan, how can he be killed so easily? The great Emperor Haoshan thousands of years ago would not suppress Li Juyu here, leaving such a great disaster for Shenwu continent. Although Sha Zheng and the others might really have the secret method passed to them by Emperor Vast Sky, they may not be able to successfully kill Li Juyu. If Li Juyu couldn't kill Li Juyu, it would break the balance in front of him and speed up the dissipation of the Shenwujietian formation. I am afraid Li Juyu will be born early. Can't wait any longer. You have been guarding here for more than 20 days, and you must also know that the formation will not last a few days. Once Li Juyu breaks out, we really have no chance. Sha Zheng took a deep breath, then stared at Yi Tianji quietly and said, I know what you are waiting for, but do you think he can really make a breakthrough in just a few days? Although Sha Zheng gave up the fight for the god-shaped cauldron that day, he was very clear about what happened later. He naturally knew that the Washan cauldron had now fallen into Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen, almost out of 10, is using the power of the Washan cauldron to practice in retreat, wanting a breakthrough to return to the Emperor realm. How easy is it to break through the Imperial realm? Even if Jiang Chen got the Washan Sao, it was almost impossible to break through in a short time. Just when Yi Tianji was talking with Sha Zheng, a monstrous blood chi fluctuation suddenly broke out from the altar. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but suddenly look towards the direction of the altar. I saw below the altar, a cold and censored energy with great majesty rose to the sky, madly rushing to the 5-color light above the altar. Under the impact of this blood energy, the 5-color light seemed to dim a lot in an instant. A sound of laughter that sounded like coming from Juyu also slowly resounded in everyone's ears. Everlasting years are in a hurry. I, Li Juyu, have waited for thousands of years, and finally have to wait for this day. Emperor Vast Sky, even if you gather the power of 100 emperors, what can you do to suppress me for 10,000 years? After I break the seal, this Shenwu continent will still surrender to the feet of my blood spirit race. The sound from below the altar suddenly made the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold. No, Li Juyu is about to be born. Sha Zheng's complexion changed drastically, and immediately shouted at Yi Tianji, Yi Tianji, are you going to stop us? If we delay any longer, I am afraid we will really have no chance. You guys do it. Yi Tianji looked at the precarious situation on the altar, and immediately stepped away and walked away. Now the power of Shenwu Jietian formation is almost unable to stop Li Juyu. Even if Sha Zheng and the others didn't do anything, Li Juyu broke the seal. I'm afraid it was the matter of this day. And Jiang Chen has not yet left the customs, and now he can only let Sha Zheng and the others try. Even if the means left by the great Emperor Vast Sky couldn't kill Li Juyu, as long as Li Juyu could be hit hard before he was born, they might still have a chance to fight. Everyone, in a while, my Haoshan Holy Land will set up a formation. At that time, you will all inject your own vitality into the formation. Combine the strength of all of us to gather a blow and kill Li Juyu. After Sha Zheng finished speaking, he was about to take Sha Yunchang and other strong men from the Haoshan Holy Land towards the altar. Just when Sha Zheng was about to bring everyone from the Haoshan Holy Land to form an array. In the plain teleportation formation on the altar, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation. Even the array patterns on the teleportation formation were instantly ignited, emitting radiant rays of light. With the formation pattern on the teleportation array, it lights up. The four censored figures exuding the breath of the weather also slowly emerged from the center of the teleportation array. Seeing this scene, whether it was Sha Zheng or Yi Tianji, the pupils of the eyes suddenly shrank. The other powerhouses of the blood spirit race are here. Chapter 1420. The terrifying power of the strong emperor. Seeing the four blood-colored figures appearing in the teleportation array, the expressions of Yi Tianji and others instantly became extremely solemn. The blood spirit clan powerhouse has crossed the boundary through the plane transmission channel. Is it possible that the blood spirit clan army will once again come to the Shenwu continent? I didn't expect the powerhouse of the blood spirit race to come at this time. Sha Zheng looked at the four scarlet figures in the teleportation formation, and had to temporarily give up the plan to deploy the formation, and return to the side of Yi Tianji and the others. You should be fortunate that the blood spirit race didn't know what happened, and there was no army to suppress the situation. Only the four people in front of them were sent. Yi Tianji stared at the transmission channel on the altar closely, and found that after the four people appeared, the transmission channel did not show any abnormality, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even if it's just the four people in front of us, it might not be easy for us to deal with. Qin Tianzheng said with a solemn expression, the aura of these four people is very strong. I'm afraid they are all powerful men who have reached the quasi-emperor realm. Prepare for the battle. No matter what, we have to solve these four guys before Juyu King Li Juyu is born. Sha Zheng took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst into his old eyes. The four quasi-emperor realm powerhouses are already an extremely terrifying force for the current Shenwu continent. If these four guys cannot be removed as soon as possible, once Li Juyu is allowed to merge with these four, Shenwu continent may really be overwhelming. While Sha Zheng and the others were watching the four scarlet figures on the altar, the four naturally discovered the existence of Sha Zheng and the others. Boss, there are warriors guarding the Shenwu continent, what should we do now? One of the short, blood-clothed youths glanced at Sha Zheng and others, and said to the first middle-aged man, these warriors of the Shenwu continent are not weak, and they have almost reached the quasi-emperor realm. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with blood. Don't pay attention to them, just break the seal, let our king be born first. The middle-aged man's voice fell, and the three blood shadows directly behind him flashed out of the altar, and stood on the four sides of the altar. They want to help Li Juyu break through the formation, don't let them succeed. Sha Zheng's face changed drastically, and immediately, a shocking aura burst out all over his body, rushing out toward the middle-aged man. When Yi Tianji and Qin Tianzheng saw this, they also rushed towards a blood shadow without any hesitation. However, Sha Yunchang, Meng Qingshe and the others led many powerful men to besiege and killed the last blood-clothed youth. I am waiting for this time to bring our king back to the profound spirit continent, and I don't want to be your enemy. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand to block Sha Zheng's fierce blow, and said in a bad tone, if you insist on doing it, then you can blame me for waiting. Li Juyu led your army of the blood spirit race to invade the Shenwu continent. If it weren't for the emperors of my Shenwu continent who would fight to the death, the Shenwu continent would have been destroyed by your blood spirit race. Today you want to save Li Juyu from being born, you are so obsessed to think, kill. The lightning in Sha Zheng's eyes skyrocketed, and a powerful thunder law instantly filled the void, suppressing the middle-aged man below. Those who prevent my king from returning, die. The middle-aged man was furious, and the monstrous blood chi also penetrated through the sky in an instant, violently blasting with Sha Zheng's law of thunder. At the same time Sha Zheng was fighting against the middle-aged man. Yi Tianji and others also fought with the other three blood spirit clan powerhouses. The sky-shattering energy boom kept resounding in the void, and a terrifying energy storm swept across the sky and the earth, causing the entire space of Emperor Burial Abyss to be shaken. Even the five-color light on the altar below was affected. I saw the precarious five-color divine light under the monstrous blood glow beneath the altar, which quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oops, the energy storm that erupted in the war affected the Shenwu Jiatian formation on the altar, and the Shenwu Jiatian formation will dissipate in advance. Yi Tianji, who had been watching the changes in the altar, suddenly changed his expression. He was about to speak out to remind Sha Zheng and the others. A sound of wild laughter that contained monstrous blood, directly echoed in the buried Emperor Yuan. Ha ha, today, when Li Juyu comes back to the world, break it for me. With this wild laughter resounding through the world, the blood glow below the altar skyrocketed several times in vain, instantly turning the few divine lights on the altar into nothingness. The divine light shattered, and the huge burial Emperor Yuan trembled fiercely. As soon as the blood light filled with monstrous will burst into the sky from below the altar, it finally turned into a monster blood cloud in the void. Above the blood cloud, a figure with a disheveled hair stood proudly, and a censored coercion covering the sky and the earth also filled the entire sky of burial Emperor Yuan. Under this censored coercion, some of the weaker divine embryo realm emperors turned pale instantly. When Sha Zheng and others saw this, they all gave up the battle by coincidence, and then gathered together. They stared at the figure exuding terrifying power above the blood cloud, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Juyu Wang Li Juyu, 10,000 years ago, the strongest man who led the blood spirit race to attack Shenwu continent was born. Our king of the nine nethers has finally returned. The four quasi-emperors of the blood spirit clan looked at Li Juyu in the void, and suddenly all showed a look of ecstasy. All four of them bowed respectfully in front of Li Juyu. Welcome my king back. Li Juyu stood proudly on the blood cloud, and the long blood hair fluttered with the wind behind him. A pair of scarlet eyes fell directly on Sha Zheng and the others. From these people, Li Juyu felt the familiar breath of blood. There are many people here, all descended from the great emperors of Shenwu continent thousands of years ago. It's a pity that compared to their ancestors, these people are undoubtedly too far behind, and they can't enter Li Juyu's eyes at all. Hehe. Great Emperor Vast Sky, you finally lost. Although you intercepted the origin of Shenwu continent and suppressed me for 10,000 years, you have left Shenwu continent without any imperial power. Now that Shenwu continent, who else can stop me? Li Juyu shone with blood, and his proud laughter resounded through the world. Ha, Li Juyu, don't be happy too early. Hearing Li Juyu's words, Sha Zheng couldn't help but snorted coldly. Back then, our ancestors of Shenwu continent could stop you. I am waiting here today. You still don't want to step into Shenwu continent for half a step. Chapter 1421, Jiang Chen is out. Tisk tusk. That's ridiculous. Li Juyu smiled contemptuously, and burst out with a mighty power, like the ruler of heaven and earth, overlooking Sha Zheng and others below. Although this king was just born, his strength is far from his peak state. But just relying on you guys from the quasi-emperor realm and a group of ants from the divine embryo realm, you don't have the qualifications to stop me. Li Juyu's endless, censored voice reverberated above Emperor Burial Yuan, making the faces of more and more divine birth realm emperors pale. Some emperors whose cultivation bases were in the early stages of the womb, a mouthful of blood couldn't help but burst out wildly. Wang, not long ago, human sovereign Zhang Wuya returned to the profound spirit continent. My blood spirit race has repeatedly frustrated during the battle with the human race. The blood emperor has ordered you to return to the blood spirit race quickly. At this moment, the middle-aged man of the blood spirit tribe looked respectful and authentic at Li Juyu. Not urgent. In the Shenwu continent today, no one can pose a threat to this king. This king wants to flatten the Shenwu continent, but it's just a matter of a few moments. When this king occupies the Shenwu continent, he will return to the blood spirit race. Li Juyu's eyes flickered slightly. In the first battle against Vast Sky Great Emperor, Li Juyu was severely wounded, and was suppressed by Vast Sky Great Emperor for thousands of years. His strength was far less than 1/10 of his peak. His current strength is only slightly stronger than ordinary Emperor realm powerhouses. Li Juyu didn't want to return to the blood spirit race in this state. He wants to level the Shenwu continent and use the blood of hundreds of millions of creatures on the Shenwu continent to help him return to the top. Since the defeat of that battle 10,000 years ago, the capture of Shenwu continent has become Li Juyu's obsession. Now that there is no imperial power on the Shenwu continent road, it is an excellent time for him to step down on the Shenwu continent. How can Li Juyu easily give up? Formation. No matter how much the price paid, Li Juyu can't make half a step into Shenwu continent today. Sha Zheng took a deep breath, and immediately formed seals with many Haoshan Holy Land experts. A golden formation enchantment directly envelops all the strong in Shenwu continent. Sha Zheng swept his gaze over everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, put your vitality into the formation." Yi Tianji and the others did not hesitate when they heard the words. They fully urged the true essence in their bodies and injected them into the surrounding golden formations. The light of rice grains dared to compete with Haoyu for glory. Li Juyu's eyes surged with blood, and immediately stretched out his palm casually, and took a palm at the golden enchantment below. A blood beam pierced the thousands of feet of void, and wherever it passed, the space was cut into two halves, turning into a space crack visible to the naked eye. The blood glow fell on the golden enchantment condensed by Sha Zheng and the others in the blink of an eye, and there was almost no fluctuation, which directly caused the golden enchantment to burst. Just a random move. This barrier condensed the many powerful people in Shenwu continent, and it has completely vanished. Looking at the shattered formation enchantment, the expressions of Sha Zheng and others were instantly hard to see the extreme. Although they also knew that the Emperor realm was strong, they still didn't expect Li Juyu to be so powerful. Even if it was the burst of power from all of them, in front of Li Juyu, it was so vulnerable. Is this the power of the Emperor realm? Sha Zheng and the others looked at Li Juyu in the void, and they couldn't help feeling a deep weakness in their hearts. Although there is only one word difference between the quasi-emperor and the real emperor, the real difference is like two different worlds. I am afraid that even if there are more quasi-emperor powerhouses, they will not be able to stop a true emperor realm powerhouse. With your group of ants, you also want to learn from your ancestors and be the savior who saves the Shenwu continent. Everything, it ends here. Li Juyu's contemptuous sneer fell, and his censored fingers pointed towards Sha Zheng. Between heaven and earth, the endless blood qi rapidly condensed at his fingertips, and finally turned into a blood sword pierced through the void, slashing out against Sha Zheng's head. Seeing Li Juyu's move again, Sha Zheng's expression changed drastically, and the blood and vitality in his body were instantly pushed to the limit. Just when his quasi-emperor merged with the law of thunder to explode the strongest blow, Li Juyu gave a ghostly smile, and then gently shook the space below. Ban. As this forbidden word resounded in the void, Sha Zheng suddenly found out in shock that he was unable to mobilize the world and condense the laws of thunder. It would be a bit too whimsical to want to condense your half-dangling power in front of the real powerhouse of the Emperor realm. Li Ju smiled faintly, and immediately pointed out Sha Zheng again. Haoshan realm. With a move of Sha Zheng's palm, a simple mirror emitting a strange light flew out, and then quickly turned into a mysterious bronze mirror emitting a dazzling golden light on top of his head, resisting the censored light of Li Juyu. Emperor Vast Sky Realm. If the great Emperor Vast Sky displays this vast sky realm, he will have to retreat even in his prime. It's a pity. You are still far from able to display the power of the Haoshan realm, so you can break it. As the last broken word fell, a beam of blood-colored light fell from the sky, directly hitting the golden bronze mirror. Under the bombardment of the blood-colored beam of light, the golden bronze mirror directly turned into golden light with a bang. And the Haoshan mirror that was urged by Sha Zheng also turned into an ordinary simple mirror, falling down from midair. Sha Zheng's figure trembled, and the whole person stepped back hundreds of feet in the void, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. Is really terrible. Seeing that Qin Tianzheng was urging the Haoshan Holy Land without a censored tool, the Haoshan realm, and was still hit hard by Li Juyu's move, Qin Tianzheng's face couldn't help but a wry smile appeared. Li Juyu in front of him is not something they can stop. Anyway, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Yi Tianji's face solemnly said, try your best to delay the time. If your Royal Highness leaves the customs smoothly, maybe I can reverse the situation. Now Yi Tianji can only pray in his heart that Jiang Chen can successfully break through the Emperor realm. In Shenwu continent, no one can stop Li Juyu. This king doesn't want to play with you anymore, it's all over. Li Juyu looked at Yi Tianji and the others below, and immediately raised his palm directly, and the blood cloud all over the sky instantly condensed in the void. And just as the blood cloud had just condensed, a ghostly black garment slammed down in the void, directly crushing the blood cloud. Looking at the black shadow that appeared in vain, Yi Tianji and the others couldn't help showing an expression of ecstasy. Chapter 1422, Fight Li Juyu. His Royal Highness. Finally exited. Looking at Jiang Chen falling from the sky, Yi Tianji could not help but let out a sigh of relief. This is the breath of the Emperor realm. He actually succeeded. Sha Zheng felt the breath emanating from Jiang Chen, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. In just 1 month, Jiang Chen really used the Hua Shen cauldron to break through the Emperor realm. Return to the ruins Emperor realm. How is it possible? Li Juyu looked at Jiang Chen who had come in vain, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the unbelievable scream slowly echoed in the buried Emperor Yuan. It is not to blame Li Juyu for such a gaffe. In order to destroy the Blood Spirit tribe army, the great Emperor Haoshan suppressed this place for thousands of years, but intercepted the plain origin of Shenwu continent. The plain origin is the core power of a world. If the Shenwu continent loses its plain origin, the warrior will not be able to communicate with the heaven and earth, crossing the robbery into the emperor, and it is impossible to give birth to a strong emperor. The young man in black looks less than 30 years old. Breaking through the emperor realm at the age of less than 30 years old, even in the profound spirit continent, it is unique. Li Juyu couldn't imagine that in the Shenwu continent, where the origin of the plane had been sealed for thousands of years, such an enchanting emperor-level power could be born. Juyu King Li Juyu, if you want to level the Shenwu continent, you have to ask if I can answer it or not. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands under his hands, and cold light flashed in his eyes. A little boy who has just entered the emperor realm, dared to speak up in front of this king. Li Juyu's eyes surged with blood, and he sneered with disdain. This king wants to level the Shenwu continent today, and no one can stop me. As the blood spirit king of the blood spirit race, Li Juyu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the returning ruins realm, and was only one step away from the void god realm. Even the great emperor Haoshan from the Shenwu continent tens of thousands of years ago can't help Benai. Although his strength is far from the peak now, it is still more than enough to solve a hairy boy who has just entered the emperor realm. If you were at the peak state 10,000 years ago, I really can't help you. It's a pity. You have been suppressed by the Shenwu heavenly formation for thousands of years. At this moment, your strength is less than 1/10 of your peak, but you are just a paper tiger with a tooth drawn. Jiang Chen stared at Li Juyu indifferently. 10,000 years ago, Emperor Vast Sky and the others could not kill you. I will end it today. Haha, if you want to end this king, it depends on whether you have that ability. Li Juyu looked up to the sky with a laugh, and the monstrous blood rushed out of his body, and instantly turned into an endless sea of blood. The power permeating in the sea of blood changed the color of the world. Boy, do it. This king wants to see today what kind of means you can use to survive in the Shenwu continent, which has no plain origin. Li Juyu's voice fell, and the rays of light broke out in those monster blood eyes, and the endless emperor prestige covered the world. I saw him step out, and the sky 100 miles around was trembling violently at this moment. And the sea of blood that filled the sky was also surging crazily, turning into a wave of blood torn apart the space by hundreds of feet, and rushing towards Jiang Chen. Under the countless blood waves of hundreds of feet, Jiang Chen's figure looked like a drop in the sea, extremely small. Rewind. Seeing Li Juyu's shot again, Yi Tianji and others' complexions could not help but suddenly change, and they hurriedly led everyone out of the distance of 1,000 feet. Li Juyu's attack was too terrifying. The power contained in the blood wave could be easily destroyed even by the quasi-emperor, and it was not something they could bear. Jiang Chen looked at Li Juyu's blow that destroyed the sky and the earth. A sword force that swept the sky and the earth suddenly exploded from him. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and gently shook his palm towards the bottom of Emperor Funeral. There was a violent tremor in the entire burial Emperor Yuan. I saw below the buried Emperor Yuan, a series of earthy yellow sword aura, like 10,000 swords, rose from the ground to the sky, and finally turned into a sword of thousands of feet, and slammed into the blood wave. Become the sword emperor of the Guishu realm, master the complete laws of Kendo, and everything in the world can be a sword. Jiang Chen's sword is the strongest sword formed by the laws of Kendo, and the power of the great emperor gathered under the buried Emperor Yuan. The power of the two emperor realm powerhouses collided in midair, and the terrifying energy ripples annihilated the 10,000 meters of space. Boy, this is not a place to fight. Let this king go to fight outside. Li Juyu looked at Jiang Chen coldly, and immediately turned into a censored light and rose into the sky. The space where Emperor buried was buried seemed to be unable to withstand the battle between the two Emperor realm powerhouses. If you continue to fight here, the entire burial Emperor Yuan will probably collapse completely. Once Emperor burial abyss collapses, the plane teleportation formation leading to the profound spirit continent is also very likely to be destroyed. Naturally, this is not what Li Juyu wants to see. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and turned into a sword light directly, chasing Li Juyu. We also go out. Yi Tianji ignored the four quasi-emperors of the blood spirit tribe in Emperor Burial Abyss, and directly led the crowd towards the top of Emperor Burial Abyss. At this time, Yi Tianji naturally did not have the thoughts of entanglement with the blood spirit races in front of him. The most important thing now is the battle between Jiang Chen and Li Juyu. As long as Jiang Chen defeated Li Juyu, these four blood spirit quasi-emperors would be nothing to worry about. Boss, what are we doing now? One of the quasi-emperors of the Blood Spirit clan looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but face the middle-aged man Dao headed by him. Let's go out and have a look. The Blood Emperor has an order to bring the king back to the Blood Spirit race. If we go back like this, I'm afraid we will be punished severely. Furthermore, after the disappearance of our 9 Nether bloodline, our status in the Blood Spirit race has plummeted. We also need the king to go back and preside over the overall situation. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and immediately turned into a censored light and rose into the sky. Over the funeral Emperor Yuan, Jiang Chen and Li Juyu stood 1,000 feet apart. Boy, you are indeed a rare genius who can break through the Emperor realm in the Shenwu continent where there is no original strength. Li Juyu faintly looked at Jiang Chen and said, this king is coming back into the world, and there is just a lack of servants around him. If you are willing to surrender, this king may consider letting you die. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, you are just a dying person. What qualifications do you have to accept me as your servant? Toast and not eat fine wine. Since you have to die, the king will fulfill you. The blood burst in Li Juyu's eyes, and a sharp killing intent also spread from him instantly. Chapter 1423, Emperor Body Battle. Blood cloud cracks the sky. Li Juyu shouted angrily, and his palm looked towards the void in vain. The blood cloud covering the sky and the sun surged in the sky, turning into a censored palm with the size of 1,000 meters, and pressed down towards Jiang Chen. With the suppression of this blood palm, the sky collapsed. Cracks in the pitch-black space spread over Jiang Chen's head at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the blood palm on the top of his head, and his sword power rose to the sky, his censored pointed at the void. A golden giant sword that seemed to come from outside the sky penetrated the sky and the earth, descending from the sky with the terrifying power that opened the sky and the earth, and slashed on the palm of the sky. Above the sky, the golden giant sword and the demon blood palm collided, and huge space cracks spread like a spider web. The battle of the strong in the Emperor realm is really not ordinary horror. Looking at the battle in the sky, Yi Tianji and the others, who had just come out of Emperor Zhangdiwan, quickly retreated thousands of feet away. He looked at the terrifying battle in the sky, and Qin Tianzhang's expression was extremely solemn. I don't know, can your highness be the god of war Li Juyu? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Li Juyu used to be a great emperor who was not inferior to vast sky great emperor. Although he was suppressed for thousands of years and his strength was not at the peak, Jiang Chen's use of the power of the emperor realm might not be comparable. Sha Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although Sha Zheng was not optimistic about Jiang Chen in his heart, they couldn't get involved in the battle against the powerhouse of the Emperor realm. Now, they can only pray that Jiang Chen can stop Li Juyu. Yi Tianji said indifferently, that's not necessarily. Although Li Juyu is very strong, how can his highness be described by common sense? How terrifying Jiang Chen's talent is, Yi Tianji knows better than anyone. As soon as he entered the quasi-emperor, Jiang Chen mastered several laws and powers, killing ordinary quasi-emperors like slaughtering chickens and dogs, and became the most powerful existence among the quasi-emperors. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the emperor realm, how can he look at it with ordinary eyes? When several people were talking, the sky shook the sky continuously, and the mysterious blood and fierce sword aura filled the world. Li Juyu looked at Jiang Chen, who had not fallen under his attack, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although his current level of power is almost the same as that of the ordinary emperor realm, his use of power is more than that of the boy in front of him. But the boy in front of him had the strength to enter the emperor realm for the first time, and he was on par with him. This was what Li Juyu had never thought of. This son can break through the emperor realm in the Shenwu continent, which has no plain origin. It is really very ordinary. The blood glow in Li Juyu's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that if he wants to solve this kid, he really has to pay a price. Boy, don't think that if you break through the emperor realm, you can really compete with this king. Next, let you see the true power of this king. Li Juyu's icy voice fell, and a burst of terrifying blood burst out all over his body. The shocking blood rushed straight into the sky, and Li Juyu's figure suddenly swelled in this one. Seeing Li Juyu's whole person turned into a blood-colored giant with a height of thousands of meters. Boy, you can use the power of entering the emperor realm for the first time to force this king to display the emperor body, which is enough to be proud. The scarlet giant stood upright in the heavens and the earth, like a blood god, looking down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, exuding an unusually terrifying power. As if with a gesture, a huge hole can be blasted out of the world. Emperor body. Looking at the scarlet giant in the sky, the expressions of Sha Zheng and others couldn't help but change slightly. As the people of the 8 great hidden holy lands, they naturally know that after the baptism of heaven and earth, the powers of the Emperor realm have reached a brand new level. They can use the power of heaven and earth to condense the Emperor body. In the form of the condensed Emperor body is also the state of the strongest combat power of the strong Emperor realm. Li Juyu has now displayed all the Emperor's body. Obviously he is going to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Hey, do you think that only you can condense the Emperor body? In the void, Jiang Chen looked at the scarlet giant in front of him, but he was not afraid. He faintly smiled, and his hands snapped together. Swords of light burst out of the buried Emperor Yuan below and the sky above his head, and finally poured directly into Jiang Chen's body. As these sword lights submerged into Jiang Chen's body, his body skyrocketed at an extremely terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's body is also very tall, and his whole person is like a divine sword that penetrates the sky and the earth, exuding an unusually terrifying sword power. You can use your power to such an extent when you first enter the Emperor realm, you really have some ability. But, no matter how evil you are destined to fall into the hands of this king today. The blood glow in Li Juyu's eyes skyrocketed, and he directly waved a blood-colored fist like a hill, and blasted Jiang Chen lightly. Chenjiang Zukong collapsed in an instant, and the endless blood flowed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, a sword aura that was also an understatement. The sword energy and blood energy collided in midair, and suddenly there was a loud noise that destroyed the world. Both Jiang Chen and Li Juyu's long bodies have stepped back a few steps in the void. Every next step on their huge souls, they stepped out of a gap in the void with a space of hundreds of meters. The two of them had just stabilized their figures, and once again burst out a strong blow and blasted towards each other. The two giants are like gods, constantly confronting each other in the void, causing the mountains and rivers to collapse, the sun and the moon hang upside down, and the world trembles. Yi Tianji and others were all shocked to look at the place where they were fighting. The space there is constantly collapsing, and constantly being repaired, so that the cycle continues, giving people a feeling of creeps. After fighting like this for a while, Jiang Chen finally seized an opportunity to use the law of Kendo to fuse the 4 incomplete laws in vain to send a strong blow and press down towards Li Juyu. The terrifying power instantly smashed Li Juyu's attack and landed on Li Juyu Chenjiang Emperor's body. I saw Li Juyu's 1,000-foot-long body, all of them flew down and counted hundreds of meters away in embarrassment under Jiang Chen's blow. Win. Looking at this scene in the void, Yi Tianji and the others below couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Chapter 1424. I have a seal, I can punish God. This guy is really a monster that can't be described by common sense. Sha Zheng looked at the situation in the void, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. Although Jiang Chen had broken through the Emperor realm, he had just entered the Emperor realm not long after all. Even Li Juyu has only the power of an ordinary Emperor realm powerhouse at this moment, and Jiang Chen should have difficulty contending with Li Juyu. He didn't expect that even though Jiang Chen had just broken through the Emperor realm, his mastery of power had reached a terrifying level. Even Li Juyu was suppressed by Jiang Chen. Oops, Wang just broke his seal, and his strength is far from being restored to his peak state. I am afraid that he is not the opponent of Shenwu continent, a strong emperor. Seeing that Li Juyu was at a disadvantage in the emperor body battle with Jiang Chen, one of the blood spirit quasi-emperors could not help but suddenly change. The headed middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly. Look again, even if the Wang's strength is not at the peak, it should not stop there. Li Juyu, you have been suppressed by Shenwu heavenly formation for thousands of years, and your essence, qi and blood are less than 1/10 of your peak. With your current condensed emperor body, it seems that you are not my opponent. Jiang Chen looked at Li Juyu faintly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted a slight arc. Li Juyu's complexion was hard to see the extreme. Li Juyu naturally knew better than anyone about his physical condition. He was severely wounded and suppressed by the Shenwu Jiatian formation, but he still failed to recover for 10,000 years. It's just that in Li Juyu's opinion, even in his current state, it should be easy to suppress a Maodo boy who has just entered the quasi-emperor. Li Juyu only realized now that he underestimated the boy in front of him. This kid's bloodline is inherently extraordinary, and it is a combination of physical and martial arts, and the condensed emperor body is much stronger than ordinary emperor realm powerhouses. In addition to mastering the complete laws of Kendo, this guy still mastered more than 70% of the 4 laws. The power of these laws is added together, and the power that bursts out is hard to resist even now. If this continues, I'm afraid he will really lose in the hands of this kid. Boy, don't be too happy. Li Juyu back then, even in the Shenwu continent, even the great Emperor Haoshan didn't take it seriously, let alone you, a newborn quasi-emperor. Li Juyu's voice fell, and immediately his hands suddenly changed into strange handprints on his chest. I saw an unusually weird blood cloud that also condensed from the top of Li Juyu's head in an instant. When the blood cloud first started, it was only the size of a palm. With the change of Li Juyu's handprints, the volume of the blood cloud rapidly enlarged in the void. In just the blink of an eye, the blood cloud has filled 100 miles of void. Li Juyu's bloodthirsty eyes locked on Jiang Chen tightly, and the icy voice without any emotions resounded in this world instantly. Boy, taste the supreme martial arts of my Juyu line. Juyu bloodthirsty blade, congeal me. The cold voice fell, Li Juyu stretched out his hand in vain and suddenly shook the blood cloud in the sky. The blood cloud rolled and surging, and then quickly compressed and condensed in the void, turning into a mysterious blood blade exuding bloodthirsty light. The blood blade is extremely weird, and the blood lingers on it, as if it contains a terrifying force that overwhelms the world. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he felt a trace of danger from the blood blade. Sha Zheng looked at the terrifyingly mysterious blood forbearance in the void, his face suddenly changed. That's it. This is Juyu bloodthirsty blade. Juyu bloodthirsty blade, what is this? Yi Tianji's complexion also instantly became extremely solemn. This trick Li Juyu performed was too terrifying. I am afraid that even Jiang Chen might not be able to stop the mysterious blood endurance. According to the record of my Haoshan Holy Land, this is the strongest martial arts of Juyu King Li Juyu, which has surpassed the semi-divine martial arts of imperial martial arts. Sha Zheng took a deep breath and slowly said, our ancestor Vast Sky, the Great, suffered a lot from this trick. It turned out to be a semi-divine martial arts superior to imperial martial arts. After hearing Sha Zheng's words, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen became extremely nervous. Whether Shenwu continent can survive this disaster depends on whether Jiang Chen can block Li Juyu's strong blow. Boy, it's over. Li Juyu stretched out a huge palm, and directly grabbed the mysterious blood ninja in his hand, and an unusually piercing knife sound was also suddenly sent from the mysterious blood ninja. The sound of knives resounded throughout the world, and many of the divine laid realm powerhouses below only felt their bodies tremble, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirt out wildly. Even Yi Tianji and others couldn't help but show a pale look on their faces. Li Juyu, you are right, this battle should indeed be over. But if you want to defeat me with this demigod martial skill, it would be too whimsical. In this world, it's not just you who possess martial arts of supernatural rank. Jiang Chen's words fell proudly, and his hands formed a strange handprint on his chest in vain. And at the moment when the handprints were formed, I saw the gorgeous golden brilliance all over him skyrocketing. The entire space with a radius of 100 li was rendered into a piece of gold by the golden brilliance. The golden brilliance in the void kept changing and condensing, and finally turned into a mysterious golden seal with the size of 1,000 feet. Below that golden color, a huge, exuding dazzling golden brilliance also slowly condensed. The second seal of the Emperor's seal, Zhu Shen's seal. Facing Li Juyu's strongest blow, Jiang Chen finally used the trick he had just understood not long ago. This is, Li Juyu looked at the extremely familiar golden giant seal in the void, and finally a touch of horror that could not be concealed appeared in his eyes. The mark of Zhu Shen in the seal of the Emperor. In front of him, the young boy who had entered the quasi-emperor, not only had his combat power far surpassed those of the ordinary emperor realm, but he also had the seal of the divine warrior of the Xuanling mainland human race. Only the human emperor of the human race is qualified to practice this imperial seal of the divine warrior of the profound spirit continent human race. Li Juyu didn't expect anything at this moment. This supernatural martial arts, which made countless powerhouses of their blood spirit clan fear, would appear on the Shenwu continent. Li Juyu, you have the bloodthirsty blade of Juyu, but I have a seal, and I can punish the gods, often I have the power of the punishable gods. Jiang Chen's cold words sounded across the sky, and immediately his palm flipped suddenly, and the huge golden seal in the sky instantly shattered the space of thousands of meters, like the top of Mount Tai, pressing down towards Li Juyu. Chapter 1425, Kill Li Juyu. The gold seal and the blood blade collided in midair, and a terrible energy storm swept through the void. The space of thousands of meters in a radius was annihilated into nothingness under that terrible storm. Even Yi Tianji and others, who were thousands of feet high in the sky, retreated hundreds of feet in embarrassment under the aftermath of that terrifying vigor. Their gazes were all staring at the huge void in the sky, wanting to know the result of this battle. After a while, when everything was calm, the two figures slowly appeared in the void. I saw that the two Chenjiang Emperor bodies had all collapsed in the previous battle. Jiang Chen paled and stabilized his figure in the void, and red blood kept overflowing from the corner of his mouth. On the opposite side of Jiang Chen 1,000 feet away, Li Juyu was even more miserable, his whole person turned into an illusory blood shadow. Under Jiang Chen's mark of Zhu Shen, Li Juyu not only collapsed his emperor's body, but even his physical body was destroyed by Jiang Chen's one seal, only the spirit of the gods barely survived. Ha ha! We won. I know that the lord of the palace will not be defeated. Seeing the situation in the void, many strong people in the palace of human emperors couldn't help laughing with excitement. However, Sha Zheng and other people in the 8 great hidden sacred grounds all stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock. As the people of the 8 great hidden holy lands, Sha Zheng and others' understanding of Li Juyu is naturally far beyond ordinary people. They were very clear about how terrifying Li Juyu was back then. Back then, Emperor Vast Sky led many powerful emperors in Shenwu continent, but ultimately failed to completely destroy Li Juyu. Even if Li Juyu is not at the peak now, he is not comparable to the average Emperor realm powerhouse. When Jiang Chen first entered the Emperor realm, he could burst out such a powerful battle force and defeated Li Juyu. Even if it was Li Juyu who displayed the demigod, peculiar Juyu bloodthirsty blade, he was still suppressed by Jiang Chen Yian, and even the body of the great emperor was completely destroyed. The middle-aged man headed by the blood spirit race saw that Li Juyu was defeated and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Do it, take the king back to the profound spirit continent at all costs. With a stern shout, he immediately took the 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses behind him, rushing out towards the place where Li Juyu was. Seeing this, Yi Tianji also led everyone to kill the 4 blood spirit clan quasi-emperors. Li Juyu, you lost. Zhang Chenping caressed the aura in his body, staring at Li Juyu coldly. The things that Emperor Vast Sky and the others failed to complete 10,000 years ago, I will end it today. Boy, although you can defeat this king today and ruin this king's emperor's body, you still can't kill this king. You wait for this king. When this king reunites as the emperor and restores his peak state, it will surely make you and this Shenwu continent pay a heavy price 10 times. Li Juyu grinned at Jiang Chen, and the illusory figure directly turned into a blood line and landed towards the buried Emperor Yuan below. This son is a talented evildoer, with extraordinary combat power, and he holds the Emperor seal of the divine warrior of the Xuanling continent human race. In his current state, he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all. Now he can only return to the profound spirit continent first, wait for the strength to recover, and then come to the Shenwu continent to find Jiang Chen to settle accounts. You know that I have the human Emperor seal, and you want to escape from under my nose with this soul body, it is too whimsical. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a dark and deep black square seal was like a censored stone from the sky, instantly annihilating the Chenjiang void where Li Juyu was. Soul seal. No. Li Juyu suddenly looked desperate and horrified, and his blood skyrocketed, trying to resist the terrifying power imprinted on the soul destruction seal. Mie Hun Yin is the nemesis of all the power of the soul. No matter how hard Li Juyu struggles, it is difficult to resist the body of Mie Hun Yin swallowing his soul. I saw Li Juyu's divine soul body, dimmed and melted under the envelope of the soul-killing seal, leaving only a screaming scream, echoing in the world. The most powerful emperor who led the blood spirit race to attack the Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago, finally fell completely at this moment, king. Seeing that Li Juyu was killed by Jiang Chen, the 4 quasi-emperors of the blood spirit clan couldn't help but let out a stern roar. Boy, you wait for me, dare to kill our king, my blood spirit race will definitely not let you go. As this violent roar fell, the blood of the 4 blood spirit quasi-emperors skyrocketed, and they immediately retreated, Yi Tianji and others in front of them, and then they flashed toward Emperor Burial Abyss below without hesitation. Go with. Want to leave? This Shenwu continent is not a place where you can come and leave if you want. Since it is here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen indifferently looked at the four blood spirit quasi-emperors who had fled toward Emperor Funeral Yuan, and immediately stretched out his palm to lightly hold the space below. The thousands of meters of space where the four blood spirit races are located are all solidified in an instant. The figures of the four of them were as if they had been given a fixation method. They were frozen in the midair of the buried Emperor Yuan, and they could no longer move a bit. Jiang Chen slowly stepped into the air, looking down at the four blood spirit quasi-emperors below, and said lightly, "Give you a chance to survive and tell me the current situation in the profound spirit continent. I can consider forgiving you not to die." Huh, my dignified blood spirit race, how can you succumb to the lower planes of you? The middle-aged man-headed coldly snorted. Stop talking nonsense, kill or slash, listen and respect. Sooner or later, my blood spirit race will return to level your Shenwu continent and take revenge for me. Since you want to die so, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, stretched out his hand and pointed out at the middle-aged man. Countless fierce flame sword oars moved towards the middle-aged man from all directions. The screams resounded across the world. The body and soul of the middle-aged man were transformed into nothingness under the flame sword aura. One finger obliterated the middle-aged man. Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the next blood spirit quasi-emperor. This blood spirit clan quasi-emperor just gave a cold snort and didn't speak. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he pointed out when he raised his hand. Soon, 3 blood spirit quasi-emperors were wiped out in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was seen that the 3 companions were just under his own eyes, and they were obliterated by Jiang Chen so that there was no scum left. In the end, the short, blood-clothed youth couldn't help begging Jiang Chen for mercy with a look of horror. "Big, your lord, forgive me, I am willing to tell you the situation in the profound spirit continent." Chapter 1426, Go to Xuanling continent. Killing 3 blood spirit quasi-emperors one after another in Jiang Chen directly caused the last blood-clothed youth to split his liver and gallbladder. He quickly talked about the situation in the profound spirit continent for Jiang Chen. The profound spirit continent is an intermediate plane dominated by human races and blood spirit races. The Shenwu continent is an inferior plane controlled by the Xuanling continent human race. For thousands of years, there have been endless battles between the Xuanling continent human race and the blood spirit race. Originally, the human race had always had the upper hand in the confrontation with the blood spirit race. The region from the Shenwu continent to the Xuanling continent has also been controlled by the human race. 10,000 years ago, the human emperor of the Xuanling continent suddenly disappeared mysteriously. The blood spirit race was also taking the opportunity to launch an attack. The human race was retreating under the attack of the blood spirit race, and the area from the Shenwu continent to the Xuanling continent was also occupied by the blood spirit race. After the blood spirit race occupied this area, Juyu King Li Juyu led a large army of blood spirit races and descended on the Shenwu continent, and there was that world extinction battle 10,000 years ago. Li Juyu's plan to attack the Shenwu continent under the resistance of Emperor Vast Sky and others finally failed. And the blood spirit race, because of this hurt a lot of vitality, chose to temporarily truce with the human race. During the truce, a Tianzhao named Zhang Wuya of the human race rose up against the sky, took control of the human emperor seal, and became a new generation of human emperor human race. Under the leadership of Emperor Zhang Wuya, the human race gradually once again had the capital to compete with the blood spirit race, and even vaguely overwhelmed the blood spirit race. The blood spirit race naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen, so decades ago, they planned a conspiracy against the Emperor Zhang Wuya. Under the secret calculation of the blood spirit race, the Emperor Zhang Wuya and his wife Ji Wushuang both disappeared in the profound spirit continent. The human race that lost the human emperor was once again in deep water. The blood spirit race took this opportunity to attack the human race again, wanting to destroy the human race in one fell swoop and rule the entire profound spirit continent. Ji Wushuang and human emperor Zhang Wuya did not disappear for too long, and they returned to the profound spirit continent one after another, defeating the blood spirit race. The blood spirit race had to shrink the line of defense, and even this area connected to the Shenwu continent chose to give up strategically. After learning about the situation in the Xuanling continent, many doubts in Jiang Chen's heart were easily resolved. He finally understood. When the Shenwu intercepting heaven array dissipated this time, why didn't the Blood Spirit Tribe's army come, but only 4 Blood Spirit Tribe quasi-emperors were sent to respond to Li Juyu. It turned out that after his father returned to the Profound Spirit continent, he put tremendous pressure on the Blood Spirit race, so that they had no time to take care of the Shenwu continent. It seems that the return of his father can be regarded as solving a lot of trouble for Shenwu continent. Big. Sir, I have already told you all about the situation in the Profound Spirit continent, do you think you can let me go? Just as Jiang Chen was pondering in his heart, the weak voice of the Blood Spirit youth also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen glanced at him lightly, and said lightly, "When did I say to let you go? My lord, you just said that as long as I tell you the situation in the Profound Spirit continent, it will kill me. Don't you want to turn back?" The youth of the Blood Spirit tribe was immediately frightened. "Don't worry," Jiang Chen said, "that if I spare your life, I will spare you. But, although I let you go, it doesn't mean they let you go too." Jiang Chen pointed to Yi Tianji and the others on the side, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a ghostly arc. "Senior Yi, leave it to you." Yi Tianji nodded, and immediately raised his hand and patted the youth of the Blood Spirit race who was imprisoned by Jiang Chen. "Ah! Bastard, you dare to yin me, I curse you not to die." The youth of the Blood Spirit tribe couldn't help letting out a miserable roar, and then was bombarded into powder by Yi Tianji's attack. After solving the last Blood Spirit youth, the group returned to the fortress outside Burial Emperor Yuan to rest. After several days of retreat, Jiang Chen finally recovered from the battle with Li Juyu. Sha Zheng and other people from the 8 great hidden holy lands bid farewell to Jiang Chen and returned to the Zhongzhou mainland. And Yi Tianji and Yi Chengjun and others with Yi family blood also found Jiang Chen and wanted to travel to the Profound Spirit continent through the plane teleportation array. "Senior Yi, are you really going to the Profound Spirit continent now? Although the Blood Spirit race has been repelled now, the human race and the Blood Spirit race are fighting endlessly. I am afraid it is still not safe for you to go at this moment." Jiang Chen pondered slightly and said, "I still have some things to deal with in Shenwu continent. It's better to wait for me to finish the things and go to Xuanling continent together, so that we can take care of each other. The Profound Spirit continent has his own father and mother, so he will naturally go to the Profound Spirit continent to take a trip. No need. Although the Xuanling continent is far from the Shenwu continent can imagine, but the Emperor realm must not be everywhere." Yi Tianji smiled faintly and said, "With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter a strong emperor, there should be no threat." Seeing that Yi Tianji had made up his mind, Jiang Chen didn't say much, so he had to let them embark on the journey back to the Profound Spirit continent. After sending away Yi Tianji and the others, Jiang Chen also began to deal with some matters in Shenwu continent. He first returned to Yang's house, asked Zhang Kui and others to rectify Jiang Chen, and moved Yang's family to the palace of the people in the Zhongzhou mainland. As for the fortress in front of Emperor Burial Abyss, in order to prevent the arrival of blood spirits in the Profound Spirit continent, Jiang Chen even used the power of the powerful emperor to reinforce it into a strong fortress. Unless the real Imperial Realm powerhouse appears, almost no one can cross the fortress and get out of the Burial Emperor Abyss. Jiang Chen made a pill formation in the Human Emperor Hall again, greatly enhancing the strength of the Human Emperor Hall. With the recovery of the original strength of Shenwu continent, the speed of the martial artist's breakthrough has been greatly accelerated. Coupled with the pill refined by Jiang Chen and others, the strength of the Human Emperor Palace has increased at a terrifying speed. In just 2 or 3 months, the number of emperors of the Divine Embryo Realm in the Human Emperor Hall reached a full 50. And the few people headed by Xiao Duli have directly reached the 9th stage of the Divine Birth. Now that the origins of the Shenwu continent have recovered, many of the old monsters in the 9th stage of the Divine Fetus have broken through the Quasi-Emperor realm. And there is no Quasi-Emperor strong in the Palace of Human Emperor. Just in case, Jiang Chen handed over the control of the puppet of the Emperor's corpse to Master Xiao Duli. After dealing with all this, Jiang Chen took Meng Qingshe to the Emperor Burying Abyss. Originally the Profound Spirit continent was in constant chaos. Jiang Chen didn't plan to take Meng Qingshe to the Profound Spirit continent at this time. But Meng Qingshe insisted on following his side to fulfill the promise of the year. In desperation, Jiang Chen finally had to take Meng Qingshe and set foot on the teleportation formation to the profound spirit continent. Chapter 1427, The True Meaning of Life, the Realm of Life. The wall of the dark passage was glowing with dark light. The figures of Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshe moved quickly through the dark space passage. Is this the plane space channel? It's really extraordinary. Jiang Chen stared at the situation in the space passage, and couldn't help but reveal an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. As a strong person in the ruins of the ruins, and mastering a space law close to 90%, Jiang Chen can naturally feel that this space channel is extraordinary. In this space channel, it seems to be condensed by a very high and deep space law. Even the complete law of space is far from comparable to the power of the law in this space channel. Jiang Chen even vaguely felt that this space law contained a power that surpassed the Emperor realm. This kind of plane space transmission channel, and the powerhouse of the virtual, censored, realm above the Emperor realm, only had that ability to arrange it. The two of them just walked through the dark space passage. In the space passage ahead, there was a sudden humming sound. Jiang Chen was startled. He could not help but suddenly raised his head and looked forward. I saw a place 100 meters away from the front. The space suddenly distorted and became extremely unstable. A turbulent flow of space suddenly blew out of the void of space cracks, as if a storm was blowing. Jiang Chen, be careful, we have encountered a space storm. Meng Qingshe looked at the situation ahead, her pretty face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems, we are a bit unlucky. It should be because you have broken through the Emperor realm. I have seen some records about plane space channels in the ancient books of Kangyu Holy Land. It is said that the stronger the person, the more likely the space channel is to be unstable. In the plane channel between the Shenwu continent and the Xuanling continent, I am afraid that no one has reinforced it for at least 10,000 years. It is not that stable, so it is difficult to support the power above the Emperor realm to pass. Meng Qingshe explained, I told you not to go to the profound spirit continent with me, you don't believe it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately the vitality in his body ran to the extreme, forming a body protection barrier around the two of them, and then rushed towards the turbulent flow of the space with Meng Qingshe. The body was hit by the spatial turbulence. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly shook, and the body protection barrier around his body also instantly became shaky. Jiang Chen only felt as if he was being squeezed together by two mountains. Even if he broke through the Emperor realm now, he still couldn't bear such a heavy pressure, and his internal organs felt a broken feeling. In the dark space passage, suddenly some bright light came. Qingshe, it's coming soon, you go to the profound spirit continent and wait for me. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he burst out with all his strength to smash the surrounding spatial turbulence, and then wrapped Meng Qingshe with the law of space, and forced Meng Qingshe out of the spatial turbulence. Meng Qingshe exclaimed, and immediately the whole person disappeared in the bright light in front of him. And at the moment Jiang Chen sent Meng Qingshe away, another terrible storm swept out. Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and the power of the strong Emperor realm broke out to the extreme in an instant, rushing forward with all his strength. After abruptly withstood the blow of the space storm, Jiang Chen finally got rid of the spatial turbulence and plunged into a bright light ahead. Here is a desolate scarlet plain. On the plain, the whistling of the monster wind whistling, faintly revealing a hint of cold air. The strong wind blew through a weed on the plain, revealing a young man in black lying flat among the weeds. The black-clothed youth had long been in tatters, and his whole body was covered with dried blood. If it weren't for this black-clothed youth's chest still undulating, with a weak breath, I'm afraid anyone would treat this black-clothed youth as a corpse thrown into the wilderness. The blood-stained young man in black, the eyes that had been closed, finally slowly opened a gap. It seems, this time it failed to reach the destination again. The young man in black looked at the surroundings, and a wry smile couldn't help passing through his heart. The young man in black was Jiang Chen, who came out of the plane space channel. He finally broke out with all his strength, although he got rid of the spatial turbulence, but because the explosive force was too strong, he changed the position of the space node. The result is obvious. This time the teleportation was almost the same as the first time he had been teleported to a place in the profound spirit continent from the central state continent in front of the northern wilderness. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped paying attention to the surrounding situation and began to investigate the situation inside his body. Jiang Chen discovered that under the impact of the last extremely powerful space storm, his meridians had been damaged by more than half, and his vitality could no longer function smoothly. The worst thing is, his internal organs were also greatly damaged. This is the first time that Jiang Chen has suffered such a heavy blow when he has traveled into this world. Even with the body of his Imperial Realm powerhouse, I am afraid it will take a while to recover. After checking his physical condition, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something, and immediately moved the storage ring, and a mysterious bead exuding green brilliance appeared in his palm. This mysterious bead is exactly the wooden Emperor Bone relic obtained by Jiang Chen from the Five Elements reincarnation coffin. The martial arts power of wood attributes generally focuses on repairing and healing injuries. If he swallowed this wooden Emperor Bone relic at this moment, and comprehended a restorative martial arts power, it should help him recover from his injuries. Jiang Chen endured the severe pain from his whole body and slowly put the Emperor Bone relic into his mouth. Ding! You swallow the wood attribute Emperor Bone relic and gain 100 million * 100 experience. Ding! You swallow the wood attribute Emperor Bone relics, trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You understand the true meaning of life. Ding! You successfully mastered the realm of life. Sure enough, this wooden Emperor Bone relic did not disappoint Jiang Chen, not only let him understand the true meaning of life, but also let him directly control the realm of life in one breath. After mastering the life force, Jiang Chen directly stimulated the life force and began to repair the injuries in his body. In this way, a few days passed in a flash. Jiang Chen has been using his life force to repair his injuries in the past few days. Jiang Chen felt that his injury had recovered a bit, and he should have been able to walk, planning to find a secluded place to continue retreating. But at this moment, the sound of horseshoes and the rolling of wheels suddenly came from afar. Chapter 1428, Scarlet Wasteland. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a caravan slowly coming from a distance. This is a caravan of about 100 people. At the forefront of the caravan, there are about a dozen burly men riding horses. Each of these burly men exudes an astonishing, censored spirit. Are you from the blood spirit race? Jiang Chen was shocked. Could it be that the place where he is now is the territory of the blood spirit race? Looking at the dozen or so burly men, Jiang Chen quickly discovered that these people were slightly different from the blood spirit races he had seen. People of the blood spirit race cultivate the blood path, but the cultivation system is almost the same as that of human martial artists. But these burly men in front of them did not have any vitality fluctuations in their bodies. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the physiques of these burly men are extremely strong, and perhaps the weakest are enough to be comparable to human divine sea martial artists. Especially the head of the red-haired man, the strength is probably not inferior to the divine soul realm king. These burly men in front of them, their cultivation system is very similar to the pure human martial artist. Blood Spirit Clan, is there also a way to practice cultivation? Jiang Chen looked at the dozen or so burly men in front of him, and a strange expression could not help but appeared in his eyes. After staring at these big men who were suspected of blood spirit race, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the caravan behind. Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that all behind the caravan were all humans. Dozens of humans, including men and women, are mostly in their prime of life. The cultivation base of these people is not high, most of them are still in the innate realm, and the strongest is no more than the condensed pill realm. They either drove the car or escorted the goods, and they looked extremely embarrassed in shabby cloth clothes. Huh, boss, do you think there are human warriors there? At this moment, one of the burly men also discovered the existence of Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but point to the place where Jiang Chen was, and said to the headed man with red hair. The red-haired man was taken aback for a moment, and immediately looked towards Jiang Chen. Hee. It seems to be lucky. I was able to pick up an injured human warrior for a while, and I also reached the innate state. Bringing back to the tribe should be able to exchange a lot of training resources. Jiang Chen was in the space channel this time. The body of the emperor almost collapsed, and the meridians were also severely injured, leaving almost half his life. Even if it is to comprehend the realm of life, it will recover a little physical strength and vitality in a few days, which is equivalent to a general innate realm warrior. Boy, give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either surrender to my Yanshan tribe or die. Choose for yourself. The man with red hair looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and said lightly. In his current situation, facing this group of guys comparable to the Divine Sea Realm or even the Divine Sea Realm, there was almost no power to resist. The only plan for the present is to forbear it temporarily, and then find these guys to settle accounts after the injury recovers. Jiang Chen didn't speak, and walked into the caravan without saying a word. Count you acquaintance. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't dare to resist him at all, the red-haired man nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and led the caravan on the road. Little brother, come to me. Jiang Chen walked into the caravan, and an old man driving a carriage couldn't help but beckon to Jiang Chen and let Jiang Chen sit beside him. He looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Reaching a congenital warrior at such an age, this is already a very rare genius in Scarlet Wasteland. Such a human genius warrior is afraid that it will be destroyed in the hands of the Xianxia tribe again. Young man, you should have fled from outside to Scarlet Desolate. The old man driving the car whispered to Jiang Chen. Yes, I did come from outside. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately asked curiously, listening to what the old man said, do outsiders often escape here? Yes, although this Scarlet Wasteland is barren, but people often flee here for refuge. The old man sighed lightly and immediately introduced Jiang Chen to the situation of the censored wasteland. Through the introduction of the old man, Jiang Chen quickly got a general understanding of where he is now. The Scarlet Wasteland is an extremely vast barren land in the westernmost part of the Xuanling continent. This place is not only barren in resources, but also beasts are rampant, and the living environment is extremely harsh. The Scarlet Wasteland has always been an abandoned barren land, and it has not been occupied by any force of the profound spirit continent human race and the blood spirit race. Long, long ago, there was no life in Scarlet Wasteland. The endless war between humans and the blood spirits caused the profound spirit continent to fall into aquatic heat. Many people chose to flee to the Scarlet Wasteland to take refuge and settle down in this barren wasteland. Some of the people who fled here are from humans, and some from the blood spirit race. Countless large and small tribes have formed on the Scarlet Wasteland. There are human tribes and blood spirit tribes. Where there are people, there is struggle. In the beginning, these people who came to take refuge in the Scarlet Wasteland all adhered to the principle of peaceful coexistence and were able to live in peace with each other. With the development and growth of the tribe, these tribes began to fight for resources, territory, etc. in this already barren Scarlet Wasteland. The Scarlet Wasteland has become extremely chaotic because of this. Especially human tribes and blood spirit tribes, there are often battles. Today's Scarlet Wasteland is no longer a pure land for refuge, but has evolved into another battlefield between the human race and the blood spirit race. Even the collapse of the tribe is a very common occurrence. The old man named Ji Yu and beside Jiang Chen came from a human tribe. Only not long ago, their tribe was destroyed by the Xianxia tribe of the blood spirit tribe, and they became slaves of the Xianxia tribe. After understanding the situation of Scarlet Wasteland, old man, how far is this Xianxia tribe from here, and what is their strength? Jiang Chen glanced at the red-haired man in front of him and others, and couldn't help asking the question he cared most now. Ji Yuan lowered his voice and said, the Xianxia tribe is also a more famous tribe in the Scarlet Wasteland. Although its strength is not top-notch, it is also in the upper middle class. The tribe leader is an 8-star blood general. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. 8-star blood general. Blood general is a name for the cultivators of the blood spirit race. The 8-star blood general is almost comparable to the existence of the emperor of the divine birth realm. Ji Yuan explained, and then whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, little brother, this place is still half a month away from the Xianxia tribe. But you must not try to escape, otherwise you will end up miserably. Chapter 1429. God's domain is the strongest body, Tianfeng body. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, old man, I won't run away. Now mixed in this caravan, Jiang Chen can take the opportunity to heal his injuries at ease. In half a month, he used the life martial arts power he mastered, at least enough to restore 50% of his strength. Even facing the 8-star blood general of the Xianxia tribe, why is Jiang Chen afraid? After talking with Ji Yuan for a while, after Jiang Chen got a general understanding of Scarlet Wasteland, he immediately started to mobilize life force to repair the injuries in his body. That's it. In the past half-month, Jiang Chen kept using his life force to repair the injuries in his body, and finally recovered 60 to 70% of his body that was on the brink of collapse. Finally recovered some strength. Feeling the condition of his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now he has some ability to protect himself in this strange place. Although at this moment, he is far from recovering to his peak state. Especially the meridians in the body have not had time to repair, but Jiang Chen was originally a dual cultivation of physical and martial arts. After he was promoted to the Emperor realm, the Emperor body was even stronger than the average Emperor. Even with this body that recovers 60 to 70%, it is enough to kill an ordinary divine fetal Emperor in a second. Now as long as he doesn't encounter a strong person above the quasi-Emperor realm, no one should be able to pose a threat to him. Little brother, it's coming. The people of the Xianxia tribe are extremely cruel. After entering the tribe, be careful not to offend the people of the Xianxia tribe, otherwise no one can save you. At this moment, Ji Yuan on the side solemnly reminded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Don't worry, old man, I have a sense of measure. Now that he has the ability to protect himself, how can he put a small Xianxia tribe in his eyes? If this Xianxia tribe is more acquainted, if you really dare to have trouble with him, it will be a big deal. While the two were talking, the caravan moved forward slowly for a certain distance. Not long after, a tribe made up of large and small wooden tents emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. The tribe has no walls, only a fence as high as 10 feet outside. The top of the fence was sharpened, like a sharp sword, facing the sky, extremely hideous. Entering the Xianxia tribe, the red-haired man ordered the people to move the cargo of the caravan into one of the tents, and then sent away dozens of humans. As for Jiang Chen, the man with red hair didn't bother at all. As one of the few 7-star blood generals of the Xianxia tribe, the red-haired man has a noble status in the Xianxia tribe. How can he care about Jiang Chen, a human warrior of the innate realm? He directly handed Jiang Chen to Ji Yushan for handling, and then went to his tent and went happy. Little brother, let's go. Let's go to the place where I live and don't think about it for one night. I will take you to register tomorrow, Ji Yuan said, and then took Jiang Chen towards a short and shabby tent on the edge of the tribe. Just when they just walked to the door of the tent, a Shui Ling girl with a ponytail and looking about 14 or 5 years old suddenly walked out of the tent with a heavy wooden basin. The girl rolled up her sleeves, and her clothes were very worn out with many patches. On the immature face, the facial features are very delicate, especially the bright eyes, which exudes an aura of agility. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that he also vaguely felt an extremely powerful blood aura from this girl. Ding! You found the unawakened Tianfang divine body, triggering a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the awakening method of the heavenly phoenix divine body. At this moment, as a reminder sounded in his ears, Jiang Chen also had a lot of Tianfang divine body in his mind instantly. Tianfang divine body, according to legend, is one of the strongest divine bodies in God's domain. Once he grows to the peak, he will be a peerless powerhouse who is capable of dominating one side in God's domain. Jiang Chen never expected that the heavenly phoenix divine body, one of the most powerful divine bodies in the God's domain, would actually appear on this profound spirit continent. Grandpa, you are back. Just when Jiang Chen's heart was shocked, the girl looked at Ji Yuan and Jiang Chen at the door, and a look of joy appeared on the delicate little faces. Well, I'm back. Ji Yuan nodded, and the gaze looking at the girl also showed a doting smile. Fenger, it's okay these days, has anyone bullied you? I'm fine, Grandpa, don't worry. The girl named Fenger said with a smile, and then her eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and she asked curiously, Grandpa, this is? Ji Yuan smiled slightly and said, his name is Jiang Chen. He just came to the Xianxia tribe today and will live with us in the future. Brother Jiang Chen, Grandpa, let's talk about it first, I'll cook for you now. Fenger smiled sweetly, and then turned around and ran into the tent. After Ji Yuan's introduction, this Fenger's full name is Ji Yu Fenger. He was a baby he picked up many years ago. He was smart since childhood, and he was deeply loved by Ji Yuan. When the Xianxia tribe attacked their tribe, with Ji Yuan's strength in the Dan realm, there was a chance to escape from the chaos, but Fenger couldn't let go of it, and this was enslaved by the Xianxia tribe. Walking into the tent, Jiang Chen found that everything inside the tent was empty. Ji Yu Fenger came out carrying 2 bowls of fragrant rice and 2 side dishes. Although Jiang Chen broke through the Emperor realm and was already able to break the vulgar, he still ate some under the warm hospitality of Ji Yuan and his grandson. Just as the 3 of Jiang Chen were eating dinner happily, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Ji Yu Fenger, I am here to pick you up on the orders of the young master, and I won't get out of here. Hearing a sudden shout outside, Fenger's body trembled, and her face turned pale instantly. Ji Yuan saw the scene before him, and his expression sank slightly. Fenger, what's going on? Did someone bully you after I left? Ji Yu Fenger said in a panic. Grandpa, it's Yan Xing, the young master of the Yanshan tribe. I accidentally ran into him today. He asked me to be his maid, but I didn't agree. I didn't expect him to send people came to the door. Ji Yuan's complexion also didn't look good when he heard this. Ji Yuan has been in the Yanshan tribe for a few months, and he knows what Yan Xing the young master of the Yanshan tribe is like. This guy is completely a scum. I don't know how many human girls in the Yanshan tribe were ruined in Yan Xing's hands. During this period of time, Ji Yuan also kept Ji Yu Fenger simple, trying not to show up, but Yan Xing did not expect to discover it. If Yan Xing were to take Ji Yu Fenger with him, then Ji Yu Fenger would really be destroyed in Yan Xing's hands. Chapter 1430. Let your chiefs come and see me. Fenger, don't worry, even if I fight this old life, I will definitely not let them take you with you. Ji Yuan took a deep breath. When he was about to get up and go out, the two middle-aged men exuding fierce blood rushed in aggressively into the tent. Ji Yuanzhan got up and bowed his hands to the two middle-aged men. I don't know what happened to the two adults coming here. The young master has his destiny, let us come to pick Ji Yu Fenger to serve him. One of the middle-aged men looked cold and authentic. Ji Yuan hurriedly laughed and said, two adults, Fenger is still young and doesn't understand etiquette. I'm afraid it will be difficult to serve the young master. Please help me. When Ji Yuan spoke, he took out the scarlet spar from his body and handed it to the middle-aged man. Old stuff, the young master asked your granddaughter to serve him. That's your blessing. How dare you still push back and forth here? The middle-aged man looked at Ji Yuan with a disdainful look. If you want to get to know each other, let us take your granddaughter with you, otherwise, don't blame us for being polite. Ji Yuan looked a little ugly and said, two adults. Before Ji Yuan could finish speaking, the middle-aged man interrupted Ji Yuan directly. Old thing, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. If that's the case, then go to my death. Before the middle-aged man's voice fell, the fist with a fierce blood and evil spirit directly blasted out at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan's complexion changed drastically, and he urged his inner strength with all his strength, trying to block the powerful punch of the middle-aged man. Although Ji Yuan has the cultivation base of the pill condensation stage, he is only in the early stage of pill condensation, and the middle-aged man who shot is comparable to the peak of pill condensation. How could Ji Yuan stop the middle-aged man's full punch? With only a loud and clear noise, Ji Yuan was punched by the middle-aged man and flew 7 or 8 meters away. A mouthful of blood in his mouth couldn't help but squirt out. Seeing that Ji Yuan was punched by the middle-aged man, Ji Yu Fenger hurriedly rushed towards Ji Yuan, her small face already crying with rain. She looked up at the two middle-aged men on the opposite side, and said in a panic, I will serve the young master, please let my grandfather go. Fenger, don't. Ji Yuan was only halfway through speaking, and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Grandpa, you are as kind to Fenger as a mountain, how can Fenger watch you die in front of me? Fenger can't be by your side anymore, Grandpa himself must take care. Ji Yu Fenger smiled calmly, and was about to stand up and head out of the tent. At this moment, a sudden palm suddenly rested on Ji Yu Fenger's shoulder. Big brother Jiang Chen. Ji Yu Fenger was taken aback for a moment, and then turned his head to see that Jiang Chen had appeared next to her for some time. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Fenger, leave this to me to take care of your grandpa. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry about it, please take care of grandpa for me in the future. Ji Yu Fenger gave Jiang Chen a grateful look, and then shook his head. She has been smart since she was a child. Although she felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary, Jiang Chen couldn't compete with Yanshan tribe. At this time, she naturally didn't want to involve Jiang Chen again. Since you call me brother Jiang Chen, I won't watch you have an accident. Jiang Chen said lightly. Don't worry, no one can take you away with me. Where did the hairy boy dare to be nosy? I think you are living impatiently. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to stand up and destroy their major event, the middle-aged man was furious and directly raised his fist and slammed Jiang Chen over. Ji Yu Fenger exclaimed, her small face turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the oncoming middle-aged man. It was not until the middle-aged man's fist was less than a mile away from him that he slowly stretched out his censored and clamped the middle-aged man impartially. Fist. The middle-aged man's complexion changed, and his strength burst to the limit in an instant. But no matter how he struggled, Jiang Chen's censored still clamped his fists tightly, and it was impossible to shake them at all. A mere human slave dared to do something in my Yanshan tribe, let me die. Seeing this, another middle-aged man directly slammed Jiang Chen's head with a grim face, waving his fist. Jiang Chen's complexion did not change, and he stretched out his other palm without hurriedly, doing the same thing again, and easily clamped the fist of the middle-aged man. You are not a slave of the Yanshan tribe, who are you? The two middle-aged men looked at Jiang Chen, and finally there was a panic that was hard to hide. The two of them are the guards around Yan Xing, the young master of the Yanshan tribe, and they are both high-level 5-star blood generals, comparable to warriors at the peak of Ningdan. But the black-clothed young man in front of him blocked the attack of the two in such an understatement. With such strength, I am afraid that only the martial artist of the Divine Sea Realm can do it. Human warriors above the Divine Sea Realm were either killed when they broke through the tribe or fled directly. Such a human warrior is already a rare powerhouse in the Yanshan tribe, and a little carelessness will cause serious damage to the tribe. The Yanshan tribe has never had a human slave in the Shanghai realm. How exactly did this young man in black appear in the Yanshan tribe? Could it be that he was a spy sent by other human tribes to the Yanshan tribe? Who I am, you are not qualified to know. Go and inform you the leader of the Yanshan tribe, let him get here and see me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately flicked his fingers, and a terrifying force slammed the two fists. Crack, two crisp bone fractures resounded in the tent instantly, and the two middle-aged men screamed and flew upside down several feet away. I saw that one of their arms was shattered by Jiang Chen's finger, and red blood sprayed from their broken arms like a fountain. Boy, dare to run wild in my Yanshan tribe. One of the middle-aged men was furious, but before he was halfway through his words, Jiang Chen appeared ghostly beside him, and slammed his foot on his chest. With a creaking sound, the middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly. He glanced at the remaining middle-aged man indifferently. I said the last time, if you don't want to die, let your leader come and see me. The middle-aged man was terrified, and he crawled around and hurriedly fled outside the tent. Chapter 1431. He is a human spy. Jian, brother Jiang, you killed someone. Ji Yu Fenger looked at the scene before her, and a look of horror appeared on her delicate little face. Even Ji Yuan on the side turned pale in an instant. In the Yanshan tribe, many human slaves rebelled and fled. In the end they were suppressed by the Yanshan tribe's thunder and sentenced to death. Ji Yuan could no longer imagine. If it falls into the hands of the Yanshan tribe, it will be so miserable to wait for their end. Ji Yuan was over 60 years old, and he had already put his life and death aside. But he didn't want to see Jiang Chen and Ji Yu Fenger, who died tragically in the hands of the Yanshan tribe at a young age. Jiang Chen, you are too reckless. If you kill the Yanshan tribe will definitely not give up. I'll stand in for you for a while, and you can run away with Fenger. Although Jiang Chen could easily kill two senior 5-star blood generals in seconds, at least he had the strength of the Divine Sea Realm. But the Yanshan tribe is powerful. Even if Jiang Chen possesses the strength of the Divine Sea Realm or even the Divine Soul Realm, it is impossible to contend the entire Yanshan tribe with one person. Why escape? A Yanshan tribe's censored is nothing but kills if you kill it. What can the Yanshan tribe do with me? Old man, don't worry, with me Jiang Chen today, no one can hurt you and Fenger a hair. As Jiang Chen said, he sat down directly on the wooden table in the center of the tent. He picked up the chopsticks with a calm look, and smiled at Ji Yuan and said, don't pay attention to them, let's continue eating. Eat. Eat. Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Chen's calm look, and suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart. When is this? Where does he still have the mind to sit down and eat? Grandpa, listen to Jiang Chen. Even if I die, I don't want to be a starving ghost. Ji Yu Fenger quickly became calmer from the initial panic, and then helped Ji Yuan to sit down beside Jiang Chen. Ji Yu Fenger has been a very adaptable person since she was a child. Now that something has happened, she will accept it calmly. For Jiang Chen, Ji Yu Fenger had an inexplicable trust in her heart. Maybe this Jiang Chen eldest brother can really create any miracles. The most conspicuous tent in the center of Yanshan tribe. A gorgeously dressed young man sat high in the middle of the tent, and in front of him was a table full of wine and food. In the tent, there are still some undressed women dancing for the young men. The young man was enjoying the dance while tasting the wine and delicacies, which seemed very comfortable. This young man is Yan Xing, the young master of the Yanshan tribe. Young master, the big thing is not good. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in from outside. Yan Li, what's so flustered, how decent it is. Yan Xing looked at the figure who broke in, his face suddenly sinking. Didn't I ask you to bring Ji Yu Fenger to me? Young master, we followed your order to find Ji Yu Fenger, but we didn't expect that a powerful human would be killed at a critical moment. Yan Hu had already been killed by that human. Yan Li said with a look of horror. Yan Xing slapped the table abruptly, and the whole person was furious. A human slave dared to defy my son. Isn't he going back? Young master, that person may have a cultivation base in the divine sea realm, and he should not be a slave of my Yanshan tribe. If I guess right, that person is probably a spy sent to the Yanshan tribe from other human tribes. Please also ask the young master to immediately order the arrest of human spies. Yan Li quickly said, what a human spy, I want to see, which human tribe is so courageous and dared to run wild on the head of my Yanshan tribe. A cold light flashed in Yan Xing's eyes, and he sternly said, immediately notify the leader of Yan He and let him lead people to catch the human spies with me. Yan Xing gathered a team of powerful warriors. The leader is the red-haired man who brought Jiang Chen back to the Yangxing tribe. After Yan He returned to the residence, he couldn't wait to have a happy time. Who knew that the matter was only halfway through, and he received Yan Xing's order. When he learned that human spies had mixed into the Yanshan tribe and mixed with Guan, the slave under his control, he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly summoned people to join Yan Xing. Under the leadership of Yan Li, the group quickly killed Jiang Chen and the others, and surrounded the tent where Jiang Chen and the others were. Ji Yuan, you dared to enlist a Tibetan spy, and you didn't have to get out and die. When Yan He accepted the order, he surrounded the tent, and the icy roar of anger suddenly came out of his mouth. It's over, Yan He has brought someone here. Ji Yuan's body trembled when he heard the anger coming from outside, and his face instantly turned pale. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, old man, don't be alarmed. Is this Yan He the leader of the Yanshan tribe? No, the leader of the Yanshan tribe is called Yan Tishan, and he is closed all year round. Unless something major happens to the Yanshan tribe, it will not appear. Ji Yuan shook his head, and then said solemnly, this Yan He is the 7-star blood general who brought you back to the Yanshan tribe. A 7-star blood general wants to deal with me, and the Yanshan tribe really doesn't put me Jiang Chen in their eyes. At first you were here waiting for me, I will meet him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then stood up and walked out with strides. Seeing Jiang Chen walking out of the tent, Yan He couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then coldly said, boy, it turned out to be you. Ji Yuan, don't let him get out of me. At this moment, Yan Li on the side could not help but hurriedly shouted, Yan. Led by Yan He is the spy of the human race. Yan He's face changed drastically, and immediately looked at Yan Li with an incredulous expression. You said he was a spy who got into my Yanshan tribe, how is this possible? This kid is obviously only an innate warrior, how could he be a human spy who can kill a senior 5-star blood general? Yan Li said with an affirmative expression, the leader of Yan He is true. I saw him kill Yan Hu with my own eyes. Boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply that you could hide from the commander's eyes and take the opportunity to get into the Yanshan tribe. Yan He was immediately frightened and angry. He didn't expect that if he didn't check it for a while, the spies of the human race would come in. Fortunately, young Master Yan Xing made a mistake and discovered the existence of Jiang Chen. This kid is definitely a very dangerous existence for their Yanshan tribe. Chapter 1432, I'm the one you can't afford. I am not a spy, and I have never thought of getting involved in the Yanshan tribe. It seems that you must take me back to the Yanshan tribe, right? Jiang Chen cast a glance at Yan He with a smile. He looked directly at Yan Li who was aside, and said lightly, I asked you to call your Yanshan tribe leader to come out and see me, but you called this group of goods. Where did the Maodo boy dare to run wild in my Yanshan tribe? I think you are looking for death. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put them in his eyes, Yan Xing, the young master of the Yanshan tribe, had a cold expression. Lord Yan He, take him down for me. Boy, no matter who you are, don't want to get out of the Yanshan tribe alive today. Yan He stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and immediately waved his big hand, and the 2 6-star blood generals behind him rushed towards Jiang Chen. Looking at the two six-star blood generals who came by violently, Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he still stood proudly in place with his hands motionless, without any intention of doing anything. The two six-star blood generals had already rushed to a place less than 3 feet away from Jiang Chen. When their fists were about to fall towards Jiang Chen's head, a golden chi suddenly appeared all over Jiang Chen. Clang, clang, the harsh metal collision suddenly resounded in midair. The two six-star blood generals only felt their fists hit an extremely hard iron plate. An extremely terrifying counter-shock force also slammed back along their fists. The two six-star blood will scream, and the figure is like a kite with a broken line, falling more than 10 feet away, and the whole person is reckless. Seeing this horrified scene before him, there was a dead silence all around. Whether it is Yan He and other warriors of the Yanshan tribe, or Ji Yuan and Ji Yu Fenger who came out of the tent, it has been difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Facing the two 5-star blood generals just now, Jiang Chen took it lightly to solve it, which shocked Ji Yuan. This time Jiang Chen faced two 6-star blood generals who were comparable to the Divine Sea Realm, and he was still an understatement to kill. This guy, is it possible that a Divine Soul Realm king would fail? Such a young Divine Soul Realm king, even if he looked at the entire Scarlet Wasteland, he was probably one of the few peerless geniuses. Boy, I underestimated you. It turns out that you are a physical practitioner comparable to a 7-star blood general. As far as I know, the human tribe of the Scarlet Wasteland does not seem to have a genius like you. Who are you? Yan He came back to his senses, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen also instantly became extremely difficult to look. At first, Jiang Chen was seriously injured, and there was no clue at all. Yan He never thought that Jiang Chen would be a physical practitioner, so he took Jiang Chen back to the Yanshan tribe as an innate warrior. I didn't expect it, because he didn't check it for a while. He brought back a powerful enemy comparable to the 7-star blood general for the Yanshan tribe. I am someone you Yanshan tribe can't afford to offend. Standing with his hands in his hands, Jiang Chen looked down at Yan He condescendingly, and said calmly, I said one last time, let your leader Yan Tishan get out and see me. Otherwise, I will flatten your Yanshan tribe today. Boy, don't think that you have some strength, you can be arrogant in my Yanshan tribe and die for me. Yan He took out a heavy axe from the storage ring, and then slammed into the ground with the soles of his feet into a 3-foot-long hole, and shot out at Jiang Chen. The sky-opening giant axe in his hand, with a mighty force, was like a force that smashed a mountain of Hua, and slammed against Jiang Chen. Facing Yan He's opening axe, Jiang Chen just slapped it lightly. Jiang Chen's fist slammed on the open sky axe without any fancy, only a loud bang was heard, and the open sky axe burst directly, transforming into countless steel fragments and sputtering out. After smashing the Cadian giant axe with one punch, Jiang Chen's fist was undiminished, and he directly blasted Yan He's chest with a punch. Pong! The muscles in Yan He's chest burst instantly, and the terrifying fist pierced directly through Yan He's chest, shattering Yan He's heart. A fist-sized blood hole also appeared in Yan He's chest. Tick, tick. Yin Hong's blood was dripping down Yan He's chest, and it seemed particularly loud in this deadly environment. Yan He looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, his expression frightened, as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the entire world. It's just that his heart exploded with a punch by Jiang Chen, and in the end he couldn't say a word. The whole person had already collapsed towards the ground with a thump, and there was no breath of life anymore. Died. The dignified Yanshan tribe's 7-star pedigree commander Yan He was just assassinated by Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene before him, Ji Yuan seemed to be petrified. Yan He, this is a 7-star blood general. The strength of its body is more powerful than that of the human warrior of the 7th heaven. But such a powerful existence was hit and killed by Jiang Chensheng. Looking at Yan He who was killed by Jiang Chen's punch, it took a while for Yan Xing to recover from his horror. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and a burst of bloodthirsty cold light broke out in his eyes. Boy, you dare to kill the leader of Yan He, my Yanshan tribe will definitely die with you. Yan Xing looked frightened. He Yanshan tribe, in the Scarlet Wasteland, is also a small famous blood spirit tribe. Now that a human race kid beheaded a 7-star blood general in their lair in public, how did this make Yan Xing not angry? With a move of his palm, a censored signal flare flashed over the entire Yanshan tribe in an instant. With Yan Xing's signal flares, I saw in the central area of the Yanshan tribe, a group of people carrying amazing blood and evil spirits, also quickly rushing towards the place where Jiang Chen and the others were. In just a moment, hundreds of warriors from the Yanshan tribe gathered. Most of the warriors in these Yanshan tribes only have the strength of 4-star and 5-star blood generals, and very few have the strength of 6-star blood generals. Only the 7 figures standing side by side with Yan Xing at the forefront, whose breath is not below Yan He, are obviously all 7 blood generals of the Yanshan tribe. Seeing this scene in front of him, Ji Yuan's face was pale, and the whole person was shaking. There are 8 7-star blood generals in the Yanshan tribe. Except for Yan He, who was killed by Jiang Chen, the remaining 7 blood generals were all gathered here. Can Jiang Chen really block the 7 blood generals of Yanshan tribe with his own power? Chapter 1433, 8-star blood general, Ants. Young master, I don't know if you sent a signal to call me to wait when. At this moment, one of the middle-aged in blood clothes looked at Yan Xing beside him and couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look. The blood-clothed middle-aged man was full of blood evil spirits. Even among the many 7-star blood generals in the Yanshan tribe, it was also the strongest existence. The blood-clothed middle-aged man was obviously puzzled by Yan Xing's sudden signal to call them to come. The signal sent by Yan Xing just now is an emergency signal of the Yanshan tribe. Generally, only a major crisis in the Yanshan tribe will appear. Grand Commander, human spies have mixed into my Yanshan tribe, and even Commander Yan He has been killed, so I have to send a signal to call you to come. Yan Xing said quickly. What? Yan He is dead? Hearing Yan Xing's words, the blood-clothed middle-aged could not help but suddenly startled. He looked towards the ground with a sense of gaze. When he looked at Yan Xing's miserable appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank. They are in the Yanshan tribe, and the 7 stars of blood will fight, they should be able to sense it. But they didn't feel the breath of Yan He's action just now, and now Yan He has died here. The only possibility is that Yan He has no power to fight back, and he has already died in the opponent's hands. Although Yan He is only a junior 7-star blood general, it is probably not an ordinary person to be able to kill him so easily. The blood-clothed middle-aged took a deep breath, then raised his head slightly. His eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen's body. Boy, you killed Zue. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, it's me. In the territory of my Yanshan tribe, kill my Yanshan tribe's 7-star blood general. Your plane doesn't put my Yanshan tribe in the eyes. The blood-clothed middle-aged snorted coldly, and his whole body exuded a violent killing intent. It's a mere Yanshan tribe, why should I put you in my eyes? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. The strength of the Yanshan tribe is almost the same as the Xuanbing Palace that Jiang Chen once faced, and it can barely be regarded as a 3-star power in the Shenwu continent. At the beginning, Jiang Chen didn't enter the Divine Birth realm for the first time, so he could conquer the entire Xuanbing Palace with his own power. Now that he has broken through the Emperor realm, although his strength at the moment has only recovered 3 to 5%, it is easy to solve a Yanshan tribe that is equivalent to Xuanbing Palace. This commander wants to see, what on earth do you have? Dare you not put my Yanshan tribe in his eyes? Everyone, take him down with me. The blood-clothed middle-aged smiled with anger, and immediately greeted the 6 7-star blood generals beside him, and they came to Jiang Chen to besiege. As the leader of the Yanshan tribe, the blood-clothed middle-aged man has not only reached the senior 7-star blood general in strength, but has always been very cautious. The boy in front of him can easily kill Yan He, and I am afraid that he is not inferior to his strength. If it is alone, even he is not sure to take it easily. Just in case, the blood-clothed middle-aged directly greeted the other 6 blood generals and killed Jiang Chen together. It's nothing more than a bunch of rubbish. If you want to take me Jiang Chen, it's far from qualified. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and immediately raised his hand and blasted a punch at the 7-star blood who was the first to kill him. A golden fist gang condensed by pure broken power slammed on the body of the 7-star blood general. The black-red armor worn on the 7 stars blood burst into pieces, and immediately the whole person was like a ball. After rotating dozens of times in the air, a big hole was smashed into the ground dozens of feet away. With a punch to kill a 7-star blood general, Jiang Chen's foot kicked on the ground. His figure did not retreat, but instead, he burst out directly toward the other 7-star blood general. This kid is very strong, let's do it together. The blood-clothed middle-aged complexion changed drastically, and he immediately shouted and killed the remaining 5 7-star blood generals. 6 waves of terrifying power exuding intrepid blood rushed towards Jiang Chen almost at the same time. Jiang Chen's complexion did not change, a bright golden glow appeared on his fist. A Beizong fist shadow condensed by the golden fist gang, directly with a terrifying force that shatters the void, exploded at the 6 middle-aged men in blood. The shadow of Beizong boxing, like an ancient sacred mountain that is enough to open up the world, with the terrifying power to suppress all, and the 6 blood generals of the blood-clothed middle-aged. A shocking sound like Hong Zhong, instantly resounded through the world, making the entire Yanshan tribe tremble. A creak of cracking bones and screams of screams continued to resound in midair. The 6 extremely embarrassed figures were also considered to fly upside down from the space shrouded by 100 meters, smashing a distance of hundreds of meters, and no one can get up from the ground. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, the surroundings fell into deathly silence again. At this moment, all the Blood Spirit Tribe warriors including Yan Xing showed unprecedented horror on their faces. The 6 big 7-star blood generals joined forces, and they were all defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. Could this kid in front of him be the emperor of the divine embryo realm comparable to the 8-star blood general? Big brother Jiang Chen, really amazing. Ji Yufeng'er looked at Jiang Chen, who had defeated the Yanshan tribe's many 7-star blood warriors alone, and a look of admiration appeared in his agile eyes. Although she felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary when she first saw Jiang Chen, she still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. What a domineering existence is it to contend against a tribe by one person. I didn't expect that this guy's strength has reached such a level. Yan He, this time he brought back a great enemy for the Yanshan tribe. Ji Yuan returned to his senses, and an unconcealed ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The 6 major blood generals of the Yanshan tribe were smashed with one punch, and the 8 major blood generals of the Yanshan tribe were killed in just a moment. Such strength is definitely not inferior to the terrifying existence of the emperor of the divine embryo realm. Even Yan Tishan, the leader of the Yanshan tribe, would have to weigh and weigh when facing Jiang Chen. Perhaps they were really saved this time. You actually killed my 8 blood generals in the Yanshan tribe. My father will definitely not let you go. Yan Xing stared at Jiang Chen with a pale expression, and an unprecedented look of horror appeared in his eyes. Oh, then call your father out, I'll see what he can do to me. Jiang Chen said lightly, the 8th rank blood general, in my eyesight, but it is still an ant. Chapter 1434, Slapped to Death. The 8-star blood general is nothing more than an ant. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone's eyes were filled with unconcealed horror. Even the 8-star blood will not be in sight, this kid shouldn't be so exaggerated. It's not a shame to say it, let me take a look, what is your ability to not put the 8-star blood in your eyes? When Yan Xing's voice fell, he directly took out a blood-colored crystal and smashed it into pieces. The blood-colored crystal shattered, and a monstrous blood burst suddenly from the center of the Yanshan tribe, and in a flash filled the sky over the entire Yanshan tribe. A giant iron tower with a censored glow in 2 or 3 meters high rose directly from the ground to the sky, and then quickly stepped into the air towards where Jiang Chen and the others were. Yan Xing, I have repeatedly asked, unless something major happens in the Yanshan tribe, don't disturb my father's retreat and practice, why suddenly wake me up? Before the giant iron tower arrived, the sound like thunder had already come. The person here is Yan Tishan, the leader of the Yanshan tribe. My father, human spies have mixed into my Yanshan tribe, and the 8 leaders of the tribe have all fallen. The Yanshan tribe has reached the point of life and death, and I have no choice but to ask you to leave. If you don't make a move anymore, our Yanshan tribe will probably be removed from the Scarlet Wasteland again. Yan Xing looked at the giant tower man who had stepped into the air, and quickly started crying. Yan Tishan was shocked, his eyes swept slightly, and he immediately found 8 corpses lying in a pool of blood, his face suddenly becoming extremely difficult to look at. The 8 leaders of the Yanshan tribe are the 7-star blood generals that Yan Tishan finally cultivated. Now that all the 8 7-star blood will be killed, this is no different from ruining the foundation of his Yanshan tribe. Yan Tishan was extremely frightened. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodthirsty eyes locked directly on Jiang Chen, and said coldly, Boy, did you do this? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Tishan indifferently. You are Yan Tishan, the leader of the Yanshan tribe. From now on, this Yanshan tribe will belong to me. Give you a chance to lead the Yanshan tribe to surrender to me. I will spare you not to die. It's a mere human hairy boy, is he worthy to make Yan Tishan surrender? Boy, you killed my 8 chiefs of the Xianxia tribe and ruined my decades of hard work. Today, I am sure to destroy you." Yan Tishan laughed extremely angrily. A blood-colored giant claw formed by the condensation of qi and blood, directly pierced through the space, and grabbed Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. "I've given you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it yourself, die over there." Jiang Chen stared at the overwhelming blood-colored giant claws blankly, and a bright golden glow burst out all over his body. Jin Meng rose into the sky, and Jiang Chen's figure instantly turned into a golden giant with hundreds of feet, just like an ancient censer traversing the sun and the moon. His huge golden palm was crushed from a high altitude out of thin air. Under Yan Tishan's shocking eyes, his huge blood claws condensed with the power of qi and blood were instantly crushed by Jiang Chen's palm. The huge golden palm, like a 5-fingered mountain, was overwhelmed by the air pressure. Yan Tishan was horrified in his heart, and his blood qi quickly moved to the limit. His hands quickly condensed a censored qi on the top of his head, trying to resist the golden palm. The imperial rank martial skill is indestructible, so how can Yan Tishan, a junior 8th rank blood general, be able to resist it? The golden palm pierced the void in a blink of an eye, and slapped Yan Tishan's censored qi. Only a loud noise was heard, and the censored qi burst into pieces, and even Yan Tishan's 2 arms exploded in the air under the horrific power of the golden palm. Yan Tishan looked desperate and horrified. It's just that he just spit out the word, "No." The whole person was pressed down from midair by the golden palm, and a huge crater full of 10 feet was smashed into the ground. His powerful body was directly pressed into meatloaf by the golden palm, and even the soul was bombarded and killed by Jiang Chen's palm. Looking at Yan Tishan, who was dead on the ground and couldn't die anymore, there was silence all around. Many warriors of the Xianxia tribe looked at this golden giant like an ancient god, and their expressions were horrified to the extreme. Yan Tishan just died like this. Ji Yuan's eyes were dull, and his whole person was like a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. This is Yan Tishan, the leader of the Xianxia tribe, the 8-star blood general. The 8-star blood general, even if he looked at the entire Scarlet Wasteland, he was already regarded as a strong one in the ranking. But such a strong man was slapped to death by Jiang Chen like this. Slap the 8-star blood general to death. Ji Yuan couldn't imagine at this moment how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength had reached. The leader is dead, the Xianxia tribe is over, everyone, run away. Many warriors of the Xianxia tribe came back to their senses, where they dared to stay the slightest, and quickly fled in panic. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the golden palm pressed down again. Several Xianxia tribe warriors had no resistance at all, and they turned into nothingness under Jiang Chen's palm. Only Yan Xing, with the help of a life-saving trump card on his body, barely survived Jiang Chen's palm. He looked at Jiang Chen with horror. You can't kill me. My grandfather is the elder of the Blood Massacre tribe, the largest tribe in the Scarlet Wasteland. You are going to kill me." Only halfway through Yan Xing's words, Jiang Chen directly flicked his fingers, and a golden qi flashed in the air, hitting Yan Xing's body, making Yan Xing's voice abruptly stopped. Yan Xing's entire body burst apart. Big. Sir, I'm willing to submit to the Lord, please forgive me." Farther away, some blood spirit warriors who were attracted by the movement here saw this scene, and finally knelt in front of Jiang Chen tremblingly, begging Jiang Chen for forgiveness. "Old man Ji Yu, you go to organize people to control the Xianxia tribe. From now on, the Xianxia tribe will be controlled by humans. If you dare to stop it, you will be killed." Jiang Chen dissipated the immortal golden body and smiled directly at Ji Yuan on the side. Okay, I'm going now." Ji Yuan returned to his senses, and there was an expression of excitement on his old face. He originally thought that he had fallen into the hands of the blood spirit tribe of the Xianxia tribe, and he would never have any room for turning over in his life. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly come here, and with his own power, xianxia destroyed the Xianxia tribe. With Jiang Chen's powerful strength, if he is willing to occupy the Xianxia tribe and establish a new tribe, he will surely become one of the best human tribes in the Scarlet Wasteland in the future. Chapter 1435, The Scarlet Wasteland is Shaking. After Jiang Chen killed the Xianxia tribe's high-level warriors in Yan Tishan, Ji Yuan also quickly prevented a group of human warriors who were enslaved by the Xianxia tribe and easily occupied the Xianxia tribe. Hundreds of human warriors who turned over were all excited, and expressed their willingness to follow Jiang Chen and let Jiang Chen be their leader. He hasn't recovered from his injuries now, and now he has such a shelter, and then he can heal his injuries quietly. The more important thing is, Jiang Chen came to the Xuanling continent this time mainly to meet his parents, by the way, to help them end the dispute between the human race and the blood spirit race, and to completely ensure the peace between the Xuanling continent human race and the Shenwu continent. Now that he has come to this Scarlet Wasteland, he will first dominate the Scarlet Wasteland and establish a force to fight against the blood spirit race. After rectifying the forces of the Yanshan tribe, Jiang Chen took out some low-priced pills and training resources to improve the strength of Ji Yun and others, and then directly retreated to recover the injuries in the body. And it was not long before Jiang Chen retreated. The news that Jiang Chen slayed Yan Tishan and destroyed the Yanshan tribe quickly spread throughout the Scarlet Wasteland. Suddenly, the entire Scarlet Wasteland was shaking. Whether it is the human tribe or the blood spirit tribe, they are all shocked. Haha. I didn't expect such a strong human from my human race to be born again. It seems that our human tribe is in a good mood. When some human tribe leaders got the news, they couldn't help laughing. With the power of one person, what a domineering existence is to destroy a blood spirit tribe with an 8-star blood general. And the leaders of some blood spirit tribes, especially the blood spirit tribes closer to the Yanshan tribe, are like a big enemy, and they are afraid that Jiang Chen will come. In the center of Scarlet Wasteland, Kangyan tribe of human race. This is the strongest human tribe in the Scarlet Wasteland, and there are no less than 10 divine embryo realm powerhouses in the tribe. Especially the leader of the Kangyan tribe, Kang Yuanlong, has reached the 9th stage of the divine birth. It is precisely because of the existence of the Kangyan tribe that the human race can always compete with the blood spirit race in this Scarlet Wasteland. In a hall in the center of the Kangyan tribe, a middle-aged man with extraordinary momentum sat high on the hall, quietly listening to the report of an old man below. Leader, a mysterious human powerhouse named Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in the Scarlet Wasteland, who destroyed the Yanshan tribe with his own power. I don't know how our Kangyan tribe should respond. The birth of such a strong human race is good for us. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, the Yanshan tribe is destroyed, and the blood spirit tribe will definitely not let go. You send an envoy to invite, and say that I Kang Yunlong invited him to discuss major issues. Hearing this, the old man immediately bowed and retreated to the outside of the hall. Another place in the center of the Scarlet Wasteland is the blood slaughter tribe of the blood spirit race. Leader, the human race deceived people so much that they sent someone to destroy the Yanshan tribe of my blood spirit race. The old man is willing to lead the Yanshan tribe in front to kill the guy named Jiang Chen, in order to revitalize my blood spirit tribe. In the central hall, an old man in blood roared angrily. This blood-clothed old man was Tu Li, the elder of the Blood Tu tribe, the grandfather whom Yan Xing said. When Tu Li heard that all his son-in-law and grandchildren were killed by the human race named Jiang Chen, he was naturally furious, and he wanted to take someone to avenge the Yanshan tribe immediately. Tu Wanli, the leader of the Shuidu tribe, sat above him, his face gloomy, and the blood glow in his eyes. This Jiang Chen can destroy the Yanshan tribe alone. He is extremely powerful. I am afraid that he is an ordinary powerhouse of the divine embryo, and he will not be his opponent. What's more, human Kangyan tribe will not sit idly by. In my opinion, it's best not to act rashly until you know the details. The other elder shook his head, obviously disapproving of doing something to Jiang Chen at this time. What about the Kangyan tribe? The big deal is, with the strength of my blood slaughter tribe, what is there to fear? Tu Li snorted, and immediately said to Tu Wanli, the leader, Jiang Chen is too rampant. If he doesn't get rid of it, who knows if he will attack my blood spirit tribe next time. The leader allowed me to lead the team to the Yanshan tribe to kill Jiang Chen. Okay, you can take the 2 divine embryo realm powerhouses to the Yanshan tribe. If there are strong people from the Kangyan tribe to help, don't act rashly for the time being. If there are no people from the Kangyan tribe, just kill them directly. Tu Wanli's eyes were cold and murderous. Over the years, their blood spirit tribe clashes with the human tribe, and they have always had the absolute upper hand. It was only their blood spirit tribe to destroy the human tribe. Unexpectedly, this time a mysterious powerhouse suddenly jumped out and destroyed their blood spirit tribe. And what was destroyed was a tribe with the 8-star blood general. Regardless of whether the Kangyan tribe made any moves, he would kill this guy who destroyed the blood spirit tribe without a place to bury him. When many tribes in Scarlet Wasteland were shaken by Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen didn't know anything about it, and he still retreated to heal his injuries. With the rapid repair of Jiang Chen's life field, not only the wounds of the internal organs were almost completely healed, but even the meridians were repaired 7 or 88. Finally, it's almost recovered. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Jiang Chen finally showed a smile on his face. Although he has not yet fully recovered to the peak, he has 80% of the combat power of the peak period. At least in this Scarlet Wasteland where there is no Emperor Realm powerhouse, no one can pose any threat to him. Now that my strength is restored, I should be able to help Ji Yufeng'er solve the problem of Tianfeng's divine body. Ji Yufeng'er's Tianfeng divine body is one of the strongest divine bodies in God's domain. Once awakened, Ji Yufeng'er may soon become a peerless powerhouse who aspires to the profound spirit continent, and will surely be a great help for him to destroy the blood spirit race. Thoughts flickered. Jiang Chen stood up and strode out of the room. Brother Jiang Chen, it's great that you are out of customs. When he walked out of the room, Jiang Chen saw Ji Yufeng'er walking towards his retreat with an anxious expression. Feng'er, what's the matter? Did something happen to your grandpa and the others? When Jiang Chen saw Ji Yufeng'er's expression, his face should not sink a little. Grandpa, they are fine. Ji Yufeng'er shook his head and quickly gasped and said, Kangyan tribe. The Kangyan tribe sent an envoy here. Kangyan tribe. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chen is naturally no stranger to the largest human tribe in this Scarlet Wasteland. The Kangyan tribe suddenly sent an envoy to look for him. What exactly did it want to do? Chapter 1436, Kangyan tribe comes. Let's go, take me to see the messenger of the Kangyan tribe. Next, he was just planning to integrate the human tribe of the Scarlet Wasteland to establish a power. Now that the messenger of the Kangyan tribe has come, he naturally wants to see him. Under the leadership of Ji Yufeng'er, Jiang Chen came to a tent dedicated to meeting guests in the Yanshan tribe. Inside the tent, Ji Yuan had a good drink and meat, and he was entertaining the 3 proud Kangyan tribe envoys with a smile on his face. Among the 3, the first one is a middle-aged man about 40 or 50 years old. The middle-aged man wears a brocade robe, embroidered with a misty blue cloud pattern. He is extraordinary in power, and he is a divine emperor. Ji Yuan, your leader really doesn't put us in your eyes. You actually let the 3 of us wait for him for a long time. The middle-aged man glanced at Ji Yuan faintly, and an impatient look appeared on his face. I'll say this one last time. Ask your leader to come out and see me immediately. The envoy calmed down his anger. The leader has been in retreat. I have sent someone to invite him. I think the leader will be there soon. Ji Yuan hurriedly laughed with him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I will give him half an hour last. If I don't come out to see it, I will do it at my own risk. Hee. You deserve to be the messenger of the Kangyan tribe, the first tribe of the human race. It is so powerful, what if I don't come out to see you? At this moment, a faint chuckle suddenly came from the door of the tent. The middle-aged man looked up and saw a young man in black slowly walking into the tent. Seeing Jiang Chen who walked in, the middle-aged man couldn't help being surprised when he looked at Jiang Chen who walked into the tent. Although he already knew that Jiang Chen was a powerhouse in the divine embryo realm who destroyed the Yanshan tribe, he still did not expect Jiang Chen to be such a young youth. The young man in black looks absolutely no more than 30 years old. The powerhouse of the divine embryo realm less than 30 years old. Even if their Kangyan tribe has been able to break through the divine womb realm before the age of 30 since its establishment, that is one of the few geniuses. Jiang Chen glanced slightly over the 3 middle-aged men, and said indifferently, I don't know that the 3 Kangyan tribe's messengers came here to see me, what's the matter? After being slightly shocked for a moment, the middle-aged man also quickly recovered his arrogant expression. Jiang Chen, I will come here to invite you to the Kangyan tribe on the order of the leader. Sorry, I don't have time to go to your Kangyan tribe. Jiang Chen said lightly, if your leader wants to see me, let him come in person. Jiang Chen, you are so presumptuous. What are you? What qualifications do you have for our leader to come and see you? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the 2 behind him couldn't help but screamed at Jiang Chen. 3 envoys, our leader has just destroyed the Yanshan tribe and established a new tribe. At this moment, the tribe is just waiting to be raised. It is really impossible to get out of the Kangyan tribe in front of us. I hope the 3 envoys. Seeing this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but quickly explain to the 3 Kangyan tribe's messengers. He was only halfway through his words, and with a wave of the palm of the young man on the right, a majestic yuan force surged directly toward Ji Yuan. I'm waiting to talk to your leader, where can you interrupt? Although Ji Yuan's strength has risen sharply recently under the panacea given by Jiang Chen, he has already broken through the Divine Sea Realm. But in front of the Divine Soul Realm warrior on the opposite side, there was still no room to fight back. The majestic Yuan Li directly shook Ji Yuan upside down to a distance of 7 or 8 feet, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. Grandfather. Seeing this, Ji Yufeng'er hurried to Ji Yuan's side and helped him up. She looked up at the young man who shot, with an angry look on her small face. My grandfather just said a word, and you will do it to him. You people from the Kenyan tribe are too domineering. It's nothing more than an ant in the Divine Sea Realm, and dare to be presumptuous in front of me. The young man looked at Ji Yufeng'er with disdain, and sneered, if you dare to talk more, I promise you will die. I think that censored person is you. My Jiang Chen's person, you can move if you want to. Jiang Chen's face was as cold as a knife, and his slender palm suddenly grabbed at the young man. A suction emerged out of thin air, and the young man Jiang caught him in an instant. For the sake of everyone being a human race, I will give you a chance to kneel down and apologize to Ji Yuan and Feng'er. I will spare you not to die. The young man looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer on his face. I am the messenger of the Kenyan tribe. I want me to apologize to the two ants in dream. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was an emperor of the divine embryo realm, there was no fear in his heart. He really didn't believe that Jiang Chen had the guts to kill him. In my eyes, are you not an ant? Jiang Chen was expressionless and shook his palm lightly. The young man from the Kenyan tribe turned into a censored mist in midair with a bang. The middle-aged man's face was cold, his expression instantly turned into anger. Jiang Chen, you dare to kill my Kenyan tribe? Why? The people of your Kenyan tribe can attack my people, can't I move the people of your Kenyan tribe? Don't talk about a messenger from the Kenyan tribe. Even if your leader comes and dares to touch a hair of my Jiang Chen, I can't kill it. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent and said, while I don't want to kill you now, immediately disappear from me. Jiang Chen, you are too presumptuous. Don't think that you are a strong person in the divine embryo realm, you can do whatever you want in this scarlet wasteland. You annihilated the Xianxia tribe, and the blood slaughter tribe will soon take action against you. Our leader couldn't bear to see you being destroyed by the blood slaughter tribe. This time we sent us to invite you to the Kenyan tribe. No good or bad, the middle-aged man stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. I will give you one last chance, immediately return to the Kenyan tribe with me, and plead with the leader. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You talk too much nonsense, if you don't get out, then die for me. Jiang Chen screamed, and his monstrous aura instantly surged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only had a vast and majestic aura, suppressing him like Mount Tai. The middle-aged man's heart trembled suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body was half kneeling on the ground. And the other young man next to him, directly under the pressure of Jiang Chen's terrifying aura, fell to the ground with a bang, Chichao bleeding and died. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1437. Kill him like a dog. The middle-aged man was named Kang Yucheng, the youngest elder of the divine embryo in the Kenyan tribe, and a famous genius in the Scarlet Wasteland human tribe. This guy broke through the divine womb realm at the age of 30, and now he has the 6th stage cultivation base of the divine womb in his early 40s. Even looking at the entire Scarlet Wasteland, they are already rare powerhouses. It is precisely because of this that Kang Yucheng has always been arrogant, and there are not many people in the entire Scarlet Wasteland that can take him to heart. This time Kang Yucheng came here, even if he knew that Jiang Chen had destroyed the Xianxia tribe alone, he still didn't care too much. The Xianxia tribe is just a tribe of medium blood spirit tribe with an 8-star blood general. With his strength, if he is not afraid of the powerhouse of the blood slaughter tribe, he wants to destroy such a blood spirit tribe. It is also a matter of a few seconds. When Kang Yucheng really faced Jiang Chen, he was finally horrified to discover that Jiang Chen's level of terror was far beyond his imagination. With the strength of the 6th stage of his divine womb, even the aura and oppression from Jiang Chen could not stop it. In the face of Jiang Chen, Kang Yucheng even had an unfathomable feeling facing the leader of their Kenyan tribe. Jiang Chen, our Kenyan tribe is not malicious. The chief sent me to wait because he was worried that the blood spirit tribe would take action against you. so he invited you to the Kangyun tribe to discuss major issues. It's too much for you to kill my Kangyun tribe so openly. Kang Yucheng suppressed the horror in his heart, his face was hard to see the extreme. Their Kangyun tribe is the strongest human tribe in the Scarlet Wasteland. There are dozens of human tribes in the Scarlet Wasteland, large and small, all respected by the Kangyun tribe. Over the years, no matter where their Kangyun tribe envoys go, they will be regarded as guests of honor by other human tribes. Kang Yucheng never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen actually dared to directly attack them, beheading the 2 envoys who came with him. This guy clearly doesn't put their Kangyun tribe in his eyes. I don't care if you are the Kangyun tribe or the Kango tribe. If you dare to do something to my people in my territory, then you have to be prepared to pay the price. Jiang Chen glanced at Kang Yucheng blankly. If you have nothing else, you can get out of here. Well, Jiang Chen, since you have to find your own way, then I will fulfill you. Kang Yucheng smiled furiously, and immediately turned around to walk away. In Scarlet Wasteland, the blood spirit race has a unique advantage due to environmental factors. Therefore, the Terran tribe has always been at an absolute disadvantage. Even the Kangyun tribe can only lead the human tribe to contend with the blood spirit tribe. Especially the blood slaughter tribe, the strongest blood spirit tribe, is much stronger than the Kangyun tribe. Although he had to admit that Jiang Chen was very strong. But even if Jiang Chen is really a strong fetus pinnacle that can rival their leader, it is impossible to contend with the blood slaughter tribe on his own. Kang Yucheng wanted to see how Jiang Chen could survive in this Scarlet Wasteland without the protection of their Kangyun tribe. And just as Kang Yucheng was about to get out of the tent, a cold-hearted roar came suddenly from outside the Yanshan tribe. Jiang Chen, you destroy the Yanshan tribe of my blood spirit tribe, kill my grandson, and get out and die quickly. The sudden anger of Senran suddenly made Kang Yucheng stunned. As an elder of the Kangyun tribe, Kang Yu is naturally very clear about the relationship between the Yanshan tribe and the Shuidu tribe. After hearing the anger coming from outside, Kang Yucheng knew the identity of the visitor almost immediately. Tu Li, the well-known elders of the blood slaughter tribe are the powerhouses of the 8th stage of divine fetus. Even in the entire Scarlet Wasteland, it is also an extremely strong person who can rank in the top 10. Kang Yucheng's mouth couldn't help but lifted up a cold smile. Jiang Chen, the censored elder of the blood slaughter tribe, is here. This person is an extremely strong man in the famous Scarlet Wasteland. His cultivation has reached the 8th level of the womb. I want to see how you cope. It's just a mere 8-fold cultivation base. I want to kill him, but slaughter chickens and dogs. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and didn't even look at Kang Yucheng immediately. His figure flashed directly above the Yanshan tribe. He raised his head slightly. His gaze fell on the 3 figures walking in the air ahead. These 3 people were full of blood and light, and their auras were extremely strong, and they were all powerhouses who had at least reached the divine embryo realm. Especially the blood-clothed old man with a gloomy face, his cultivation level has reached the 8th level of the divine womb. Seeing Jiang Chen flying from below, the blood-clothed old man looked like a knife, and a sharp killing intent was also instantly radiated from him. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and said lightly, "It's me. Jiang Chen, you slaughtered the Yanshan tribe, and killed my son-in-law and grandson. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to their spirit in the sky." Bloody smiled grimly, and a burst of blood burst into his eyes. Before he finished his words, a monstrous blood-colored elemental force between his palms instantly turned into a blood-colored electric glow, bursting toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, motionless, until the blood-colored electric light appeared less than 3 feet away from him, and then he pointed out at will. I saw the blood-colored electric light under Jiang Chen's finger, and it exploded without warning in an instant. Old guy, you just want to find me revenge, but you are not qualified enough. Go back and call all the strong men of your blood slaughter tribe. With a finger smashing the blood little attack, Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and said lightly, "Boy, Hugh is going to be rampant in front of me. Your head, I'm going to be determined today." Shui Li let out an angry roar, and a big knife exuding monster blood suddenly emerged from his palm. With the blood knife in his hand, a censored sword aura of hundreds of feet exploded from the knife in an instant. Blood slaughtered all directions, the sword aura condensed, and with a burst of blood, he directly lifted the blood sword above his head, as if slashing Washin in half, and slammed down towards Jiang Chen. Beizong Dao Qi instantly split the Beizong void and appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head, as if to chop Jiang Chen and the space around him into nothingness. I told you to go back and call someone, but you have to do it. Why don't you want to kill yourself? Jiang Chen shook his head, raised his palm and flicked his fingers at the censored sword energy on the top of his head. The invisible sword energy hit the Beizong Dao Qi, and I saw that the Beizong Dao Qi and the blood-colored broadsword in Shui Li's hand all shattered instantly. Shui Li's figure trembled, and a mouthful of blood mist burst out of his mouth, and the whole person was half flying out like a broken kite. Chapter 1438. From today, I am honored in the Scarlet Wasteland. When Jiang Chen smashed the blood in a flash, Kang Yucheng just walked out of the tent. When he looked at the scene in front of him, he suddenly looked sluggish, as if he was hell. This Blood Li is a famous elder of the Blood Slaughter tribe, a strong man whose cultivation has reached the 8th stage of the divine birth. Even if you look at the entire Scarlet Wasteland, not many people can defeat it. But Jiang Chen in front of him was severely wounded with blood. Such strength is really not ordinary horror. And after Kang Yucheng, Ji Yuan saw the situation in the sky, and he was also shocked to speak. For Shui Li, the supreme powerhouse of the Megatron Scarlet Wasteland, Ji Yuan was naturally like a thunderbolt. Such an extremely powerful man who was famous in the Scarlet Wasteland was defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. Although Ji Yuan has seen Jiang Chen's power more than once, he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to easily kill the top powerhouse in Scarlet Wasteland. He was a little worried before. If Jiang Chen offended the Kangyan tribe, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the Kangyan tribe. Now it seems that even the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe may not be able to easily suppress Jiang Chen. Damn, how could this son's strength be so strong? After Shui Li's figure flew upside down in embarrassment for more than 10 feet, she finally slowly stabilized her figure. He suppressed the churning aura in his body, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen was a strong man in the divine fetal stage, he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful as to be so terrifying. With his 8-fold cultivation base, he couldn't even stop the opponent with a single finger. Even the powerhouse with the 9th layer of the ordinary divine womb could not defeat him so easily. Shoot together and kill him for me. With censored, stern eyes, knowing that he was definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent, he shouted directly at the two powerhouses behind him. The blood cloud rolled in the sky, and the dazzling blood-colored light enveloped the entire Yanshan tribe. I saw that the 3 of Shui Li's divine fetus were all exerting their strongest blow, and at the same time they killed Jiang Chen. Faced with the combined blow of the 3 great powerhouses, Jiang Chen remained unmoved, act recklessly. Jiang Chen's face became cold, and then he slowly stretched out his palm, and gently shook the void in front of him. Even the figures of the 3 Shui Li were as if they had been subjected to a fixation method, and were imprisoned in midair. The space domain with one hand imprisoned the void. Jiang Chen ignored the terrified expressions of the 3 Shui Li and his fingers again, and 3 sharp sword chi directly penetrated the void and shot towards Shui Li. The fierce sword energy instantly slashed on the imprisoned 3 people, Shui Li. The 2 weaker divine birth realm martial artists, without any resistance at all, were strangled to death by the fierce sword energy. Only the cultivation base reached the 8th level of the blood of the divine fetus, and at the last moment, he fought for the constraints of the surrounding space, and barely saved his life under the fierce sword aura. Although Shui Li guaranteed his life under Jiang Chen's sword, he also paid a great price. I saw that his whole body was strangled by Jiang Chen's fierce sword aura, and there was no place in his whole body intact, and he looked like a blood man. Kang Yucheng looked at the shocking scene in the sky, and his whole person seemed to be petrified, and it was difficult for him to recover from the shock for a long time. The 3 powers of the divine fetus realm joined forces, and one of them was the power of the 8th divine fetus, but Jiang Chen was defeated by a single move. What kind of horror has this kid's strength reached? Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. I am the elder of the Blood Slaughter tribe. You killed me. Today, my Blood Slaughter tribe will never die with you. Shui Li was embarrassed and stabilized his shaky figure. He looked at Jiang Chen who appeared above his head, and his eyes finally showed an unprecedented panic. For decades, the Blood and Blood have been in the Scarlet Wasteland, and there are almost few opponents. In the entire human tribe of Scarlet Wasteland, except for a handful of them, almost no one could pose any threat to him. He learned that the Yanshan tribe was annihilated, and then brought people directly to the killing. Originally, He thought that relying on his own strength to clean up a small Jiang Chen, it was just a matter of hand. He never expected that this human youth named Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. Even if their three major divine birth realms joined forces, they didn't have any power to fight back. This son must be an extremely strong man who has reached the pinnacle of the fetus. I am afraid that they will not be inferior in the slightest to the leaders of the Blood Massacre tribe. Jiang Chen glanced at Shui Li lightly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in the air. Go back and tell you the leader of the Blood Slaughter tribe, let him lead all the Blood Spirit tribes immediately, come and submit to me. From today, this censored wasteland should be respected by me, Jiang Chen. If there is any offender, kill without pardon. When Shui Li heard Jiang Chen's words, he dared to hesitate for a while, and hurriedly fled towards the distance like a bereaved dog. Hearing Jiang Chen's proud words, Guan and the many human warriors in the Yanshan tribe all showed excitement. The Scarlet Wasteland should be respected by Jiang Chen. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen has the ambition to unify that censored wasteland? If they really dominate that censored wasteland under the leadership of Jiang Chen, it would definitely be a feat of no one before or after. The Scarlet Wasteland respects you. Your Excellency said so loudly. Do you really want to unify the Scarlet Wasteland? Kang Yucheng sneered. The Scarlet Wasteland human tribe and the Blood Spirit tribe have coexisted for thousands of years. Both the human race and the Blood Spirit tribe have given birth to a peerless hero, who wanted to unify the Blood Wasteland, but ultimately ended in failure. Kang Yucheng really didn't believe that this kid had the ability to unify the wasteland. Yes, since I'm here, there is no need for all the tribes in this Scarlet Wasteland to exist. Jiang Chen glanced at Kang Yucheng faintly. Go back and tell you the leader, for the sake of the same human race, I will give him 1 month to lead all the tribes to come and submit to me, otherwise I will not blame me. Polite. I'll take these words, I hope you don't regret it. Kang Yucheng let out a cold snort, and immediately disappeared above the Yanshan tribe. Chapter 1439. The two tribal alliances are here. Jiang Chen, I am afraid that the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe will not give up on today's matter. Are you really going to fight the entire Scarlet Wasteland with your own strength? Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Chen, who was slowly falling from midair, with a worried look in his old eyes. Although Jiang Chen's strength is very strong, the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe are both powerful tribes that have been in the Scarlet Wasteland for thousands of years, and the strong are like clouds. These two tribes have great prestige in the human race and the Blood Spirit race respectively. Once the two tribes raised their arms and shouted, all the tribes in the entire Scarlet Wasteland would respond. When the time comes, they will really be an enemy of the entire Scarlet Wasteland. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, can Jiang Chen really handle it alone? Yes, I just want to gather them together and solve the problems of the Scarlet Wasteland at once. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's just a Scarlet Wasteland. Even if they gather all their strength, they still can't help me. It would take at least a month for the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe to gather the power of the Scarlet Wasteland to come. By then, he would have already returned to his peak state. Once the peak is restored, even if it is an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse, Jiang Chen is not afraid. How can he put these tribes of Scarlet Wasteland in his eyes? If the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe gathered the many tribes of the Scarlet Wasteland, he would take advantage of the trend to unify the Scarlet Wasteland. If they don't come, then he will personally go to the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe. Whatever, he will use thunder to control the Scarlet Wasteland, establish a force, and then join forces with the human race led by his father to completely suppress the Blood Spirit race. Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on Ji Yufeng'er, smiled at Ji Yufeng'er and said, Feng'er, do you want to become a warrior? Can I become a warrior too? Ji Yufeng'er heard Jiang Chen's words, and a look of hope flashed in his agile eyes. In this world that thinks of Wu Zun, Ji Yufeng'er naturally hopes that she can become a powerful warrior and can protect the people around him from harm. But a few years ago, Ji Yufeng'er had already tried to become a martial artist under Ji Yuan's guidance, but unfortunately it has not been successful. Ji Yuan told her that she was very likely to be born with a vinless pulse and was not suitable for cultivation at all. Ji Yufeng'er finally had to give up unwillingly. Ji Yuan lightly sighed. Jiang Chen, I didn't try to get Feng'er to practice before, but she is born with a unique vein, and it seems that she is not suitable for becoming a martial artist. Feng'er isn't a natural innate vein, but a peerless divine body in this world, but you don't know how to open it. As long as she is willing, she will definitely become the most powerful warrior in the world. Tianfeng divine body, this is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the God's realm, and it will be able to become a peerless power to dominate the God's realm in the future. If you talk about talent, let alone this profound spirit continent, even if you look at the universe and all realms, few people can compare it with it. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to become a warrior. Ji Yufeng'er heard Jiang Chen's words, and a firm look appeared on her little face. Okay, come with me. Jiang Chen nodded, and then led Ji Yufeng'er towards the tent where he was staying. Jiang Chen asked Ji Yufeng'er to sit cross-legged in front of him, and his hands began to change into strange handprints that penetrated into Ji Yufeng'er's divine body. A fiery red dazzling brilliance suddenly rose into the sky from Jiang Chen's room, forming a huge phoenix phantom above the Xianxia tribe. The phoenix phantom condensed, and an unusually terrifying pressure instantly permeated the entire Xianxia tribe, making the many warriors in the Xianxia tribe feel like they wanted to kneel down and worship. The phoenix phantom came and went fast, and it disappeared into the sky above the Xianxia tribe in just a few moments. In front of Jiang Chen, the aura on Ji Yufeng'er's body also grew at an extremely terrifying speed. Kaiyuan, Shantian, Condensation, Shanhai, Shanhun. The aura on Ji Yufeng'er's body soared all the way to the point of divine soul realm. Tisk Tusk. You deserve to be the strongest body of the God realm, it's really blessed, and the power of the bloodline is initially awakened, and it has the strength comparable to the divine soul realm. Feeling the changes in Ji Yufeng'er's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. The power of the bloodline is awakened, and the strength of the divine soul realm is instantly available, which is a little too high. For Ji Yufeng'er, breaking through the divine birth realm and even returning to the market realm is as simple as eating and drinking water. After completing the bloodline awakening, Ji Yufeng'er did not wake up from the state of cultivation, and was still madly absorbing the vitality of the surrounding world to improve his strength. It seems that the girl is very ambitious and wants to break through the divine birth realm in one go. Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately ignored Ji Yufeng'er, and went straight to the next room, and began to practice in retreat. At the same time that Jiang Chen body Ji Yufeng'er awakened the blood of Tianfeng, and then continued to retreat to heal his injuries. The entire Scarlet Wasteland was once again shaken by Jiang Chen. Whether it is the human tribe or the blood spirit tribe, almost all received news that Jiang Chen wanted to rule the Scarlet Wasteland and be respected in the Scarlet Wasteland. Kangyan tribe. Many senior Kangyan tribes are angry. Even Kang Yuanlong, the leader of the Kangyan tribe, had a look of anger on his face. What a Jiang Chen, immediately summon many human tribe leaders, and follow me to the Xianxia tribe. I want to see what qualifications his Jiang Chen has to make me respect him. The Blood Slaughter tribe, the leader Tu Wanli was even more angry. A little human head boy, dare to kill several powerful people in my Blood Slaughter tribe, and doesn't put my Blood Slaughter tribe in the eyes. Immediately summon all the leaders of the Blood Spirit tribe, the emperor will definitely destroy him by himself. For a time, whether it was the Kangyan tribe of the human race or the Blood Slaughter tribe of the Blood Spirit race, they were all furious. For thousands of years, the situation in the Scarlet Wasteland has been dominated by the Kangyan tribe and the Blood Slaughter tribe. Jiang Chen threatened to unify the wasteland. Where would this place their two tribes? The Kangyan tribe quickly summoned the leaders of many human tribes, and the Blood Slaughter tribe was also the tribe chief who summoned the Blood Spirit tribes, and they slew towards the Xianxia tribe where Jiang Chen was located. The human tribe alliance headed by the Kangyan tribe, and the Blood Spirit tribe alliance headed by the Blood Slaughter tribe, all slammed into the door of the Xianxia tribe in a fierce manner. Chapter 1440. Those who refuse to accept, kill without mercy. The Xianxia tribe is thousands of feet away. The leader of the Kangyan tribe, Kang Yuanlong, led many powerful human tribes, and came here first. Chief, shall we go directly in, or send someone to make a battle? An elder of the Kangyan tribe directly asked for the title. No hurry, let Tu Wanli bring the Blood Spirit tribe to come first. After all, Jiang Chen is from the human race, we don't need to do it first, let the Blood Spirit race take advantage of the fishermen. We will wait until the critical moment before taking action. If we can, try our best to use that boy Jiang. Kang Yuanlong's eyes flickered slightly. Their human tribe has always been at a disadvantage in the struggle with the Blood Spirit tribe. And Jiang Chen could easily defeat the powerhouses of the Divine Fetal 8th stage, and his strength might have reached the divine fetus 9th stage at least. Such existence is already one of the few powerhouses in Scarlet Wasteland. If Jiang Chen can be subdued, they will definitely increase their strength and change the pattern of the weak human tribe. Even if they can't conquer Jiang Chen and let the Blood Spirit tribe touch Jiang Chen first, they can also use Jiang Chen to consume the Blood Spirit tribe's strength, which is still a very beneficial thing for them. With the waiting of Kang Yuanlong and his group, about half a day later, Tu Wanli also brought nearly 100 powerful Blood Spirit clan to outside the Yanshan tribe. The leader, the strong man of the Kangyuan dragon leader human race tribe has intervened. What shall we do now? An elder of the Blood Slaughter tribe looked at Kang Yun and the others on the other side, his expression sinking slightly. Tu Wanli smiled coldly. Don't worry, Kang Yuanlong and the others will not do anything for the time being. Don't pay attention to them, let's solve the kid named Jiang Chen first. With his knowledge of Kang Yuanlong, he naturally knew what idea Kang Yuanlong had in his heart. If he didn't break through his cultivation base, he might still be afraid of Kang Dunlong and others by 3 points. But soon, Tu Wanli managed to break through the quasi-emperor realm. How could he put Kang Yuanlong and other human tribes in his eyes? Originally, during this period of time, Tu Wanli had planned to let the Blood Spirit tribe begin to attack the human tribe, preparing to flatten the human tribe in one fell swoop, and become the only master of this Scarlet Wasteland. The Yanshan tribe's destruction of a human tribe not long ago was the beginning of the Tu Wanli plan. Tu Wanli didn't expect that his plan had just begun, but the Scarlet Wasteland suddenly emerged from a strong human like Jiang Chen and directly destroyed the Yanshan tribe. Even after he dispatched the 3 powerhouses of the Divine Embryo Realm headed by Tu Li, he ended up with 2 deaths and 1 wound in Jiang Chen's hands. What made Tu Wanli most angry was, Jiang Chen even dared to speak wild words, wanting to make the entire Scarlet Wasteland respect him. As the leader of the Shuidu tribe, Tu Wanli has now broken through the quasi-emperor realm. With his current strength, it is completely enough to destroy the human tribe of the Scarlet Wasteland and become the only king of the Scarlet Wasteland. Jiang Chen first killed his Blood Spirit clan powerhouse, and then tried to become an obstacle to his struggle for hegemony in the Scarlet Wasteland. Today, he killed this kid first. As for the human tribe headed by Kang Yuan, after Jiang Chen is destroyed, he will let these guys surrender to his feet. Ignoring Kang Yuanlong and others, Tu Wanli brought dozens of powerful Blood Spirit tribes directly to the door of the Yanshan tribe. Jiang Chen, didn't you let me lead the Blood Spirit tribe of Tu Wanli to come and surrender to you? I'm here now, why don't you come out and see you? Tu Wanli raised his head to look at the Yanshan tribe, a sharp blood burst into his eyes, and his cold voice slowly echoed over the Yanshan tribe. As Tu Wanli's cold voice fell, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly spread out in a void hundreds of meters away from them. A ghostly black figure also emerged in front of them out of thin air. Tu Wanli looked at the black-clothed youth who appeared out of thin air in midair, his eyes condensed slightly. The boy in front of him was really terribly young. Such a young divine fetus 9th realm powerhouse, not to mention being in the Scarlet Wasteland, even if you look at the entire profound spirit continent, that is a rare peerless genius. Jiang Chen stood with his hand holding his hand, looking down at Tu Wanli condescendingly, and said indifferently, Tu Wanli, since you brought the Blood Spirit tribe to surrender to me, don't you kneel down to see your master? Jiang Chen, you are too whimsical. What are you, what right do you have to let me surrender to you? For your good talent, I also give you a chance to become my servant. Otherwise, this Yanshan tribe will be your burial place today. Tu Wanli laughed wildly with disdain. It seems that you are not going to kneel and surrender. Jiang Chen glanced at Tu Wanli indifferently, and his proud voice instantly resounded across the world. I said, this Scarlet Wasteland respects me from now on. Give you 10 breaths, now it's too late to kneel down and surrender. But if they are dissatisfied, kill without mercy. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the many powerful Blood Spirit races beside Tu Wanli were furious. Beside Tu Wanli, a ghost-faced old man with silver hair suddenly rose into the sky. This ghost-faced old man is the great elder Tushan ghost of the Blood Slaughter tribe. He has reached the 9th level of the divine fetus in his entire body, and he is also the #1 powerhouse of the Blood Slaughter tribe besides the leader Tu Wanli. Ha, a terrible little humanoid kid who dares to run wild in front of my Blood Slaughter tribe. Since you have to die, then I will fulfill you. Tu Tiongui stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, and the censored realm mixed with the howling of ghosts and wolves also instantly filled 1,000 meters of void. The gloomy breath caused the temperature of the surrounding space to drop sharply, giving people a creepy feeling. With no expression on his face, Jiang Chen squeezed out a sword finger and gently pointed out a sword at Tu Tiangui. The invisible sword energy pierced through the heavens and the earth, instantly splitting Tu Tiangui's blood realm into two halves. Sword Qi split the blood path domain, and slashed at Tu Tiangui's body in the blink of an eye. The Tu Tiangui hadn't reacted yet, and the hole was cut in half by the sharp sword aura. A scared, censored phantom also fled out of Tu Tiangui's severed body. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he stretched out his hand to lightly grasp the place where the censored phantom was running away. The censored phantom froze in vain in midair, and then burst open with a bang. One finger cuts the Tushan ghost in 2 paragraphs, and one claw kills the Tushan ghost and spirit. With just 2 moves, the elder of the blood slaughter tribe had completely fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. I saw this shocking scene before me. Whether it is Tu Wanli and other strong blood spirit tribes, or Kang Yuanlong and others watching the battle from afar, it has been a long time to recover from the horror. Chapter 1441. The Quasi-Emperor is strong with 1 foot. Tudiangui. This is the great elder of the blood slaughter tribe, the powerhouse of the 9th realm of the divine fetus in the Scarlet Wasteland, the superpower who truly stands at the top of the pyramid of the Scarlet Wasteland. Looking at the entire Scarlet Wasteland, apart from Tu Wanli and Kang Yuanlong, almost no one can easily defeat him. But such a powerhouse of the 9th stage of the divine womb, in Jiang Chen's hands, failed to support even 2 moves, and he was completely destroyed. Such strength is extremely terrifying. The strength of this son is really unfathomable. It seems that we all underestimated him. It took a long time for Kang Yuanlong to recover from the shock. His eyes towards Jiang Chen also showed an unprecedented solemn color. Kang Yuanlong was naturally very clear about the strength of the great elder of the blood slaughter tribe. Even with his strength, he may not be able to kill him easily with 2 moves like Jiang Chen. The leader really expected things like a god. Fortunately, we didn't directly go up to find Jiang Chen's trouble. Now Tu Wanli and the others are in trouble. An elder of the Kangyan tribe couldn't help taking a breath when he saw the situation in front of him. Jiang Chen's power was beyond their imagination, and even the great elder Tudiangui of the blood slaughter tribe was easily killed by him. This kind of strength is probably not inferior to their leader. Even Tu Wanli, the leader of the blood slaughter tribe, might not be able to easily win Jiang Chen. Ah, Jiang Chen, you dare to kill the elders of my blood slaughter tribe. Today, I slaughter Wanli and I will crush you into 10,000 pieces. Tu Wanli came back to his senses, and he couldn't help but let out a screaming roar, and a censored murderous aura also instantly filled the 1,000 Jiang void. An ant-like existence, dare to speak up in front of me. I have given you the opportunity, since you don't know how to cherish, then you can die for me. Jiang Chen stared at Tu Wanli coldly, and immediately stretched out a palm with golden light shining on it, surrounded by thunder and lightning, falling from the sky like the hand of Thunder God, and pressing towards Tu Wanli. Facing Jiang Chen's shocking palm, Tu Wanli didn't have the slightest fear. His figure turned into a censored glow, and he slammed Jiang Chen's palm. Tu Wanli's scarlet pupils were shining with mysterious blood, and the palm of his hand that contained monstrous blood directly slammed against Jiang Chen's palm. Thunder palm and blood palm collided in midair. Tu Wanli's figure trembled, and immediately stepped back into the void for hundreds of meters. He suppressed the churning breath in his body, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. How could this kid's power be so strong? Tu Wanli had reached the peak of his divine fetus many years ago. Not only was his body extremely strong, but his body was tempered to a level not inferior to the ordinary 8-star blood general. Even Kang Yuanlong, the leader of the Kangyan tribe, can only collide with him head-on with a powerful weapon. The strength of this son is more than that of Kang Yuanlong. Fortunately, he has now broken through the quasi-emperor realm, otherwise I am afraid there is nothing to do with this kid in front of him. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong, but I underestimated you. If it were 3 months ago, I might really have no choice but to take you. It's a pity. You met me now. No matter how powerful you are, there is only one death today. Tu Wanli's eyes surged with blood, and a fascinating blood-colored realm also instantly condensed around him, enveloping all the thousands of square meters of space. In that censored realm, an unusually weird, censored power faintly spread out. Even Kang Yuanlong and the others who were watching the battle, under the influence of the mysterious power of the Scarlet Domain, felt the blood in the body churning, and there was a feeling of uncontrollable. This is the power of the law of blood. Kang Yuanlong's complexion changed instantly, and his mouth couldn't help but screamed. Tu Wanli has actually broken through the quasi-emperor realm. How is this possible? Quasi-emperor realm. When the people of many human tribes heard Kang Yuanlong's words, their expressions turned pale in an instant. The quasi-emperor realm, although not a real powerhouse of the emperor realm, is far superior to the divine birth realm. When Tu Wanli didn't break through before, their human tribe could barely contend with the blood spirit tribe. Now that Tu Wanli broke through the quasi-emperor realm, no one in this scarlet wasteland could suppress him anymore. Their human tribes are afraid they will be completely finished. Chief, Tu Wanli breaks through the quasi-emperor, and he will definitely not let go of the opportunity to eradicate our human tribe and dominate the scarlet wasteland. What should we do now? Kang Yucheng looked at the situation in the sky, and his expression became extremely solemn. What else? Prepare to do it, and join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with Tu Wanli. Kang Yuanlong took a deep breath. The matter was over. Kang Yuanlong naturally could not continue to stand by. The quasi-emperor was too terrifying. Now that he joins hands with Jiang Chen, he may still have a chance to compete with Tu Wanli. Once Tu Wanli solved Jiang Chen, he would never be Tu Wanli's opponent. At that time, I am afraid that the entire Scarlet Wasteland will no longer have a place for their human tribe. It's just a quasi-emperor who just understood the law of blood. Is this the reason why you are rampant in front of me? Like you, a quasi-emperor, I don't know how many kills. Jiang Chen chuckled, directly carrying his hands behind his back, his figure resembling a streamer phantom, rushing out toward Tu Wanli. Wherever he passed, a fierce sword spread overwhelmingly, directly strangling the surrounding domain containing the laws of blood into nothingness. The scarlet domain shattered. Jiang Chen's figure also appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head out of thin air, and stepped on Tu Wanli's head. The dazzling golden brilliance shrouded Jiang Chen's soles, carrying an immortal monstrous might. Like the giant feet of ancient gods, 1 foot can stomp on a hole in the sky. Tu Wanli was terrified, and surging blood could gush out from between his palms, and finally turned into a thick, censored cloud, blocking the top of his head. Jiang Chen's kick with the body of the Emperor realm, how can Tu Wanli easily resist it? The thick clouds above his head, under Jiang Chen's feet, were like fragile white paper, and were instantly crushed by Jiang Chen. I saw Tu Wanli's whole person stepped into the ground by Jiang Chen from a height of several hundred meters. The ground shook, and a huge pit measuring 100 feet long appeared directly on the ground. And Tu Wanli's body also turned into a pool of blood in that huge pit. There was a dead silence between the world and the earth, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a dull expression, and it was difficult to recover for a long time. Chapter 1442. The Scarlet Wasteland bows its head, and then erects the Imperial Palace. No. Impossible, the leader is a quasi-emperor, how could he be defeated like this? An elder of the Blood Slaughter tribe looked at this scene in horror, and his whole body was shaking. The rest of the many Blood Spirit clan powerhouses are desperate and horrified. The leader of the dignified Shuidu tribe, who had already broken through the quasi-emperor realm, was trampled to death by Jiang Chen. Tu Wanli is dead. Kang Yuanlong's gaze was dull, his whole person was like a ghost, and he couldn't believe his eyes. That's Tu Wanli, the leader of the Blood Slaughter tribe. He became the leader of the Kenyan tribe and fought with Tu Wanli for decades, but he has never been able to get any advantage from Tu Wanli. This time, after seeing Tu Wanli breaking through the Emperor realm, Kang Yuanlong was even more shocked. At this point, Kang Yuanlong had no choice. Human race wants to survive in the Scarlet Wasteland. His only chance is to join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with Tu Wanli. Kang Yuanlong never thought of it. Before he could do anything, Jiang Chen trampled Tu Wanli to death with such an understatement. The quasi-emperor is strong. What a terrifying and heaven-defying existence is this? He killed the leader, everyone fights with him together to avenge the leader. More than a dozen of the Blood Slaughter tribe's divine birth realm powerhouse came back to their senses, and they all let out a roar of anger, and immediately rose to the sky, and came towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, his fingers kept moving in the void. Every time he clicked a finger, a Blood Slaughter tribe's divine birth realm expert burst into the void. More than a dozen swords pointed out, the more than a dozen powerhouses of the divine embryo realm who rushed towards Jiang Chen were completely transformed into a blood mist. More than a dozen powerful men of the blood slaughter tribe were killed by Jiang Chen's finger. The rest of the many blood spirit tribes trembled, and there was unprecedented panic in their eyes. The leader of a blood spirit tribe could no longer bear the fear in his heart, and finally knelt before Jiang Chen and begged for mercy. Big. Sir, I surrender. I am willing to lead the tribe to surrender to you. Following the surrender of this blood spirit tribe, many powerful blood spirit tribes knelt tremblingly in front of Jiang Chen begging for mercy. Jiang Chen ignored the blood spirit races who were kneeling on the ground, but instead looked at Kang Yuanlong and others who were thousands of feet away. The faint voice rang through the heavens and the earth. Kang Yuanlong, after today, this scarlet wasteland respects me, what do you think? Kang Yuanlong's heart was shocked, and immediately bowed his head and knelt in front of Jiang Chen, with a respectful expression on his face. It's an honor for me to be able to follow the adults. At this moment, Kang Yuanlong had no desire to resist at all. Jiang Chen was able to kill Tu Wanli who broke through the quasi-emperor realm so easily. At least his strength had reached the quasi-emperor realm, and he was even very likely to be a true emperor realm powerhouse. With the strength of the pinnacle of his womb, resisting Jiang Chen is no different from looking for death. If such a strong human race can lead the Scarlet Wasteland, it is not an unacceptable thing for them. From then on, there will be no more tribes in the Scarlet Wasteland. There is only one power, and that is the human palace. Jiang Chen faintly looked at Kang Yuanlong and said, I order you to be the chief elder of the human palace, and immediately rectify the many tribes in the Scarlet Wasteland to come here to converge, and build the human palace with me. Subordinates obey, Kang Yuanlong responded, and immediately led many powerful human races to rectify the many forces in the Scarlet Wasteland. Kang Yuanlong gathered the forces of hundreds of tribes, large and small, in the Scarlet Wasteland, and they all gathered in the Yanshan tribe. Jiang Chen's residence in the center of the Yanshan tribe. Kang Yuanlong reported with a respectful expression, Hall Master, his subordinates have rectified all the forces in the Scarlet Wasteland. I wonder if the Yanshan tribe will be used as the basis for the establishment of the human emperor palace. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, then raised his head and asked, do you know where is the nearest to the blood spirit race in the Black Wasteland? As far as I know, the territory of the blood spirit race that borders the Scarlet Wasteland is the Blood River region. This Blood River region is also one of the 9 regions occupied by the blood spirit race. Kang Yuanlong was shocked and quickly eliminated what he knew. Blood River region. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. Tell me about the situation in Xuanling continent. Although Kang Yuanlong had some doubts in his heart, he still honestly introduced Jiang Chen about the situation in the Profound Spirit continent. The Profound Spirit continent is mainly composed of human races and blood spirit races. The human race occupies the north of the mainland, and the blood spirit race occupies the south of the mainland. Over the years, the two major races have fought countless fierce battles for territory and resources. Since tens of thousands of years ago, the human race was seriously injured by a civil strife, and the battle with the blood spirit race has been at a disadvantage. Especially decades ago, when the human race was most dangerous, the blood spirit race had even taken 2/3 of the territory. The human Queen Ji Wushuang and the human Emperor Zhang Wuya returned one after another, which made the people stabilize the situation. The human race and the blood spirit race each occupy half of the Profound Spirit continent, almost entering a stalemate again. The half of the Profound Spirit continent occupied by the blood spirit race was divided into 9 blood domains. In each blood domain, there is a blood spirit king sitting. The 9 blood spirit kings are all great emperors who have returned to the peak of the market realm, and their subordinates also have countless emperor realm powerhouses and quasi-emperor powerhouses. In addition to the blood spirit king who sits in the 9 blood domains, the blood spirit race also has an imperial city, among which the blood king is the most powerful person who has reached the void god realm. In the entire Xuanling continent, only the human emperor of the human race can compare with it. Hearing Kang Yuanlong's introduction, Jiang Chen was also shocked. This Xuanling continent is worthy of a middle level higher than Shenwu continent. Not only is there countless emperor realm powerhouses, but it is also a virtual, censored realm above the emperor realm. With his current strength, not to mention suppressing the blood spirit race, even if one of the 9 domains of the blood spirit race is captured, it is probably not an easy task. Hall Lord, Li Juyu, the blood spirit king of the Blood River region, is said to have led the powerhouse of the Blood River region to conquer another world thousands of years ago and has never returned. Blood River region is also greatly injured by this, and the strength is less than 1/10 of the peak period. If the Lord wants to conquer the Blood River region, it is not without a chance. At this moment, Kang Yuanlong seemed to understand Jiang Chen's thoughts and could not help but suddenly said. When Jiang Chen heard Kang Yuanlong's words, his eyes lit up slightly. Unexpectedly, the Blood River region near the Scarlet Wasteland would actually be the site of Li Juyu, which was really unexpected. Chapter 1443, Attack the Scarlet Blood Pass. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect that the first blood spirit target he faced in the profound spirit continent would actually be the territory of Juyu King Li Juyu. He froze for a moment, and then asked again, how much strength is left in the Blood River region now? As a mid-level plane, the profound spirit continent is indeed far from being comparable to Shenwu continent in strength. With one of the 9 regions of the blood spirit race, Li Juyu was able to contend with the 100 emperors of the Shenwu continent, and from this, one could imagine how strong the entire profound spirit continent was. Even if Li Juyu led the Blood River region to attack the Shenwu continent back then, causing the Blood River region's strength to be greatly damaged, I am afraid that there are still many Emperor realm powerhouses in charge. Kang Yuanlong clearly understood the situation in the Blood River region and directly replied, as far as I know, there should be 3 or 4 strong people in the Ruins realm sitting in the Blood River region. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Are there actually only a few strong people in the market? 10,000 years ago, the Blood River region was able to fight against the Shenwu continent with the strength of a region, and I am afraid that at least hundreds of them returned to the Ruins Emperor realm. Even if Li Juyu's attack on Shenwu continent caused the Blood River region's vitality to be severely injured, it shouldn't have been so miserable. Today's profound spirit continent is no longer the grand occasion of the year, and there are not many returning to the Emperor realm. Kang Yuanlong smiled and said, 10,000 years ago, Juyu King Li Juyu took away 80% of the strong people in the Blood River region, and the Blood River region is seriously injured, and there are not many strong people. As a mid-level plane in the universe, the profound spirit continent was extremely powerful during its peak period, and possessed countless virtual gods. It is said that in the earliest days, the blood spirit kings of the 9 regions of the blood spirit race were all powerhouses who reached the void god realm. With the development of the human race and the blood spirit race, the 2 sides have fought fierce battles for resources and benefits. In successive battles, not only did the 2 sides lose countless powerful men, but many geniuses were strangled in the cradle, causing the rapid decline of the overall strength of the profound spirit continent. 10,000 years ago, every domain of the blood spirit race had no less than 100 experts in the market realm. But over the past 10,000 years, several tragic battles have erupted between the 2 clans, and the number of strong men surviving on the profound spirit continent is less than 1/3 of what they were 10,000 years ago. Even in other places, there are only 2 or 3 out of 10 of the Guishu Emperor realm left. In the Blood River region, which is already severely damaged, it is obviously very good that there are 3 or 4 powerful Emperor realm in charge. After listening to Kang Yuanlong's introduction, Jiang Chen quickly made a decision in his heart. Go down and prepare, and follow me to attack the Blood River in 3 days. Hall Lord, if we want to occupy the Blood River region, the first thing we must attack is the Scarlet Blood Pass in the Blood River region. Kang Yuanlong hesitated slightly. It's just that. The commander guarding the Scarlet Blood Pass is a 9-star blood general named Li Wei in the Blood River region. He is extremely powerful, and there are many powerful quasi-emperors under his command. The Scarlet Wasteland is the most barren land in the profound spirit continent. At the beginning, Kang Yuanlong and their ancestors came here because of the war of the mighty profound spirit continent. Who knew that in the end they still could not avoid the war with the blood spirit race? Ever since Kang Yuanlong's Shu base reached the peak of his divine birth, he actually had the thought of leaving the Scarlet Wasteland in his heart. Scarlet Wasteland has scarce resources, and it is extremely difficult to break through the quasi-emperor in this place is to return to the Ruins Emperor realm. Now that Jiang Chen controls the censored wasteland, if he can follow Jiang Chen to conquer the Blood River region and obtain more training resources, it will undoubtedly be much easier for him to break through and return to the market. It's just that the strength of their Scarlet Wasteland is too weak, not to mention occupying the Blood River region. Even if a Scarlet Blood Pass is captured, it will not be an easy task. Jiang Chen said lightly, it's okay, there is a 9-star blood general, I don't care about it, you can arrange it quickly. Kang Yuanlong responded, and then turned around to prepare. Jiang Chen took 1,000 warriors headed by Kang Yuanlong towards the Blood River region east of the Scarlet Wasteland. The Scarlet Wasteland is vast, and Jiang Chen and the others are still 1,000,000 miles away from the Red Blood Pass, the closest to the Blood River region. After Jiang Chen and the others kept walking for 10 days, they finally walked out of the Scarlet Wasteland. Out of the Scarlet Wasteland, Jiang Chen traveled a distance of about 1,000 miles under the guidance of Kang Yuanlong. A huge and majestic stage quickly emerged in their sight. This is a majestic pass with a height of several hundred meters. The entire pass is built of huge red blood rocks, giving people a majestic feeling. From a distance, the entire level seemed to be like a prehistoric monster crawling between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen didn't hide the slightest, directly leading Kang Yuanlong and his party, swaggering towards the Scarlet Blood Pass. Shui closed. Several warriors of the blood spirit race who were in charge of vigilance looked at the group of thousands of people who suddenly appeared under the Scarlet Blood Pass, their expressions suddenly changed. The enemy. The enemy attack. Human race is coming to attack the Scarlet Blood Pass. The Blood Spirit Clan warriors looked at Jiang Chen and the others below, and quickly sounded the alarm bell that was closed by Scarlet Blood. Clang clang. As a rush of bells rang through the sky above the Scarlet Blood Pass, only censored figures exuding a powerful aura were seen flying out of the Scarlet Blood Pass. In less than a moment, hundreds of Blood Spirit Tribe warriors were in the air in front of the Scarlet Blood Pass. Among these hundreds of Blood Spirit Clan warriors, the weakest ones have reached the Divine Soul Realm, and even the Divine Fetal Realm has nearly 100 people. Among them, the aura of more than 10 people is almost not below the Kengyuan dragon. Especially for the first middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored armor, the majestic blood pressure swept across the sky, pressing Kang Yuanlong and the others into a feeling of breathlessness. Boy, who are you, dare to bring someone to attack the Scarlet Blood Pass? The middle-aged man looked down at Jiang Chen and the others coldly, and a shocked look appeared in his eyes. The Blood River region is adjacent to Yunzhou, one of the 8 human states. 10,000 years ago, they broke through Yunzhou in the Blood River region. It was not until the return of Emperor Zhang Wuya a few years ago that the Terran took Yunzhou back. Although their Blood River area is weak now, Yunzhou is also unable to recover its vitality in a short time, and is unable to attack their Blood River area. In the past few years when he guarded the Scarlet Blood Pass, there had never been any war between the Blood Spirit race and the human race. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Yunzhou to send people to attack the Blood River region at this time. Where did the nearly 1,000 celebrity warriors emerge from? You are the 9-star blood general Li Wei guarding the Scarlet Blood Pass. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged man. Without talking nonsense, he said indifferently, this Scarlet Blood Pass will belong to me in the future. Give you a chance to kneel and surrender. I will spare you not to die. Chapter 1444, 9-star blood general, kill in one seal. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the blood spirit race is a hidden danger. If the blood spirit race is not completely suppressed, neither the Xuanling continent human race nor the Shenwu continent will be peaceful. In order to prevent people from repeating the mistakes of thousands of years ago, Jiang Chen must completely suppress the blood spirit race, so that the blood spirit race will never dare to be an enemy of the human race. This Scarlet Blood Pass was Jiang Chen's first step to suppress the blood spirit race. Where did the Maodo boy dare to be rampant in front of this emperor? Just with you and the group of ant-like humans behind you, you want this emperor to surrender? Li Wei heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and suddenly laughed with disdain. As a 9-star blood general, even if he is the leader of the human emperor realm in Yunzhou, he may not be able to win him anything. Unless human race sends more emperor realm powerhouses to help, no one in this area can pose a threat to him. What qualifications does the unrecognized Maodo boy in front of him have to surrender? You say I am an ant, then it depends on how my ant killed you. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he stepped up into the air. Li Wei's expression was blank, and a monstrous force of blood and qi burst out from Li Wei's body. The 9 stars blood general, equivalent to the 9 heavens of the human martial artist, uses pure power to break the limit, thus triggering the emperor's calamity and achieving the power of the emperor. Under the baptism of Emperor Jia, their bodies are far more powerful than the emperor realm powerhouses who practice martial arts, and almost every part of their bodies is comparable to the imperial weapons, which can be described as extremely powerful. Li Wei clenched his fist abruptly, and the endless vitality instantly condensed on the fist, and finally turned into a censored fist that was enough to suppress all the censored fists, and exploded towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the fiery red sword light condensed by the law of kendo whizzed out of the sky. The fiery red sword light slashed on the censored fist. I saw that Li Wei's censored fist that could break the world with one punch was instantly smashed by the fire and sword light. Li Wei only felt a sharp sword aura, slashing directly on his body. Li Wei's figure trembled, and he immediately retreated hundreds of feet away in the void. He lowered his head and glanced at the blood-colored battle armor on his body, and there was also an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Li Wei raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His whole person became extremely furious in an instant. Good, good. Boy, I looked down on you. I didn't expect you to be a human sword emperor. He never imagined that the Maodo boy who looked only in his 20s would be a human sword emperor. If it weren't for this imperial armor, I am afraid that even with the powerful body of his 9-star blood general, he would be injured by Jiang Chen's sword. Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and his expression instantly became more solemn. To the north of the Blood River region, the human race only has Yun Qianyan, the leader of Yunzhou, a strong man in the Dai Emperor realm. Where did the young sword emperor emerge from? Could it be the human race secretly sent a strong man to Yunzhou, wanting to do something against them in the Blood River region? If that's the case, they might be in trouble for the Blood River region. The strength of the palace master is really not ordinary horror. When the blood was shut down, Kang Yuanlong stared at the scene in shock, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Even the 9-star blood generals like Li Wei were repulsed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. It is ridiculous that he even wanted to subdue Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he didn't have a head-on conflict with Jiang Chen, otherwise I'm afraid I don't know how he really died. Li Wei, the emperor will give you one last chance, either surrender or die, you can choose for yourself. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind and looked at Li Wei lightly. Now that he attacked the Scarlet Blood Pass, he would soon attract the attention of the Blood River region and even the Blood Spirit race. And beside him, there is no strong man who can handle it. If he could control the 9-star blood general in front of him, he could barely become a great force beside him. Li Wei stared at Jiang Chen tightly. With your talent, even if you look at the entire human race, you are a handful of geniuses. You shouldn't be an unknown person. Who are you? Who I am, you will know soon. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Wei lightly and said with an impatient look, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, you should make a decision. You really thought you were a sword emperor? This emperor was afraid of you. No matter who you dare to attack my censored territory, this emperor will let you come and go. A fierce cold light suddenly burst out of Li Wei's eyes, and immediately stepped across 1,000 feet of void in one step, and punched Jiang Chen again. His fist is like a dragon traveling through the sky, like a sword flying across the sky, and the terrifying power of blood and blood, directly turned into a roaring blood-colored dragon, enough to chop everything in the Chenjiang void into powder. Since you choose to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen looked at the oncoming Li Wei indifferently, and with a flick of his hands, 2 invisible forces instantly enveloped the void. Under the influence of these 2 forces, Li Wei's figure, which came with a powerful fist, seemed to be greatly hindered, and instantly slowed down 10 times. And his life of vitality, under this invisible force, accelerated its flow. The law of space and the law of time. During this time, Jiang Chen had almost realized 90% of the power of these laws, only one step away from complete mastery. Although I can't control the world, I think of life and death. But even for such an emperor-level powerhouse like Li Wei, it can cause a lot of trouble. Zhu Shenyin, give me town. Jiang Chen restrained Li Wei with the power of 2 laws. Without any hesitation in the movement of his hand, he turned his palm and pressed it directly. A bright, golden light in the void descended from the sky, and finally turned into a golden square seal with the word, Zhu, engraved on it, suppressed from the top of Li Wei's head. Looking at the golden square seal falling from the sky, Li Wei thought of something in an instant, and finally there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. You. How can you have a human race? Li Wei's words were not halfway through. The golden square seal suppressed with the supernatural power of destroying everything. The second type of the seal of punishable god. When Jiang Chen displayed this seal, even the king of Juyu Li Juyu was killed by him, let alone Li Wei, who was much weaker than Li Juyu before him. The golden square seal instantly shattered the monstrous vitality of Li Wei's body. And Li Wei's whole person was also instantly annihilated in the divine power of Zhu Shenyin. Commanded by the dignified Red Blood Pass, the 9-star blood general Li Wei was killed by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1445, The Rules of the Six Emperors. With the golden square seal and Li Wei's figure dissipated in the void. Outside the Red Blood Pass, the sky and the earth are all in a dead silence at this moment. Whether it is the many blood spirit race people in the Scarlet Blood Pass, or the Kangunlong and others below, it has been a long time to recover from the shock. Li Wei, this is a dignified 9-star blood general, an emperor-level powerhouse that can rival the Guishu realm. Such a powerful existence was so obliterated by Jiang Chen. What kind of horror has the strength of this kid in front of him reached? Tong, Master Commander is dead, and the Scarlet Blood Pass is lost. Hurry, go to Blood River City and report that the human race is about to attack the Blood River region. Many strong blood spirit tribes looked horrified. Li Wei is the only emperor-level powerhouse guarding the Scarlet Blood Pass. Even Li Wei is so easily killed, how could they contend against the human powerhouse? They didn't hesitate at all, they fled towards the other side of the Scarlet Blood Pass in a hurry. Jiang Chen's complexion was cold, and a terrifying sword force covering the sky and the earth spread all over his body instantly in the void. The world opens up, and the sun and the moon separate. I saw that in the sea of chaos clouds, a series of mysterious fiery red sword chi burst out of the air, flying towards the Blood Spirit clan powerhouses who fled in panic. Dozens of Blood Spirit clan powerhouses who fled in all directions were instantly hit by the red sword aura, and then turned into nothingness in midair. Killed dozens of powerful Blood Spirit races in a row. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, hesitating to look at the world like a peerless sword fairy. The voice that did not mix with the slightest emotion also resounded in the air. Fleeing without permission, die. In addition to Li Wei, who was killed by him in the Blood River region, after all, there were 2 or 3 strong people in the Ruins realm. Among them, I am afraid there are more powerful existences than Li Wei. With his current strength, it might be a bit difficult for one person to deal with several strong people in the market. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let the news of the Scarlet Blood Pass go out like this. After occupying the Red Blood Pass today, Jiang Chen plans to practice in the Red Blood Pass for a period of time to fully grasp the remaining powers of several laws. He holds 6 powers of the law. Even if a few experts from the Ruins realm in the Blood River region have abandoned them, he is sure to kill them easily. After Jiang Chen killed dozens of fleeing Blood Spirit clan powerhouses with thunder, the remaining Blood Spirit clan people are all dead. Wherever they dare to escape, they are all shivering in front of Jiang Chen. Kneeled down. Bye, I'll see you, and beg your life, I'm willing to surrender. Jiang Chen ignored these people of the Blood Spirit race and directly said to the Kang Yuan Long below, Elder Kang, send someone to control the Scarlet Blood Pass, and then move all the power on the Scarlet Wasteland to the Scarlet Blood Pass. Several quasi-emperors of the Scarlet Blood Pass and the powerhouses of the 9th stage of Divine Fetus were all killed by Jiang Chen. Now that the Blood Spirit clan warrior of the Scarlet Blood Pass can no longer pose a threat to Kang Yuanlong, it is naturally not difficult to control the Scarlet Blood Pass. Kang Yuanlong took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly said respectfully. For the black-clothed young man in front of him, Kang Yuanlong had only a capital suit in his heart. Coming to attack the Scarlet Blood Pass this time must be a very difficult battle. Even a little careless, they all may fall. Kang Yuanlong never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen wiped out the 9-star blood general Li Wei, and wiped out dozens of Blood Spirit clan powerhouses with his hands and feet, and took the Scarlet Blood Pass almost effortlessly. With the terrifying strength shown by Jiang Chen, perhaps their human emperor palace can really conquer the Blood River region and accomplish a career in this profound spirit continent. After arranging the affairs of the Scarlet Blood Fortress to Kang Yuanlong, Jiang Chen started to shake his hand at the shopkeeper, directly found a cultivation secret room in the Red Blood Pass, and began to practice in retreat. Jiang Chen has been in the Xuanling continent for several months. In the first 2 months, he mostly focused on healing. Except for swallowing that wooden emperor bone relic, which increased some cultivation base, his strength has not been greatly improved. Some time later, Jiang Chen focused his energy on the power of comprehension law. This profound spirit continent is 1 level higher than the divine martial continent, and the original power of the plane is naturally much stronger. The speed of his comprehension of the law in the Xuanling continent was at least twice as fast as that in the Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen now has almost 90% of his comprehension of the power of the other 5 laws, except for the Kendo laws he has completely mastered. As long as he continues to comprehend, he will be able to master these 5 law forces completely within half a month and raise his strength to a new level. With a flash of thought in his mind, Jiang Chen entered the cultivation state without hesitation. Ding! You feel the original power of heaven and earth, trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! Your Kendo law gains 2,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You gain 2,000,000*100 experience with the law of thunder. Jiang Chen felt the original power of heaven and earth once in Xuanling continent. The time required was the same as under the divine tree of Emperor Yun. It took about an hour, but the experience gained was twice as much. In this way, Jiang Chen madly comprehended the original power of heaven and earth, constantly increasing his law power. 10 days later, Jiang Chen's law of thunder and air were fully mastered. 12 days later, Jiang Chen once again mastered the complete law of fire. Half a month later, Jiang Chen's laws of time and space-time were also completely mastered by Jiang Chen. Coupled with the first complete mastery of the Kendo laws, Jiang Chen has mastered the laws of the 6 great emperors. Break through the quasi-emperor realm at the beginning. Jiang Chen can be invincible in the quasi-emperor realm with 6 incomplete emperor realm laws, killing ordinary quasi-emperors like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now with the cultivation base of the Guishu emperor realm and mastering the 6 complete emperor realm laws, the combat power will be even more terrifying. After the warrior breaks through the ruins realm, it is slightly different from the previous realm, and is no longer divided into 1 to 9 layers. The return to the ruins realm has only 4 small realms: the initial stage, the middle stage, the latter stage, and the peak. Every time a small realm is improved, the strength is almost tenfold. The first 3 small realms are all called Emperor Realm powerhouses. Once it reaches the peak of Guishu, it can be called the Great Emperor. Even in the Xuanling continent today, the Emperor is an extremely rare powerhouse. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how far the combat power he had exploded now could reach. But across a small realm, there is no problem in dealing with the strong in the middle of the return to the market. If he can raise his cultivation base to the middle stage of the ruins, he can deal with the strong in the later stage of the ruins. At that time, unless the Supreme Emperor returns to the peak of the ruins, no one should be able to pose a threat to him. Chapter 1446. Today, I am here to destroy the Blood River region. Blood River region, the most prosperous central area. Here, there are thousands of miles of fertile soil, and a series of spiritual veins, like giant dragons, converge from all directions to guard a magnificent city. This city is the royal city of the Blood River region. At this time, the royal city of the Blood River region is holding the ceremony of the new king of the Blood River region. The previous generation of Blood Spirit King Li Juyu led the army of the Blood River region and attacked an inferior plane of the human race, but was suppressed on that plane, and the throne of the Blood River region remained in the air. The descendants of the royal family left by Li Juyu in the royal city did not show any outstanding talents, and no descendants of the royal family have reached the emperor realm. There has never been a new king in the Blood River region. Some time ago, the Blood River region sent 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses to rescue Li Juyu on that plane, but they also ended in failure. Fortunately, half a month ago, there was finally a descendant of the royal family in the Blood River region who successfully broke through the returning market realm. After a round of discussions, the senior officials of the royal city decided to make the descendant of the royal family the new king of the Blood River region to rule the Blood River region. Since the king's attack on the human plane is gone, the Blood River region has not been headed for thousands of years. Today, the descendant of the royal family, Li Han, breaks through and returns to the ruins realm and can be the new king of the Blood River region. In a huge square in the center of the royal city, there was a courtesy officer who read the sacrificial text on the stage. In front of him, a young man wearing a blood-colored dragon-patterned robe, accompanied by the 3 elders of the Blood River region, stood with a solemn expression. And around the square, there are heavyweights from all parts of the Blood River region. Almost all the city lords of many cities and the patriarchs of major families in the Blood River area gathered here. After the ceremonial officer read a long section of the sacrificial text, he shouted, "Now I announce that the ceremony of the new king's enthronement has officially begun, and I will invite Master Li Han to the throne." Young Master Han, it's almost time, please take the throne. As the ceremonial officer's voice fell, the three Emperor Realm Elders couldn't help but said. To the blood-robed youth named Li Han. Li Han said lightly, the Scarlet Pass Commander General Li Wei hasn't arrived yet, so wait. After hearing Li Han's words, the three Emperor Realm Elders couldn't help frowning. Li Wei is one of the few Emperor-level powerhouses in the Blood River region, and the commander in guarding the Red Blood Pass. His prestige and status in the Blood River region are second to none. This new king ascended to the throne hall. Naturally, Li Wei was able to proceed smoothly. What the censored is going on with Li Wei? The old man has sent someone to the Red Blood Pass to pass on the news. How can there be no movement? A white-haired old man with a slightly rickety figure could not help but reveal an unpleasant look in his muddy old eyes. Although the old man looked very old, as if he was about to die, his whole body was exuding an imperial power that made people dare not look at him. This old man was Li Shuiyang, the great elder of the Blood River King City, and also the most respected senior figure in the Blood River King City. Li Juyu led the army of the Blood River region to invade the human plane, and Li Shuiyang was one of the few Emperor Realm powerhouses left to guard the Blood River region. Over the past 10,000 years, the several powerful emperors left by Li Juyu that year have all fallen one after another in the long river of time. And Li Shuiyang is the only Imperial Realm powerhouse in the Blood River region who has lived from 10,000 years ago to the present. Listening to Li Shuiyang's words, the expressions of the other two Emperor Realm Elders also became extremely serious. The new king of the Blood River region ascended the throne, but Li Wei did not come back after being ordered. If Li Wei does not support the new king ascending the throne, this is not good news for them in the Blood River region. Li Zhen, you go to the Scarlet Blood Pass by yourself, the old man wants to see what he wants to do, Li Wei. Li Shuiyang snorted coldly, and said directly to one of the elders of the black-robed Emperor realm. Yes, Grand Elder. The black-robed elder Li Zhen responded, and he was about to leave the royal city. But at this moment, the distant sky outside the king's city suddenly shot a sword rainbow that penetrated the sky and the earth. Jian Hong was about to reach its extreme, directly piercing through the heavily defended royal city formation, flashing out above the royal city like a remnant cloud. At the same time, a faint chuckle instantly resounded through the world. Ha ha! The new king's enthronement ceremony. You Blood River region, there is no need to establish a new king. As this faint voice reverberated above the Blood River region King City, countless eyes below suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. There, a human race youth with black hair and black eyes stood proudly, just like an immortal Lynchen. Bold, a little human kid, dared to break into my Blood River domain King City. On the square below, the four blood spirit quasi-emperors wearing blood-colored battle armors suddenly became furious, and immediately rushed to Jiang Chen in the sky at the same time. Today is the grand ceremony of the new king of the Blood River region. The four of them are the leaders who guard the king's city. Their duty is to ensure the smooth progress of the grand ceremony. Now a human youth suddenly broke into the royal city and disrupted the enthronement ceremony. How could this make the four not angry? An ant-like existence, dared to take action against the emperor, knowing nothing about life and death. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers gently, and the void sword shook the sky. A giant sword of 1,000 feet smashed down from above the 9 heavens, and the 6 quasi-emperor leaders had no resistance at all, and they were already reduced to ashes under Jiang Chen's sword. What a human sword emperor, dare to come to my Blood River region King City to go wild, you are looking for death. Li Shuiyang stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and an overwhelming killing intent also spread from him instantly. In the Blood River territory, there is 9 stars blood, who will take Li Wei in the border Red Blood Pass, and it is impossible for a human emperor to easily enter the Blood River territory. And the human sword emperor in front of him was extremely strange, and he was not the strong human emperor realm who ruled Yunzhou at all. The young sword emperor in front of him was secretly sent by the human race. In contact with Li Wei's delayed return, Li Shuiyang is naturally not difficult to guess. The Scarlet Blood Pass might have changed in all likelihood. I am afraid that even Li Wei has already encountered an accident at the Scarlet Blood Pass. Hee, I'm not here to find death. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and looked down at Li Shuiyang and others condescendingly, and his proud voice resounded through the audience again. Human Jiang Chen came today to destroy the Blood River region. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Following Jiang Chen's words, Many Blood River domain experts were furious. Jiang Chen, don't be too mad. You alone dare to ruin my Blood River region without shame. Are you really treating me as no one in the Blood River region? The royal prince Li Han, who was about to become the new king, shouted angrily, and immediately turned into a blood red, and rose into the sky at Jiang Chen. The terrifying, censored chill filled the entire void. Pieces of monster blood frost condensed from the void, and the space of thousands of meters seemed to be frozen by that blood frost at this moment. Chapter 1447, In the Imperial Battle, One Enemy 3. It's worthy of being a descendant of Li Juyu's bloodline. When you first enter the Emperor realm, you can master the 2 laws of blood and ice. It is also a rare genius. It's a pity, with your strength, you are far from qualified to do it with me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, raising his hand just to point out. Only hearing a loud noise, Li Han's figure soaring into the sky suddenly fell silent. His body was lightly beaten by Jiang Chen with a finger and flew thousands of meters away, hitting a hall in the royal city. The hall collapsed. After Li Han's body destroyed the main hall, he directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. The whole person was buried alive in the huge pit by the collapse of the main hall. This scene immediately caused countless Blood Spirit clan powerhouses below to take a breath. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen all showed amazement. Li Han, the son of the royal family of the Blood River region, has already broken through the existence of the Guishu Emperor realm. Although it was only a short time after breakthrough, he was also a real powerhouse in the Emperor realm. A dignified Emperor realm powerhouse was killed by this human youth in front of him. Ah! Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Just as everyone was shocked, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the huge pit. The mysterious blood glow rose up into the sky from the huge pit, and finally turned into a blood-colored giant with 1,000 feet in the sky. The Emperor body of the powerful Emperor. As Emperor Li Han's body condensed, in this Blood River region King City, countless people of the Blood Spirit race knelt to the ground, shaking. Even those who are strong in the divine fetal stage have a feeling of palpitations. Compared to your ancestor Li Juyu, you are still too weak, kill me. In the void, Jiang Chen looked indifferently and stretched out his palm, a giant palm containing the power of endless wind and thunder, falling like a giant pillar, directly on Li Han's Chenjiang Emperor's body. Li Han let out a scream, Chenjiang Emperor's body instantly collapsed, and the whole person crashed to the ground again. Boy, dare to hurt my new king of the Blood River region. Seeing that Li Han condensed the Emperor's body, it was still easily defeated by Jiang Chen with one move, Li Shuiyang yelled, and his figure instantly turned into a censored light and rose into the sky. A blood mist exuding a terrifying aura instantly rushed out from behind Li Shuiyang, turned into a long, censored dragon with teeth and claws, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Li Shuiyang cultivated blood and killing. This long, censored dragon was the law of killing that he had slaughtered countless creatures and condensed by killing witnesses. His law of killing is not only powerful, but also contains thousands of grievances. Even if the quasi-emperor is strong, once infected, he will suffer damage and fall into reincarnation forever. Exit. Jiang Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and the soul-extinguishing seal came from the sky like a dark mountain, slamming it on the blood-colored dragon. A scream of ghost-crying wolf howling screamed suddenly from the long scarlet dragon. I saw the long scarlet dragon, which was quickly annihilated into nothingness under the black square seal. Human sacred warrior imperial seal, how is it possible? Li Shuiyang broke away from a distance of hundreds of feet in embarrassment. He looked up at Jiang Chen in the void, and finally showed a look of horror in his old eyes. As an old monster of the blood spirit race who lived for more than 10,000 years, how could Li Shuiyang not recognize the Emperor seal of the human race divine warrior? The seal of the Emperor of the human race has always been only qualified to hold the Emperor and the successor of the Emperor. Is this kid in front of him the heir to the Emperor cultivated secretly by the human race? Thinking of this, Li Shuiyang was also frightened. The human race sends all the heirs of the human Emperor to attack the Blood River region. Is it because they want to open a gap through the Blood River region and launch a war against the blood spirit race? Li Zhen, Li Yu, come with me to kill this kid. Li Shuiyang suppressed the horror in his heart and shouted directly to the other two emperors. Regardless of whether the human race really wants to start a war, today he will kill the heir to the Emperor at all costs. The other two imperial elders in the imperial city burst into shape, and the monstrous vitality spread from the two of them. Jiang Chen looked at the two Emperor Realm Elders who had killed him with monstrous blood, and with his palm facing the void, a red sword light with a length of 10 feet appeared out of thin air. The sword light turns into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, thousands of red sword lights emerged in the void. One sword makes a million. Each of these thousands of sword lights descended from the sky with the power to cut through the void. Tens of thousands of pitch-black cracks emerged from the sky out of thin air, as if the entire sky had been pierced by tens of thousands of holes by the red sword glow. On the left, Li Zhen's face changed, his figure resembling a censored ghost, bringing up bursts of censored phantoms, and finally turned into hundreds of censored shadows and rushed towards Jiang Chen. And when Li Zhen shot, Li Yu on the other side also shot. As soon as he shot his hands, the sky filled the world, as if 1,000 feet of void was about to burst. Obviously, this reason is a 9-star blood general who must be stronger than Li Wei. Sky-breaking blood demon fist. Li Yu punched out, the space of thousands of meters collapsed suddenly, and the terrifying blood-colored power directly punched a huge black hole in the void. Countless red sword lights fell on the black hole, and finally annihilated with this black hole. At the same time when these two Emperor Realm Elders made their moves, Li Shuiyang, who was repelled by Jiang Chen, also stepped into the air again and killed Jiang Chen. The three powerful Imperial Realms used their own methods to finally resist Jiang Chen's tens of thousands of terrifying sword lights. Jiang Chen, although you are very strong, if you want to destroy my Blood River region with the power of one person, I am afraid you still have all the skills. Li Shuiyang looked up at Jiang Chen and said with a sneer. Really? Then pick me up again. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately flipped his palm, and a huge golden seal engraved with "Punish oneself," with unmatched terrifying power, suppressed the sky and the sun. Be careful, this is the seal of the human divine warrior. Li Shuiyang's complexion changed, countless blood and black glows intertwined and rose from behind him, turning into a strange blood-colored space. Countless evil spirits roared in the blood-colored space continuously, and the golden gold standing above his head was suppressed. The giant seal collided again. Laugh. The huge golden seal hit the scarlet space, immediately causing scarlet space to tremble. A burst of sorrowful screams reverberated continuously in the sky, and I saw that the censored space, together with countless souls and ghosts, were completely transformed into nothingness under the power of the divine seal. Chapter 1448, Kill the Three Emperors. Seeing that the 6 types of Li's blood could hardly stop Jiang Chen's mark of Zhu Shen, Li Zhen's complexion changed drastically. With a move of his palm, a monster, censored, long sword instantly emerged from his palm. An evil blood-colored light spread from the sword. Extreme blood swordsmanship, open it to me. Li Zhen held the blood-colored long sword in his hand, and the Chenjiang Jianqi condensed by the fusion of the law of blood and the law of kendo, slashed at the huge golden seal above his head. The golden light of Zhu Shen's seal was entangled with the censored sword aura. With Jiang Chen's current strength, displaying the mark of Zhou Shen is much more powerful than the original battle with Li Juyu. How can Li Zhen in the early days of the ruins be able to resist it? His 1000 Jiang sword aura was instantly crushed by the unmatched divine power of Zhu Shenyin, and his entire body was shaken in vain. And at the whole time, Zhu Shenyin also suppressed them again. At this moment, a blood-colored fist with the power of breaking the sky rushed into the air and hit the golden giant seal. After the golden giant seal broke through the attacks of the 2 great Emperor Realm powerhouses one after another, it was finally weakened by Li Yu's punch. Seeing this scene, the many blood spirit race people below were all shocked. They joined forces with the 3 powerhouses of the 3 imperial realms of the Blood River region, but they were not able to escape from the opponent's hands without any advantage. The entire human race youth in front of him is too terrifying. Don't delay, let's do our best together and get rid of him as soon as possible. Li Shuiyang stared at Jiang Chen closely, and a solemn expression passed across his face. Because Li Shuiyang suffered an injury 10,000 years ago, his cultivation has never been able to break through the middle stage of the return to the market, but in the early stage of the return to the market, there were few opponents. With the addition of Li Zhen and Li Yu, the 3 of them work together, and even the strong in the middle of the ruins can fight. The heir to the emperor in front of him, he was able to fight against the 3 of them with his own power. It was really enchanting. If the delay continues, and another human emperor realm is killed, their Blood River region may be really dangerous today. Li Shuiyang's voice fell, and the Chenjiang emperor's body instantly condensed, and the strong punch that merged the law of blood and the law of killing instantly shook the world and exploded directly at Jiang Chen. Li Jian and Li Yu also did not hesitate at all. They also condensed the emperor body in an instant, turned into two blood-colored giants, and killed Jiang Chen. The entire Blood River region King City was enveloped by three monstrous blood. In that monstrous blood, there is endless destructive power, as if the end is coming, and the world is about to collapse. Haha. Good job. Looking at the three great Emperor Realm powerhouses with all their strength, Jiang Chen's battle intent skyrocketed, making you like a censored of war, turning into a golden giant. The Emperor's body was condensed, and Jiang Chen's powerful laws and powers also filled the void. The law of Kendo that can smash everything. The law of thunder contains the might of thunder of the nine heavens. The law of fire with the power of burning the sky. Carry the wind tunnel law of ruining storm. You can control the empty point rule of space. Able to think of the time rule of life and death. The six Emperor Realm laws were successively displayed by Jiang Chen, and then merged and gathered in the void, and finally turned into a law space exuding six colors of light. Jiang Chen used the sword to refer to Li Shuiyang, who was the first to kill. Crack. Even if the emperor body was condensed, Li Shuiyang's fist was smashed by a sword under the blow of Jiang Chen's fusion of the six Emperor Realm laws. I saw his Chenjiang Emperor body crashed to pieces under this sword. Li Shuiyang's Emperor body dissipated, but the six-color sword aura had not dissipated yet, directly strangling Li Shuiyang's body into powder. With a sword slaying Li Shuiyang, Jiang Chen made another move in his palm, and a group of strange six-color flames emerged from his palm. Jiang Chen now masters the six complete laws of power, and the six laws of power merge, and he can use one of the powers of the laws as he wants, and integrate other laws to launch an attack. Previously, he used the law of Kendo to fuse the other five powers, and slashed Li Shuiyang with a single sword. Now, the attack led by the law of fire is condensed again. The golden flames condensed in the palm of Jiang Chen. At the beginning, they were about the size of a palm, then burned quickly, and finally turned into a six-color, censored, flame that engulfed Li Jian and Li Yu. The bright six-color divine flames scorched the void, causing the temperature of the entire Blood River region King City to reach an extremely terrifying level. Even the many people of the blood spirit race below, separated by thousands of feet in the sky, seemed to have a feeling of being in flames. Facing the six-colored divine flames around, Li Jian and Li Yu's faces were hurt, and both could not help showing a look of horror. Fire power is the nemesis of their blood power. Jiang Chen's six-color divine flame, condensed by law, is powerful enough to burn the sky. Even though they were strong emperors, Li Jian and Li Jian felt a shadow of death covering their hearts at this moment. Both of them let out a roar of exclamation and rage, and the power of destroying the sky and the earth madly attacked the surrounding six-color divine flames. Jiang Chen is dominated by the law of fire, and the divine flame condensed by the laws of the six emperors, even the strongest emperor in the middle of the ruins. I am afraid it is difficult to easily shake. How could Yi Lizin's strength in the early stage of the emperor realm be easily broken? No matter how hard Li Jian and Li Jian struggled, they couldn't shake the six-color, censored, flame in the end. I saw that Li Jian and Li Jian's Chenjiang Emperor body were all burned by the six-color divine flames, and the blood brilliance of the whole body quickly dimmed. In the end, the Chenjiang Emperor physique of the two had turned into nothingness under the terrifying temperature of six-god flame. The Emperor body collapsed, and the bodies of Li Jian and Li Jian also instantly appeared in the void enveloped by the six gods. Their eyes were enlarged, full of panic. At this moment, their Emperor body collapsed, and they were unable to resist the terrifying power of the six gods' divine flame. In the blink of an eye, both their bodies and souls were burned clean by Jiang Chen's six-color divine flames. Seeing this shocking scene in front of me, the world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Countless people of the blood spirit race turned pale instantly. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen all showed an unconcealable panic. The three quasi-emperors of the Blood River region were killed by Jiang Chen like this. Chapter 1449, The Sealed Ghost Clone. Their blood river is over. Many people of the blood spirit race looked desperate and horrified. Even the three elders of the three imperial realms in the royal city have been beheaded so easily by Jiang Chen, how can they resist? Jiang Chen, you kill me, the three elders of the three emperors in the Blood River region, this hate is not shared. Today, Li Han, I am determined to destroy your physical body and draw your soul to pay homage to the spirits of the three elders. Seeing that all the three elders of the Emperor realm fell into the hands of Jiang Chen, Li Han gritted his teeth, his eyes almost bursting into flames. Since 10,000 years ago, their previous generation of blood spirit kings in the Blood River region took away the powerful people. The Blood River region's strength has always been the lowest among the 9 regions of the blood spirit race. If it weren't for the Juyu King Li Juyu, who was the supreme emperor of the Megatron blood spirit race, and was trusted by the Blood Emperor, I am afraid that the Blood River region would have long since ceased to exist. Now that the few Imperial Realm powerhouses remaining in his Blood River region have all been beheaded by Jiang Chen, how will they take control of a realm in the future? Li Han's chest was full of anger, and he kept pinching a Dao Fa Ju with his hands and pointed it towards the surroundings of the royal city. The entire Blood River region King City shook like an earthquake. The King City trembled, countless array runes shining in the void, an unimaginable chi and blood rose into the sky. Tens of thousands of warriors in the entire royal city trembled at the same time, even those strong in the divine embryo realm, all knelt directly on the ground under the pressure of that terrifying blood. Just when everyone was terrified, the overwhelming blood chi was flying like a blood dragon, and finally turned into a divine, censored figure that emerged in front of Jiang Chen. A voice that seemed to come from Juyu also resounded in this space. I am Li Yi, who broke the seal and awakened the god. Below, some older Blood River realm royal families heard the name, and their expressions instantly became excited. As the ancestor of the 9th generation of Blood Spirit King Li Yi of the Blood River region, the people of the Blood Spirit race in the Blood River region, their desperate faces also showed ecstasy expressions. Li Yi, the 9th generation of the Blood Spirit King of the Blood River region, was the invincible god of war in the Blood River region 30,000 years ago. Even after a lapse of tens of thousands of years, this person's name is like thunder in the Blood River region and the entire blood spirit race. It is said that Li Yi was the first genius in the Blood River region for tens of thousands of years. For thousands of years, he became the strong man of the Blood Spirit clan, second only to the Blood Emperor. He is extremely cruel, his hands are covered with blood from countless human races, and he is known as the invincible god of war of the Blood Spirit race. It's just that Li Yi was naturally arrogant. Back then, he led a lone army of the blood spirit race to go deep and encountered the 3 strongest humans of the human race, and finally fell. But even so, Li Yi still caused 1 death and 2 injuries to the 3 major virtual gods of the clan, and his strength was extremely powerful. Many people of the Blood Spirit clan obviously did not expect that the Blood River region King City was still sealed with the spirit of Li Yi's god of war. With the spirit of Li Yi's god of war, their Blood River region would be saved. This is the avatar of a strong man in the Void God realm. Feeling the terrifying aura on Li Yi's body, Jiang Chen's eyes shrank slightly. Void God realm. This is a realm completely above the Guishu realm. The reason why the Guishu realm is also called the Emperor realm in the lower realm is because the Guishu realm has reached the limit of a mortal after being baptized by the tribulation of heaven and earth, and this is called the Emperor. And the virtual, censored, realm broke through the limit, and it no longer belongs to the realm of mortals. Void God, Void God. As the name suggests, this is already a state of transformation from man to God. For those who are strong in the virtual, censored realm, the mortal body will gradually turn into a censored body, and the original power will turn into a censored power. Not only that, even the souls of the strong in the virtual, censored realm will gradually condense their divine power, and one thought can destroy the world. Although the blood-colored figure in front of him was only a ghost clone of a virtual, censored realm powerhouse, it was far from being comparable to an ordinary Emperor realm powerhouse. The ancestor of Li Yi, the Blood River region has suffered a great disaster, and the younger generation Li Han, please ancestors to kill this son, and wash my Blood River humiliation. Li Han half kneeled on the ground respectfully, his body trembling, his expression sad and authentic. At the moment when Li Han's voice fell, the censored phantom named Li Yi suddenly raised his head, a pair of monster blood eyes were directly locked on Jiang Chen, and the overwhelming killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Blood River region King City. Ha, a mere human from the early days of returning to the ruins, who gave you the courage to spread wildly in the realm of God? A faint cold snort, at this moment, shocked the world. The entire sky above the royal city was trembling in this voice, and there were spatial cracks visible to the naked eye. The Blood River region is worthy of being one of the 9 areas of the blood spirit race. I didn't expect that there would be such a trump card. Jiang Chen calmly stared at the virtual, censored clone in front of him, and a faint voice sounded. If your body is still alive, I am indeed not your opponent. It's a pity. You are just a ghost clone, how can you do me? The faint words are like a world of arrogance. Human, kid, you are crazy. Even though this censored is just a ghost clone, it is still more than enough to kill you, the ant in the early days of returning to the market. Li Yi heard Jiang Chen's wild words, and an expression of anger appeared in his eyes. He has already shed the mortal calamity, has become a powerhouse of the void god realm, and has already half-footed into the sequence of God. Even if there is only one avatar of the soul, how can a mundane person despise it? Immediately, Li Yi moved. The soles of his feet stepped in the void, and a huge spatial crack instantly spread thousands of feet away, extending to Jiang Chen, as if to swallow Jiang Chen's whole person. Jiang Chen's complexion did not change. With a move of his palm, countless spatial laws intertwined in midair. I saw the broken space crack under his feet, as if rewinding in time, regaining its original appearance. The law of space smashed the cracks in space. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a soul-killing seal directly suppressed Li Yi. People Emperor Seal. Looking at the black square seal from Jiang Chen's suppression, it was Li Yi. At this moment, there was a look of shock in his eyes. His whole body skyrocketed, and a divine might that surpassed the heavens and the earth instantly condensed from him, and finally turned into a censored thunder, which violently collided with Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal. The two terrifying forces collided in midair, and suddenly a sound like Hong Zhong and Dalu erupted, shaking the sky and the earth, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The seal of the human sacred warrior, it seems that you should be a candidate for the emperor of this generation. No wonder you dare to come to my Blood River region King City to go wild. Li Yi's figure suddenly retreated 100 feet, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chendao, his killing intent skyrocketed, and his cold voice resounded across the sky. Today, this censored killed you as a candidate for the emperor to prove my reputation in the Blood River region. Chapter 1450. Extinguish the virtual world clone. The void god realm is indeed well deserved. You are the first one who can block my soul-killing seal with a ray of soul. Jiang Chen's eyes were leisurely, and he smiled indifferently. But, if you want to kill me, you can rely on your ghost clone, but you are far from qualified. Void god realm is a process of transforming the mortal into a god. The powerhouse of the void god realm already has some powers of gods, and is also called a demigod, which is indeed far from being comparable to that of the Guishu realm. Li Yi in front of him, even though he was only a ghost clone sealed in the royal city of the Blood River region, his combat power was not inferior to the powerful emperor in the late Guishu period. Even the powerhouse in the middle of the ordinary return to the market, facing the avatar of Li Yi, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. Jiang Chen was not an ordinary return to the market. He first entered the Guishu emperor realm and killed the powerful Juyu king Li Juyu. Now, although his cultivation base has not broken through the middle of the return to the market, he has already reached the peak of the early stage of the return to the market. He has mastered the laws of the 6 emperor realms, and naturally he will not have too much fear of this virtual, censored clone. HMPH. You are a worldly mortal, but you don't know the power of God. Today, this God will truly let you see the power of the void God. Before Li Yi spoke, he acted outright without hesitation. In the void, the blood of the endless God's mighty world filled the sky, turning the entire sky into a sea of blood. This is the realm of the gods formed by the fusion of the divine power and laws of the strong in the virtual, censored realm. In this sea of blood, Li Yi is the true God, and any mortal will be under his control. If Li Yi's body is here, with this domain, even the Supreme Emperor who is returning to the peak of the ruins can easily be crushed. Even if Li Yi is now just a ghost clone, only able to exert less than 30% of the power, it is enough to easily kill the ordinary returning to the market realm strong in a second. As for the warriors under the Guishu Emperor realm, if they stay in this realm for a while, their souls will be destroyed in this realm of gods. In the depths of Jiang Chen's sea of blood, the surging blood power eroded Jiang Chen like a tide. Jiang Chen's 6 great emperor realm laws added to him, forming a 6-color enchantment around him, blocking the erosion of the sea of blood. Zhu Shenyin. Jiang Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and a huge golden seal, with indestructible power, slammed into the sea of blood. The sound of a rushing tsunami resounded in the void. I saw that the blood sea shattered into nothingness in an instant under the divine power of Zhu Shenyin. You have the realm of gods, but I have the seal of a human tribe and martial artist. How can you win me with your half-dangling realm of gods? Yian shattered the sea of blood in the sky, and the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. Your body has already fallen, and the power of this divine soul clone can be reduced by 1 point. Now there should be little left. Good, what a heir to the Emperor. Unexpectedly, you have already mastered 2 of the 3 seals of the Emperor, but I despised you. Li Yi was frightened in his heart. Naturally, Li Yi was also very familiar with the imperial seal of the Terran martial artist. This martial skill is almost the strongest martial skill in the Xuanling continent. It's just that this martial skill is extremely difficult to master. Even the human emperors of the human race may not be able to fully master the 3 seals. The heir of the human emperor in front of him, who seemed to be no more than 30 years old, had already broken through the return to the market realm, and he also mastered the first 2 seals of the human emperor's seal. The human race gave birth to such a talented arrogant. Once it continues to grow, I am afraid it will definitely be the enemy of their blood spirit race. Human race boy, with your talent, if you give you 1,000 years, no one in this profound spirit continent will be your opponent. But you shouldn't do anything, you shouldn't come to my blood river region to run wild at this time. This censored today uses this divine soul clone to sacrifice the sword, and he will also cut your heir to the emperor. Li Yi's murderous intent skyrocketed, and immediately faced his palm with a move, Thunder Blood Sword, come. As Li Yi's shout fell, a piercing sword sound suddenly rang from the Blood River region King City below. A censored long sword flashing with thunder light directly rose into the sky. Li Yi's body was intertwined with blood and light, thunder entered him, and immediately the entire body of the soul poured into that Thunder Blood Sword. Blood Thunder Destroy Heaven Sword. With one sword coming out, the censored sword light that contained endless divine might pierced through the heavens and the earth, and the entire sky over the royal city was dyed in blood. Facing the strong sword exploded from Li Yi's blood sacrifice divine soul clone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shrink slightly. Even with his current strength, he felt a very dangerous aura from this sword. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the meteorite sword flashed out of the air, and the 6 Emperor realm laws merged together instantly, forming a 6-color sword pillar on the meteorite sword, which collided with the censored sword light. The blood-colored sword light and the 6-colored sword pillars were intertwined in the void, and the vast storm of sword energy broke the clouds over the entire royal city into nothingness. Facing the terrifying sword chi storm in the void, everyone was eclipsed by it and could only stand there blankly, watching all this. After a long time, the sword chi storm above the 1,000 Zhang void finally slowly dissipated, and many blood spirit tribe warriors looked over nervously. I saw the sky above the royal city, there was no one at this moment. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Li Yi, they all seemed to have evaporated in the void. Isn't there any more? It seems that the avatar of the ancestor Li Yi's soul has died with that human race kid. Seeing the situation in front of him, Li Han was shocked, and he was also slightly relieved. Although the price was not small, Jiang Chen was finally killed and the Blood River territory was saved. That human race kid finally died. Many people of the blood spirit race couldn't help showing an ecstatic look. When countless people of the blood spirit race were excited, there was a loud noise suddenly above the 10,000 Zhang void. Everyone followed the prestige and saw a giant bronze cauldron slowly emerging from the void of space. A young man in black flew out of the giant bronze cauldron suddenly and stood proudly on the giant bronze cauldron. Seeing the whole unscathed young man in black, many people of the blood spirit race, their complexions turned pale in an instant. Li Han's eyes were dull, and he couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. This is the ancestor of Li Yi, the 9th generation of the blood spirit king of the Blood River region, and a powerful imaginary, censored realm. Although it was only a ghost clone, it was also a very terrifying existence. Li Han never thought of it. Li Yi's ancestor finally used the soul sacrifice sword to condense the strongest sword, but it didn't even hurt Jiang Chen. Chapter 1451. The Blood River region is destroyed, and the 2 clans are shaken. Li Han's face was pale, and his whole person was like a concubine. He never expected that the human youth named Jiang Chen in front of him was so terrifying in strength. The 3 elders of the 3 emperors of the Blood River region were killed by them. Now he sacrificed the last whole card of the Bleeding River region King City, and ultimately failed to defeat Jiang Chen. Their Blood River region is completely finished this time. The Void God realm deserves to be known as a demigod, and it is not as powerful as usual. In the Void, Jiang Chen retracted the Shenhua cauldron with a solemn expression in his eyes. Just now Li Yi used the divine soul clone to sacrifice the sword, and the strongest blow condensed. Even if Jiang Chen merged with the laws of the 6 Emperor realms, it was not completely blocked. If it was not the last moment, he sacrificed the Hua Shen cauldron, and then escaped into the Hua Shen cauldron to avoid the power of that sword. I am afraid that under the blow just now, he would have to peel off even if he was not dead. It seems we can't be too careless in the future. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Each of the 9 domains of the blood spirit race has given birth to a powerful void god realm, and I am afraid that they all have trump cards similar to the blood river domain. If you are too careless, I'm afraid you will accidentally overturn the boat in the gutter. And when the thoughts flashed in his mind, Li Han shouted in anger, but suddenly passed into Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen, you wait for me. Today's genocide hatred, I, Li Han, will return it 10 times later. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Li Han's blood surging, breaking through the space in front of him, preparing to flee. Li Han naturally knew that the blood river region had gone. With his current strength, there is no resistance in front of Jiang Chen, and continuing to resist is simply seeking a dead end. He can only escape from here first, and then ask for help from the remaining 8 domains of the blood spirit race and the blood emperor. He will be able to bring the blood spirit clan powerhouse back, and take back everything he lost from Jiang Chen. Don't worry, you won't have this opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately shook his palm to the place where Li Han was, and directly blocked the Chenjiangkong sword, so that Li Han was not given the slightest chance to escape. A palm sealed the space. Jiang Chen slowly swung the meteor sword, and cut it out with a fluttering sword. This one is like crossing time and space, and has penetrated 10,000 meters of void without warning in the blink of an eye. A faint crack appeared on Li Han's neck. Under the sword aura, his body instantly annihilated into nothingness. One sword killed Li Han. Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the bodies of the many blood spirit races below, and the faint voice resounded through the world. From now on, this place will be owned by the human race, and there will be no blood river in the profound spirit continent. If you surrender to the human race, I will forgive you not to die, otherwise, kill without mercy. Some powerful men of the blood river region royal family were suddenly furious. Jiang Chen, I am waiting for the blood spirit royal family. How can I surrender to you and other human beings? Today I will wait for everyone to die, and I will never make you feel better. More than a dozen quasi-emperors of the blood river domain stared at Jiang Chen with sullen expressions, and immediately reversed their vitality, bursting out towards Jiang Chen above the void like an inflated balloon. Courage is commendable, but it's useless to me. Facing more than a dozen quasi-emperors of the blood river region who exploded, Jiang Chen looked indifferent, and with a wave of his palm, a 6-color law barrier was formed directly around him. Although the energy of more than a dozen quasi-emperors blew up was terrifying, as an emperor realm powerhouse, Jiang Chen mastered the 6 laws of power. How could these quasi-emperors easily shake it? More than a dozen sky-shaking explosions continued to resound in the void, and terrifying energy blasted on the 6-color enchantment, but it was impossible to shake it at all. Seeing this scene, many of the blood spirit clan powerhouses below are biliary. Where did they dare to resist the slightest thought, and quickly knelt in front of Jiang Chen and begged for mercy. And at this moment, Kang Yuanlong was also late with thousands of celebrity martial artists. When they looked at the situation in the King City of the Blood River region, they did not recover from the shock for a while. The King City of the Blood River region sent envoys to the Scarlet Blood Pass, asking the Scarlet Blood Pass to return to the King City to participate in the ceremony of the new king's ascension. Kang Yuanlong had to detain the envoy of the Blood River region and then reported the matter to Jiang Chen. Originally, he was worried that the Scarlet Blood Pass could not be concealed, and the Blood River region King City might soon come to attack the Scarlet Blood Pass, giving Jiang Chen some preparations. Who knew that after Jiang Chen got the news, he would take the initiative to come to the King City when the new king of the Blood River region was enthroned? What made Kang Yuanlong speechless even more? Jiang Chen also asked him to assemble a human army to prepare to take over the Blood River region. Originally, Kang Yuanlong didn't care about this. But when he really came to the King City of the Blood River region and saw this scene before him, he was immediately stunned. Under Jiang Chen's instructions, he moved to the Blood River region King City first. About half an hour ago, they saw Jiang Chen passing over their heads at a place thousands of miles away from the Blood River region. Giant Jiang Chen killed several imperial powers in the Blood River region King City, destroyed the Blood River region, and brought the Blood River region to his feet. How long has it been since they left the Scarlet Wasteland? Jiang Chen led them to conquer one of the 9 domains of the Blood Spirit race. Although it was only the weakest domain, it was already a very scary thing. Even if the Profound Spirit Continent human race and the Blood Spirit race fought countless times, they could not easily shake any of the Blood Spirit race's 9 domains. It took a long time for Kang Yuanlong to recover from the shock, and immediately under Jiang Chen's order, he quickly took over the Blood River region King City with the human martial artist behind him. And when Kang Yuanlong was ordered to take control of the Blood River region, Jiang Chen killed several Emperor Realm powerhouses in the Blood River region, and the news of the destruction of the Blood River region soon spread around the Blood River region. Whether it was Yunzhou, the human race closest to the Blood River region, or the Blood Baron region near the Blood Spirit race in the Blood River region, it was shaking. Terran, Yunzhou Commander's mansion. A mighty middle-aged man sat high in the middle of the hall. He listened to the report of a young man in front of him, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. Blood River Domain, this is one of the 9 domains of the Blood Spirit race. Although the current strength of the Blood River region is among the 9 domains of the Blood Spirit race, the strength is the weakest, but there are also 3 or 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses. He was based in Yunzhou, and he had never heard of human race sending strong men to attack the Blood River region. He really couldn't understand, who on earth was it that destroyed the Blood River region like this? Chapter 1452, Yi Chengjun is here. Can you find out the origin of this force? The middle-aged man looked solemn. As the commander-in-chief of Yunzhou, a land bordered by the human race, Yunyu naturally attaches great importance to the sudden appearance of this force. Although this force destroyed the Blood River region of the Blood Spirit race this time, it is still unknown whether it is an enemy or a friend to their human race. If this force takes action against Yunzhou, it will undoubtedly be a huge disaster for Yunzhou. It's not clear yet. In front of Yunyu, the young man shook his head and smiled bitterly. We only know now that this power is called the Palace of Human Emperors, and we don't even know where they came from, as if they suddenly popped out of a crack in the stone. Human palace. Just as the young man's voice fell off, there was an exclamation sound beside him. Young Yu was startled slightly. His eyes quickly fell on a middle-aged man in a golden robe next to him, and he asked curiously, General Yi, do you know the origin of this man's palace? If Jiang Chen was here at the moment, he would naturally recognize it at a glance. The Jinpao youth was the Yi Chengjun who returned to the Profound Spirit Continent before him. When Yi Chengjun and the others returned to the Profound Spirit Continent, a terrifying battle had just broken out between the human race and the Blood Spirit race. In that battle, the human Emperor Zhang Wuya and the Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit race have broken through their limits and stepped into the real gods above the virtual gods, becoming true gods. The true, censored, was not tolerated by the lower realm, and the two had to ascend to the realm of God without a victory or defeat in that battle. The human sovereign and the blood sovereign ascended to God's realm at the same time, and the two races had no leader in an instant, and both sides entered into a truce with great understanding. After Yi Chengjun and the others returned to the Profound Spirit Continent, they heard that the Jiang clan disciples were fighting for the throne of the emperor. They naturally thought of Jiang Chen from Shenwu Continent for the first time. As the son of the emperor, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly an excellent candidate to succeed the emperor. Yi Chengjun and the others stayed in the transmission channel, waiting for Jiang Chen's arrival. They were the only ones waiting for Meng Qingxie. After learning that Jiang Chen had an accident in the plane transmission channel, and now he does not know where to transmit to, Yi Tianji directly brought people back to Human Imperial City, intending to find Jiang Chen's whereabouts through human forces. But Yi Chengjun was left in Yunzhou by Yi Tianji. Young Shuai, you should remember that Jiang Chen, the son of the emperor, we talked about some time ago. At the beginning, he founded a force called the Palace of Humans in Shenwu Continent. If I guess right, this man's palace that captured the Blood River region was most likely built by His Highness Jiang Chen. Yi Chengjun's face couldn't help showing an excited look. Young Yu suddenly stood up from his seat, and the whole person was pleasantly surprised. General Yi, is this true? It's true, Yi Chengjun said with a confident expression. Suddenly a man's palace appeared in the Profound Spirit Continent, and the Blood River region was destroyed by lightning. There will be no other people except His Royal Highness Jiang Chen. Okay, General Yi, you go to the Blood River region now. If it is His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, you must let him return to the imperial city immediately and fight for the throne of the emperor." Yun Yu's eyes flashed, and he said directly to Yi Changjun, "Nowadays, there is no leader in the human race. As a confidant of the human emperor Zhang Wuya, Yun Yu naturally hoped that the son of the human emperor would continue to be the emperor when he learned that Zhang Wuya had left his blood." Yi Changjun answered, then quickly turned and left the hall. Blood Spirit Race, Blood Baron Territory. When the Blood Spirit King Huang Wuji received the news of the destruction of the Blood River region, there was also an incredible horror in his eyes. How is it possible? How could the human race attack at this time and also destroy the Blood River region? In the battle a few months ago, both the human race Human Emperor and the Blood race Blood Emperor had to leave the profound spirit continent. Now the human race is the same as their Blood Spirit race, and the most important thing at the moment is Lixinwang. Huang Wuji couldn't believe it. Human race would suddenly take action at this moment, destroying the Blood River region with the momentum of thunder. "My lord, according to the news we got, it was not the human race that destroyed the Blood River region, but a mysterious force called the Human Palace." An elder of the blood shortage area explained. "Human Palace?" Huang Wuji frowned slightly and said, "When did this man's palace emerge?" "The palace of Human Emperor is extremely mysterious, and we don't know much information. They are like censored soldiers descending from the sky, suddenly descending on the Blood River region, and the Blood River region is destroyed without much resistance. But, according to my guess, they should have come from the Scarlet Wasteland." Scarlet Wasteland? Huang Wuji frowned even more when he heard the elder's words. The Scarlet Wasteland is a barren land in the profound spirit continent. Although there are humans and blood spirit races that have established forces there, they are not very powerful. How can it be possible to destroy the Blood River? "My lord, now the Blood River region is destroyed, do we have to do anything in the Blood Barren region?" Just as he was meditating, the elder's voice came from his ears again. There was a flash of blood in Huang Wuji's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Send someone to strengthen the defense of the border and investigate the situation of the Human Emperor Palace. Don't act rashly for now. Although the Blood River region is currently the weakest among the 9 regions of the Blood Spirit race, there are also several powerful emperors sitting in town, and there are still methods left by the ancestors of the Void God realm in the royal city. Human Emperor Palace can destroy the Blood River so easily, and its strength should not be underestimated. The battle for the new emperor of the Blood Spirit race has reached a critical period, so where is Huang Wuji at this moment thinking about the Human Emperor Palace?" When both the human race and the Blood Spirit race were shaken because of Jiang Chen's destruction of the Blood River region, Jiang Chen continued to practice in retreat in the royal city of the Blood River region. This time the Blood River region was destroyed, and then maybe he would face the counterattack of the Blood Spirit race. Only by improving his strength can he better cope with the next situation. Now that Jiang Chen's strength has reached the peak of the initial stage of returning to the market, he can break through the middle stage of returning to the market in one fell swoop as long as half a month is given. Jiang Chen's retreat this time, after all, failed to make a breakthrough in the middle of returning to the market in one fell swoop. On the 5th day of his retreat, Kang Yuanlong suddenly found him in a hurry, which forced him to temporarily end his cultivation. "Hall Master, a messenger named Yi Changjun from the human race came to the Human Emperor Hall and said that there is an urgent matter to discuss with you." After seeing Jiang Chen leaving the customs, Kang Yuanlong couldn't help but report to him. Yi Changjun. When Jiang Chen heard Kang Yuanlong's words, a look of astonishment passed across his eyes. He founded the Emperor Palace and destroyed the Blood River region. It is not surprising that Yi Changjun and others could guess his identity, but he did not expect Yi Changjun to come to the door so quickly. Since the deceased is here, Jiang Chen naturally wants to see him. Without hesitation, he strode out directly. Chapter 1453, Go to the Imperial City. The King City of the Blood River region, the main hall of discussion. Jiang Chen walked into the main hall and saw a familiar figure in the main hall. It was Yi Changjun who came to Xuanling continent before him. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, finally found you. Yi Changjun looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in his sight, and there was an expression of excitement on his face. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Hall Master Yi, I didn't expect to meet you so soon." His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, we have been waiting for you since we returned to the profound spirit continent. This time when I heard that the palace of Human Emperor had destroyed the Blood River region, I guessed it must be you, so I couldn't wait to rush over. His Royal Highness, Please return to the human race as soon as possible and succeed him to the throne of human emperor. Yi Chengjun didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Successor Emperor. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Hall Master Yi, what do you mean by this? What about my father? Human race has his father Zhang Wuya sitting in town. How could he establish a new emperor at this time? Could it be? What accident happened to his father? His Majesty Human Emperor fought with the Blood Emperor a few months ago. Both of them broke the realm and became true gods. They were not embraced by the lower realms, and they have ascended into the realm of God. Yi Chengjun quickly explained to Jiang Chen. A decisive battle broke out between the human race and the Blood Spirit race. The Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit race broke the realm and became a true god, intending to use the short time from the breakthrough to the ascending gods to kill the human Emperor Zhang Wuya and many powerful human races, creating an opportunity for the Blood Spirit race to destroy the human race. At the critical moment, human Emperor Zhang Wuya also broke through the realm of true gods. Both of them succeeded in ascending to God's domain, and no one had any choice. Now the human race and the Blood Spirit race are grouped dragons without a leader, looking for a new emperor heir. Yi Chengjun and the others knew about Jiang Chen's existence, so naturally they hoped that Jiang Chen would inherit the throne. Yi Chengjun and the others have been waiting for Jiang Chen's arrival. If it hadn't been for the recent encounter with Meng Qingxie who had come to the profound spirit continent, I am afraid they would have sent someone directly to the Shenwu continent to meet Jiang Chen. After hearing Yi Chengjun's words, Jiang Chen was also stunned. He originally thought that when he came to Xuanling continent this time, he should be able to see his father who had been gone for a long time, who knew that his father would ascend to the realm of God first. His Royal Highness, several human sovereign candidates of the human race are already vying for the position of human sovereign, and the entire human race situation is in chaos. His Royal Highness, as the son of the Emperor, will surely be able to receive the strong support of many of his followers. I also hope that His Royal Highness will immediately follow me back to the human Emperor city, succeeding the human emperor, and controlling the overall situation of the human race. After Yi Chengjun introduced the situation of the human race, he couldn't help directly speaking to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. If I leave, will the Blood Spirit race take the opportunity to attack the Blood River region? Since his father has ascended to the realm of God, Jiang Chen still intends to fight for the position of the emperor. His next purpose in the profound spirit continent is to suppress the Blood Spirit race and let the Blood Spirit race submit to the human race. If he could become a human emperor, control the entire human race, and suppress the Blood Spirit race, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Yi Chengjun smiled and said, Your Highness can rest assured that the situation of the Blood Spirit race will not be better than that of the human race. Their fight for the position of the Blood Emperor is more intense than that of the human race. They will not act rashly before the new Blood Emperor succeeds. Jiang Chen nodded and said, In that case, let's go back to the Imperial City. Jiang Chen summoned the Kenyan dragon, made a simple arrangement, and then left the Blood River region with Yi Chengjun and headed north. Jiang Chen followed Yi Chengjun to Yunzhou Commander's mansion and met Yunzhou Commander Yunyu. The Commander-in-Chief of Yunzhou Yunyu, congratulations on the return of His Highness Jiang Chen. Yunyu respectfully saluted Jiang Chen. As a confidant cultivated by the Emperor Zhang Wuya, Yunyu naturally looked very respectful to Jiang Chen, the son of the Emperor. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, Commander Yun doesn't need to be polite, my father has ascended to the realm of God, now I have just arrived, and I hope you can support me. Yunyu said firmly with a face, Your Highness can rest assured, I will do my best to help His Highness succeed to the throne. Because the situation in the Imperial City was changing rapidly, Jiang Chen and the others did not stay too much in Yunzhou. After a simple deployment, Yunyu, together with Jiang Chen, embarked on the journey of returning to the Imperial City. Human Imperial City is located in the central area of the northern part of Xuanling continent. Here are the majestic powers of the heavens and the earth, and there are huge dragon veins in the depths of the earth. They are rooted here and nourish the land, making the entire area where the Imperial City is located. On the air machine, the three Jiang Chen finally came to the area where the Imperial City was located. Looking from a distance, an indescribably majestic giant city directly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. The majesty of the Imperial City has completely exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. Almost any city Jiang Chen had seen was far from being comparable. The Imperial City in front of me was pitch black as ink, with an immortal and eternal texture. The city gate had already risen above the clouds, and the entire city was exuding a divine power from the ancient times. Even with Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, standing in front of this man's imperial city, he couldn't help feeling insignificant. Is this the human imperial city, the holy city of human race? It's too shocking. Yi Chengjun looked at the giant city in front of him with a shocked face, and it took him a long time to recover from the shock. Very shocking, isn't it? The human imperial city of our human race has different origins. It is said that it was part of a certain, censored, city in God's domain, and it was smashed to the profound spirit continent by a certain strong God. The ancestors of the human race of the profound spirit continent used this censored city as the foundation to build a human imperial city. At this moment, Yun Yu on the side smiled. Such a legend has to be said to be very shocking. But after witnessing the imperial city with their own eyes, Jiang Chen and the others had no doubts about this legend. The imperial city in front of him was indeed not something that could be created by manpower alone. I am afraid that only the gods in the gods can build such a majestic city. After a brief shock, the three of them quickly moved towards the place where the imperial city was located. The gate of the imperial city is wide open, and it is also huge, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. Streams of light flashed, and countless powerful human warriors continued to flow. On both sides of the city gate, more than a dozen people looked solemn and heavily armored, and there were guards guarding the imperial city, and each of them had at least reached the pinnacle of the divine birth. In particular, the leader of the guard is a real powerhouse in the Emperor realm. Chapter 1454, This will prove my identity. Guard the gate with the strongest emperor. It's worthy of being an imperial city, a holy city of human race. This handwriting is really not so huge. Enter the imperial city. Jiang Chen found that the prosperous level of the imperial city was completely beyond his imagination. There are many palaces and palaces here, and there are also tiangong and baok up and down in the sky. There are also various tall buildings standing tall. General Yi, the Yi clan is located in the area to the left of the emperor of the central man. You quickly return to the Yi clan to report to the Yi family about the return of your highness. I will bring your highness back to the Jiang clan and confirm the identity of the heir to the emperor. Walking into the imperial city, Yun Yu said directly to Yi Chengjun. Yi Chengjun nodded, and then left alone in the direction of the Yi clan. And Yun Yu took Jiang Chen and walked towards the center of human imperial city. In the center of the human imperial city, that is a heavenly palace that sinks and floats above the sky, covering the sky and the sun, magnificent and extremely majestic. This heavenly palace is where the Jiang clan, the supreme royal family of human race, is located. Yun Yu took Jiang Chen to the center of human imperial city, and then directly stepped up into the sky, and came to the door of Tiangong. Imperial Holy Land, without permission, non-royal people are not allowed to enter. At this moment, the two guards in golden armor at the gate of Tiangong couldn't help shouting sternly when they looked at Jiang Chen, who had stepped into the air. Yun Yu clasped his fists to the two golden armored guards and said, "The commander-in-chief of Yunzhou, Yun Yu, returns to the Jiang clan with the son of the emperor. I also hope that the two will report quickly." Son of the emperor, Commander Yun, he would have guarded the Jiang clan for thousands of years, but he has never heard of His Majesty having children. At this time, you should bring people here to pretend to be the son of the emperor. What is your sin? One of the golden armored guards narrowed his eyes and sternly shouted directly at Yun Yu. In a battle a few months ago, His Majesty Human Emperor ascended to the divine realm, and the three heirs of the Jiang clan were fighting for the right of inheritance. Now that the fight has become fierce, one of the heirs they support has great hopes for heir to the throne. But now Yun Yu brought a strange young man to the Jiang clan and called him the son of the emperor. Although they also knew that with Yun Yu's identity, they shouldn't lie about this matter, but they didn't want to admit Jiang Chen's identity. Once Jiang Chen returns to the Jiang clan, as the son of another emperor, many variables will inevitably occur. They naturally do not allow this to happen. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen was not born in the profound spirit continent, and it is excusable if you don't know it. As for whether I will lead someone to pretend to be the son of His Majesty Human Emperor, once I met the elders of the Jiang clan, they have their own decision. Yun Yu coldly hummed, "If the two of you don't want to cause trouble to your upper body, then you can report it as soon as possible. Commander Yun, it's in the eventful autumn now, so small things don't bother you elders. Since you say that he is the son of a human emperor, please show evidence. As long as you can show evidence that he is the son of His Majesty the Emperor, I will kneel to welcome you into the Jiang clan. The golden armor guard cast a glance at Jiang Chen and sneered in a real way. A guy born in another world, even if this kid is really the son of a human emperor, how can he show evidence to prove his identity? Yun Yu heard the golden armored guard's words, and his expression suddenly became ugly. These two guys had obviously taken refuge in the other heirs of the Jiang clan, and they clearly didn't want Jiang Chen to return to the Jiang clan smoothly. Yun Yu took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen's faint voice came from him. Do you want evidence? Yun Yu was taken aback for a moment, and a look of hope flashed across his eyes. Could it be, His Majesty Human Emperor really left Jiang Chen with no proof of his identity? The Golden Armor Guard said indifferently, yes, Jiang Clan Holy Land, no outsiders are allowed to enter it. Since you are the son of His Majesty the Emperor, you can show evidence to prove your identity. Okay, as you wish. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and immediately with a move of his palm, a strange black square seal instantly condensed in his palm. Looking at the black square seal in Jiang Chen's hand, the eyes of Yun Yu and the two golden armor guards couldn't help but shrink slightly. Jiang Chen directly flipped his hand neatly and pressed down against one of the golden armor guards. In the void, a black square seal with the size of 1,000 meters was like a dark mountain, suppressing the golden armor guard. The golden guard suddenly ran out of souls, and quickly shot with all his strength to resist the black square seal on the top of his head. The golden armor guard was not the strength of the quasi-emperor, and under the seal of Jiang Chen, there was no resistance at all. In just the blink of an eye, the soul destruction seal shattered all of its defensive power. The whole body of the golden armor guard was smashed into a distance of 100 feet in an instant, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirted out wildly. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he returned to the early Emperor Realm powerhouse, it would be difficult to easily block his seal. Had it not been for he had recovered more than 50% of his power at the last moment, this seal would have already wiped out the golden armor guard. The golden armor guard looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and there was an unprecedented panic in his eyes. Human Emperor Seal. He did not expect that Jiang Chen had already mastered the imperial seal of the human divine warrior. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and glanced at the golden armored guard lightly. In this way, I should be able to prove my identity, right? Tisk tusk. I didn't expect that His Majesty Human Emperor had already passed the Human Emperor seal to His Royal Highness, and His Royal Highness has already cultivated. After Yun Yu froze for a moment, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now that Jiang Chen has mastered the seal of Human Emperor, he is even more hopeful to succeed to the throne of Human Emperor. He took a deep breath, and sternly shouted directly at the two golden armor guards, "2. Your Royal Highness has already displayed the human seal, which is enough to prove his identity. Do you want to stop it?" The two golden armored guards heard Yun Yu's words and fell silent. The Human Emperor's seal is a human sacred weapon, and only Human Emperor and Human Emperor's successor are qualified to practice. Jiang Chen has already displayed the Human Emperor seal, how dare they try to stop Jiang Chen? Who is going wild in my Jiang clan palace? Just when the two guards were about to let Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen enter the palace, a faint voice suddenly rang in the void. I saw a man with a fierce and domineering golden armor, who also flashed out of thin air directly at the gate of the palace. One of the golden armor guards looked at the incoming person and couldn't help but quickly said, as the commander-in-chief of Yunzhou and the son of His Majesty the Emperor will return to the Jiang clan. Please also the commander to decide. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.